In the frigid metal chamber, Raditz abruptly snapped his eyes open. His ears were filled with the low mechanical roar like a steel beast trapped in a narrow shell dragging him through the boundless darkness of interstellar space. He instinctively tried to sit up, but his back slammed hard against the rigid metal cabin wall. The sharp pain froze him in place in an instant. Something was wrong. This was definitely not his room. No familiar computer, no messy blankets, and no Dragon Ball video left half-watched from last night. Before him was only a completely alien spacecraft console, green holographic screens flickering in the darkness. A line of cold cosmic script jumped out. Target planet Earth, estimated arrival 3 hours and 17 minutes. Earth. 3 hours. His mind was still dazed. His hand instinctively pressed against the seat edge, but suddenly touched a rough, furry, elongated object. More strangely, the thing even moved slightly following his will. In that instant, Ladice's face instantly turned stark white. A tail. He actually had a Saiyan tail growing behind him. Before he could recover from the extreme shock, countless unfamiliar and violent memories flooded into his consciousness like a burst dam. Saiyans. Vegeta. Naba. Fulisa's army. Kakarot. And a name that burned like a red-hot iron into the depths of his soul, Raditz. He tremblingly lifted his head to look at the blurry reflection on the smooth metal cabin wall beside him. A narrow face, fierce and violent eyes, absurdly exaggerated black explosive long hair, and on his left eye a green battle power scouter was firmly worn. That face he knew too well. Sun Wukong's elder brother, a fallen elite warrior with noble blood, but degenerated into a low-level dog of Fulisa's army. The opening boss of Dragon Ball peaked at debut, but after a few episodes, an unlucky guy pierced through the chest by Bike's demonic penetrating light kill cannon along with his little brother. Raditz. He had actually transmigrated and become this weakling who dies in the opening. For an instant, Ladice's breath stopped for half a beat. Others transmigrating into Dragon Ball world would at least become Sun Wukong, or at least Vegeta's son Gohan Trunks, those with max potential. Why did he have to be Raditz nailed to the pillar of shame? Worse, he was now sitting in a Type 1 single-person spaceship hurtling toward Earth. That meant following the original plot, he would soon land on Earth, kidnap Gohan, and then be held from behind by Wukong. Then Bike coldly snorted and pointed his finger. Demonic penetrating light kill cannon piercing cold heart soaring. A clean death. Raditz stared at the countdown flashing on the screen, his throat as dry as sand. 3 hours and 17 minutes. Not 3 years, not 3 months, not even 3 days. Only 3 hours. After 3 hours, he would step into the dead end arranged by the original script. In the cramped spaceship, cold sweat began to bead on Ladice's forehead. His first instinct was run. To hell with Earth. Not meet Wukong, not kidnap Gohan, not give Bike the chance to charge. If he could turn around now, the dead end would be broken. But his hand trembled as it touched the console. The original Bodis memories surfaced. The route was locked. Fulisa's army flight records could not be erased. More importantly, Vegeta and Naba clearly knew he was here on Earth to find Kakarot. If he suddenly changed course or went dark, Vegeta's suspicious and cruel nature would immediately detect something wrong. What kind of person was Vegeta? Even Naba, who had followed him for years, was vaporized without emotion when he was useless. A Saiyan prince. In Vegeta's eyes, Raditz was a disgrace to elite warriors, a waste with battle power of only 1,500. What would happen to a fallen elite who dared defy orders? Raditz didn't even need to think. Still death. Run to a remote planet and be a local tyrant. No way, the universe was almost entirely Fulisa's territory. His battle power might seem strong on early Earth, but in deep space, he couldn't even handle elite Felisu soldiers. Going back to Vegeta and playing the lackey, that was putting his neck on the blade. He did know the truth about Felisu destroying planet Vegeta, that Saiyans were just tools, and that Vegeta would eventually be caught in the protagonist's storms. But knowing the future didn't mean having the power to control it. Knowing the future without power to protect made it a deadly curse. Raditz suddenly lowered his head and laughed. The laughter was low and hoarse, full of bitterness and madness. What kind of transmigration benefit was this? It was like opening his eyes to find himself in a crematorium furnace with a countdown to destruction on the door. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Panic and cursing solved nothing. The only path to survival was clear: go to Earth and survive from Wukong and Bike. If he could survive the initial plot kill and that demonic penetrating light kill cannon, he would have a chance to change his fate in this universe. He quickly thought of an idea: most transmigrators would have clinged to the protagonist group. Who was Sun Wukong? The true protagonist of Dragon Ball Future, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, even mastered Ultra Instinct. If he landed, confessed to Wukong, cried about being his long-lost elder brother, told him about Vegeta and Naba's invasion in 1 year, and revealed Felisu as the real enemy, could he join the Earth team? But that tempting idea was suppressed by reason. No, the current Sun Wukong was not the universe-level powerhouse. Kakarot's base power was only a few hundred. Bike was only a few hundred too. The Earth warriors seemed many, but all were newbies of early version. Naba, coming in 1 year, had a battle power of 4,000, full power. Vegeta was 1,800. If he changed the plot, so Wukong didn't die, didn't walk Snake Way, didn't learn Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, then in 1 year Earth would have no defense. Moreover, the moment he transmigrated, the original plot could never be exactly the same. Blindly trusting it would lead to death. Too much interference might cause the future to run wild. Vegeta and Naba might come early. Naba might destroy a city in rage. Even Felisu might notice the Dragon Balls. Raditz's breathing gradually became heavy and long. In the face of cruel reality, he finally understood the fundamental truth in this world that valued bloodline and battle power. He could not rely on anyone nor wait for the plot to put him in a safe place. Because the original Raditz never had a safe place. To survive, he had to force himself to grow stronger. Raditz slowly looked down at his calloused, powerful hands. The original hardware of this body wasn't actually weak. Saiyan physique far beyond humans, uncut, tail tenfold power, and great ape form, rich combat experience on fringe worlds, and the high-tech scouter. The original Raditz's failure wasn't due to lack of talent, but because he had lived so long under the shadow of Vegeta and Felisu that his spine was bent. His Saiyan blood had lost the courage to fight the strong. He bullied the weak, but was a coward before the strong. But from this moment, the soul inside this body had changed, a transmigrator who knew all the future. Raditz slowly tightened his fingers and clenched his fist firmly. Joints cracked with crisp sounds. A surging power burst from deep within his muscles. Yes, he was still weak. Weak enough that he wouldn't even have the right to speak loudly in Vegeta's presence in a year. Weak enough that Fearless's cold gaze could make all surviving Saiyans kneel. But being weak now didn't mean he had to kneel forever. If Kakarot, a low-class warrior, could become strong, if Vegeta, the proud prince, if Son Gohan, the half-breed, even future android Cell Majin Buu could shake the universe, why must he be the opening cannon fodder? Suddenly the whole spaceship shuddered violently. The red warning light on the metal ceiling lit up and blinked rapidly. Warning: spacecraft about to enter target planet atmosphere. Automatic landing procedure. Forced activation. Outside the small cabin window, the dead silent black space was suddenly filled with a beautiful blue planet. Earth, the place where Kakarot grew and transformed. Also in the original plot, the unerasable graveyard of Raditz. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter on his left eye suddenly jumped wildly. Lines of green numbers flashed and settled. Battle power 5, battle power 322, battle power 334. Raditz stared at the numbers. The arrogance and random thoughts in his eyes cooled into an endless dead silence. The farmer with battle power 5 holding a double-barreled shotgun. Kakarot. Bike. The first domino of the original plot was now fully laid before him. The spaceship, wrapped in glaring friction flames like a burning meteor, violently tore through the clouds above Earth, plummeting toward the green land below. In the violent turbulence that nearly shattered his bones, Raditz slowly leaned back in the custom seat, his lips curling into a cold, arrogant smile in the darkness. Follow the original script to die obediently. Be held from behind by Wukong and pierced by Bike's demonic penetrating light kill cannon like an idiot. No way in hell. Right now he wasn't the protagonist's son Wukong, nor the exalted Vegeta. He was just Raditz, a fallen elite warrior about to take his final bow in your eyes. But from the second he opened his eyes, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally rewrite this damned fate. But from the second he opened his eyes, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally rewrite this damned fate. But from the second he opened his eyes, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally rewrite this damned fate. But from the second he opened his eyes, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally rewrite this damned fate. But from the second he opened his eyes, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally rewrite this damned fate. But from the second he opened his eyes, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally rewrite this damned fate. But from the second he opened his eyes, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally rewrite this damned fate. But from the second he opened his eyes, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally rewrite this damned fate. But from the second he opened his eyes, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally rewrite this damned fate. Boom. The circular spaceship crashed into the Earth's soil like a burning meteor, violently and brutally. A vast cloud of dust surged into the sky, and the landing site instantly turned scorched black under the terrifying heat. The entire ground collapsed into a shocking, huge crater. After a moment, with a hiss, the spaceship hatch popped open upward, emitting white steam. Raditz stepped out slowly, his long legs carrying him casually from the ship. A breeze carrying the fragrance of soil brushed across his cheeks. He looked up at the azure sky, then lowered his gaze to step on the solid ground beneath his feet. Earth. I really am standing on this land. This place was a home for Kakarot to grow up, the start of a romantic adventure for Bulma, and a peaceful world worth defending with life for countless ordinary Earth warriors. But for the original Raditz, this was a crematorium whose name was engraved from the start. Beep, beep, beep. The green scouter worn on his left eye began to flicker. Not far away, a pathetically weak battle power response was slowly approaching. Battle power 5. Raditz didn't even bother to turn his head. He knew who it was without looking. Sure enough, after a while, an old farmer in a tattered straw hat holding a double-barreled shotgun tremblingly climbed to the edge of the crater and stared at the towering, oddly dressed man inside. Who are you? Don't move. The farmer's voice shook like a sieve, yet he stubbornly aimed the gun at Raditz. Raditz turned his head and gave him a cold glance. Just that one look, carrying the oppressive aura of a Saiyan who had waded through seas of blood, made the farmer's legs give way, almost collapsing. According to the original memory in Raditz's mind, such cosmic garbage with a battle power of only 5 could be crushed like an ant by the original Raditz with a single breath or finger. The original Raditz would have done it so cruelly. But the current Raditz absolutely would not. It wasn't that he had suddenly become saintly or compassionate after transmigrating. He was keenly aware that from the moment he set foot on Earth, every tiny butterfly effect choice he made would directly determine life and death later. If he started killing the moment he landed, then in the eyes of Goku and Piccolo, who would show up later, he would become an uncommunicable cosmic thug that must be eliminated. Then he could only follow the original path, trapped and killed by those two ruthless fighters. Scram, Raditz said coldly, his face expressionless, spitting out a single word. The old farmer was stunned. Just as he was frightened into a daze by Raditz's aura, his trembling hand accidentally pulled the trigger. Bang! A lead slug struck Raditz's hard battle armor squarely, producing a crisp metallic clang. Raditz didn't even blink, his body as steady as a mountain. The old farmer's face instantly turned deathly pale. Raditz slowly raised his right hand, casually pinched the deformed slug between two fingers, then gathered power at his fingertip and flicked it lightly toward the farmer's ear. Swoosh! A piercing sound of air tearing the slug grazed the farmer's ear and violently pierced a thick tree trunk behind him that could only be encircled by several people. With a crash, the big tree split in two. The old farmer's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer terror. Raditz didn't give that puny battle power of 5 another glance. In his current eyes, it meant nothing at all. The truly deadly players were not here. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter instantly locked onto the distant ocean, several prominent high-energy reactions flickering. Battle power 322. Battle power 334. Kakarot. Raditz took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. He stomped the ground fiercely, and his entire body turned into a violent black streak of light, flying into the sky, speeding toward Kame House. Although he now held a script with absolute power to crush these early Earthlings, he couldn't feel any ease in his heart. Because he knew all too well that these Earthling monsters could not be measured by mere current numbers. That apparently naive younger brother, who hadn't even grown his tail fully, would one day break the universe's limits in desperate situations and become a super Saiyan that even the Emperor of the universe feared. That 4-year-old brat who was now crying in his cradle would become a ruthless fighter who pinned Perfect Cell to the ground and pulverized him. And that green-skinned Piccolo who hadn't yet arrived would soon send him to King Yama with an incomplete special beam cannon. Raditz even chuckled bitterly to himself. These guys did have ridiculously weak versions now, but ironically he absolutely couldn't treat them as weaklings. The sea soon appeared at the horizon. On a solitary blue island, the iconic red Kame House stood quietly. Whoosh! Raditz descended from the sky with a violent gust of air, landing on the beach. Several people who were gathering outside simultaneously changed expressions and turned their heads. Krillin's smile froze instantly, cold sweat on his forehead. Master Rose's face turned grave. He reached up and pushed his sunglasses. Bulma hugged her arms in fear, her eyes first panicked, then fixed on the technological scouter on Raditz's left eye. And Goku, fearless, stood at the front. In his arms, he held a cute little boy wearing a cap with a 4-star ball. Son Gohan. Raditz's eyes locked onto Gohan, a chill running through his heart. To be honest, the one he feared most now was not Goku, but this seemingly harmless little brat. Although Gohan looked timid and cried easily now, he was the most ridiculous rage-fueled potential freak in the Dragon Ball world. In the original story, it was because Raditz stomped Goku underfoot and infuriated Gohan, the father-protecting maniac, that Gohan went berserk and broke Raditz's chest bone, creating a fatal opening that led to his being pinned by Goku. You? Who are you? Goku frowned, his black eyes warily studying this strange man who looked quite similar to him. Raditz didn't answer immediately. He had to act this part right. If he messed it up, he'd really be delivering himself to death. If he appeared too kind, these wary Earth warriors would never trust him. But if he appeared too mad and brutal, like the original wanting to destroy Earth, then Goku and Piccolo would fight him to the death right now. So he had to strike a delicate balance, just enough oppressive threat and danger, but not so much as to completely block negotiation. Raditz curled his lips into the Saiyan's signature arrogant sneer. Kakarot, after staying on this low-class planet so long, you've completely forgotten who you are. Goku was visibly startled, puzzled. Kakarot. Are you calling me? You are not called Son Goku at all. Raditz crossed his arms, staring at him word by word. Your real name is Kakarot, a descendant of the warrior race Saiyans. You were sent to this planet after birth to carry out the mission of destroying all life here. In front of Kame House, the sea breeze blew and the air fell into a strange dead silence. Krillin's eyes nearly popped out, stuttering. Gee, Goku is actually not an Earthling. Bulma's gaze was also full of disbelief, staring at Raditz, on alien. Goku's mind was even more confused. He waved his hand and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I grew up on Earth. My grandfather was Son Gohan. That's because you hit your head as a child and forgot all your Saiyan instincts. Raditz said coldly. You forgot your bloodline and mission. Now you're mingling with these low-life Earthling scum. You've brought shame to the Saiyans. As Raditz spoke, his aggressive gaze swept coldly over Krillin and Master Roshi. Krillin's face immediately turned pale, instinctively stepping back. Master Roshi gripped his wooden cane tightly, his aura beginning to flow subtly. Goku in front remained silent, his expression completely dark, instinctively shielding Gohan behind him. This action made Raditz's eyelids twitch fiercely. The plot node had arrived. As long as Son Gohan was touched as a sore spot, Kakarot would never retreat. But precisely Raditz knew he still had to touch the child according to the main script. If he didn't move Gohan, he wouldn't be able to provoke Goku's anger, wouldn't bring in Piccolo, who was watching in the background, and couldn't present the devastating crisis of Vegeta's arrival a year later to these Earth fighters in the most shocking way. But he absolutely couldn't lock Gohan in the spaceship as a hostage to force Goku to kill 10,000 people like the original Raditz did. After quickly reviewing the script in his mind, Raditz's cold expression deepened. Come with me, Kakarot. There are only a few Saiyan comrades left now. Goku shook his head without hesitation, flatly refusing. I don't care if you're my brother or not, I have no interest in that Saiyan stuff. I'm an Earthling. I will never go with you. Then it seems I have to teach you a lesson to wake you up. Before his voice faded, Raditz's figure abruptly blurred into an afterimage. So fast. Goku's Kong's pupils suddenly contracted, just as he prepared to counterattack. The towering figure of Raditz had already crossed through space, pressing against him like a wall. Raditz's calloused hand seemed to push forward, casually, accurately pressing against Wukong's shoulder. Bang! With a dull thud, Wukong was forced back, sliding half a step along the sandy beach. Just half a step. Unlike in the original story, Raditz did not send Wukong flying with a knee strike, but instead withdrew his hand. Although he appeared relaxed, Raditz was secretly astonished. As expected of the absolute protagonist of Dragon Ball. Even in a version with a combat power barely in the hundreds, Wukong's recently displayed combat instincts and physical resilience were already absurdly strong. If he truly fought to the limit without holding back, even this fallen elite warrior might not secure victory if he exposed any flaws. Daddy! Seeing his father in trouble, Wufan cried out in fear. Raditz's eyes flickered. He was waiting for this opportunity. With a swift motion, he grabbed Wufan by the collar of his shirt, effortlessly lifting the terrified little boy into the air. Wufan's little legs flailed helplessly in the air, his small face turning completely white. Wukong, let go of my son. Wukong's expression changed entirely in an instant. His usually gentle face erupted with a terrifying, murderous intent. Krillin was also frantic, jumping up and shouting at Raditz, Hey, you hairy monster. Put that little child down. If you have a grudge, come at us instead. Raditz ignored Krillin completely, simply holding Wufan, while locking cold eyes with Wukong, whose gaze was almost fiery. Kakarot, if you want your son to live, then unleash your full power and come find me with your energy. Wukong was boiling with rage. What do you really want, you bastard? According to the original plot, Raditz should have forced Wukong to bring 1,000 human heads tomorrow to exchange for his son, proving the ruthlessness of the Saiyans. But the current Raditz would never set such a fatal flag for himself. Thus, while borrowing lines from the original, he subtly changed his words. I just want to see with my own eyes if this Saiyan who has damaged his brain on Earth still has the right to be called a warrior of the fighting race. Don't keep me waiting too long, Kakarot. As soon as he finished speaking, Raditz took off into the air with a roar, and with a burst of energy, he vanished with the wailing Wufan above came house. Behind him, Bulma's screams and Krillin's furious shouts were instantly shredded by the sea wind. At that moment, the energy within Wukong began to surge wildly. Without any hesitation, he stepped onto the Nimbus cloud and frantically chased after the energy trail left by Raditz. In midair, Raditz did not push his flying speed to the limit. He was deliberately controlling it, leaving enough space for Wukong to catch up. Wufan held in Raditz's arms trembled violently the whole way. This 4-year-old child who had been spoiled by Chi-Chi was now terribly afraid, yet he bravely wiped his tears and secretly glanced at Raditz. You bad guy, where are you taking me? Dad will definitely defeat you. Raditz slightly lowered his head and looked at the little boy. Although his big eyes were filled with fearful tears, Raditz's sharp combat instincts sensed that beneath this icy facade of fear lay a terrifying potential capable of overturning an entire planet, a power even this child could not control. Raditz took a deep breath, deliberately lowering his voice to a chilling tone. Shut up. Little brat, if you want to avoid suffering later, hold back those tears now. Wufan was so frightened that his eyes turned redder, but he held back and did not dare to cry out loud again. Although Raditz's voice sounded cold as ice, the strength with which he gripped the child's clothing was perfectly measured, ensuring he did not harm him in the slightest. Your useless father will indeed come to save you later. But listen, little brat, remember this: in this universe, relying on others to save you is a sure path to a short life. If you want to avoid being manipulated by others, you must force yourself to grow stronger. At just 4 years old, Wufan could not comprehend what this strange uncle was saying. But Raditz knew very well that this statement was meant for this future god of food, and also for himself, who had crossed over and found himself in a dire situation. Boom. Not long after, Raditz landed heavily on a desolate wilderness on Earth, shrouded in dust. He casually placed the unfortunate Wufan beside the round spacecraft where he had landed, then pressed heavily on the control panel of the metal hatch. Click. The hatch closed and locked automatically. Wufan was securely trapped inside a specially designed bulletproof chamber. Although he banged on the window and shouted he was completely safe and would not be harmed by any aftermath of the upcoming battle, Raditz slowly turned around. In the distance on the horizon, Wukong, riding the yellow Nimbus cloud and filled with killing intent, had landed with a crash in a gust of wind. Almost simultaneously, on the other side of the wilderness, another powerful aura, equally impossible to ignore, was rapidly approaching at an astonishing speed. That energy was extremely cold and sharp, radiating an unmasked, brutal, murderous intent. The former Dark Lord Piccolo. Beep beep beep. The numbers on the screen of the detector on Raditz's left eye began to flash and refresh wildly before finally stabilizing. Looking at the value that represented the strongest native green-skinned being at this stage, Raditz couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What was meant to come ultimately came unchanged. At this moment, Piccolo was far more dangerous than Wukong in the original plot. As a younger brother, Wukong might hesitate at the last moment due to familial ties, but Piccolo, who aspired to conquer the world, was entirely focused on eliminating the alien monster in his way. Any slight opening in battle would be met with the merciless magic beam that would obliterate him. Wukong firmly planted his feet in the mud, gripping the Rui Bang tightly, his eyes locking onto Raditz like an eagle. Let Wufan go. Otherwise I won't go easy on you. Raditz crossed his arms, casually tilting his head and pointing with his chin at the sturdy ship behind him. Don't worry, your son is quite comfortable inside. He's still alive. I want you to release him right now. Do you understand? The energy around Wukong began to soar, his fists cracking ominously. Raditz was just about to negotiate using his prepared lines when suddenly a piercing laugh broke through the air, approaching quickly. Whoosh! A tall green figure descended from the sky, like a hawk landing steadily atop a massive rock. Piccolo's white cloak billowed in the fierce wind, his green face filled with icy arrogance, and his eyes sharp as blades. Wukong, it seems you've stirred up a formidable cosmic monster today. Wukong, this is a family matter between my brother and me, it has nothing to do with you, so stay out of it. How can it not be related? Piccolo looked down at Raditz from a high vantage point, his lips curling into a sinister smirk. If a monster who threatens to destroy planets stays on Earth, it will inevitably interfere with my grand plan to conquer the world. Before dealing with you, this Demon King doesn't mind clearing away this cosmic trash first. Hearing these classic lines, Raditz's heart sank to the depths. The feeling was incredibly bizarre. The enraged protagonist Wukong, the murderous Demon King Piccolo, perfectly positioned in a pincer attack, along with the spaceship behind them and this desolate battlefield where blood was destined to spill. In that moment, Raditz's expression gradually turned icy. He gritted his teeth, mentally roaring, stay calm. Their combat power is only a few hundred EU. I could take them down with a single punch. In moments like this, one must maintain absolute calm and remain vigilant against their hidden trump cards. Opposite him, Wukong began to adopt the familiar Kamehameha stance. Meanwhile, Piccolo slowly raised his sturdy green arm, dazzling dark green energy began to gather wildly in his thick palm. Two weak, yet exceptionally glaring energy reactions flickered continuously on the detector. Faced with this seemingly fateful, deadly opening, Raditz slowly moved his stiff neck, the furry Saiyan tail behind him gently swaying at his waist, and the Saiyan blood within him began to boil wildly at that moment. His narrow, fierce eyes first scanned Wukong in front of him, then coldly glanced at Piccolo in the distance, a manic cold smile suddenly creeping across his face. One is a useless brother who shares the same blood, yet willingly wallows in mediocrity. The other is a Demon King determined to rule this planet with Kakarot as his sworn enemy. In order to tear me apart here, you two sworn enemies are indeed coordinating rather quickly and harmoniously. Wukong frowned. Piccolo let out an extremely disdainful snort from his nostrils. Don't associate me with you, Demon King. Anyone who hinders my plans must die. Prepare to perish, alien. Boom. In the next second, two furious figures creating sonic booms charged towards Raditz with a frenzy. On the wilderness, a fierce wind suddenly erupted. Son Wukong and Piccolo charged towards Raditz, one with a powerful fist, the other with a chilling claw. Raditz stood firmly in place, his left eye scanner going haywire, green numbers flashing in his field of vision in a dizzying display. If one were to simply look at the normal combat power value, he still held an absolute advantage. Yet there was not a hint of ease in his heart. He was even sweating coldly on his back. He knew all too well that the melee of fists and kicks before him was never the most deadly. What could truly end his life was Piccolo's yet obefully completed ultimate move, Light of Death Cannon. Once that thing found its mark in battle, his hard-won life revived for a second chance would come to an end here. Wukong was the first to arrive, delivering a heavy punch from midair. Raditz narrowly dodged by turning his head and using his significantly enhanced body hardness countered with a fierce elbow strike to Wukong's chest. Bang! The dull sound of their bodies colliding echoed as Wukong was sent flying, carving a long trench in the muddy ground. But what made Raditz's heart race was that almost immediately after hitting the ground, that dirt-covered brother gritted his teeth and climbed back up with a fierce battle spirit. Damn it, this is the most annoying part of son Wukong. Raditz cursed internally. Despite being at a disadvantage in power, he somehow resembled an unkillable cockroach. As long as he was given a moment to catch his breath, his combat instincts would instantly catch your weaknesses. The great Demon King Piccolo seized the moment Raditz was distracted and swiftly lunged from a blind spot, his fingers together unleashing a piercing energy blade aimed at Raditz's back. Raditz's Saiyan tail swept hard behind him like a steel whip, forcefully knocking Piccolo's arm away. Then he exerted force from his waist and kicked out violently. Piccolo crossed his arms to block, issuing a muffled grunt from his throat as he was driven back several dozen meters, leaving two trails of dust on the ground. After landing, Raditz chose not to pursue the attack. His gaze was fixed not on Wukong, but on Piccolo's slightly trembling fingers. I absolutely cannot let him place his fingers on his forehead. I can't let him charge up. Piccolo was incredibly perceptive and noticed Raditz's extreme vigilance towards his fingers in an instant. A cold smirk appeared on his green face. Hey, it seems you're really afraid of what this Demon King is about to do. Raditz expressionless replied coldly. You can try placing your fingers there. Let's see if I can crush your skull. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wukong, having recovered, charged again like a tiger descending the mountain. This time Wukong learned his lesson and chose not to foolishly clash Hedon. Instead, he pushed his speed to the limit, transforming into multiple afterimages as he circled around Raditz, searching for the best opportunity to lock in. Meanwhile, Piccolo no longer launched a frontal assault. He continuously swung his arms, releasing a series of tricky energy blasts to crazily restrict Raditz's movements. Raditz's expression grew increasingly grim. These two bastards. Their coordination is too quick. Just days ago, these two were enemies determined to eliminate each other in the World Martial Arts Tournament, yet now they seem to have rehearsed this countless times to deal with him, an alien monster. One was responsible for tightly restraining him with movements, while the other sought a deadly strike from afar. This was the most unreasonable fighting talent in the Dragon Ball world. True top-tier warriors, after just 2 or 3 exchanges, could completely understand what their partners wanted without any communication. Boom. An ink-green energy blast exploded near his feet. Raditz quickly retreated amidst the rising dust, but as soon as his foot touched the ground, Wukong tore through the dust and lunged at him from the side without warning. Take this. Wukong unleashed both fists, his punches moving so fast they were nearly indistinguishable. Raditz barely managed to block the first 3 punches, but the fourth grazed his cheek, leaving a fiery trail of blood. Seeing that he was actually injured by the early version of Wukong, the Saiyan ferocity within Raditz was instantly ignited, his eyes flashing with a fierce light as he delivered a brutal knee strike to Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Wukong let out a painful grunt, his body instantly folding up like a shrimp. Raditz raised his right hand high, gathering surging energy in his palm, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But at that very moment, from within the sealed spacecraft not far away came the desperate and terrified cries of Son Gohan. Don't bully my daddy. Boom. That childish roar seemed to ignite some forbidden power in this wilderness. The scanner on Raditz's left eye emitted an ear-piercing alarm, nearly malfunctioning as the green numbers began to soar wildly. Combat power 710. Combat power 981. Combat power 1307. What the hell? I'm screwed. Raditz's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. The previously locked Saiyan spaceship, under the impact of Gohan's terrifying energy wave, had all its complex electronic components short-circuit and overload in an instant, the hatch bursting open with a deafening mechanical crash. The young Son Gohan erupted with a tangible white violent aura, his eyes red, charging like a heavy cannonball from the sky, crashing brutally into Raditz's chest. The speed was too fast. This unreasonable burst of power was so swift that even Raditz, with his current combat power of 1500, could only instinctively raise his arms to block. Boom. Gohan's little head collided violently with his chest armor, unleashing an unimaginable terrifying force. Raditz staggered backward for 5 or 6 steps, his previously sturdy Saiyan armor cracking into countless spiderweb-like fragments, his throat tasting blood as a sweet metallic foam spilled forth. At that moment, Raditz, experiencing the impact firsthand, finally understood why the original character in the story had met his demise. This 4-year-old little brat looked like a crybaby most of the time, but once it came to his father, the power that erupted was simply overwhelming. However, the true deadly version was not over yet. Just as Raditz was staggering with blood surging and his balance off, the previously injured son Wukong leaped from the ground like a beast. Wukong's muscular arms tightly locked around Raditz's body from behind his legs like iron clamps, restraining Raditz's lower half, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Piccolo. Now is the time. Hurry up and act. Raditz's expression changed completely in that instant. This scene had finally arrived. Even if he had desperately tried to change the narrative since landing, even if he had never truly harmed or mistreated Son Gohan, even if he had done everything possible to avoid all the fateful points leading to death in the original story, yet the damned hand of fate pressed him firmly back onto the path of being pierced by the light of death cannon. Kakarot was locking him down from behind. The great Demon King Piccolo was charging up for a fatal strike from a distance. Exhausted, Gohan collapsed in the mud beside them. He was about to be pierced by this green-skinned monster's attack. On the other end of the wilderness, Piccolo's eyes showed no pity or hesitation of a martial artist. His 2 green fingers were tightly pressed together against his forehead, all the energy in his body compressed to a point at his fingertips in an instant. Die, alien monster. Light of death cannon. With a fierce thrust of his fingers, a brilliant golden spiral energy beam erupted, tearing through the void, vaporizing countless fragments of rock on the ground, roaring towards Raditz's chest. Raditz's forehead was drenched in sweat, the veins all over his body bulging from overwhelming fear. His back could even clearly feel the chilling presence of death approaching. In that moment, he finally woke up from his fantasy. The Earth's main characters were absolutely not a shield for the Traverser. Wukong would fight desperately for his son, for the Earth, and anyone else, while the current Piccolo would stop at nothing to eliminate any threat to his rule. In their eyes, he was merely an alien thug dangerously invading Earth. If he still hoped to survive with empty words, or by relying on others, he would truly become the first traverser to fall upon landing. Kakarot, let me go. Raditz roared to the sky. In this life-and-death moment his furry tail, which he had once hidden as a weakness, stood straight and rigid, as if it were filled with blood. Wukong's expression suddenly changed. That Saiyan tail, like a barbed steel whip, viciously shredded Wukong's uniform, sleeves tightly coiling around his arm joint. At the same time, Raditz's feet forcibly dug into the ground like steel spikes, twisting his waist to pull Wukong back as he shifted his body just half an inch to the side. A mere half inch. But at this moment, that half inch represented the difference between life and death for Raditz. Whoosh boom. The golden spiral death beam grazed Raditz's right shoulder, violently passing through. The terrifying heat in an instant shattered the hardened shoulder armor, sending a large splash of charred Saiyan flesh and blood, and directly blasting through a distant mountain several kilometers away. The intense burning pain made Raditz's vision blur, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. But he didn't die. He had stubbornly endured it. Get away. Raditz gritted his teeth, which were nearly shattered, enduring the excruciating pain of his ruined shoulder as he let out a furious roar. The tail coiled around Goku's arms suddenly lashed out with immense force, using the momentum to violently fling Goku off his back. Goku tumbled across the ground for over a dozen rolls before landing clumsily. Ignoring the grit in his mouth, he tried to force himself up to charge again, only to see Raditz stagger forward and hoist the trembling, exhausted Gohan off the ground. Stop! Don't touch my son! Goku roared in despair, his eyes wide with fury. In the distance, Piccolo slowly lowered his fingers, his narrow demonic eyes narrowing sharply as he fixed his gaze on Raditz's next move. At that moment, Raditz was drenched in blood, his entire right shoulder charred and mangled with his internal energy in utter chaos from the graze of the special beam cannon. Yet the large hand gripping Gohan's collar did not exert any more force. Before the 4-year-old could cry out in fear and pain, Raditz gritted his teeth, used his left hand to support Gohan's bottom, and pushed the little one roughly but securely toward Goku. Goku instinctively caught his son stunned and frozen on the sandy beach. Piccolo also paused, the energy he had gathered nearly dissipating on the spot. In their understanding, this severely wounded alien brute, now cornered, had ample opportunity to use Gohan as a hostage or even drag the terrifyingly talented child down with him in a final act of frenzy. But he didn't. He actually returned the hostage. Raditz staggered back a few steps, pressing his left hand against the sizzling bloody wound on his right shoulder, and leaned against the cold hull of the spaceship, smirking coldly at the two strongest beings on Earth. Kakarot, and the green-skinned one. Now, will you sit down and listen to me properly? Goku held the crying Gohan tightly, his gaze complex as he looked at Raditz's battered, yet murderless demeanor. Piccolo let out a disdainful snort. At this point, what boring stalling tricks does this cosmic trash think he can pull? Raditz panted heavily, letting blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, but a cold, superior smirk, one that bore the inside of a Saiyan, emerged in his eyes. Tricks? If I had truly come to destroy this planet or kill that terrifyingly talented brat, he would have been a cold corpse long ago with all the time you wasted trying to kill me. Kakarot, don't you think? Goku fell silent. As a martial artist, he knew Raditz had indeed had several chances to deliver a fatal blow, a fact he couldn't refute. Raditz slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse from blood loss, but the weight of his words pressed heavily on everyone's hearts like a sledgehammer. You two frogs at the bottom of a well on Earth. Do you really naively think that tearing me apart here will end Earth's calamity? How utterly foolish. Goku furrowed his brow. Piccolo's demonic eyes also trembled slightly. Raditz pointed a trembling left hand at the cloudless blue sky. Deep in the cosmos, there are two other Saiyans far purer than me. In their eyes, I'm just a fallen elite warrior of average strength. One of them is named Nappa, his base combat power is several times mine, and a single punch can vaporize one of your cities. The other is the true prodigy of the Saiyan race, the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta. His combat power is terrifying. And both of them are 100 times more cruel and ruthless than any demon you can imagine. They've never cared about life on low-class planets. Since I landed on Earth today, within a year at most, they'll pinpoint this planet's coordinates through cosmic route shifts. When they descend on Earth, how will you two pieces of trash with combat power under 1,000 stand against monsters of that level? The entire wasteland fell into a deathly silence. Goku holding Gohan grew increasingly grim. Piccolo clenched his green fists tightly, though his murderous intent visibly diminished at that moment. Just then, on the distant horizon, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma, riding a small aircraft, finally arrived at the devastated battlefield. As they landed amid the dust, they clearly heard Raditz's apocalyptic prophecy. Stronger Saiyans are coming to ravage Earth. Krillin turned pale with fear, his legs trembling. What kind of cosmic joke is this? That long-haired freak already pushed Goku and Piccolo to their limits. How can we fight even stronger monsters? Bulma, sharp-minded, immediately noticed Raditz's massive, smoking high-tech circular spacecraft and the cracked but still blinking device on his left eye. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fear, Bulma stepped forward and shouted to Goku and Piccolo, Goku, Piccolo, I think that long-haired alien is telling the truth. Raditz, huh? Wait, what's this long-haired alien? This is my natural Super Saiyan third-grade body. Alright, everyone turn to look at the heiress of Capsule Corporation. Everyone turned to look at the heiress of Capsule Corporation. Bulma pointed at the spacecraft and analyzed clearly. His ship and the device on his eye that precisely measures combat power are all technology far beyond what Earth can achieve. If he's telling the truth, and Earth faces a catastrophic disaster in a year, we urgently need all the technical intelligence and combat habits of those two stronger Saiyans. Even if he's spinning a tale, capturing him alive as a hostage and source of intel is far more valuable than blasting him to ashes now. Krillin opened his mouth to argue, but seeing the devastated wasteland ultimately said nothing. The martial arts master Rashi silently watched Raditz bloodied, but standing tall, his expression unprecedentedly serious. Goku looked down at Gohan in his arms, noticing that although his son was exhausted and trembling, his skin was unblemished. Finally, Earth's guardian let out a sigh, slowly raised his head, and met Raditz's gaze. Alright, since you didn't harm Gohan just now, he'll spare your life today. Piccolo cast a cold glance at Goku, letting out a displeased snort, but surprisingly didn't raise his finger again. Goku stood his ground, his tone serious and warning, but Raditz, remember this. If you ever harm Gohan, or any innocent Earthling in the coming days, Piccolo and I will give our lives to eliminate you. Hearing those iconic words, Raditz finally let out a long sigh of relief, a wild, triumphant grin spreading across his face. The wound on his right shoulder still sizzled with black smoke and blood, the piercing pain darkening his vision and draining his strength. But he knew he had won the gamble. In this hardcore Dragon Ball world, with a deadly start, leveraging his knowledge as a time traveler and ruthless psychological tactics, he had carved a path to survival from the inevitable death of the special beam cannon. Deal? Done. Raditz rasped. Piccolo snorted, crossed his arms, and turned away. Humph, alien, don't get too cocky. In the coming year, this Demon King will watch your every move. Raditz ignored the Tsundere, green-skinned Demon King. Weakly leaning against the ship, his gaze blurry as he scanned Goku, Krillin, Bulma, and Rashi, he gritted out with his last strength, from now on until those two monsters arrive. You Earthlings have exactly 1 year. If you don't want to lose even the chance to beg for mercy in a year, train like hell to get stronger. Bulma was about to ask about the alien ship when suddenly the cracked combat scanner on Raditz's left eye emitted a harsh static-filled sound, followed by an eerie green glow. Static. Static. Then an automated interstellar route inquiry from the main fleet's system echoed coldly across the desolate wasteland system. Alert Saiyan warrior Raditz, your personal spacecraft has deviated from the assigned Frieza force cleaning sector and made an unauthorized landing on Earth. Please report mission progress to the Planet Vegeta Expeditionary Force headquarters within 24 hours. Otherwise, the force will deem this as desertion. The radio signal ceased abruptly. Everyone's faces changed again, and Krillin swallowed hard in fear. Raditz stared at the no-burned-out scanner, emitting black smoke, his pupils contracting as he chuckled bitterly to himself. Even with the immediate crisis resolved, the countdown to destruction by that proud prince and brutal Nappa had irrevocably entered its final year. In the wilderness, the cold and mechanical sound of the interstellar expedition routine inquiry seemed to drain all the warmth from the surroundings in an instant. Vegeta. This name was still quite unfamiliar to Son Wukong and Piccolo. However, to Raditz, it was like a bloodied cold butcher's knife firmly pressed against his throat. He had just exhausted all his strength and wits to escape with his life from Piccolo's special beam cannon. The charred flesh on his right shoulder was still oozing blood, and his bones ached as if they were nailed down by red-hot iron. Before he could even catch his breath, the death warrant from light years away had arrived. It was like finishing off an elite monster with low health in the novice village, only to have the final boss burst in to check the room. Beep. Received a secure voice message from the main Star Expeditionary Force. A brief crackling sound came from the broken detector. Immediately after, Vegeta's cold, arrogant voice, laced with an innate sense of superiority, rang out clearly in the wilderness. Raditz, why has your route deviated from the designated star domain? You better have found that low-class warrior Kakarot. If he has turned into useless earth trash, just deal with him directly. Immediately report your current status, or you know the consequences. Following this, a rough and cruel laugh interjected the background of the voice message. Ha ha. Raditz, you fool, don't tell me you crashed on that low-level planet. You have 3 minutes to send back your voice log, or we'll treat you as a traitor. It was Nappa. After the voice message ended, the detector emitted a beep and entered a countdown state with a flashing red light for waiting to record report log. Everyone's gaze was intensely fixed on Raditz at that moment. Wukong held Gohan tightly, his brow furrowed, muscles tensed. Krillin's face turned pale with fear, his forehead covered in fine cold sweat, not daring to even breathe. Master Rose's expression was grave to the extreme, his usual nonchalant demeanor completely vanished. Piccolo stood not far away, his green fingers slightly curling, his gaze as cold as a blade. Clearly, if Raditz dared to play any tricks during the recording, he would not hesitate to eliminate this alien, though he knew he still couldn't win on his own. Bulma, on the other hand, was fixated on the detector with the flashing red light above Raditz's left eye. As a genius scientist, she had keenly realized that this broken device possessed the terrifying communication capability to send data across star systems. Raditz's heart raced wildly in his chest, but he gritted his teeth and kept warning himself, don't panic. Absolutely don't panic. Now as long as he showed even a hint of fear or flaw, not only would he die, but the entire Earth would perish with him. Vegeta must never know that the Dragon Balls, the wish-granting artifacts, exist on Earth. He must also never know that this group of native warriors on Earth was preparing to deal with him. If Vegeta's murderous intent was stirred early, not to mention a year, the Earth wouldn't last a month. Raditz took a deep breath, slowly raised his uninjured left hand, and firmly pressed the recording transmission button on the side of the detector. He closed his eyes, brewing his emotions for a second, and when he opened them again, his gaze had transformed back into that of a ruthless, cruel, and arrogant Saiyan warrior. In a weak yet furious voice tinged with fervor, he began recording a false log into the detector. This is Raditz. Vegeta, I have found that useless warrior Kakarot. The air around them instantly thickened. Wukong's eyes darkened slightly, but he restrained himself and remained silent. Raditz continued to act through gritted teeth into the detector. You guessed right, that low-class warrior has severely damaged his brain on Earth and has completely turned into a useless being, mingling with low-level natives. But I didn't kill him immediately because this useless being actually gave birth to a little brat. As soon as the words little brat left his mouth, the muscles in Wukong's arm that was protecting Gohan tensed. Raditz endured the excruciating pain in his shoulder, making his breathing sound as if he had just emerged from a grueling battle. Kakarot's son possesses an unbelievable potential. Just now, that little brat lost control, and his combat power skyrocketed to over 1,300. I was careless and let him damage my battle suit and detector. Krillin's eyes nearly bulged out of his sockets. Over 1,300. Just that little Gohan who was crying a moment ago. Raditz ignored the shock of the crowd and provided his final report to the detector. This little brat is usually laughably weak, with extremely unstable power. I plan to stay on Earth for a while longer to stimulate him and see if he holds any training value. If he proves useful before I return to the regiment, I can at least train him into a proper killing tool. Report complete. Click. Raditz released his finger. Beep. The voice report log has been encrypted and successfully uploaded. The green indicator light lit up again, signaling that far away on the other side of the starry sky, Vegeta and Nappa would soon receive this seamless lie. It perfectly concealed the truth of his serious injuries and battle scars, while successfully diverting Vegeta's attention to the bait of a high-potential Saiyan hybrid, completely hiding the existence of the Dragon Balls and the Z warriors on Earth. Only at this moment did the suffocating, terrifying pressure in the wilderness seem to be finally drained away. Thud. Krillin's legs gave way and he collapsed into the mud, his back completely soaked with cold sweat. That voice. Was it the Vegeta and Nappa you mentioned? What was with that overwhelming pressure? Raditz ignored Krillin, decisively tearing off the high-tech detector from his left eye and tossing it like trash towards Bulma. Bulma instinctively fumbled to catch it, her eyes lighting up instantly. The fear from earlier had not completely faded from her face, but the fervent instinct of Earth's top genius scientist had already emerged. Are you sure you want to give me this alien high-tech device? If I don't give it to you, should I keep it on me so that Vegeta can locate me at any time? Raditz coldly snorted, his face pale from blood loss. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, then looked down at the intricate detector in her hand, her expression quickly becoming extremely professional and serious. You can trust me with it. As long as it can communicate across star systems, it must contain an independent signal module and positioning transmitter. Give me some time, and I can not only disable its remote positioning, but perhaps even reverse engineer their spaceship's communication frequency. Raditz gazed at her, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. Bulma was indeed impressive. Such a mind that can break through technical challenges at any time and place was the true pillar he needed to hold onto tightly on Earth, a smooth, white, and tender pillar care to touch. The sooner the better. Raditz urged hoarsely. If Vegeta manages to reverse-lock the precise coordinates of Earth through the signal source of that voice message, the time left for us will only decrease. At this moment, Wukong, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Why did you say in the message that Gohan is a killing tool? Wukong's voice was not loud, but it carried an unmistakable weight and pressure. Raditz turned to look at him. Wukong's eyes were unusually serious, even tinged with suppressed anger. He clearly disliked those words, and even though he understood Raditz was only trying to deceive Vegeta, he still couldn't tolerate someone describing his son as a tool. Raditz raised his bloodied left hand, roughly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone devoid of politeness. What else should I say? Should I report that I've made peace with Earthlings? Or say that my nephew is just too cute, I can't bring myself to lay a finger on him? Son Wukong was momentarily rendered speechless. Raditz staggered a step forward, his narrow eyes fixed on the naive protagonist. Kakarot, you may maintain your kindness, but don't be too naive in this cruel universe. If I make even the slightest mistake in the report, those two monsters will set out tomorrow. When they arrive, they want to talk about martial spirit with you. They will reduce cities to rubble and crush all the Earthlings you care about like bugs. Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. So, we must get stronger. Wukong growled softly. Right. Raditz gasped for breath, his voice hoarse. You must get stronger. Piccolo must get stronger. Everyone on Earth must fight desperately to grow stronger. And I must grow stronger. Piccolo let out a mocking cold laugh from afar. Your grand words sound nice. But who knows if you're just using us to save your own life? Raditz abruptly turned his gaze to Piccolo, his eyes also as cold as glaciers, unabashedly admitting, of course I'm using you. But similarly, you can use me as well. I possess the most complete combat methods of the Saiyans in my mind, know their weaknesses, and am well aware of Vegeta and Nappa's cruel natures and offensive tactics. And right now I am seriously injured and need Earth's environment to recover. Mutual utilization, each getting what we need, is far smarter than killing each other and waiting for death. Piccolo stared at him for a while, and after a moment let out a heavy cold snort. Do as you wish. But I said before, I will keep a close eye on your every move. You can watch as you wish. Raditz turned around, dragging his heavy steps, preparing to walk toward his circular spaceship that had crashed into the pit. The wound on his shoulder tore open again due to the intense movement, just now bright red blood dripping from his armor onto the ground. At this moment, Gohan, who was hiding in Ryukong's embrace, suddenly poked his little head out and timidly asked him, "Uncle, you've lost a lot of blood. Are you in a lot of pain?" Everyone present froze for a moment. Raditz's footsteps abruptly halted. He turned around, looking at the little boy with the four-star ball hat with an extremely complex expression. Gohan, frightened by his gaze, shrank his neck, but still looked at him with those pure big eyes. Raditz remained silent for a full 5 seconds, ultimately turning away and coldly dropping a line, "You must call me uncle, and the pain can only be remembered." In the world of Saiyans, the weak do not even have the right to choose how they suffer. Gohan seemed to understand, but instinctively clutched Ryukong's martial arts uniform tightly. Ryukong watched Raditz's miserable figure, and his expression changed. This man was extremely dangerous, cold, and ruthless, yet he had not killed Gohan just now. In certain moments, Ryukong faintly felt that this guy seemed to be deliberately using the worst attitude to force them, these comfortable earthlings, to grow rapidly. At this moment, Bulma approached with the detector, clapped her hands, and in an unarguable tone of a young lady, said, all right. Stop being dazed. Let's all go to my house first, to the West City Capsule Corporation." Everyone turned to look at her in unison. Bulma pointed at Raditz with conviction. "This long-haired monster's burns and penetrating wounds need immediate medical treatment, otherwise he will surely die. Moreover, his alien spaceship and the detector in my hand both require the highest level laboratory for reverse research. Master Rose's little place can't accommodate these things at all." Upon hearing this, Krillin immediately panicked and shouted, Hey. Bulma, are you crazy? Are you really bringing this extremely dangerous alien to your house?" Bulma shot him a fierce glare. "What else should I do? Leave this seriously injured guy here in the wilderness, and when that guy named Vegeta sends another signal and no one responds, he'll come to Earth to kill us all." Krillin was instantly left speechless. Raditz turned to take a deep look at Bulma. The courage and decisiveness of this Earth woman were even more impressive than what he felt while watching the anime in his previous life. Clearly an ordinary woman without combat strength, yet she displayed astonishing decisiveness in the face of this world-ending crisis. "Fine." Raditz nodded, "But I must remind you, Earth woman, you absolutely cannot tamper with my spaceship." Bulma immediately put her hands on her hips and pouted, "Hey, you're the one asking this genius for help, you know. I'm saving your life." Raditz cast a cold glance at the spaceship at the bottom of the pit. "This piece of junk may contain self-destruct and forced emergency positioning systems. If you accidentally cut the wrong wire, those crazy guys Vegeta and Nappa might track the signal to your doorstep." Bulma's delicate face instantly stiffened, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on her back. Then she bit her silver teeth and glared fiercely at Raditz. "Fine, you win. But you'd better tell me everything you know about the spaceship structure in detail." Before Raditz could respond, a faint but sharp electronic buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky in the distance. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. They saw that above the scorched wreckage of Raditz's circular spaceship in the pit, a previously extinguished red warning light suddenly lit up without warning. It flashed. Like a crimson single eye that suddenly opened in the darkness, it was automatically sending some data packets into outer space at a very regular frequency. Seeing this, Bulma's pretty face suddenly turned pale. "Not good. That's an automatic data transmission beacon." Raditz's pupils also contracted like needles in an instant. In the next second, a cold mechanical prompt sound echoed from the interior of the circular spaceship, clearly ringing in the silent wilderness system. "Alert, detected an unusually high-energy combat power peak in the vicinity, peak value 1307. Packing this data for desensitization. Automatic transmission complete." In the next second, a cold mechanical prompt sound echoed from the interior of the circular spaceship, clearly ringing in the silent wilderness system. "Alert, detected an unusually high-energy combat power peak in the vicinity, peak value 1307. Packing this data for desensitization. Automatic transmission complete. System alert, anomalously high energy combat power peaks detected in the vicinity, peak value 1307. Demasking and packaging this data. Automatic transmission complete." The cold mechanical tone echoed across the ravaged wilderness. Everyone present was stunned. Klin jumped up from the ground in shock, his face as pale as paper. It was transmitted. To whom? No one answered him, for the answer was painfully obvious. Raditz stared fixedly at the flashing red indicator light on the wreckage of the spaceship, his expression dark enough to freeze water. Damn it! He cursed silently in his heart. He had been so focused on guarding against the detector on his left eye that he almost forgot that the Saiyan personal spacecraft was far from an ordinary metal shell. Such a war machine capable of interstellar travel in space must be equipped with automatic recording and emergency transmission protocols. However, the silver lining in the misfortune was that the spaceship had only automatically uploaded the meager data of combat power peak 1307. This data not only failed to expose his earlier lie, but inadvertently corroborated the information he had mentioned in his voice that the mixed blood brat's explosive power exceeded 1,000. Vegeta would only become more convinced of his earlier report upon seeing this data. But the real danger was not the data itself. The real peril was that once such a level of anomalous data upload was triggered, the Saiyan spaceship's backup system would undoubtedly forcefully activate a continuous interstellar positioning beacon. If not cut off immediately, Vegeta would be able to lock onto Earth's precise coordinates in an instant. Piccolo clearly realized the severity of the situation, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It seems you not only failed to quell the situation, but have instead brought us a monumental disaster. Raditz didn't even glance at Piccolo dragging his severely injured body toward the spaceship with large strides. Shut up if you don't want to die. Piccolo's eyes turned cold, ready to lash out, but Goku quickly raised his hand to intervene. Piccolo, wait and see what he does. Wait for what? Piccolo gritted his teeth coldly, saying, wait for that creature named Vegeta to directly lock onto this position and come here to kill us. Goku was somewhat at a loss for words. He was not afraid of battle, but he had understood very clearly that Raditz was no longer their greatest enemy. The true Grim Reaper was lurking in the depths of space, focusing on them. Whoosh. At that moment, Bulma, covered in dust and holding the detector, rushed to the edge of the spaceship pit. She crouched down, her eyes fixed on the flickering red light of the internal control panel. Although the fear on her face had not completely faded facing such a complex and precise mechanical structure, the genius scientist's eyes instantly lit up with absolute fervor and concentration. Don't touch anything. Raditz reached out to stop her. Bulma glared at him without hesitation. If you don't let me touch it, should I just stand here and watch it continue sending signals into outer space? This isn't your Earth car. Raditz gritted his teeth, a fresh trickle of blood leaking from the wound on his right shoulder due to his excessive movement. This is a military war machine from Frieza's army. If you dismantle the wrong module, it might self-destruct and blow us all to smithereens. Bulma's face stiffened slightly. Klin, hearing from behind, felt his scalp go numb. Self-destruct. How many deadly functions does this hunk of junk still hide? Raditz sneered, the vehicle used by Saiyans to carry out planet extermination missions. Do you think it's a children's playground ride? Bulma unusually did not retort this time. Half of her body leaned into the spaceship, looking at the charred wires, her brow furrowing tighter. These structures were completely alien technology to her, but a genius is a genius. The more unfamiliar it was, the faster her brain worked. The signal source corresponding to the red light is this module. She pointed to a small device embedded deep within the thick metal layers. This thing has an independent backup energy source and does not rely on the main system. In other words, even if the main body of the spaceship is damaged, it can continue sending signals like a parasite. Raditz glanced at her. With just that one glance, he knew he had made the right move. Bulma's combat power might not even reach 5, but her intellect was undoubtedly god tier in the Dragon Ball world. Can it be dismantled? Raditz asked in a low voice. Theoretically, yes, Bulma replied quickly, but then bit her lip and added, but I currently don't have any precision cutting tools. This anti-explosion metal plate is tightly secured, and trying to force it open with bare hands poses a great risk of causing a short circuit. Raditz stared at the module buried deep within the metal layer, falling silent for half a second. Then he directly extended his uninjured left-hand fingers like steel claws, fiercely gripping the edge of the crack created by Gohan's collision with the spaceship's outer shell. Bulma gasped, hey, what are you doing? I'm making an opening for you. Are you crazy? I just said not to use violence to dismantle it. Screech. Bulma's words had not finished when an extremely piercing, teeth-grinding sound of metal tearing rang out. Raditz held on to the spaceship's incredibly hard outer shell, with one-hand muscles bulging, veins popping, and with a beast-like low growl, he forcibly tore open a massive gash in the thick anti-explosion metal plate. This sudden show of strength caused the wound on his right shoulder, pierced by the magic attack beam, to burst open widely, with crimson blood dripping from his arm onto the ground. But Raditz seemed to have lost all sense of pain, not even furrowing his brow. Bulma watched nearby, her eyelids twitching. This guy was definitely a madman. Despite being in such a half-dead state, he still dared to use this inhuman strength to forcibly pull apart alien armor. But it had to be admitted that with the large opening Raditz had torn open, the internal intricate wiring was fully exposed to her view. That's enough. Stop pulling, I can see. Bulma quickly crouched down, probing her slender fingers into the barbed opening. Goku held Gohan standing to the side, his brow increasingly furrowed. Gohan nestled in his father's embrace, muttered softly, Daddy. That long-haired uncle is bleeding a lot. Goku looked down at his son, then gazed complexly at Raditz. To be honest, he was increasingly unable to understand this so-called brother of his. When he first landed, this guy was brutal, arrogant, and dangerously extreme. But in this critical moment of life and death, his desperate efforts to avert disaster were even more resolute than those of the Earthlings. Master Roshi came forward, leaning on his staff, his voice low and grave. Goku, regardless of what purpose this Saiyan has, the immediate priority is to ensure that positioning signal does not get transmitted out. Goku nodded vigorously. I understand, Grandpa. Piccolo stood to the other side, arms crossed, coldly watching. If she can't dismantle it, this Demon King will just blast the whole broken spaceship to pieces with an energy ball. Bulma shot back without looking up. You'd better not do that, you green-skinned monster. A vein bulged on Piccolo's forehead. Bulma spoke rapidly, her fingers carefully exploring the complex wiring. Since this thing has an independent anti-dismantle module, if you blast it to pieces with an energy ball, it will most likely trigger the underlying self-destruct protocol, releasing all the final positioning data at once. Unless your speed can exceed the speed of light, you'd better shut up and stay quiet. Piccolo's face instantly darkened like a pot bottom. Klin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering softly, Bulma, you have gotten really bold, even daring to point fingers at the Demon King Piccolo. Earth is about to be precisely bombed by extraterrestrial monsters. Do I still care if he's the Demon King? Bulma retorted angrily. Raditz's mouth twitched slightly. This fierce temper was indeed consistent as always. Backup beacon activated successfully. Interstellar coordinates are being calibrated. Estimated remaining transmission time for complete coordinates, 3 minutes. The mechanical prompt within the spaceship sounded again ominously. 3 minutes. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Klin jumped up in fright. What kind of joke is this? Only 3 minutes left. Bulma's forehead glistened with a layer of fine sweat. Everyone shut up. Don't disturb me. Her fingers had successfully touched the edge of the signal generator, but the deadly part was that 3 wires of completely different colors, red, blue, and white, were connected below the module, intertwining complexly on the mainboard. She had no idea which was the signal transmission line and which was the self-destruct detonation line. In this situation, without a blueprint, if she cut the wrong one, everyone would only be able to hold hands and meet Yama ahead of time. Raditz keenly noticed her hesitation and despair. Tear off the blue line on the left, Raditz suddenly said. Bulma looked up at him sharply. Are you sure? Raditz was actually not sure at all. The memories of his original self only included the rudimentary experience of piloting the spaceship to kill people. Who the hell would usually take apart military spacecraft's mainboard? But he vaguely remembered that according to Frieza's army's standard industrial guidelines, communication signal lines usually emitted blue light, energy-driven lines were red, while most anti-dismantle self-destruct safety lines were white. This was one of the few fragments of knowledge still useful in the original memories. I can only say it is most likely the communication line, Raditz gritted his teeth. Most likely. Bulma nearly broke down. Do you aliens not read the manuals for high-tech products? We Saiyans. I usually just sit inside, fly to the target planet, and kill everyone on it. Raditz retorted without a hint of shame. Bulma was so choked she nearly couldn't breathe. You're a bunch of hopeless cosmic barbarians. Despite her curses in this desperate situation, she had no choice but to trust Raditz. She reached out her finger, pinched the glowing blue wire firmly, and yanked hard. It didn't budge. Bulma's face fell. Damn it, the connector has barbed catches. I can't pull it off. Countdown, remaining 120 seconds. Without a word, Raditz thrust his left hand into the sharp metal gap. Move. Before Bulma could step back, his bloodstained fingers had already precisely grasped the blue wire. Be careful. Don't touch the white self-destruct line next to it. Bulma's voice trembled with tension. I know. Veins bulged on Raditz's forehead. The piercing wound on his shoulder had long gone numb from pain, but at this critical moment, he didn't even have the right to cry out. He slowly channeled his strength into his fingertips. The tough blue wire was forcibly stretched, emitting an excruciatingly sharp metallic screech. Warning. External forced disassembly detected. Anti-tamper protection mechanism activated. The white wire beside it suddenly blazed with red light, and an extremely dangerous high-temperature energy instantly converged at the base. Bulma's pretty face turned pale as she screamed, "Let go. It's going to explode." Instead of releasing his grip, Raditz let out a furious roar, unleashing all his strength in his 5 fingers as he yanked backward with all his might. Crack! The blue main communication wire was ripped out by the roots. At almost the same instant, the base's white anti-tamper fuse overloaded, and a blinding burst of fire erupted inside the spaceship. Watch out! Raditz reacted swiftly. The moment he tore the wire, his left arm swung like an indestructible iron shield, shielding Bulma as he roughly shoved her away. Boom! A small but powerful explosion detonated inside the wrecked cabin, and scorching flames and thick smoke instantly engulfed Raditz. Bulma! Krillin screamed in terror. Goku gritted his teeth, ready to charge into the smoke to rescue her. A breeze blew, and the smoke gradually dissipated. Bulma sat several meters away on the grass, her face pale and covered in dust, but thanks to being pushed away in time, she didn't have a single burn anywhere on her body. Before her, Raditz knelt on one knee, his left arm still frozen in a protective stance. The battle armor on his back was shattered into a large patch, and his already severely injured right side was mangled beyond recognition as he gasped heavily for air. Bulma stared blankly at the tall, pitiful figure before her. She never imagined that the evil alien who had just threatened to destroy Earth had just used his body to protect her. Raditz paid no attention to Bulma's gaze. He fixed his eyes on the smoking spaceship panel. The red indicator light flickered twice before finally letting out a soft puff. It went completely dark. Main communication line damaged. Signal forcibly interrupted. Complete interstellar coordinate transmission failed. Hearing that heavenly, emotionless prompt, Krillin let out a long sigh of relief and sprawled flat on the ground. We're alive. My God, that scared me to death. Master Roshi silently wiped the cold sweat from his bald head and exhaled a heavy breath. Goku looked at Raditz still kneeling, and the hostility in his eyes unconsciously faded another degree. Piccolo remained silent, but he lowered his arms, and the murderous intent in his gaze had clearly diminished. Bulma brushed the dirt and dust off her clothes and stood up. Staring at Raditz's charred arms still dripping blood, she couldn't help but frown and scold. Do you have a self-destructive streak? Couldn't you have told me to run farther before yanking that wire? Raditz forced himself to stand, his face as pale as a ghost from blood loss. Tell you in advance, so you could panic and snap that self-destruct line, and we all get blown to bits together. Bulma's brow shot up in fury, but she laughed instead. You really are insufferably annoying. Likewise. Raditz turned around, his body swaying uncontrollably. Seeing this, Goku instinctively stepped forward and reached out to support his left arm. Raditz instinctively wanted to shake off the hand, but due to his severe injuries and extreme exhaustion, he struggled but couldn't break free. Goku looked at the horrifying hole through his shoulder and said in a low voice, You're really badly hurt. If you don't get hospitalized, you'll die. This little wound won't kill me. Raditz snorted coldly. But you almost got blown up just now. Serious injuries. I'm used to them. As soon as those words left his mouth, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even Raditz himself paused slightly. This wasn't a habit of his as a transmigrator, it was the bone-deep, sorrowful memory etched into this body, or rather the original Raditz. Beside the volatile Vegeta at the bottom rung of Frieza's brutal army as a low-powered Saiyan, severe injuries were a daily occurrence. If you got hurt, no one cared, but if you died, no one remembered your name. If you survived, you kept fighting like a dog. If you didn't, you were only fit to rot in some nameless dirt. Goku looked at Raditz's defiant face and suddenly said out of nowhere, Your life out in space. It wasn't good, was it? Raditz frowned like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on and violently shook off Goku's hand. Kakarot, stop looking at me with that disgusting pity. Goku scratched his head innocently. I'm not pitying you. I just think we're brothers. You'd better drop that useless sentiment. Raditz cut him off coldly, forcing himself to stand straight. Bulma looked at this stubborn, hard-mouthed, long-haired freak Raditz. I told you I'm a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. And sighed helplessly. All right. Stop pretending to be tough. If you don't get cell repair treatment soon, even if you don't bleed to death from the pain, you'll die from severe infection. Just as Raditz was about to speak, Bulma waved her hand authoritatively, pointing at the private plane parked in the distance. Get on the plane now. Head to West City. To my place. Krillin, still a bit timid, leaned in and whispered, Bulma, are you really bringing this super time bomb back to Capsule Corporation? Bulma shot him a disdainful glare. What else? Can you find anywhere else on this planet that can store an alien spaceship, has cutting-edge equipment to dismantle the scouters, and has a top-tier medical pod to treat his injuries? Krillin immediately shrank back and shut his mouth. Goku pondered for a moment and nodded firmly. Yeah, Bulma's right. He'll go to West City with you to keep an eye on him. If you guys can play your boring house games here. This Demon King has no interest. Piccolo sneered, coldly flicked his cape, and turned to launch himself into the air. Green freak, you'd better be interested in getting stronger. Raditz suddenly looked at him. Piccolo stopped and turned his head slightly. Raditz's voice was low but carried an undeniable chill. When Vegeta and Nappa arrive on Earth, they won't go easy on you just because you call yourself the Great Demon King Piccolo. In their eyes, you're not even qualified to be a punching bag. If you don't want to be crushed like a bug in a year, fly up to the lookout and find that old guy who looks just like you. Piccolo's gaze darkened sharply and his demonic eyes blazed with intense light. You even know about the lookout? Raditz looked at him with his good, mysterious cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The cards I know about far exceed your meager imagination. Piccolo stared at him for a full 5 seconds before letting out a heavy snort and shooting into the sky as a green blur. Alien, you'd better not die too soon. One day I'll kill you with my own hands. Raditz watched Piccolo's retreating figure and said nothing more. He knew that Sundara Green Guy was definitely heading to the lookout to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber or gravity room from Cammy. Bulma pulled a capsule from her pocket and tossed it onto the open ground. With a soft pop, the smoke cleared, revealing a luxurious wide-body aircraft parked steadily before them. Just as she was about to call everyone aboard, the alien scouter she had been holding suddenly gave a faint, barely audible hum and vibration. Bulma's expression shifted slightly as she immediately looked down at the scouter's display. On the screen, there was no extra audio or complex commands. Only a short line of cold, murderous Saiyan text symbols appeared. Though she couldn't read the alien script, she could clearly feel the oppressive aura of death. Raditz dragged his heavy steps over, and when his gaze swept over the text, his pupils contracted to their utmost limit. It wasn't a real-time communication, but an automatic reply forced through from the far side of the starry void just before the ship's signal was completely cut off. The content was only 2 lines. System log, anomaly record acknowledged. Earth galaxy coordinate parsing progress 1. Estimated arrival time 1 year. The content was only 2 lines. System log, anomaly record acknowledged. Earth galaxy coordinate parsing progress 1. Estimated arrival time 1 year. System log, anomaly record acknowledged. Earth galaxy coordinate resolution progress 1. Estimated arrival time 1 year. These 2 lines of symbols, like a countdown, were silently reflected on the cracked detector screen. The color drained from Krillin's face in an instant, and his voice trembled beyond recognition. Coordinates. Coordinate resolution progress. What the hell does this mean? No one answered him immediately. Although Bulma couldn't read the alien script at all, she was exceptionally adept at reading people. She could read the expression on Raditz's face at that moment. From the moment he landed on Earth until now, even when the special beam cannon had grazed off half his shoulder, even when he had just torn apart the spaceship hull with his bare hands, this Saiyan still wore a defiant sneer. But now when he saw those 2 lines of reply messages, his narrow, fierce eyes truly sank completely. Goku held Gohan tightly in his arms, his brows furrowed deeply. Raditz, what does it say? Has Vegeta already pinpointed Earth's location? Raditz stared fixedly at the screen, his voice low as if grinding sand in his throat, not fully locked yet. Krillin had just exhaled half a sigh of relief, but before he could finish, Raditz's next sentence shoved that half-breath back into his stomach. But it's only a matter of time. He has already managed to grab a trace of the coordinate tail that leaked before the ship's network was cut off. The system is performing a star region reverse analysis. The time we have left is only 1 year. On the desolate plain, a wind carrying the scent of blood howled past, and everyone fell into a deathly silence. All right, stop standing around here like idiots. Bulma clutched the detector tightly in her hand, then suddenly turned around and strode briskly toward the luxurious Capsule Corp aircraft. Krillin paused, then quickly called out, "Where to? Now, are we supposed to keep standing here like fools, freezing in this rubble, waiting for this piece of junk to keep receiving death notices?" Bulma turned back and shot him a fierce glare, her Ares aura fully unleashed. "I need top-tier equipment. I need a high-precision cleanroom laboratory. I need tools. If this alien piece of junk flickers a couple more times, I'm afraid ITLL automatically connect to the network and send our home address over." Krillin opened his mouth, embarrassed to find he had no retort. Goku, however, was straightforward, carrying Gohan and following directly. Bulma's right. "Let's head to West City." Raditz also turned to follow. But the moment he took his first step, his right leg suddenly gave way. Due to excessive blood loss and extreme exhaustion, he lurched forward violently, barely managing to brace himself with his intact left hand against the charred wreckage of the spaceship to avoid collapsing into the mud. The wounds on his right shoulder and back, aggravated by the internal explosion of the spaceship, had torn even more severely. The originally sturdy Saiyan battle armor had been thoroughly soaked through with viscous blood, and the charred flesh clung tightly to the edges of the armor. Now even the slightest twitch of a muscle felt like a rusty, blunt knife scraping back and forth in the crevices of his bones. The ship originally had an automatic healing function, but Raditz glanced back at the charred wreckage and fell silent for a moment. Goku couldn't stand it any longer, stepped forward and reached out to support him. "Let me help you." "Get lost. Don't touch me," Raditz said coldly, evading Goku's hand without mercy, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to stand upright. "I have my own legs. I can walk." Bulma stood at the aircraft hatch watching his pathetic state, barely able to stand yet stubbornly clinging to pride, and couldn't help rolling her eyes dramatically. "Do you Scions all think bleeding like a stuck pig and being stubborn is some kind of cool act?" Raditz looked up at her coldly. "As long as I don't die, it's fine. But you look like you're about to breathe your last any second now." Bulma shot back bluntly. "Then fly your damn plane faster." Bulma was so furious she laughed in anger. "Fine. You win. You better hold on until we get to my place, or I'll have to stay up all night researching how to legally dispose of a giant alien corpse." Krillin, following behind, wiped his cold sweat and muttered quietly, "These two. They've only known each other for less than half a day. How are they already bickering so naturally?" No one paid attention to Krillin's muttering. With the roar of the engine, the Capsule Corp aircraft lifted off, transforming into a streak of light, speeding with everyone toward West City. Inside the cabin, Raditz sat alone in the darkest corner. He closed his eyes, breathing slowly and steadily, forcing his Saiyan instincts to suppress the overwhelming pain surging through his body. Gohan sat obediently in Goku's arms, his bright, innocent eyes unable to resist sneaking glances at the blood-soaked man in the corner. A child couldn't hide his emotions. His gaze held both fear of the earlier violence and a suppressed curiosity of bloodline. Raditz was aware of the brat's gaze, but he had no energy to open his eyes and acknowledge it. His mind was entirely occupied with Vegeta. Vegeta was definitely not a muscle-headed fool like Nappa. Nappa was hot-tempered, crude, extremely arrogant, and gullible. But Vegeta was different. That Saiyan prince, though equally arrogant to the bone, was by no means stupid. He could even be called cunning and suspicious. An abrupt, anomalous battle record, a power spike of 1307, a suddenly severed main communication line, a completely lost detector, and finally, a physically destroyed spaceship beacon. Stringing these anomalous fragments together was enough to stir Vegeta's paranoid nature into suspicion. What made Raditz even more uneasy was this: if Vegeta merely suspected that he, a low-class warrior, had betrayed them, at worst, he would personally descend to Earth and clean house. But if Vegeta learned that Earth not only had a group of natives with astonishing combat growth, but also possessed the Dragon Balls that could grant any wish, then what would come would be no mere punitive expedition. It would be a beast seeking immortality that would turn the entire planet upside down. When that time comes, everyone would be buried with this planet. Raditz slowly opened his eyes, looking out the window at the rapidly retreating clouds. "I must keep the Dragon Balls a secret," he vowed silently to himself. Before Kakarot and Piccolo and the others have enough power to contend with Nappa, I absolutely cannot let Vegeta catch even a whiff of the Dragon Balls. The aircraft was extremely fast, and before long they arrived at West City. The massive futuristic hemispherical building complex of Capsule Corporation loomed majestically into view. Even though Raditz's mind carried memories of years of combat across the universe, having seen the cities of many advanced alien civilizations, he had to admit, the capsule space technology and individual technological level of Bulma's family were a freakish anomaly for a low-level civilization like Earth. A planet that hadn't even fully mastered near-Earth interstellar travel had somehow produced a technological monster like Bulma capable of rewriting universal communication protocols with her bare hands. The aircraft landed smoothly on the tarmac. As soon as the hatch opened, Bulma jumped out like a gust of wind rushing toward the massive core laboratory while barking orders efficiently. Krillin, notify the security department to secretly transport the alien spaceship wreckage to the underground level 2 isolation zone in a heavy truck. And you long-haired freak, don't wander off. Go to the medical room and get your wounds treated. Raditz frowned, instinctively refusing. Forget the injuries for now. Dismantle the communication module and set up a counter-tracking system first. Bulma stopped abruptly, turned around, and stared at him, pointing at his still bleeding arm, cursing, look at yourself. If you keep bleeding like this before Vegeta even graces us with his presence, you'll bleed out and croak. I said I want diet. Shut up. Bulma put her hands on her hips, radiating an aura of authority. This isn't your godforsaken Saiyan army with no humanity. Since you're cooperating with us on Earth, don't treat your body like a disposable piece of scrap metal. I don't want to deal with a partner who might drop dead at any moment. In the corridor outside the lab, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Goku blinked and nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think Bulma's got a point this time. Krillin was nodding frantically behind him like a pecking chicken. Raditz's fierce eyes locked onto Bulma for a solid few seconds. Finally, he snorted coldly, but surprisingly didn't talk back. Because he keenly noticed that although this Earth woman spoke like she'd swallowed gunpowder, every decision she made was efficiently solving the problem. 2 minutes later, Raditz was roughly shoved into the top-tier medical pod in Bulma's private lab. As the holographic medical scanner passed over Raditz's horrifying wounds, Bulma, standing at the console, furrowed her brows deeper and deeper. Your Saiyan body structure is way too exaggerated, isn't it? What do you mean? Raditz retorted coldly. This penetrating wound on your shoulder and back. If it were an ordinary Earthling, they'd have passed out from the pain and blood loss long ago. Bulma stared at the wildly fluctuating data on the screen, a gleam of scientific fanaticism beginning to shine in her eyes. But the muscle fibers and bone cells in your body are maintaining an absurdly high self-repair activity even after sustaining fatal damage. This defies all biological common sense. As she looked at the data, she couldn't help swallowing hard. The Saiyan body structure is this special. If I could take a few vials of blood for a genetic sample. Raditz's icy eyes shot sideways at her, radiating palpable killing intent. Bulma felt a chill run down her spine at that look and quickly coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Let's treat the wounds first. Treat the wounds first. Goku, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Bulma, you don't seem afraid of him at all anymore. Who says I'm not afraid? I'm terrified, okay? Bulma said frankly while deftly operating the precision medical robotic arm. But what's the use of being afraid? If I'm afraid, will that alien named Vegeta not come? If I'm afraid, did that death location signal just vanish on its own? She cast a casual glance at Raditz in the medical pod. Since this guy is temporarily standing with us to save his life, let's treat him as a collaborator who, despite his extremely vile personality, can provide crucial intelligence. Raditz closed his eyes, allowing the mechanical arm to spray anesthetic on his wounds. The word temporarily is very precisely used by you. Bulma's hands paused slightly as she coldly snorted. You're surprisingly self-aware. The process of treating the penetrating wound was excruciating. Earth's conventional anesthetics have minimal effect on the Saiyans' formidable drug resistance. Bulma could only grit her teeth and use the medical mechanical arm to forcefully stop his bleeding, clean the charred necrotic tissue, reset the fractured collarbone, and finally inject a high-concentration cell regeneration agent. Throughout the torturous process, Raditz tightly shut his eyes, clenching his teeth and not letting out a single sound of discomfort. However, the large beads of cold sweat continuously oozing from his forehead were clearly seen by Goku, who was standing nearby. Seeing Raditz's enduring demeanor, Goku suddenly couldn't help but softly ask, Raditz, when you were seriously injured in that military unit, did no one take care of you? Raditz's tightly closed eyelids suddenly twitched, his tone as cold as ice. Weaklings who are injured on the battlefield do not deserve to waste the precious medical resources of the military. If you die, it only means you are an unqualified defective product. Goku fell into complete silence. Krillin, standing by the door, had a very complex expression on his face. They indeed hated, even loathed this alien invader who almost killed them, but upon hearing such a brutally harsh statement, they suddenly understood to some extent why this man had turned into a cold-blooded figure who would stop at nothing to survive. Bulma said nothing more, quietly adjusting the cleaning force of the mechanical arm to be gentler on the control panel. Raditz keenly sensed the subtle change in the mechanical arm's strength, but he merely kept his eyes tightly closed, pretending he noticed nothing. Half an hour later, the injuries were initially stabilized. The damaged power level detector was sent to the most critical advanced experimental platform. Bulma changed into a white lab coat and put on high-precision goggles, her aura instantly transforming dramatically. Just a moment ago, she had been scared, snarky, and felt guilty when glared at for drawing blood. But once she stood in her domain of divinity, the experimental table, she seemed to have completely transformed. Extremely calm, absolutely focused, and even a hint of fervent excitement for the unknown technological challenges shone in her eyes. You better hurry and tell me exactly what these pulsing symbols mean. Without looking up, Bulma directly turned the analysis screen towards Raditz. Raditz dragged his bandaged body over, glanced at the intercepted lower-level logs on the screen, and said in a deep voice, "It says first stage star area coordinate verification, failed, waiting for secondary system retransmission to complete." Bulma let out a long sigh of relief and snapped her fingers. Nice. So the signal sent before the spaceship lost power only transmitted a rough outline of the star area, without sending the precise latitude and longitude coordinates of Earth. Right. Then there's still hope. Bulma pulled out a chair, sitting down, her slender fingers flying across the virtual keyboard like a phantom. Countless extremely fine data connection lines were precisely inserted into the exposed interfaces of the detector. On the large screen, a massive amount of alien encrypted gibberish instantly cascaded down. Bulma stared intently at the gibberish for several seconds, and suddenly her smile turned extremely confident. I've cracked its receiving logic. Its current system base is still in a suspended state, meaning it is still foolishly waiting for the spaceship to resend the final positioning data. Raditz's eyes suddenly moved. What does that mean? It means that the guy named Vegeta only has a fragmentary positioning on hand. He knows you're in trouble here, and he has a rough idea that you've landed somewhere on the edge of the galaxy, but at this stage he has no way to lock the course precisely to Earth. If we completely cut off communication and do nothing with their kind of interstellar civilization technology, they might take several months to slowly deduce Earth's coordinates. But what if? A glint of cunning flashed in Bulma's eyes. What if we take advantage of the fact that its receiving channel has not yet closed and actively feed it a piece of fake supplementary data? Krillin's eyes lit up like light bulbs at this point. Then we can completely trick him. Make him look elsewhere. Bulma smiled confidently. At the very least, we can make his interstellar navigation system miscalculate the destination. Raditz looked at the radiant Earth woman in front of the experimental table, his gaze truly changing for the first time, filled with a hint of awe. You can fabricate a lower-level beacon across star systems. Don't underestimate the unparalleled genius on Earth, okay? Bulma raised her smooth chin proudly. But I need your help now. You must verbally confirm the star coordinates format and lower-level encryption rules of your Saiyan army. Otherwise, if I make up some data with human logic to send over with Vegeta's intelligence, he could tell at a glance that the data has been artificially tampered with. Raditz took a deep breath, slowly pulled over a chair, and sat upright beside the experimental table. Listen well, woman. To deceive Vegeta, the data you fabricate must not be too perfect. Bulma's hands paused on the keyboard, turning back in confusion. Why? If it's too perfect, he'll definitely become suspicious. Raditz fixed his gaze on the screen, his voice cold, without a trace of warmth. The fabricated data must appear as if it were a fragmented and chaotic code that was barely coughed up due to severe damage to the spaceship and the host being on the brink of collapse. The general direction of the star region must align with Earth, but the final landing coordinates must cleverly shift. Ideally, he should mistakenly think through this chaotic data that I encountered cosmic turbulence and crash-landed on a lifeless dead planet several months away from Earth. Then, due to the complete explosion of the spaceship, I wouldn't have time to report fully before going missing. Bulma's eyes brightened after hearing this, looking at Raditz with a gaze that seemed to regard a dangerously skilled criminal mastermind. You really are a natural-born trickster. I'm just trying to survive. Does that make a difference? Of course it does, Raditz said expressionlessly, looking at her. If the deception fails, it would only be embarrassing. But if I make a mistake in this step, we will all die. Bulma was momentarily speechless, choked by the weight of his words. Goku scratched his head beside them, seriously confirming. So what we need to do now is to join forces to deceive that Vegeta, the Demon King. Raditz turned his head, looking at him with an extremely sharp gaze. Not we. He paused for a moment, his gaze slicing through the room, filled with Earth's highest technology, passing over Bulma, Krillin, and finally landing on Goku. The entire Earth is gambling with my life. The atmosphere in the laboratory became utterly heavy in that moment. Bulma put away all her playful thoughts, took a deep breath, and began to concentrate entirely on continuing to input the base disguise data. Raditz closed his eyes, relying on the remaining navigation memories of his original self, slowly but awkwardly translating the star map format and encryption characteristics of the Saiyan Expeditionary Force. Two individuals who were originally in absolutely opposing camps, even fighting each other just a few hours ago, one understanding the cruel coordinates of cosmic warfare, the other mastering Earth's cutting-edge hacking technology. Incredibly, they were able to jointly piece together a fabricated star beacon signal capable of deceiving the Cosmic Imperial Army in an underground laboratory. In the center of the screen, a virtual button representing Sin was flashing dangerously in red. Bulma wiped the sweat off her forehead, her finger hovering above the enter key, taking a deep breath. Are you ready? It's about to be sent. Raditz stared intensely at the fabricated emergency landing coordinates, remaining silent for a full 5 seconds. Once this data is sent, the route on Vegeta's side will be detonated to a dead star several tens of millions of kilometers away from Earth. This could buy Earth extremely precious time for over a year of development. But if Vegeta's terrifying intuition and technical team see through this as a man-made deception, Vegeta will completely confirm Raditz's betrayal and realize that Earth hides a tremendous secret. By that time, the countdown to their arrival will no longer be a year. It might be shortened to a few months or even weeks. Looking at the red light on the screen, Raditz suddenly grinned, silently baring his teeth. From the moment he opened his eyes and found himself transformed into Raditz, wasn't every step he took a dance on the edge of a knife? Wasn't he gambling with his life? Send. Raditz's eyes were fierce as he uttered a word. Bang. Bulma's finger heavily struck the enter key. An extremely secretive microwave signal instantly penetrated the laboratory's heavy dome, piercing through Earth's atmosphere like a drop of ink merging into the sea, stealthily rushing toward the vast and deep distant universe. The entire spacious laboratory fell into a deathly silence. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Tick, tick. The few seconds of waiting felt as long as a century. Buzz. The detector's screen suddenly lit up and flashed. System prompt: supplementary garbled coordinates have been successfully sent. Krillin, excited, was about to wave his fist in cheer when the screen immediately displayed a line of glaring green alien text. Received automatic receipt from the main star. Supplementary coordinates archived, target route recalculating. As these two glaring lines of Saiyan script flickered across the screen, the vast underground laboratory fell silent save for the hum of the supercomputer's mainframe. Krillin stared at the screen for a full 7 or 8 seconds before exhaling a long, heavy breath. Phew. Is it finally done? Does that mean our little trick, this fooling the heavens and crossing the sea, actually managed to deceive that monster called Vegeta? Bulma did not answer immediately. Her slender hands clutched the data cables tightly, her fingertips pale as her wide eyes fixed on the scanner's return interface, barely daring to breathe. Goku was more straightforward, tilting his head toward Raditz on the medical chair so that Vegeta won't come to Earth. Right. Raditz leaned back in the chair, the right half of his body wrapped in thick bandages. Hearing this naive remark, a self-mocking smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Kakarot, you're dreaming far too sweetly. Krillin's relief instantly caught in his throat. Hey, don't scare us. The system already confirmed receipt, didn't it? Confirmation of receipt only means that Vegeta's Legion's main brain has logged this forged data into the database. Raditz lifted his narrow eyes, his gaze icy. But it absolutely does not mean Vegeta will believe this error-ridden set of coordinates like some fool. The temperature in the lab, which had barely risen, plummeted below freezing once more. Bulma frowned deeply. You mean even though we tried our best to disguise the data as battle-damaged, hell still be suspicious? Not might, but definitely will. Raditz's tone was indifferent, yet carried a suffocating certainty. Vegeta's suspicion and cunning far exceed your imagination. Krillin clutched his head, nearly collapsing on the spot. Then what was the point of all that frantic life-risking work we just did? Of course it was useful. Raditz looked at him as if he were an idiot. Without this forged data buffer, Vegeta could pinpoint Earth by tonight. This fake data will eventually be seen through, but for now it successfully disrupted their route calculation system. Krillin opened his mouth, then choked out. That doesn't sound much better. Dying a year later is the best I can manage. Raditz spoke with eerie calm. Yet those words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. 1 year. It sounded long. But thinking of two demons in the depths of space, far more terrifying than the monster before them racing day and night in their spaceships to kill them, that single year became a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Goku looked down at his trembling fists from the fierce battle, then suddenly raised his head with an intensely serious gaze. Raditz, that guy called Vegeta. Just how strong is he? At that moment, everyone's eyes locked onto Raditz. Raditz fell silent for a moment, a nightmare-like figure flashing through his mind before he spoke slowly. That bald giant Nappa has a base combat power of about 4,000. If he wanted, he could level a city of millions in an instant with just 2 fingers. Krillin's eyes twitched violently. 2 fingers to raise a city. 4,000 combat power. This Raditz had nearly killed Goku and Piccolo just now, yet before that monster Nappa, he couldn't even qualify as an errand boy. Goku's brow furrowed deeper, and that Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Raditz gave him a long, hard look before uttering a despairing number, 18,000. The air froze solid. Krillin stood paralyzed as if struck by lightning, his voice distorted by sheer terror. 18,000. What kind of cosmic joke is that? He mechanically looked from Goku to Raditz. Then what about you? What's your combat power? Raditz's face was expressionless, around 1,500. Krillin fell silent. Bulma covered her forehead in despair. Even Goku, a martial arts fanatic who usually thrived on facing strong enemies, fell into a rare silence after hearing the chasm-like gap in numbers. A 1,500 power Raditz had already forced Earth's 2 strongest warriors to risk their lives just to barely survive. Nappa at 4,000, Vegeta at 18,000. This wasn't just a gap, it was the sky falling down. Bulma rubbed her temples wearily, forcing a bitter smile. So when you said in the wilderness, in the weakest of us 3, you weren't being modest. You were stating a fact. Raditz let out a scornful laugh. In a Science dictionary, there's no such weak thing as modesty. Krillin slumped against the lab bench like a pile of mud, his spirit drained. It's over. This is just suicide. How can we close such a terrifying gap in just 1 year? We might as well all go to sleep. But Son Goku didn't speak. He silently looked down at his palm, and his previously grim expression began to shift in astonishing ways. Raditz keenly noticed. Hearing such despair-inducing intelligence, ordinary people would be afraid. Krillin would panic and break down. But not Son Goku. Deep in his blood, a fervent fire was burning, boiling over. It was a fighting spirit, pure and extreme. This guy is truly a battle-crazed madman at his core, Raditz thought, inwardly stunned. The more unbelievable the enemy's strength, the more likely he was to break logic and create miracles. But the problem was Goku might be the hero who could gamble on a power-up, but Raditz had no intention of gambling with his life. Knock knock. Raditz rapped hard on the cold metal table, interrupting Goku's rising battle intent. Kakarot, wipe that pathetic excitement from your eyes. Goku looked up puzzled. Raditz stared into his eyes, warning him word by word. Vegeta is nothing like the opponents you faced in your martial arts tournaments. He has no concept of martial honor, and he will never stand around waiting for you to have a breakthrough and slowly get stronger. Goku's brows knitted. Raditz continued to tear open the cruel truth. On the cosmic battlefield, if you fall to the ground, hell crush your skull under his boot. If he finds you troublesome, hell bypass you and threaten your wife and son to get to you. He might even fly into space and blow up this entire planet, along with everyone you care about, into cosmic dust with a single ki blast. After hearing this, the excitement faded from Goku's face, replaced by a grimness he had never shown before. Would he really stoop so low? Yes. Raditz didn't hesitate. This is the law of slaughter ingrained in Frieza's army. Little Gohan hiding behind Goku turned pale with fear, clutching his father's pant leg and trembling all over. Goku looked down at his frightened son, a gleam of determination flashing in his dark eyes. Then, we absolutely can't let them run wild on Earth. What good are empty threats? Raditz forced his injured body upright, sneering coldly. Admit it, you're all far too weak now. Too weak to even qualify as my sparring partners. Krillin wanted to retort, but the astronomical figure of 18,000 made the words die in his throat. Bulma took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and looked at Raditz. All right, stop spreading your anxiety here. Since you went to all this trouble to survive, you must have a way to deal with them, right? Raditz had been waiting for that question. Exactly. The only way is training that breaks all the rules. Krillin's face immediately fell. TCH. So it's still just training. Idiot, do you think I can conjure up some secret weapon out of thin air? Raditz shot him a contemptuous glance. If such a thing existed, would I be sitting here in pain, wasting my breath on you? Krillin scratched his bald head awkwardly. Bulma's sharp intuition caught the hidden meaning. You just said machine. Her eyes flickered. Raditz gave her an approving look. The key isn't the machine, it's gravity. Gravity. Earth's gravity environment is far too comfortable for Saiyans. Raditz explained in a low voice. Saiyan bodies are built to adapt to extreme conditions. If we train under high gravity conditions to our limits, our growth rate will be tens or even hundreds of times faster than on Earth. Goku's eyes lit up instantly. High gravity training. That method sounds amazing. Exactly. Raditz turned to fix his gaze on Bulma. Earthwoman, can your Capsule Corporation's technology build a special training chamber with adjustable gravity multipliers? Bulma didn't answer immediately. She strode to the main supercomputer, her fingers flying across the keyboard in a blur, pulling up a complex 3D model. Creating a high-gravity environment is theoretically feasible in physics. My family already has the core patents on hand. When it came to her field, Bulma's eyes sparkled with brilliance. However, to withstand the punches and kicks of monsters like you under hundreds of times gravity, ordinary materials won't cut it. The entire chamber structure needs to be redesigned from scratch. Raditz stared at her intently. I don't need to hear the process. How long to build it? Bulma looked up and estimated, starting from scratch, at least a few months. Raditz's brow furrowed tightly. A few months. By the time it's built, Vegeta would probably be counting down to blow up Earth from orbit. Just then a proud smile curled at the corner of Bulma's lips. But if we dismantle the Saiyan spaceship wreckage we brought back, transplant the alien super-hard alloy shell, and combine it with my family's existing equipment to assemble a simplified version. She confidently raised a finger. Give me a few weeks. That'll be enough. Krillin's eyes widened. A few weeks. Bulma, you're incredible. Hearing this precise timeline, Raditz let out a long, silent sigh of relief. A few weeks, that would be enough. As long as the gravity chamber was built in time, he was absolutely certain he could wring out every ounce of terrifying potential hidden in this Saiyan body. The original Raditz was a failure because he lacked insight and proper training methods. But he was different. As a reincarnator, his mind held the clearest roadmap to power. Near-death recovery, great ape control, deep key manipulation. He knew it all. The only things he lacked were time to survive and the right auxiliary hardware. And Bulma perfectly filled that gap. Raditz. Goku rubbed his hands together a little sheepishly, his eyes filled with pure anticipation. Can I also use that high-gravity training method? Raditz paused for a moment, turning to look at him. Seeing the untainted light in Kakarot's eyes, Raditz found it somewhat absurd. Just hours ago, this guy had teamed up with Piccolo in the wilderness and nearly killed him. Now with the crisis only half resolved, he was already eyeing alien training techniques. This simple-minded personality was truly exasperating. But it was fine. The faster Son Goku grew, the taller the shield head provide at the front lines a year from now. Fine, Raditz nodded. But if you recklessly crank up the gravity too high right away, your fragile body will be crushed into paste in an instant. If you act carelessly, you'll be crippled. Goku blurted out without hesitation. Then teach me the Saiyan way to train my body in these few weeks. Raditz pointed at himself in disbelief. You want me to teach you? Goku scratched the back of his head, looking sincere. Yeah. Aren't you the one who knows best about Saiyans? We all have to get stronger to face that 18,000 monster. Raditz stared at Goku's honest face for a few seconds. This kind of straightforward, sincere approach, which defied all expectations, made it hard to refuse. Raditz snorted and looked away. You want me to be your sparring partner? Fine, but I'll only teach you some basic methods. Huh, why only part of it? Goku asked, puzzled. Obviously, Raditz glared at him, making no effort to hide his self-interest. I need to keep my core trump cards for self-preservation. Who knows if after you get stronger you'll turn around and hit me with another special beam cannon. Hearing such a blunt reply, Goku blinked, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Raditz, you're surprisingly straightforward. It's kind of endearing. Get lost. Better than you pretending to be nice while stabbing me in the back. Raditz cursed darkly. This absurd exchange finally eased some of the suffocating tension in the lab. But just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the lab's heavy metal door was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a bang. A middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth, wearing a white lab coat, and with a small black cat perched on his shoulder, poked his head in. It was the founder of Capsule Corporation, Dr. Brief. Bulma, I heard you brought back a pile of scrap metal. What's this? Bulma waved her hand grandly. Dad. No time to explain now. I need top-level clearance and immediate access to 10 tons of the highest-grade titanium alloy and 3 backup energy cores. Seeing his daughter's urgent demeanor, Dr. Brief took the pipe out of his mouth and sighed helplessly. Bulma, what big project are you up to this time? Which lab's equipment are you planning to blow up this time? Bulma nearly choked on her spit. Cough. I'll try my best not to blow anything up this time. Raditz eyed the seemingly dazed old man with some suspicion. So this was Earth's legendary tech genius. Dr. Brief, far from being afraid, curiously circled Raditz twice. Another alien. Yeah, he's a Saiyan, Goku's older brother, Bulma explained casually. Oh, a Saiyan, huh? Dr. Brief nodded thoughtfully, his tone flat. Then the old doctor dropped a bombshell. He looks pretty badly injured. Bulma need to perform a live dissection for samples right now. My scalpel is in the next room. Whoosh. The killing intent in Raditz's eyes exploded instantly. His tail bristled as he stared daggers at the old man. Goku quickly wiped a cold sweat and stepped between them with a nervous laugh. Dr. Brief, he's still alive, you know. Dr. Brief shook his head with a hint of regret. Still alive. What a shame. Since he's alive, just let me know when he croaks. Daddy, what nonsense are you spouting? Bulma screamed in exasperation. The tense, oppressive atmosphere was completely shattered by this pair of eccentric father and daughter. Raditz mentally cursed. This is truly a nest of dangerous lunatics. This Earth is terrifying. Just as Bulma was pushing her father to start the gravity chamber development plan. Beep beep. On the control console, the cracked scanner suddenly flashed an ominous red light once more. The relaxed smiles on everyone's faces instantly vanished. This time accompanied by a grating static hiss, a voice message relayed across galaxies through the spaceship's main system rang out without warning in the silent lab. Beep. First came Nappa's gruff, irritable voice. Hey Vegeta. The main system just back-calculated an emergency landing coordinate from the last signal that piece of junk ship sent before going offline. The location seems way off. That kind of distance can't even scan any meaningful life signs. It's just a godforsaken barren star. Then after a brief burst of static, Vegeta's voice, cold as a viper's and dripping with absolute arrogance and cruelty, pierced Raditz's eardrums. Humph. If he crash-landed on such a worthless barren star, it means that useless trash Raditz is either nearly dead from the crash. A short pause. Vegeta's voice turned bone-chillingly sharp, carrying a terrifying certainty. Or that audacious scum is trying to fool me with this pathetic trick. He's deceiving me. Vegeta's icy voice came through the communicator. In the laboratory, the atmosphere that had just eased instantly shattered. Krillin's expression froze as if struck by an invisible blow. Goku stopped smiling, his brow furrowing deeply. Bulma's hand hovered over the keyboard, her fingertips suspended, refusing to fall. Even Dr. Briefs, who had remained unperturbed, finally pushed up his glasses and cast a second glance at the communicator. Raditz sat in the medical chair, his bandages not yet fully secured, blood seeping from his shoulder anew. He stared at the screen without uttering a word. Nappa's gruff voice squeezed through the static once more. Huh. Vegeta, if that bastard truly dares to deceive you once we find him, I'll personally tear his bones apart. You... Vegeta let out a cold laugh. As worthless as Raditz is, he's still a Saiyan. If he's to be killed, it won't be your turn to strike first. The audio cut off abruptly at that point. The communicator screen went black once more. The laboratory fell into a dead silence. After a long pause, Krillin finally swallowed hard. So, did we fool him, or didn't we? Without answering, Bulma swiftly began checking the communicator's data logs. Seconds later, she breathed a sigh of relief, though her expression remained grim. It wasn't real-time communication. It was a delayed audio clip embedded in the last transmission. It must have been intercepted during a signal collision. Krillin patted his chest. Then it's okay, it's okay. What's okay? Raditz finally spoke. His voice was low as if forced through clenched teeth. Vegeta is already suspicious. Krillin's hand froze in midair. Raditz gripped the armrest of the medical chair and slowly rose to his feet. Bulma frowned. Your wounds aren't finished yet. Tending to wounds now won't save Earth. If you collapse again, you won't save Earth either. Bulma glared at him, her tone sharp. Raditz glanced at her. This woman's eyes were bright, filled with fear, yet brimming with defiance. He found it somewhat amusing. Here she was with a battle power of less than 5 daring to challenge a Saiyan at such a moment. Yet strangely her defiance wasn't off-putting. Raditz sat back down. Hurry up. Bulma snorted and resumed treating his wounds. Goku walked over to the communicator staring at its darkened screen. If Vegeta is suspicious, will he come immediately? Not immediately, Raditz replied. But he will verify. How? Keep sending signals, check the ship's records, track my communicator's location, or simply head toward this star sector and search planet by planet. Krillin felt a chill run down his spine. That's way too persistent. Raditz sneered. Vegeta isn't looking for me because he cares. He paused, his gaze darkening. What he cares about is whether anyone dares to betray him. No one in the lab responded. After a moment of silence, Goku suddenly said, then let's deceive him again. Raditz looked up at him. Goku spoke with utter seriousness. Since that signal managed to throw him off, we send another to reinforce the belief that you're elsewhere. Krillin's eyes lit up. Yeah, keep the lie going. But Bulma shook her head. No, the more frequently we send signals, the easier it is to expose us. Think about it. How could a damaged spaceship wreck have such stable communications, eh? Goku was stumped. Bulma turned to Raditz. You were thinking the same, weren't you? Raditz nodded. Right now, the more we explain, the more it looks like we're guilty. Then what do we do? Krillin grimaced. Just stay silent and wait to die. Raditz looked at the communicator. Not stay silent. His gaze turned cold. Let it speak for me. Bulma raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Raditz pointed to the data module synchronized from the spaceship wreckage. The ship has combat logs, damage records, and residual life signatures. Since Vegeta suspects me, you'll give him an answer he's willing to believe. Bulma caught on instantly. You want to fabricate an accident scene? Not fabricate. Raditz's lips curled slightly. I was indeed injured, the ship was indeed damaged, and the communications were indeed abnormal. We just need to piece these fragments into a different story. Goku scratched his head. What kind of story? Raditz looked at him, his tone calm. Raditz found Kakarot and discovered that Kakarot's son had extraordinary potential, so he tried to capture the brat. But the ship was accidentally damaged, signals got scrambled, and Raditz himself was severely wounded, forcing him to stay stranded on a remote, desolate planet. After hearing this, Krillin couldn't help but say, isn't this still a lie? Yes, Raditz answered bluntly. But this time it's not a hard lie. It's taking what Vegeta already knows and arranging it into an explanation he can accept. Bulma's eyes grew brighter. She had already grasped Raditz's reasoning. If they gave a flawless fake coordinate, Vegeta would be suspicious. But if they offered a jumble of chaotic fragmented data laced with errors and damage marks, it would seem more authentic. Because real accidents are never clean. I can do it. Bulma turned and sat at the computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. But I need the raw damage data from the wreckage, and you'll have to provide some standard Saiyan ship malfunction codes. Raditz looked at Dr. Briefs. Has the wreckage been moved in yet? Dr. Briefs nodded leisurely. I've already had the robots drag it into Warehouse 3. By the way, the outer shell material of your ship is quite fascinating. I just cut off a small piece. Raditz's eye twitched. Who told you to cut it? Dr. Briefs looked innocent. A scientist's hands are always a bit quicker than their brain. Bulma face-bombed. Dad, don't take it apart too much yet. We still need it to fool the aliens. Well, then I'll dismantle just a little. Raditz suddenly wondered if entrusting the ship to this family was safe or even more dangerous. But there was no choice now. Bulma began falsifying the data. Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi couldn't help and could only wait on the sidelines. Gohan sat in the corner, hugging his knees, occasionally stealing glances at Raditz. Raditz noticed his gaze. What are you looking at? Gohan flinched and whispered, your injury. Does it still hurt? Goku also looked over. Raditz was about to snap back coldly, but the words caught in his throat. This brat had nearly sent him to the afterlife with that headbutt. But he was just a child after all. And the future Gohan was the key to defeating Cell. It hurts, Raditz said flatly. Gohan was stunned as if he hadn't expected the admission. Raditz looked at him. So you'd better remember, when your power spirals out of control, it doesn't just protect others, it can also hurt them. Gohan lowered his head, frightened. Goku crouched down and patted his head. Gohan didn't mean to. I know. Raditz looked at Goku. But the enemy won't care whether he meant it or not. Goku didn't argue. He realized this brother of his had a sharp tongue, yet always hit the most crucial points. Bulma suddenly spoke. The data is ready. Everyone immediately gathered around. On the screen was a complex string of coordinates, damage codes, and residual life signatures. Bulma pointed to one section. I shifted the coordinates to this area. According to the star map you gave me, there are several barren planets nearby. The signal strength is set very weak, like the last fragmented transmission accidentally spat out by the wreckage. Raditz scrutinized it carefully and nodded. Add one more line. What? Combat objective not captured. Bulma paused. Raditz's gaze darkened. Let Vegeta think I'm still trying to capture Kakarot's son. That way he'll believe I still have some use, and won't abandon me immediately, or conclude I've betrayed him. Krillin couldn't help but remark, "You sure know how to play the villain." Raditz glanced at him. "To survive among villains, if you don't understand them, you'd be dead long ago." Krillin was left speechless. Bulma added that piece of information, and paused her finger over the send button. "Are you sure?" Raditz didn't answer right away. He stared at the screen as if already seeing Vegeta's cold, indifferent face before him. Once this signal was sent, no one knew how long it would buy them. Maybe a few months. Maybe a year. Or maybe Vegeta wouldn't believe it at all, and would set off even sooner. But right now they had no other cards to play. "Send it." Bulma pressed down. The signal was transmitted. In the lab, everyone held their breath. A few seconds. Dozens of seconds. Half a minute. The screen remained unresponsive. Krillin lowered his voice. Did it not go through? Just as Bulma was about to speak, the screen suddenly lit up. A reply popped up. Fragmentary record received. Target status unconfirmed. Krillin nearly jumped for joy. What does it say this time? Raditz stared at the screen where no new message appeared for a long while, and slowly let out a breath. At least he didn't see through it immediately. Bulma leaned back in her chair, finally relaxing a little. "So we fooled him for now." Raditz looked at her. "For now." Hearing this, Goku finally smiled. "Then let's train from now on." His tone was light, but it stirred something in Raditz's heart. Indeed, the real focus lay ahead. Deception could only delay death. Power alone could alter its course. Raditz pushed himself to his feet. "Bulma, how soon can you have the first version of the gravity chamber ready?" Bulma glared at him. "Can't you just heal your injuries first?" "No. You're really insufferable. You've said that already." Bulma let out an exasperated laugh and flipped through her design sketches. "If it's just a simplified version, 3 days. Krillin thought had misheard. 3 days? Bulma lifted her chin proudly. "Don't forget this is Capsule Corporation." Raditz looked at her, a genuine hint of a smile appearing for the first time. 3 days from now, I'm going in first." Goku immediately raised his hand. "Me too." Krillin looked at Goku, then at Raditz, and gritted his teeth. He'll give it a try too." Raditz shot him a glance. "You'll throw up." Krillin's face darkened. "Can't you say something nice for once?" "No." The atmosphere finally lightened a little. But just then the lab door suddenly slid open automatically. A robot wheeled in a metal box that had been extracted from the spaceship wreckage. "Dr. Briefs glanced at it and said cheerfully, "Oh, I almost forgot. There was something in the ship that hadn't been opened yet. Looks like an independent storage pod." Raditz's expression shifted instantly. He stared at the metal box, his pupils contracting. That was no ordinary storage pod. It was a Saiyan mission record case. Inside it very likely was the original command that Vegeta had personally issued before Raditz came to Earth. When the metal container was pushed to the center of the lab by the robot, Raditz's expression shifted. It was no ordinary storage pod, nor was it a spare part from a spaceship. That object was called a mission record capsule. Frieza's forces and the Saiyan squads used it to preserve mission orders, battle logs, navigation data, and when necessary, original archives for accountability. Simply put, this thing was a coffin, not filled with the dead, but with evidence that could send the living to their doom. Bulma saw Raditz's expression and her hand froze midair. "Is this thing troublesome?" Raditz did not answer immediately. He stared at the metal container, his voice so low it seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. "If it contains a complete mission log, Vegeta will eventually trace it." Krillin nearly jumped on the spot. Again, that Vegeta is such a persistent pest. Because he is no fool. Raditz approached the metal container, lowering his gaze to the dark red Saiyan symbol etched upon it. That was an encryption mark. If forcibly breached, the record capsule would automatically destroy part of its contents, while simultaneously sending an anomaly signal to the nearest Legion receiving terminal. This was the most infuriating part. Don't open it, and you don't know what's inside. Open it recklessly, and you might send Vegeta a direct alert. Bulma leaned in for a look, her brow furrowing slightly. This structure is different from the Scouters. There's an independent power source inside the shell along with anti-tamper circuits. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, his tone quite relaxed. "Quite interesting. It's a bit smarter than Earth's safes." Raditz shot him a glance. "Tamper with it wrong and Earth might be doomed ahead of schedule." Dr. Briefs nodded. "Then that makes it even more interesting." Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, "Dad." Goku stood nearby looking at the container, then at Raditz. "What's inside?" "Mission orders from before I came to Earth." Raditz did not hide it. "Vegeta ordered me to find Kakarot and confirm whether he had completed the mission to clear Earth. If Kakarot had become useless, I was to bring him back or dispose of him." Goku frowned. "Clear Earth." Those words grated on him. Krillin gritted his teeth. "So you Saiyans came to Earth in the first place to kill everyone here?" Raditz looked at him. "Yes." The answer was blunt. So blunt that the atmosphere in the lab instantly grew heavy. Goku remained silent. Krillin clenched his fists. Gohan hid behind Goku, his face pale. Bulma had also stopped moving. Raditz offered no excuses. There was nothing to excuse. Saiyans were that kind of race. At least under Frieza's army, that was the work they did. Invasion, slaughter, planet clearance, and then selling it off. "You sure admit it pretty readily," Krillin couldn't help but say. Raditz glared at him coldly. "If I didn't admit it, would Earth no longer be a target?" Krillin was left speechless. Goku suddenly spoke up. "But you're not doing that now." Raditz looked at Goku. Goku's gaze was still earnest. "You didn't kill that farmer, nor did you kill Gohan. You even helped us deceive Vegeta." Raditz was silent for a moment, then gave a cold laugh. Don't think too highly of me. I just want to survive. Goku nodded. That works too. Raditz frowned. What do you mean that works too? Goku smiled. As long as you don't want to destroy Earth now and are willing to fight against the worst guys together, then we'll go with that for now. Krillin's eyes widened. Goku, you're way too easygoing. Goku scratched his head. But arguing about this now won't help us beat Vegeta. Krillin opened his mouth, but finally couldn't find the words. Raditz looked at Goku, his feelings complicated. This guy wasn't stupid. It was just that his way of judging people was different from ordinary folks. He didn't look at what you said in the past. He only looked at what you were doing now. And that was precisely what made Son Goku troublesome. You couldn't bring yourself to dislike him, yet he was also very hard to deceive completely. Bulma tapped the table. Alright, we can discuss moral issues once the world isn't about to end. For now, let's deal with this box. She looked at Raditz. Can you open it? Raditz shook his head. I could use Saiyan identity verification, but it would leave an opening record. Then we can't use that. Bulma walked to the computer and pulled up the structural diagram of the scouter from earlier. Since it has anti-tamper circuits, it must have a judgment logic. We just need to make sure it doesn't know it's being taken apart. Krillin listened, looking baffled. That can work. Bulma didn't look up. Of course it can. When you're asleep, if someone secretly takes your wallet, you don't know you've been robbed until you wake up, right? Krillin's mouth twitched. That analogy sounds even more terrifying. Raditz watched Bulma begin to direct the robotic arms, inwardly acknowledging that this woman truly had guts. Faced with an alien device that might attract Vegeta, she didn't retreat, but instead tried to trick it. In a sense, she was no different from him deceiving Vegeta earlier. Except he was deceiving a person. Bulma was deceiving a machine. The robotic arm descended slowly, casting fine scanning beams over the metal container. Bulma stared at the screen, her expression focused. 3 layers of anti-tamper circuits. The power source is at the bottom, the recording chip is in the middle. Can't cut the power, cutting it triggers an anomaly. Can't force a read either, a forced read leaves access traces. Then how do we get it out? Goku asked. By creating a fake status for it. Bulma's fingers flew across the keyboard. Make it think it's still in the spaceship, hasn't been opened yet, and is still sleeping soundly. Dr. Briefs nodded from the side. Not a bad idea. Raditz looked at the dense circuits on the screen, suddenly feeling that his earlier thoughts had been too conservative. Bulma wasn't just support. She was a strategic asset. Without her even knowing the plot, he could only rely on his silver tongue. But with Bulma, he could turn that intelligence into something truly usable. Like the gravity chamber. Thinking this, Raditz suddenly spoke. Don't start the gravity chamber from 1 times. Bulma didn't look up. What are you planning now? The Saiyan homeworld planet Vegeta naturally has 10 times Earth's gravity. Hearing this, Goku was stunned. 10 times. Raditz looked at him. Yes. For a Saiyan, 10 times Earth's gravity isn't a limit, it's just the birth environment. Krillin felt a shiver run down his spine. Born into 10 times gravity. What kind of monsters are you? Raditz ignored him and continued. Kakarot grew up on Earth, but his body is still Saiyan. Your adaptation to 10 times gravity will be much faster than an ordinary Earthling's. Goku's eyes lit up. Then I can train it 10 times right away. No. Raditz cut him off quickly. Goku was taken aback. Raditz said coldly, your body is Saiyan, but your growth environment has always been Earth. Your bones, muscles, and the way your ki flows have all adapted to 1 times gravity. Jumping straight to 10 times will only hinder your movements in the short term. Goku scratched his head. Then where should I start? Raditz looked at Bulma. For the prototype gravity chamber, make it adjustable from 1 to 10 times. Bulma finally looked up. Didn't you just say 10 times was just the starting line? It's my starting line, not theirs. Raditz glanced at Krillin. An Earthling going in there might collapse at 3 times. Krillin's face darkened. Can you stop insulting me for 1 minute? Probably not. Raditz paused, then added, but you might not last a minute in there anyway. Bulma couldn't help but laugh. Krillin was so angry, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Goku, however, was already getting excited. He'll start with 2 times first, then slowly work my way up to 10. Suit yourself, Raditz said. But he'll start at 10 times. Bulma frowned at him. You're still injured. Which is exactly why I need to hurry. Do you completely ignore what the doctor said? You're not a doctor. But the equipment is mine. Raditz looked at her. Bulma crossed her arms, unyielding. They locked eyes for a few seconds before Raditz finally looked away. Fine. He'll wait until I'm a bit better. A faint smile curled at the corner of Bulma's mouth. Krillin muttered quietly beside them. I feel like Bulma keeps him in check even more than Piccolo does. Goku thought seriously for a moment. Maybe it's because Bulma is scarier. Bulma turned and glared at him. I can't hear you. Goku immediately shut his mouth. Just then the robotic arm finally came to a halt. Bulma stared at the screen, slowly letting out a breath. Done. The metal container hadn't opened, but the contents of the internal chip had been completely replicated. A video file appeared in the center of the screen. Raditz's expression instantly darkened. Bulma looked at him. Play it. Raditz was silent for 2 seconds. Play it. The screen flickered. Vegeta's image appeared before them all. That young, ruthless face, even as just a recording, carried a suffocating pressure. Raditz. The image of Vegeta spoke. Go to Earth. Confirm Kakarot's status. If he has lost his worth as a Saiyan, kill him. Goku's expression shifted slightly. Gohan tightened his grip on Goku's clothes. Vegeta's voice continued. If Earth has already been cleared, retrieve the planet's evaluation data. If not, give him one last chance. If he refuses, dispose of him along with that planet. Krillin clenched his jaw. Master Rose's face was heavier than ever before. Bulma fell silent too. The Vegeta on the screen gave a cold smile. Don't disappoint me again, Raditz. The video ended. The lab was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone finally truly realized that the Saiyan invasion Raditz had spoken of was not a threat, nor an exaggeration. It was real. From the very beginning, Earth had already been targeted. Goku looked down at his own fists, his voice much lower. I won't let them do it. Raditz stared at Vegeta's frozen face on the screen. Then you'd better get stronger fast. Just as Bulma was about to close the file, a hidden attachment popped up in the corner of the screen. She was startled. Wait, there's something else. Raditz frowned. What? Bulma opened the attachment. The next second, a star chart unfolded. On the chart, a red marker was slowly blinking. Next to it was a line of Saiyan script. After Raditz read those words, his expression changed completely. It was a backup route preset by Vegeta. The destination was not the barren star they had just fabricated. It was the star system where Earth resided. The destination was not the barren star they had just fabricated. It was the star system where Earth resided. The moment the star map unfurled, every breath in the laboratory seemed to be seized. Within the pitch-black cosmic chart, a crimson route slowly illuminated. It was not the barren star coordinates they had just fabricated. It was a backup route inscribed into the mission log far earlier. The starting point was the star sector where Vegeta and Nappa resided. The destination was a marked region, the star sector where Earth lay. Krillin felt his scalp tingle, his voice trembling. What does this mean? Didn't we fool them? Bulma did not answer immediately. She sat at the computer, rapidly zooming in on the star map and adjusting the scale, trying to discern the precise scope of that crimson route. Seconds later, she looked up with a grim expression. Bad news. He doesn't have Earth's exact coordinates, but he already knew the general direction. Krillin's vision darkened. So all that deception earlier was for nothing? Not exactly. Raditz stared at the route, his voice icy. Vegeta knows Kakarot was sent to this star sector, but he doesn't know which specific planet Earth is. Goku frowned. So he can still find this place? Yes. Raditz looked at the screen. It just takes time. Krillin was utterly crushed. Time, always time. How much longer do we have? Bulma had already begun calculating. She fed the spaceship wreckage's speed data, the standard velocity of Saiyan pods, and course deviations into the model. Numbers cascaded wildly across the screen. No one spoke in the lab. Even Goku fell silent. Moments later, Bulma stopped, her face even more serious than before. If they completely believe the fake barren star coordinates, they'll detour to the wrong area first, and then research. In that case, we have about a year. Before Krillin could sigh in relief, Bulma added. But if Vegeta doesn't buy it, and follows the backup route directly, the time will be much shorter. How much shorter? A few months. Krillin nearly came apart. A year down to a few months. That's a huge gap. Raditz, however, was not surprised. That was just Vegeta's nature. He could be delayed, but never completely led by the nose. The fake signals had bought them time, but they couldn't turn Vegeta into a fool. Goku gazed at the crimson route and suddenly asked, what if we go to him now? Everyone turned to Goku. Krillin was startled. Goku, don't do anything reckless. Goku was earnest. Since he's coming anyway, if we go to him first, we can keep the fight off Earth, right? Raditz glanced at him. And then, oi. Goku was taken aback. Raditz sneered. Are you going now to let Vegeta kill you early, or let Nappa bury everyone in the ship along the way? Goku scratched his head. I guess so. Not I guess. Raditz pointed at the star map. Vegeta is at 18,000, Nappa at 4,000. You can't even beat me now, let alone them. Goku wasn't angry. He just looked down at his hands. Then he'll just have to train. Right. Raditz lowered his voice. Not ordinary training. Training like your life depends on it. Krillin winced. You Saiyans can push yourselves to the limit, but what about an Earthling like me? If I go into 10 times gravity, won't I get flattened into a pancake? You don't need 10 times. Raditz shot him a glance. Start at 1.5. Krillin's face darkened further. Hey, you're really underestimating me. Bulma said flatly from the side. Based on your physical data, 1.5 times is already pushing it. If you want to jump straight to 3 times, I can prepare a stretcher. Krillin shut up instantly. Master Roshi, leaning on his staff, suddenly spoke. Training isn't just about gravity. Everyone looked at him. His face lacked its usual frivolity. Goku, your power grows fast, but your use of ki isn't refined enough. Same for Krillin. Against that kind of gap, brute force alone won't catch up. Raditz raised an eyebrow. He had almost forgotten. Earth's martial arts might have low battle power, but their techniques were truly formidable. The sensing, control, burst, and restraint of ki, Saiyans were crude in those areas. The original Raditz had relied solely on his scouter. Once the scouter broke, he was practically half useless. That was his weakness. He knew the plot, knew about the gravity chamber, and knew about the Saiyan physique. But true mastery over ki, he might not surpass Goku. He might even be inferior. With that thought, Raditz turned to Master Roshi. Can you teach ki control? Master Roshi looked up at him. Are you willing to learn? Raditz didn't hesitate. If it makes me stronger, I'll learn. Master Roshi chuckled. You're straightforward. Pretending to be humble won't save my life. Master Roshi nodded. Good. You have strength and combat experience, but you rely too much on external judgment. True martial arts aren't just about numbers. Raditz fell silent. It sounded like an old man's lecture, but he knew it was the truth. Goku was the perfect example. Battle power numbers only told part of the story. What truly decided life and death were burst, judgment, technique, and adaptability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nearly been killed by Goku and Piccolo working together. Bulma minimized the star map and swiveled her chair. Alright, let's divide the work clearly. As she spoke, she slipped into a command mode. He'll handle the gravity chamber scouter decryption spaceship wreckage analysis and keep interfering with Vegeta's signal assessments. Krillin couldn't help but quip. Bulma, you talk like you're the captain. Bulma crossed her arms. Can you build a gravity chamber? No. Can you crack alien signals? No. Then shut up. Krillin silently shuffled half a step behind Goku. Goku nodded seriously. Bulma is very reliable. Bulma gave a satisfied hum. She then turned to Raditz. You're in charge of laying out all the Saiyan intel, Tails' great ape's weaknesses, fighting styles, and the personalities of Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz nodded. Fine. Goku and Krillin will focus on training. As for Piccolo, Bulma looked out the window. Will that guy come? Raditz sneered. He will. Krillin was skeptical. How do you know? Because he's afraid of dying. Krillin's mouth twitched. If Piccolo heard that, he'd kill you. He can't. No sooner had he spoken than a frigid voice came from outside the window. Are you sure? Everyone spun around. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Piccolo hovered in midair with his arms crossed, his cape rustling in the night wind, his face as dark as a pot. Krillin nearly jumped out of his skin. Piccolo. Raditz looked at the window, showing no embarrassment at being caught. You're here faster than I expected. Piccolo snorted and descended onto the balcony. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to cooperate with you. Goku smiled. Then why are you here? Piccolo's face soured further. I'm just confirming whether this Saiyan has stirred up more trouble. Bulma pointed at the crimson route on the screen. You came just in time. The trouble's already huge. After Piccolo saw the star map, his gaze darkened. Though he didn't understand much about technology, he could grasp one thing clearly. The enemy was truly coming, and they were strong. Piccolo was silent for a moment, then turned to Raditz. You said earlier for me to go to the lookout and see that old man. Raditz grunted. You and Cammy are originally one. He knows more than you do. Piccolo's eyes turned cold. You even know that? Raditz didn't explain. I know a lot of things, but what you should be most concerned about right now isn't how I know, but whether you can get stronger before Vegeta arrives. Piccolo stared at him. Sensing the tension, Goku quickly chimed in with a smile. Then let's all train together. Piccolo said coldly. Who said I'm training with you? Raditz replied flatly. Fine, don't train together. When Nappa comes, you can go die alone. A vein pulsed on Piccolo's forehead. Krillin whispered. He really knows how to push every button. Bulma nodded. But it's effective. In the end, Piccolo didn't make a move. That said it all. He wanted to win. He wanted to live. And he certainly didn't want to be casually crushed by some Saiyan from space. Bulma pulled up the design schematics again. The first version of the gravity chamber will be ready in 3 days. Adjustable from 1 to 10 times with 3 layers of safety systems. Goku starts at 2 times, Krillin at 1.5, and Raditz. She glanced at him. You recover first. Raditz frowned. 10 times. Say that again. Bulma squinted. Raditz looked at her, pausing. After I'm healed 10 times. Bulma nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Piccolo watched them and suddenly sneered. The Saiyan homeworld has 10 times gravity. Yes. Then he'll start at 10 times too. Krillin was shocked. Piccolo, are you crazy? Piccolo shot him a cold glare. I'm not an earthling. Raditz looked at Piccolo. Namekians were indeed physically strong, but 10 times gravity would be no picnic for the current Piccolo. But he didn't dissuade him. Piccolo wasn't the type to listen to advice. And the harder he pushed, the better it was for Earth. Goku grew excited. Then I want to try 10 times too. Raditz and Bulma spoke almost simultaneously. No. Goku was stunned. Bulma glared at him. None of you value your lives, do you? My gravity chamber isn't even built yet, and you're already planning how to destroy it. Goku chuckled sheepishly. They'll be careful. Raditz said coldly. Your idea of careful is getting knocked flying by my elbow, and then charging back in. Goku thought for a moment. That's not very careful, I guess. Bulma pressed her hand to her forehead in exasperation. Not a single one of these battle maniacs was easy to manage. Yet somehow, watching these people bicker about how to get stronger, she didn't feel as afraid as before. At least they weren't sitting around waiting to die. They were figuring things out. The night deepened. The lights in Capsule Corporation's lab blazed brightly. The gravity chamber design schematics were refined on the screen. The Saiyan star map was dismantled layer by layer, and Vegeta's backup route was marked in glaring red. Raditz stood before the screen, gazing at the route stretching from the depths of the cosmos. 1 year, maybe even shorter. Never before had he been so acutely aware that death hadn't left. It had merely stepped back a little. And what he had to do was, before death drew near again, transform himself from prey into predator. Just then a new analysis result popped up on Bulma's computer. She opened it casually, but the next second her expression changed. Raditz. What? Bulma stared at the screen, her voice tight. There's a hidden auto-trigger command in the mission log. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Saiyan script slowly appeared. If Raditz's mission fails, default secondary purge protocol is authorized. Notification Nappa. If Raditz's mission fails, the secondary cleanup protocol will be executed by default. Notification Nappa. The moment these words flashed across the screen, the surge of fervor that had just risen in the laboratory was instantly plunged back into icy water. Krillin stared at the screen, the corner of his mouth twitching. A secondary cleanup protocol. That doesn't sound like anything good. Bulma said nothing. Her face had already darkened as her fingers flew across the keyboard frantically, trying to extract the complete structure of the hidden command. Goku furrowed his brow and asked, "What does notify Nappa mean? Isn't Nappa with Vegeta?" Raditz fixed his gaze on the screen, his eyes icy cold. Of course they're together. He knew perfectly well that Vegeta and Nappa couldn't be separated now. The remnants of the Saiyan combat squad always operated with Vegeta as their core. So-called notify Nappa didn't mean Nappa was alone elsewhere. It meant that this backup command within the mission record box would directly sync the combat alert of the failed mission to Nappa's scouter. In other words, Vegeta would know and Nappa would know too. And a mind like Nappa's, upon receiving the prompt Raditz mission failed execute cleanup, wouldn't first analyze its authenticity. He would only get excited to come to Earth and kill. As soon as Krillin heard Raditz's explanation, his face turned pale. So, we just tricked Vegeta, and now this box is going to notify Nappa. Bulma gritted her teeth. Who the hell designed this thing? It's layers upon layers. Raditz remained expressionless. That's Frieza Force's style. Their specialty is trusting no one. He used to just find these mission devices troublesome. Now he realized just how lethal they were. The spaceship uploaded combat records. The scouter exposed communications. The record box automatically triggered backup commands. Every device was like an invisible chain binding him tightly under the surveillance of Vegeta and the Frieza Force. The old Raditz had grown accustomed to these chains. But now he only felt disgust. Goku approached the screen, staring at the incomprehensible Saiyan script. Can we stop it? Bulma didn't look up. I'm looking for the trigger time. It didn't just activate now. It was probably awakened when we copied the record box contents. But it hasn't been sent yet, or the scouter would have received a receipt. Krillin quickly asked, so how much time do we have? Bulma's keystrokes grew faster and faster. Don't rush me. Raditz glanced at the hidden commands code, his expression turning grimmer. It's a delayed trigger. Bulma's fingers paused. You can tell me. This kind of command doesn't send immediately. It waits for the main record to go silent, then disguises itself as a regular mission heartbeat signal before transmitting. Bulma understood at once. So while we were busy faking the accident record, it was hiding in the background waiting for an opportunity. Exactly. That's insidious. If the Saiyan command system weren't insidious, it would have been crushed by the Frieza Force long ago. Piccolo stood to the side, staring coldly at Raditz. So you used to spy on others with this kind of thing? Raditz glanced at him. I never had the privilege to spy on anyone. The statement was flat. As flat as if he were mentioning some trivial matter. But everyone in the laboratory could sense the weight behind it. Among the Saiyans, Raditz was not the one in control. He was the one being watched, commanded, and discarded at any moment. Goku looked at him, his eyes shifting slightly. Raditz paid no attention to their reactions. He pointed at the command core on the screen. This message can't be deleted. Bulma frowned. Why? Deleting it would leave traces. Then modify it. We can't just change it randomly either. The format Nappa's scouter receives isn't exactly the same as Vegeta's. Nappa might be stupid, but his scouter isn't. Krillin couldn't help but complain. You aliens. Why are even the devices for idiots so smart? Bulma stared at the screen and suddenly said, then don't stop it. Everyone turned to look at her. A glint of light sparked in Bulma's eyes. It wants to notify Nappa. Then let it notify. Krillin nearly jumped out of his skin. Bulma, don't scare me. Bulma ignored him and looked at Raditz instead. This command was originally supposed to tell Nappa that Raditz's mission failed and to execute the secondary cleanup protocol. What if we change the content to Raditz's mission is delayed target not captured cleanup, not to be executed for now, Raditz looked at her, a flicker of movement in his eyes. This woman's mind worked too fast. He had just thought about not deleting it, and she had already come up with let it send, but send a fake one. It's possible, Raditz said, but the tone can't sound too much like something we wrote. Bulma raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Nappa doesn't receive a manual, he gets a combat alert. The simpler it is, the more authentic it seems. Raditz closed his eyes, recalling that cold, rigid mission format. After a moment he spoke. Change it to target's potential abnormal. Raditz continuing capture. Cleanup protocol postponed. Awaiting Prince's confirmation. Goku scratched his head. The Prince is Vegeta. Yes. Krillin looked perplexed. So this basically tells Nappa, don't act rashly, listen to Vegeta. Raditz sneered. Nappa falls for that every time. Nappa was brutal, arrogant, and loved killing. But he was genuinely obedient to Vegeta. As long as the message included awaiting Prince's confirmation, even if Nappa's hands itched, he wouldn't act recklessly immediately. Piccolo snorted. You know them quite well. If I didn't, I'd be dead by now. Bulma wasted no more words and began modifying the command content directly. She wasn't simply replacing text. Based on the original mission code, she changed the failure judgment to capture delayed and pushed back the activation conditions for the secondary cleanup protocol. It was like swapping the fuse on an already lit bomb. One slight mistake could trigger an explosion. No one spoke in the laboratory. Even Goku held his breath. Gohan hid behind his father, whispering, Dad, will we win? Goku looked down at him. He wanted to smile and say no problem like he always did. But this time he didn't say it right away. Because he too knew that this enemy was different from before. After a moment, Goku crouched down and patted Gohan's head. It's going to be hard. Gohan's little face turned even paler. But Goku smiled. But Dad will work hard to get stronger. Raditz heard those words and his eyes shifted slightly. Work hard to get stronger. Coming from Goku's mouth, it sounded like a natural promise. But from Raditz's perspective, it felt more like a life-or-death military order. If he didn't work hard, he would die. If he didn't get stronger, everyone would be dragged into a fatal trap. That was the difference. Bulma finally stopped. It's done. The hidden command on the screen had been repackaged. The glaring secondary cleanup protocol had been pushed into a delayed state. Bulma took a deep breath and looked at Raditz. Send it or not. Once again, everyone's eyes fell on Raditz. Raditz stared at the new command, Nappa's boisterous laughter and Vegeta's cold gaze flashing through his mind. This time it wasn't just about tricking Vegeta. It was about deceiving the entire Saiyan mission system. If Nappa received it and asked Vegeta, and Vegeta found the format wrong, all the time they had bought would be lost. But if they didn't send it, the command would eventually transmit on its own. Raditz slowly exhaled. Send it. Bulma pressed the confirm key. The signal burst from Capsule Corporation, pierced through Earth's atmosphere, and vanished into the vast cosmos. On the screen, the transmission progress crept forward. Krillin clasped his hands together, muttering under his breath, "Please don't let anything go wrong. Please don't let anything go wrong." Piccolo's face remained cold. Is that supposed to help? Krillin shot him a glance. Then you do something useful. Piccolo's eyes turned icy. Krillin immediately ducked behind Goku. A few seconds later, the screen flickered. Mission alert sent. Awaiting receipt confirmation. The air in the laboratory tightened once more. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No receipt. Krillin could barely contain himself. Why no response? Bulma frowned too. The distance is too great. A delay in the receipt is normal. But Raditz suddenly felt something was wrong. It was too quiet. This stillness didn't feel like normal waiting. It felt more like the message had been received, but the other side hadn't replied immediately. His heart sank. Just then the scouter screen suddenly lit up. There was no text. Only a new audio clip. Nappa's voice rang out first. Vegeta, that waste Raditz actually sent a message. Krillin's face changed. Bulma's fingers froze. The next second, Vegeta's cold voice echoed. Read it. Nappa read the mission alert aloud in his gruff voice. Target's potential abnormal. Raditz continuing capture. Cleanup protocol postponed. Awaiting Prince's confirmation. After a brief silence, Nappa burst into laughter. Huh, that waste really thinks he can capture Kakarot's son. He can't actually be held up by a brat, can he? No one laughed. Everyone in the laboratory stared at the scouter. They were waiting for Vegeta's response. After a few seconds, Vegeta's voice finally sounded. Raditz may be a waste, but he's not foolish enough to fabricate such an excuse. Raditz felt a wave of relief. But Vegeta's next words made his heart sink again. Nappa marked this star sector. If Raditz hasn't returned within a year, we'll go there ourselves. Nappa laughed excitedly. Finally time to move. Not now. Vegeta's voice was ice cold. Let that waste keep trying. If Kakarot's son really has potential, bring him along too. If not. After a brief pause, he let out a cold sneer. Then that planet has no reason to exist. The audio ended. The screen went dark again. The laboratory fell into dead silence. 1 year. That timeline had finally been nailed down by Vegeta himself. Goku looked down at his fists, his eyes more serious than ever before. Piccolo turned and walked out. Krillin quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Piccolo didn't look back. The lookout. Bulma turned to Raditz. "The gravity chamber will be ready in 3 days. No, we start tonight." Raditz stood still, the bandage on his shoulder stained with blood. But a glimmer of light began to kindle in his eyes. It wasn't relief. It was the ferocity of being cornered. Vegeta had given them 1 year. Then they would use that year to forge this group of weaklings from Earth into monsters capable of crushing Saiyans. Just as everyone was about to move, the scouter screen flickered again. This time it wasn't Vegeta, nor Nappa. It was a string of unfamiliar military codes from a much farther distance. As soon as Raditz saw the marking at the beginning, his face turned even paler than before. It was the identification code of the Frieza Force. The Frieza Force. The moment these words appeared, Raditz's expression completely shifted. If Vegeta and Nappa were a blade a year away, then Frieza was the sky hanging over the entire Saiyan race. A blade could be dodged. When the sky fell, everyone would perish. No one spoke in the lab. Goku didn't know who Frieza was, but he could tell that any enemy capable of making Raditz wear such an expression was no ordinary foe. Bulma stared at the unfamiliar code on the screen, her brow deeply furrowed. This isn't Vegeta's signal. Raditz shook his head. No. His voice was low. This is the identification code of the Frieza Force. Krillin's mouth twitched. Another one. Is this Frieza more trouble than Vegeta? Raditz glanced at him. The look in his eyes sent a chill down Krillin's spine. Vegeta doesn't even have the right to resist before him. The lab fell into an instant silence. Goku's expression shifted as well. Vegeta's power level was 18000. That was already an enemy they could scarcely imagine overcoming now. Yet Raditz claimed that Vegeta couldn't even resist Frieza. That statement was more terrifying than any number. Bulma, undaunted, swiftly pulled the code into a separate window and began analyzing the signal's source. It's not a real-time communication, more like an automatic retrieval. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, her voice growing heavier. There's a hidden archiving program inside the mission record capsule. It synchronizes any anomalous records from the Saiyan squad to a higher-level army database. Raditz's fists slowly clenched. The Frieza Force doesn't trust Saiyans. Sounds like you have a terrible work environment. Bulma quipped without looking up. Raditz didn't refute her. Terrible. It was far worse than that. The Saiyans thought they were a warrior race that by conquering planets for Frieza, they earned their status through strength. But in reality, they were nothing more than caged beasts. When useful, they were unleashed to bite. When useless, they were disposed of without a second thought. That was how planet Vegeta met its end. But these were words Raditz couldn't fully speak now. Speaking them would be futile. The current Goku and the others had never even seen Vegeta, let alone understood what Frieza truly signified. Can you cut it off? Raditz looked at Bulma. Bulma didn't answer immediately. She stared at the signal structure on the screen, her lips pressed tightly together. It's already activated, but the transmission isn't complete yet. Unlike the record capsule earlier, this archiving program is very short, as if it's only sending an anomaly code. What happens if this code gets sent out? Krillin asked cautiously. Raditz replied coldly. At the very least, the Frieza force will know that a Saiyan mission in this star sector has encountered an anomaly. Krillin swallowed hard. And at worst, Frieza himself takes notice of this place. The temperature in the lab seemed to drop another degree. Goku asked in a deep voice, will he come to Earth? Not now. Raditz spoke quickly. Earth holds no value for him. As long as no one tells him there's something special here, he won't even give it a glance. As he said this, his voice suddenly paused. Bulma looked at him, a flicker of insight in her eyes. Something special. She had keenly caught that phrase. From the beginning, Raditz had paused at similar points more than once. This alien was still hiding things from them. And very important things at that. Bulma didn't press him immediately. Now was not the time. She lowered her head and continued operating. The red progress bar on the screen had already jumped to 67%. No time left. Bulma gritted her teeth. This program can't be disguised. It can only be forcibly cut off. But cutting it off will leave a blank record. Raditz's eyes darkened. A blank record is better than sending it out. I think so too. Bulma's fingers slammed down on the confirm key. The equipment in the lab hummed simultaneously. Several connecting cables lit up with a blue glow, as if forcefully yanking back a line that was surging toward the cosmos. The red progress bar on the screen froze at 73%. Then it exploded into a mess of garbled code. Bang! A plume of black smoke rose from the scouters. Krillin jumped back in fright. It blew up again. Bulma took off her goggles and let out a long breath. It didn't blow completely. It's been cut off. Raditz walked over, looking at the residual data on the screen. Force archiving failed. Local records damaged. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, the Frieza force wouldn't receive the complete anomaly report. But before that relief could fully settle, his heart sank again. Vegeta had given them 1 year. Though the Frieza force's transmission was cut off, the fact that the record capsule contained an archiving program meant that such things were not unique. The spaceship, the scouters, the mission capsule. Each one could harbor trouble. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would become. They had to be quick. The story couldn't wait for them to adapt slowly. The enemies wouldn't wait for them to grow at their own pace. Raditz turned his gaze, sweeping over Goku, Krillin, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Piccolo, who was on the balcony preparing to leave. From now on, no one has time to waste. His voice wasn't loud, but it compelled everyone to look up. Vegeta has set a 1-year deadline. Nappa will wait, but not for long. The Frieza force's archiving program was cut off once, but that doesn't mean it won't reappear. Krillin gave a wry smile. Could you not talk as if we're all going to die tomorrow? Raditz looked at him. If you do nothing, there's little difference between dying tomorrow and dying a year from now. Krillin immediately fell silent. Goku, however, wasn't afraid. He asked only one question. How do we train? Raditz looked at him, a strange sense of absurdity welling up inside him. This was Son Goku. When the sky fell, he asked how to train. But it was precisely this kind of person who would time and again shatter the impossible. You and Master Roshi will start with controlling your ki. Raditz said. Your body has immense potential, but your current power is too scattered. If you want to catch up to Vegeta's sheer brute, training won't be enough. Goku nodded. Okay. Krillin, same for you. Krillin pointed at himself. Me too. You don't want to train? He'll train. Krillin quickly nodded. Piccolo sneered. What about me? Raditz looked at him. You go to the lookout. Piccolo's eyes turned cold. He greatly disliked being ordered around. But this time he didn't immediately retort. Can the god make me stronger? At the very least, he can show you where you're weak right now. Piccolo snorted. You'd better not be lying to me. What benefit would I get from lying to you? Haven't you lied to enough people? Raditz looked at him calmly. At least I've only ever lied to those who wanted me dead. Piccolo stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly turned and flew away. He'll be back. Goku waved at him. Good luck, Piccolo. Piccolo almost halted in midair. In the end, he only left behind a cold snort. Bulma had already pulled up the gravity chamber blueprints again, pushing the initial design directly into manufacturing mode. I don't care how you guys train. I'm starting the rush job tonight. She looked at Dr. Brief. Dad will need the materials from warehouse 3, 5, and 7. And the energy core. Pull out the backup 1, 2. Dr. Brief nodded with a cheerful smile. Sure. But if it explodes, remember to give me a heads up. I'd like to record the explosion data. Bulma closed her eyes in exasperation. He'll try not to blow it up. Raditz looked at her. 3 days. Bulma didn't turn around. I know. I need stable operation at 10 times gravity. I know. The safety system can't limit the output, otherwise the training will be useless. Bulma finally turned around to glare at him. You want to train, not commit suicide. I'm in charge here. Raditz frowned. Bulma didn't back down an inch. I understand you want to get stronger. But if you crush yourself to death in that gravity chamber, all my work will be for nothing. No matter how tough a Saiyan is, you have to be alive to be useful. Goku nodded. Bulma's right. Krillin muttered quietly. It's rare to see someone who can keep him in line. Raditz shot him a cold glare. Krillin immediately began studying the ceiling. Bulma wasted no more time. She led a group of robots and technicians to start dismantling the spaceship wreckage. Capsule Corporation was like a slumbering giant forcibly awakened. In the night, warehouse doors opened, mechanical arms whirred to life, and the glow of welding sparks lit up the area piece by piece. Goku and Krillin were taken by Master Roshi to an open area outside the training room to start over from the most basic key control. Gohan was told to rest, but he couldn't sleep. He could only sit with his knees drawn up watching the adults work. Raditz didn't sleep. He stood at the entrance of the medical room watching the prototype of the gravity chamber being assembled piece by piece. The wound on his shoulder still ached, but he had no mind to spare for the injury. Only those numbers echoed in his head. 1500, 4000, 18000, and further beyond 53000. The gap was so vast it was despairing. Yet the more despair he felt, the less he could afford to stop. At dawn, the first simplified gravity core was completed. Bulma emerged from the lab with dark circles under her eyes holding a control panel. The initial test chamber is finished. Goku's eyes lit up instantly. Krillin also crowded in. Raditz looked at the newly assembled silver-white chamber, and his heartbeat finally quickened. Bulma pressed the switch. The hatch slowly opened. The interior lights came on, and a mechanical prompt sounded. Gravity simulation system activated. Current multiplier 1 time. Bulma turned to look at Raditz. Let me be clear first, this is only for testing. No reckless behavior. Raditz didn't answer. He walked straight toward the hatch. Bulma's expression changed. Hey, your wound hasn't healed yet. Goku followed. Maybe I should go first. Raditz stopped in front of the hatch and looked back at them. Vegeta won't wait for my wound to heal. He stepped into the chamber. The hatch closed. Bulma gritted her teeth and pressed the control panel. 1 time normal. Raditz stood inside the chamber flexing his wrists. 10 times. Bulma snapped, don't even think about it. Raditz raised his head to look at everyone outside the glass. His gaze was as cold as a blade, yet burned like fire. Bulma, activate 10 times. Bulma wanted to curse, but the next second she saw Raditz's tail slowly tighten behind him. He wasn't being stubborn. He was racing against time for his life. Bulma bit her lip hard, and her fingers finally landed on the control key. Adjusting gravity multiplier. 2 times. 5 times. 10 times. Boom. The moment 10 times gravity crashed down, Raditz's knees buckled sharply, and the metal floor beneath him let out a piercing screech of deformation. At the same time, the control console suddenly erupted with frantic alarms. Bulma's face went pale. Wait, there's still an unidentified external signal inside the chamber. At the same time, the control console suddenly erupted with frantic alarms. Bulma's face went pale. Wait, there's still an unidentified external signal inside the chamber. At the same time, the control console suddenly erupted with frantic alarms. Bulma's face went pale. Wait, there's still an unidentified external signal inside the chamber. The instant the alarm blared, the entire testing area was bathed in red light. Unauthorized signal detected. Signal source unknown. Gravity chamber control system compromised. Bulma's face paled as her fingers flew across the console. Damn it. This signal is coming from the gravity core. Krillin had just run over and nearly stumbled upon hearing this. The gravity core. Wasn't that just built? How can there be an alien signal inside it? Bulma gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on the screen. I didn't put it in there. It came from the energy module of the spaceship wreckage. She finished speaking and abruptly looked into the chamber. Under 10 times gravity, Raditz's knee was nearly pressed to the floor. A faint dent was stamped into the silver-white metal by his feet, and the bandage on his shoulder was stained red with fresh blood. Yet he did not fall. He braced himself on his knees, jaw clenched, veins bulging on his neck. 10 times gravity. This was not just a number in a training room. This was the weight of planet Vegeta, the environment a Saiyan is born to endure. But Raditz's body had not truly experienced such pressure for years, and with his recent injuries, every muscle screamed in protest. He could feel his blood pooling downward. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible giant hand. Even his breathing became labored. Yet he smiled. It was not a relaxed smile. It was a fierce grin forced out by the peak of agony. So this is 10 times gravity. He muttered, his voice hoarse as it came through the communicator. Goku stood outside the glass, his eyes blazing with intensity. He wasn't just watching. He was truly sensing. Even through the gravity chamber, he could tell how immense the pressure Raditz was enduring. 10 times. Is it that intense? Krillin's eyes widened. Goku, can you not say that in such an excited tone? He looks like he's about to be crushed. Goku scratched his head. But he's still standing. You call that standing? Krillin pointed inside the chamber. His knees are practically kissing the floor. Bulma had no time for them. The external signal was worming its way into the control system through the energy lines. The gravity multiplier began to fluctuate. 10 times. 10.3 times. 9.7 times. 11 times. Bulma's expression grew darker by the second. We can't have it jumping like this. Master Roshi frowned. Unstable gravity will tear his body apart. Raditz heard them. He lifted his head abruptly, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Don't turn it off. Bulma was furious. Are you insane? The system is compromised. Don't turn it off. Raditz's voice was heavier. This signal might be the ship's backup transmission program. Bulma's fingers paused. How do you know? A guess. Bulma nearly laughed in exasperation. You're betting your life on a guess. Raditz stared intently at a flickering red light inside the chamber. That wasn't a light from the gravity room itself. It was a hidden chip they had missed when dismantling the ship's energy module. Frieza's force and the Scion's equipment never relied on just one failsafe. The ship was destroyed, but there were record capsules. The record capsules were fooled, but there was an archiving program. The archiving program was intercepted, and the energy module hit a backup transmitter. These things were like vipers one after another. If he didn't root them all out, he would never be able to train in peace. It's waiting for the energy to activate. Raditz said, panting. Once the gravity core starts, it awakens. Bulma understood immediately. So it's not actively transmitting, it's leeching power from the gravity chamber. Right. Then I should definitely turn it off. If you turn it off now, it will detect the energy anomaly. Raditz raised a hand, bracing himself against the metal wall, and straightened up bit by bit. The 10 times gravity made his bones creak and groan, but he forced his spine erect. It will send out its final cache. Bulma's face darkened completely. Was there no end to these alien devices? Krillin was dumbfounded. So we're stuck. We can't turn it off, and we can't leave it on. We can turn it off. A cold smile curled at the corner of Raditz's mouth. But first we have to trick it into overloading. Bulma's eyes lit up. She understood what he meant. If that hidden chip was awakening using the energy module instead of cutting the power directly, they could feed it a stream of chaotic data in reverse, making it believe the transmission was complete or forcing it to burn out under the gravity core's high load. The problem was this required the gravity chamber to keep running, and Raditz was inside it. Can you hold on? Bulma asked. Raditz didn't answer immediately. He took a step forward. Boom. His foot landed, denting the floor, and he nearly fell to his knees again. His shoulder had gone numb with pain, and the edges of his vision were darkening. But he still lifted his head to look at Bulma through the glass. It's only 10 times. Krillin's mouth twitched when he heard that. Only 10 times. Can you at least pull your knees off the floor before you act tough? Bulma was livid too. Fine, you're tough. You better not make me come in there to scrape you off the floor. Raditz gritted his teeth in a cold sneer. You can't get in. Bulma almost wanted to set the gravity to 0 and drag him out for a beating. But as her fingers hovered over the console, she calmed down. This was not the time for a quarrel. She pulled up the energy core data and began tracing the hidden signal in reverse. Goku suddenly walked over to the console. Can I go in? Bulma didn't even look up. No. Goku pointed at himself. I'm a Saiyan too. You'd just be another problem in there right now. But I can help him. Raditz's voice came from the chamber. Not needed. Goku looked at Raditz through the glass. Raditz was looking back at him. The two brothers stared at each other through the reinforced barrier. One had just learned he was a Saiyan and hadn't truly understood that identity yet. The other had crawled out of a certain death script covered in blood, but clung desperately to his chance to live. Goku was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Then don't fall. Raditz snorted. You'd better worry about yourself. When I get out, you're next in. Goku's eyes sparkled even brighter. Good. Krillin facepalmed beside them. You Scions are hopeless. Bulma had no energy to complain. She had finally locked onto the hidden chip's location. Found it. On the screen, a red dot appeared at the base of the gravity core. The chip was tiny, embedded within the protective layer of the energy module. It was invisible during normal disassembly. It only activated when the energy module ran at full capacity under 10 times gravity. It's collecting life signs and gravity operation data from the chamber. Bulma spoke rapidly. If this gets sent out, Vegeta or Frieza's force will know someone here is modifying training equipment using a Saiyan energy module. Raditz's eyes turned cold. That must never be allowed to leave. Once Vegeta knew Earth was already studying Saiyan technology, his suspicion would be at its peak. If Frieza's force found out, the trouble would be even greater. A low-level planet suddenly showing traces of modified Saiyan equipment. That alone would be enough to warrant an investigation. Burn it out, Raditz said. I'm working on it. Bulma's fingers flew across the keyboard so fast they were almost a blur. But it's tied to the gravity core. If I force a burn, the whole gravity system will go with it. Krillin was horrified. Explode. Again. Bulma snapped. You want to try? Krillin immediately fell silent. Raditz stared at the fluctuating multiplier on the display and suddenly spoke. Set the gravity to 12 times. Bulma jerked her head up. What did you say? 12 times. No. It's drawing power from the gravity core. The higher the multiplier, the greater the load. Raditz gritted his teeth. If 10 times won't burn it, then 12 will. Bulma's eyes were red with fury. You can't even stand as it is. Then let me stand. Raditz finished speaking and abruptly lifted his other foot. He stopped leaning on the wall. Slowly he straightened up. Under 10 times gravity, his body trembled, but his tail gradually tensed like a bowstring pulled taut. The Saiyan instinct was awakening. This was not Earth's gentle environment. This was the weight of a Saiyan, the gravity of planet Vegeta. His former body was supposed to have been born into such a world, but the old Raditz was too weak. So weak that born on a planet with 10 times gravity, he never truly forged that talent into a weapon. Not anymore. Raditz lifted his head, his voice hoarse, but steady. Bulma, increase it. Bulma stared at him intently. After a few seconds, she gritted her teeth and pressed the control key. Gravity multiplier adjusting. 11 times. Boom. Raditz's knees buckled, and the floor instantly caved in. Gohan was startled and clutched Goku's clothes. Goku unconsciously took a step forward. 12 times. Boom. An even more terrifying pressure descended. Raditz's feet sank deep into the metal floor, a trickle of blood seeping from between his teeth. But he did not kneel. He stood rigid. The load on the red chip on the console began to spike. Bulma's eyes sharpened. Now, she slammed a data stream disguised as gravity feedback into the hidden chip. The red dot on the screen flickered violently. Unknown chip overloading. Signal cache corrupted. Raditz's body had also reached its limit. He could hear his own bones creaking. But clearer than the physical pain was the ki being forced out by the gravity within him. Raw, violent, like a trapped beast. The old Raditz only knew how to gauge strength by battle power numbers. But at this moment, for the first time, he truly felt his own ki. It wasn't a number on a scouter. It was living power. He let out a low growl, clenched his fists, and forced himself to take a step forward under 12 times gravity. Bang! The floor shook. Goku's eyes lit up. Master Roshi narrowed his eyes. So that's it. Krillin didn't understand. What's it, eh? Master Roshi watched Raditz inside the chamber. He's starting to learn how to feel his own power without a scouter. Bulma didn't get distracted. She was glued to the chip's status. Suddenly the red dot exploded. Signal cache cleared. Unknown chip destroyed. It's done. Bulma slammed the gravity release. Gravity multiplier reset to 0. The pressure in the chamber vanished. Raditz's body swayed, and he finally collapsed to one knee. The chamber door opened, and Goku was the first one in. Raditz. Raditz lifted his head, his face deathly pale, but a smile was on his lips. 12 times. Goku was taken aback. What? Raditz panted. Next time. 15. Bulma rushed to the door, heard this, and her face darkened. You're going to the medical pod first. Raditz tried to say something else, but the console let out a soft beep. Bulma looked down. The destroyed hidden chip, though unable to send a complete signal, had spat out a fragment of corrupted data in its final moment. Only half a line appeared on the screen. Lunar phase recording synchronization complete. The smile on Raditz's face vanished instantly. The lunar phase recording synchronization is complete. When these half lines of text appeared, the smile on Raditz's face froze completely. Just now he had endured the limits of his body under 12 times the gravity, forcefully burned away the hidden chip, and even felt the chi within him for the first time. But at this moment, the excitement brought by that breakthrough was completely crushed. Lunar phase recording. These 4 words made his scalp tingle even more than the previous Frieza force identification code. Bulma saw his expression and immediately realized something was wrong. What is this? Goku supported Raditz, frowning as he asked, lunar phase. Does it mean the moon? Raditz did not answer immediately. He looked up at the night sky outside the laboratory. The clouds were thick tonight, and the moon was not visible. But just because it is not visible does not mean it does not exist. As long as the moon is still in the sky above Earth, and as long as the Saiyans' tail remains, the monster hidden in their bloodline could awaken at any moment. Gohan was still young. Goku's tail was already gone, but he still had his tail. If he lost control, things could be worse than if Vegeta arrived early. Bulma walked to the screen and pulled out the fragmentary data. It did not emit a complete signal, but it did indeed record the changes of the moon phases on Earth. Why does your Saiyan ship need to record this? Raditz leaned on Goku's hand and stood up, his expression darkening. Because the moon is not just a moon to the Saiyans. Krillin felt a jolt in his heart. That sounds ominous. When there is a full moon, Saiyans with tails will transform into great apes. Raditz's voice was not loud, yet it fell into the laboratory like a bomb. Battle power increases tenfold. The air instantly became thick with tension. Krillin's mouth dropped open. Tenfold. Bulma was also stunned. She instinctively looked at the tail behind Raditz, and then at Goku. Wait a minute, didn't Goku have a tail when he was a child? Goku was taken aback. The turtle hermit's expression had already changed. He knew about this before anyone else present. During the first World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku had transformed into a giant ape under the full moon and nearly destroyed the entire venue. It was also then that the moon was shattered by the turtle hermit using the Kamehameha wave. Later, the moon restored itself and Goku's tail was removed. But the turtle hermit had never connected this event with the Saiyans in the universe. Now all the clues were finally connected. Goku looked at Raditz, his voice somewhat hesitant. So when I was a child, I could transform too. Raditz looked at him. You didn't know? Goku shook his head. I only remember Grandpa saying not to go out on a full moon. At this point, he suddenly stopped. Sun Wukong's expression changed gradually. Memories from many years ago surfaced from the depths of his mind. The death of Grandpa's son Gohan, the enormous monster with unknown reasons, and that strange warning he had always taken lightly. Don't look at the moon on a full moon. Goku lowered his head, his voice much softer. Could it be that, Grandpa? The laboratory fell silent. Even Krillin did not speak. Raditz looked at Goku's expression, feeling a sinking in his heart. This matter was not just a battle setting for Goku. It was the most painful scar from his childhood. Raditz could have said it directly, in a very cold tone. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly chose not to. You were just a child back then. Goku raised his head. Raditz avoided his gaze, his voice still stiff. The uncontrollable great ape lacks reason. What it does not equate to your choices when you are conscious. Goku remained silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly clenched his fists. So we can't let Gohan become like that. This statement made everyone turn to the corner at the same time. Gohan was sitting there, his little face pale. Behind him a small tail swayed uneasily. Bulma gasped. Gohan has a tail too. Gohan was startled by everyone's gaze and quickly shrank closer to Goku. Daddy, will I turn into a monster? Goku squatted down and hugged him. No, Gohan, Daddy won't let you become like that. Raditz quickly spoke up. Don't say that too confidently. Goku looked at him. Raditz pointed at Gohan's tail. As long as the tail is still there, as long as he sees the full moon, he will transform. Unless we cut off his tail or completely control the great ape's power. Krillin immediately said, then can't we just cut it off? Raditz shot him a cold glance. You make it sound so easy. Krillin shrank his neck. I'm just trying to find a solution. Raditz leaned against the wall and walked to the glass window, looking at the sky covered by clouds. The tail is both a weakness and a weapon for the Saiyans. Without control, the tail is a death warrant. If controlled, it is a tenfold increase in battle power. Bulma reacted the fastest. You mean you don't want to cut it? Cannot cut it. Raditz said. Vegeta and Nappa both know about the great ape transformation. Even if we destroy the moon, Vegeta can create an artificial moon. By then, if we have no countermeasures, we will only be more passive. The turtle hermit frowned. An artificial moon. Raditz nodded. A skill mastered by the Saiyan royal family that can create an energy sphere similar to a full moon, triggering the great ape transformation. Krillin's eyelids twitched. Wait, Vegeta is already at 18,000, and if he turns into a great ape, wouldn't that be 180,000? As soon as this number came out, even Krillin felt he was about to suffocate. 180,000. They didn't even know how to deal with 18,000. What concept is 180,000? Just standing there for them to hit, they might not even be able to move him. Goku's expression also became serious. He finally understood why Raditz changed his face upon seeing the lunar phase recording. Vegeta was already terrifying enough. If he transformed into a great ape, Earth would have no chance of winning. Bulma suddenly spoke up. Then let's prepare two plans. Everyone looked at her. She had already walked to the computer, quickly pulling up a new design interface. Continue with the gravity chamber, but I want to add a moonwave simulation and a moonwave shielding system. Raditz's eyes moved. Can you do it? You need to tell me the conditions required for the great ape transformation first. Raditz thought for a moment. The bruise wave of the full moon, the eyes receive values above a certain threshold, and the tail is still there, then the transformation will occur. Bulma's fingers flew across the keyboard. In other words, we can shield it, and we can also simulate it. She spoke faster and faster. The shielding device is used to prevent Gohan and you from losing control. The simulation device is used for low-intensity tests to study your BOTUS reactions in advance. Krillin was sweating from his forehead. That sounds very dangerous. Bulma shot him a glance. Did you just realize we are doing something dangerous? Krillin was at a loss for words. Goku looked at Raditz. Can you control the great ape? Raditz was silent for a moment. I cannot guarantee it. This was not modesty. He was a Saiyan warrior, knew about the great ape transformation, and had experienced great ape battles. But knowing and completely controlling were not the same thing. The savage instincts in the great ape state would be amplified. Raditz's battle power was 1,500, and as a great ape, it would be 15,000. If he lost control at Capsule Corporation, West City could be directly crushed by him. Goku stood up. Then let's train until we can control it. This statement was very simple. Simple as eating and drinking. Raditz glanced at him. Do you really think that just saying to practice will make it work? Goku smiled. If you don't practice, it definitely won't work. Raditz was at a loss for words. This guy could be frustratingly stupid at times, but at other times so simple that it left him speechless. Bulma projected the new design onto the screen. Let's not discuss whether or not to become a great ape. The most important thing right now is how much lunar phase data that hidden chip synchronized. She enlarged the incomplete content emitted by the burnt chip. Only half of it, no complete coordinates and no complete lunar phase cycle. But it recorded a specific time point. Raditz felt a slight heaviness in his heart. When Bulma looked out at the night sky and then at the calendar automatically calculated by the computer. Her face turned grim. 3 days from now. Krillin felt that he was almost allergic to the words 3 days from now. Another 3 days, Bulma nodded. 3 days from now, full moon. Gohan's little face turned pale at once. Goku hugged him tightly. Raditz's tail also involuntarily tightened for a moment. 3 days from now, the initial version of the gravity chamber would be completed. 3 days from now, full moon. 3 days from now, they would not only have to face training issues, but also 2 ticking time bombs with Saiyan blood. One was Gohan. The other was Raditz himself. Bulma took a deep breath. Let's revise the plan. She pointed at the screen. Continue with the gravity chamber and make the moon wave shielding device as well. It must be completed before the full moon in 3 days. Raditz, you need to tell me all the bruise wave data you know. Raditz nodded. Sure. Gohan must not see the moon. Goku immediately said, he'll keep an eye on him. Don't be too assured either. Raditz said, children's emotions are even more unstable, especially after he just exploded once. Goku's expression became serious. I know. The turtle hermit stroked his beard. It seems that no one will be able to rest in these 3 days. Krillin sighed. I suddenly feel that it was easier fighting against Demon King Piccolo in the past. Suddenly Piccolo's voice came from the doorway. That means you were too weak back then. Everyone turned their heads. Piccolo had actually returned. He stood at the door, his cloak still carrying the chill of the night wind, his expression darker than when he left. Goku was somewhat surprised. Piccolo, didn't you go to the God Temple? I did. Raditz looked at him. What did the Supreme Kai say? Piccolo's gaze fell on the tail behind Raditz, then glanced at Gohan. That old guy said 3 days from now full moon. The atmosphere sank once again. He also said one more thing. Piccolo walked into the laboratory, his eyes cold. If you can't control it, destroy the moon. Goku frowned. Raditz was also silent. Destroying the moon was indeed the fastest way. But the problem was that Vegeta could create an artificial moon. If they destroyed the moon in the sky, it would at most solve the immediate risk, but not the deadlock a year later. Bulma suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Don't destroy it. Everyone looked at her. Bulma's eyes were bright and determined. The moon hasn't offended anyone. Why should we blow it up every time something goes wrong? Krillin muttered, is this the main point? Of course this is the main point. Bulma glared at him, then looked at Raditz and Goku. Since the problem is loss of control, then we should solve the loss of control. Since the enemy will use the moon, then we will learn how to use the moon first. Raditz looked at her and suddenly smiled. This woman is truly crazy. But her madness is quite useful. All right. He stood straight, supporting his injured body, his tail swaying slowly behind him. 3 days from now, we want to destroy the moon. We will tame it. In that instant when these words fell, the heavy clouds outside were suddenly torn apart by the night wind. A beam of cool moonlight spilled into the laboratory. Gohan's tail behind him stiffened abruptly. The fragments of Raditz's detector also emitted a piercing beep on the table. The moment the moonlight poured into the laboratory, Gohan's tail behind him suddenly stiffened. The fragments of the detector on the table emitted a piercing beep. Combat power rising. Bulma's expression changed, and she instinctively lunged towards the control panel. Close the windows. Lower the blackout shutters. The Capsule Corporation's automatic system immediately activated, and heavy metal blackout shutters descended from all sides with a clattering sound, completely blocking out the moonlight outside. Gohan's little face turned pale as he curled up in Goku's arms, his tail still trembling uncontrollably. Goku held him tightly, his voice soft. Gohan, it's okay now. Gohan looked up, fear evident in his eyes. Dad, what happened to me just now? Goku did not answer immediately. He didn't know how to explain. How could he tell a 4-year-old child that a monster hidden within him could destroy a city at the sight of a full moon? Such words were hard for even Goku to utter. Raditz leaned against the wall, his complexion equally grim. He had felt it too in that fleeting moment. The tail felt hot, blood raced, and something deep within his body seemed to be violently tugged by the moonlight. If not for Bulma's quick reaction, and if the moonlight hadn't shone in for just a brief moment, no one knew what would have happened. You saw it right. Raditz's voice was hoarse. This is the trouble of the Saiyans. Krillin swallowed hard. Trouble? Is that what you call trouble? This is like being strapped with a bomb, isn't it? Piccolo shot him a cold glance. That's why we need training. Bulma quickly recorded data at the control panel, her expression unusually serious. Just a bit of moonlight and Gohan's combat power started to rise. Raditz, your body data also fluctuated. Raditz murmured in acknowledgement. The full moon can't wait. I know. Bulma turned around, her eyes no longer flustered. The moonwave shielding device will be ready tonight. We will also modify the gravity chamber. Before the full moon in 3 days, we need at least one place that can contain you all. Krillin whispered. Sounds like we're preparing to imprison a monster. Do you have a more accurate description? Bulma looked at him. Krillin fell silent. Goku suddenly asked, Raditz, if we cut off the tail, would that prevent the transformation? Gohan's body trembled. Raditz noticed. He paused for a moment before shaking his head. It's possible, but it's not the best solution right now. Goku frowned. Raditz looked at Gohan's thin tail, his voice deepening. The tail is both a weakness and a strength. Vegeta and Nappa would also utilize the Great Ape transformation. Cutting off the tail now would just be avoiding the issue. When they come, they will use artificial moons to force us into a dead end. Then let's learn to control it before it goes out of control. Easier said than done. Raditz shot him a glance. This is a power that is inherently beast-like. If you can't control it, you'll end up harming your own people. Bulma slammed her hand on the table. So from now on, listen to me. Everyone turned to her. Bulma projected a brand new plan onto the screen. The initial version of the gravity chamber will be divided into 2 sections. One for Raditz and one for Goku and the others. Gohan will not enter high gravity for now and will undergo moonwave reaction tests first. The moonwave shielding device will be completed within 3 days, and on the night of the full moon, everyone will enter the underground experimental area. Krillin looked at the densely packed arrangements and couldn't help but say, Bulma, you really do seem like you're planning for the apocalypse. Not much difference. Bulma didn't look up. Raditz looked at the training plan on the screen and suddenly spoke up. Starting tomorrow, I'll enter 10 times gravity. Bulma immediately glared at him. You're not healed yet. Vegeta won't wait for me to heal. You've already said that today. Because it's the truth. Bulma was so angry she wanted to curse. But Goku raised his hand beside her. I want to go in too. Krillin looked at Goku, then at Raditz, gritting his teeth. I'll train too. Piccolo snorted coldly. Don't slow us down. Krillin's face darkened. Can you not be so annoying the moment you open your mouth? Piccolo ignored him and turned to walk out. Goku asked, Piccolo, where are you going? To train. Piccolo did not stop his steps. While you guys are arguing here, I've already wasted enough time. Raditz watched Piccolo leave without stopping him. Good. The fear had already taken root. Next, these people would strive to become stronger without him having to push them. Because they had truly realized that the enemy a year later was not a warning of crisis, but a notification of death. That night no one at Capsule Corporation slept. Bulma and Dr. Brief worked through the night to modify the gravity chamber. Goku and Krillin were taken to the training ground by Master Roshi to hone their bodies and basics. After Gohan was coaxed to sleep by Goku, he woke up again shortly after sitting on the edge of the bed, holding his tail in a daze. Raditz on the other hand stood outside the gravity chamber, gazing at the silver door that hadn't been fully welded yet. He knew that ki was important. Goku's true strength lay not only in his Saiyan physiology, but also in the application of ki through Earth's martial arts. Master Roshi King Kai and Popo could all teach him about ki control, but there was no time now. 1 year. Only 1 year left. He did not have the luxury of slowly learning from the sensation of ki or gradually cultivating his mind. He could only use the most primitive, harsh, and direct methods first. Gravity, combat, recovery, then fight again, to squeeze this Saiyan body to the limit. The next day the gravity chamber officially started. Raditz was the first to enter. The moment the 10 times gravity pressed down, his wounds nearly burst open again. Bulma shouted at him through the glass, calling him insane. Raditz did not respond. He simply walked forward step by step. At first he couldn't even throw a proper punch. 10 times gravity felt like countless hands pressing his bones down to the ground. Every time he lifted his leg it felt like he was carrying a mountain. But he did not back down. Half an hour later he collapsed. Bulma forcibly shut off the gravity and dragged him out to treat his wounds. 2 hours later he walked back in. Goku watched this scene, his originally smiling face slowly turning serious. He's really giving it his all. Krillin's lips twitched. That's not called giving it your all, that's called being reckless. Master Roshi stroked his beard, his voice low. Because he knows that if he doesn't push himself he will die. Goku fell silent for a moment. Then he walked towards another gravity chamber. 2 times. Bulma paused at the control panel. Are you sure? Goku smiled sure. Soon Goku was also pressed down to the point where his movements were deformed. But he didn't complain. He threw punches one after another, though slow they were stable. Krillin stood outside and watched for a while before gritting his teeth and entering the training cabin. 1.5 times. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Isn't that too little? Krillin chuckled awkwardly. Just trying to survive, just trying to survive. Time was forcefully pressed into their training. 3 days later, under the full moon, the underground experimental area of Capsule Corporation was brightly lit. Gohan was placed in the moonwave shielding cabin, while Goku stood guard outside. Raditz also stood in another isolation chamber, his tail secured by a special device to prevent sudden loss of control. When the moon rose, both their body data fluctuated simultaneously. Gohan cried. Raditz nearly broke through the restraints. Bulma cursed while pushing the shielding power to the maximum. Piccolo stood at a distance, his energy ball already gathered in his palm. Should they lose control, he would strike without hesitation. That night, they did not destroy the moon. Nor did they allow anyone to transform into a great ape. But everyone understood one thing. The power of the Saiyans was not just a gift. It was also a disaster. After the full moon, training accelerated dramatically. Raditz entered the gravity chamber every day. 10 times, 12 times, 15 times. His combat power began to rise visibly, not through skills nor through fine control of ki, but by relying on the Saiyans' most brute physical talent. Fall, recover. Tear, then recover. With every recovery, he could feel his body grow stronger than before. Bulma made a dedicated recovery chamber for him, which, although far inferior to the healing devices of Frieza's army, could still significantly shorten recovery time. She recorded data while scolding him for being reckless. Raditz never retorted, because he was indeed being reckless. Goku was also growing stronger. He lacked Raditz's combat experience from the cosmic battlefield, but had a more terrifying adaptability. 2 times quickly became 5 times, and 5 times turned into 8 times. When he first entered 10 times gravity, Raditz stood by and watched for a long time. Goku was drenched in sweat, but still smiling. This is the gravity of the Saiyans. Raditz coldly said, don't smile too early. 10 times is just the beginning. Goku wiped his sweat. Then let's continue. Raditz looked at him and suddenly understood why Vegeta regarded this brother as a thorn in his side. Such a person is too frightening. He is not the naturally strongest, but he can always catch up. Krillin's progress was not as exaggerated as theirs, but he was also trying hard. From 1.5 times to 2 times, then to 3 times. Every time he improved, he had to lie in the training room for half a day. But the next day, he still got up. Master Roshi did not stay in high gravity for long. He was more outside guiding Goku and Krillin not to rely solely on brute force to collapse themselves. Raditz had heard this a few times, but he did not stop to learn. Not because he didn't want to, but there was no time now. After solving the issues with Vegeta and Nappa before going to Namek, he had to find Master Roshi King Kai and Popo to learn ki control. But for now he could only focus on increasing his combat power. Piccolo became more silent after returning from the Sacred Land. He did not join the daily training at Capsule Corporation, but often suddenly appeared to fight Goku or Raditz. After every fight he turned and left without a word. Yet his presence was growing stronger. Everyone could feel it. Days passed one by one. Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber evolved from the initial version to the second, then to the third. The moonwave shielding device was shrunk into a portable device. Bulma began researching the language system of the Saiyan detector and casually turned Raditz's training data into a graph. One morning she stared at the data for a long time. Raditz, what? Your current combat power is no longer 1,500. Raditz had just walked out of the 20 times gravity chamber drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. He looked at the screen. The numbers were jumping and finally settled on a brand new value. Combat power 3280. Krillin's eyes widened in shock. It doubled. Goku also showed an expression of surprise. Raditz stared at the number, but did not smile. 3,280. It looked like it was rising quickly, but Nappa was 4,000. Vegeta was 18,000. Not enough. Far from enough. Raditz picked up a towel and wiped the sweat off his face. Starting tomorrow 25 times. Bulma was about to scold him when the alarm in the laboratory suddenly went off. It was not the gravity chamber alarm. It was the star domain monitoring alarm. On the screen, a red dot lit up in the cosmic map. Bulma's face changed drastically. There is a high-speed object approaching the outer solar system. Raditz looked up, his eyes instantly turning cold. How many ships? 2. Bulma's voice fell, and the laboratory fell instantly silent. Raditz had just emerged from the 20-fold gravity chamber. Sweat still glistened on his skin, and his muscles trembled faintly from prolonged high-pressure training. Yet at those 2 words his gaze turned icy cold. 2 spacecraft. That number was far too significant. Vegeta 1. Nappa 1. If it truly was them, Earth's death warrant had already been delivered to its doorstep. Krillin's face paled. But wasn't it supposed to be a year? How much time has really passed? Goku dropped his smile and strode swiftly toward the monitor. Have they already arrived? Bulma did not answer immediately. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she zoomed in on the stellar surveillance map. On-screen, 2 crimson dots surged toward the outer edge of the solar system, blazing fast, yet their flight trajectories were oddly irregular. Raditz stared at the 2 red blips for several seconds before his brows slowly knit together. Something's wrong. Krillin blinked in surprise. What's wrong? Their speed is off, and so is their course. Wiping sweat from his brow, Raditz stepped up to the screen. Vegeta's and Nappa's craft would never approach from this angle. If they followed the contingency route, they'd plunge straight for Earth, not orbit the solar system's periphery. Bulma immediately pulled up signal analysis. No life signatures. The tension in the lab eased slightly. Krillin patted his chest. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought we were fighting now. Bulma, however, remained tense. They're not life-bearing vessels, but neither are they ordinary meteorites. They're actively scanning. Raditz's expression darkened once more. Scout probes. Goku asked, sent by Vegeta. Not necessarily Vegeta. Could be residual autonomous search protocols from the mission system. Raditz watched the 2 red dots, his voice glacial. They're not here to fight. They're here to locate coordinates. Bulma understood instantly. If they scan Earth, it's tantamount to outright exposure. Exactly. Krillin's newly relaxed heart leapt back into his throat. Then what do we do? Shoot them down. Raditz didn't hesitate. Yes. Goku's eyes lit up. I'll go. No. Raditz and Bulma spoke almost in unison. Goku paused, startled. Bulma pointed at the screen. They're still at the solar system's fringe. How long would it take you to reach them? By the time you arrive, they'll have finished scanning. Raditz's voice was cold. Use the weapon module salvaged from the Saiyan ship. Bulma turned to him. That module hasn't been calibrated yet. Calibrate it now. Easier said than done. If they transmit Earth's coordinates, calibration won't matter anymore. Bulma gritted her teeth and rushed to the control console. Deep within Capsule Corp's underground warehouse, a crude launch platform, cobbled together from Saiyan ship weaponry and Earth satellite systems, was forcibly activated. Originally built only to test alien energy sources, no one imagined it would see real combat so soon. 10 minutes later, 2 azure-white beams tore through the night sky. Everyone stood before the monitor, watching the beams pierce the atmosphere and race into deep space. Krillin's palms were slick with sweat. Will they hit? Bulma focused intently on trajectory calculations. Be quiet. Don't disrupt my concentration. On screen, the 2 beams steadily closed in on the crimson blips. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. The first red dot vanished. Instantly, the second flickered violently, as if attempting to flee its orbit. Goku clenched his fists. So close. Raditz narrowed his eyes. It's transmitting a signal. Bulma yanked down another control lever. A third beam ascended from the ground, this time precise and lethal. The red dot on screen dissolved completely. For a breathless moment, silence gripped the lab. Then Krillin erupted into a jubilant leap. Hit. It actually hit. Bulma slumped into her chair and exhaled deeply. Nearly blew out my entire power core. Raditz studied the now calm stellar map, but felt no relief. The scout probes had come, which meant Vegeta's suspicion had never waned. Or perhaps that one-year countdown had always been a false comfort, a mirage of safety. The enemy could verify Earth's location at any moment by any means. He turned and walked toward the gravity chamber. Bulma frowned. What are you doing? Training. You're training right after shooting down scouts. Raditz didn't look back. If they came once, they can come again. The chamber door sealed shut. Gravity levels began climbing anew. 25-fold. Goku watched Raditz inside the chamber and suddenly smiled. I can't fall behind either. Krillin's lips twitched. You two are absolutely insane. Yet even as he spoke, he turned and headed for his own training room. After the scout probe incident, everyone grasped one undeniable truth. That year wasn't a period of waiting. It was a race against extinction. From that day forward, training intensified relentlessly. Raditz all but locked himself inside the gravity chamber. 25-fold, 30-fold, 35-fold. He couldn't yet truly control ki, and lacked Goku's refined earth martial artistry. All he could do was push his Saiyan physiology to its absolute breaking point. Everyday Bulma found him in the medical bay. Fractured bones, torn muscle fibers, internal bleeding, training-induced unconsciousness. She scolded him, yelled at him, even revoked his chamber access, temporarily. Yet Raditz always found a way back in. In the end, Bulma installed stricter biometric monitoring in the chamber. Raditz objected. Bulma cut him off with one blunt line. You're welcome to die, but not inside my equipment. I consider it bad luck. Raditz fell silent for 3 seconds, then accepted. Goku trained with equal ferocity, starting at 10-fold gravity and gradually scaling to 15, then 20. Unlike Raditz under Master Roshi's guidance, he prioritized harmony between body and ki. Raditz could see it clearly. Goku's power growth wasn't as explosive, but his movements grew smoother, his bursts more controlled, his timing more instinctive. That was the difference. Raditz stacked raw power. Goku was transforming strength into true combat mastery. Sometimes Raditz resented it. But resentment changed nothing. He knew there was no time to relearn ki from scratch. His sole priority was forging a body strong enough to survive Nappa's first punch. As for ki control, after the Saiyans' arrival, and before departing for Namek, he would seek out Master Roshi Kami and Mr. Popo to master that missing foundation. Otherwise, facing Frieza would only end in a more brutal death. Piccolo's progress was equally astonishing. He rarely stayed at Capsule Corp, spending most of his time shuttling between the lookout and the wilderness. He'd appear periodically, not to spar with Goku, but to challenge Raditz directly. At first, Raditz easily suppressed him. Later, Piccolo forced Raditz to fight seriously. And eventually their battles left craters and fissures across the wastelands outside Capsule Corp. Bulma raged repeatedly. Can't you two fight somewhere else? My land isn't free. Piccolo scoffed coldly. He struck first. Raditz smirked. You provoked it. Goku laughed carelessly beside them. Next time count me in. Bulma nearly hurled her wrench at him. Gohan's training was the most unconventional of all. Goku hesitated to subject him to high-gravity stress too early, but Raditz knew full well the terrifying power coiled within the boy. Thus Gohan underwent dual regimens. Mornings, basic physical conditioning with Goku. Nights, emotional stability trials inside Bulma's lunar wave suppression chamber. At first Gohan trembled the moment simulated lunar waves activated. Later he sat motionless for minutes. Eventually he maintained lucidity, even as his tail twitched uneasily. Raditz rarely praised anyone. Yet after one trial watching Gohan drenched in sweat, he offered only this. Didn't cry? That's something at least. Gohan's eyes lit up instantly. Goku chuckled warmly beside him. Gohan, he's praising you. Gohan whispered, really? Raditz turned and walked away. No. Yet from that day onward Gohan trained with unmistakable new resolve. Krillin never stopped either. He lacked Saiyan physiology and Piccolo's regenerative resilience, but he possessed solid earth martial foundations. Under Master Roshi's tutelage, his speed, reflexes, and ki bursts improved markedly. Though each time he saw Raditz and Goku's training metrics, he'd slump into self-doubt for hours, only to resume training the moment he recovered. I get it now, Krillin wheezed one day sprawled on the training ground. I'll probably never catch up to you monsters in this lifetime. Goku grinned. Krillin, you're already incredibly strong. Krillin waved a hand dismissively. Don't patronize me. Raditz passed by and remarked coolly. You truly can't match Saiyan biology. Krillin's face darkened. Can't you say something remotely human for once? Raditz halted. But combat isn't decided by biology alone. You're sharper than most cosmic foot soldiers, and far more adept at wielding ki. Krillin froze. He hadn't expected such words from Raditz. Raditz didn't glance at him. So don't die too soon. Among Earthlings, you're still useful. Krillin's lips twitched. I'll take that as praise. Time raced forward. 3 months later, Raditz battle power surpassed 5,000. That day he exceeded Nappa's baseline power, for the first time, in his natural state. Krillin celebrated as if he'd broken through. Bulma merely logged the data, and calmly reminded him. Don't forget Vegeta's at 18,000. Raditz didn't smile. He hadn't forgotten. 6 months later, Goku fully adapted to 20-fold gravity. Raditz began attempting 50-fold short-duration trials. That time he lasted only 3 minutes before collapsing unconscious. Bulma forbade him from touching the console for 3 days. His first words upon waking were, next time, I'll hold for 5 minutes. Bulma slammed his medical file into his chest. 9 months later, the second-generation lunar wave device was completed. Raditz sustained consciousness for 30 seconds under low-intensity lunar wave stimulation for the first time. Gohan too learned to suppress his tail's reaction inside the shielded chamber. This didn't mean they could control the Great Saiyan transformation, but at least they were no longer walking time bombs utterly unprepared. 11 months later, Capsule Corp's stellar surveillance detected distant trajectories, again. This time they weren't probes. They were 2 genuine single-pilot spacecraft. When Bulma projected their paths onto the screen, silence descended. No deviation. Direct vector, Earth. Raditz stood before the display gazing at the 2 crimson blips, so unervingly calm that even Bulma felt unsettled. Aren't you nervous? Raditz kept his eyes on the blips. Nervousness changes nothing. Then what does winning? Bulma paused. then handed him the latest battle power assessment report. Raditz took it. It listed several figures. His own, 9200. Goku's, 8400. Piccolo's, 7300. Krillin's figure trailed far behind, but still represented immense growth over his former self. This wasn't the final verdict. Battle power didn't define everything. Yet at least, they were no longer helpless bystanders staring upward in dread. Raditz closed the report. Not enough. Goku emerged from the training chamber, steam rising from his skin. Then train harder. Raditz glanced at him. We have only days left. Goku smiled. Even days can forge strength. That was pure Goku, bold, reckless, unwavering. In those final days, everyone pushed themselves to the brink. Raditz cranked the gravity chamber to 60-fold, brief, searing assaults on his physiological limits. Goku followed into ultra-high gravity, relying on his extraordinary adaptability to keep pace. Piccolo returned from the lookout with a deeper, more grounded aura. Krillin devoted himself entirely to speed and explosive output. Bulma no longer tried to stop them. She simply manned the console, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. The year reached its end. At dawn, Capsule Corp's alarm pierced the sky. Everyone looked up simultaneously. On-screen, 2 spherical spacecraft breached the atmosphere, trailing fire as they plummeted toward Earth. Bulma paled, but didn't retreat. Goku tightened his fists, eyes blazing with battle lust. Piccolo's cape billowed as he gazed coldly into the distance. Krillin swallowed hard, yet still stepped beside Goku. Raditz lifted his head, watching the twin fire trails draw nearer, and a slow, fierce smile curved his lips. Vegeta, Nappa, the year is over. This time, Earth is no longer your playground to trample. 2 spherical spacecraft, trailing flames, plummeted fiercely from the sky. Boom, boom. 2 deafening roars erupted almost simultaneously. The wasteland was scarred with 2 immense craters, smoke billowing upward like a mushroom cloud. The ground trembled, sending distant rocks cascading down. Raditz stood on a distant slope, his cape whipping in the fierce wind. He spoke not a word. His gaze was fixed solely on the 2 plumes of smoke. 1 year. A full year. From a doomed cannon fodder who had barely escaped death, when the special beam cannon grazed his shoulder, he had trained relentlessly to reach this point. A battle power of 9,200. For his former self, this was a height he dared not even dream of. Yet facing those 2, it was far from a guaranteed victory. Especially Vegeta. 18,000. Even though Goku and Piccolo had all grown immensely stronger over the year, the name Vegeta still loomed like a mountain, weighing on everyone's hearts. Goku stood beside Raditz, his orange martial arts uniform rustling in the wind. His eyes shone brightly. It was not fear. It was excitement. They're here. Yeah, Raditz responded. Krillin, standing behind them, swallowed hard. So, any chance we can still talk things out? Piccolo sneered. You can go ahead and try. Krillin's face twitched. Forget it, I didn't say anything. Gohan had been left behind in the safe zone of Capsule Corporation. Bulma had initially insisted everyone wear communicators, but Raditz only said Vegeta can intercept the signal, and she immediately modified them to short-range encrypted mode. Now Bulma's voice came through the earpiece. 2 life signs are out. The scouter has a lock on them. That tall, bald one around 4,000. The other short one. She paused. The reading's too high. The old scouter's shaking a bit. Krillin's face darkened. Bulma, can you not say things so terrifyingly at a time like this? Bulma ignored him. Raditz stared into the smoke, his voice low. Everyone remember, don't let them know your real strength yet. Goku glanced at him. You still want to trick them? It's not a trick. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Raditz's mouth. It's letting them underestimate us first. The smoke slowly dissipated. 2 figures finally emerged. One was tall and burly, bald, with a thick beard, his muscles straining against his battle armor as if it might burst at any moment. Nappa. The other was not tall, but his presence was as sharp as a blade. He had spiky black hair, a blue tight-fitting battle suit, and white armor, his face etched with innate arrogance and coldness. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans. He walked out from beside the spaceship, his gaze sweeping across the wasteland before quickly settling on Raditz. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Raditz. His voice was not loud, but it carried a pressure that instinctively made one tense up. Nappa, upon seeing Raditz, burst into a wide grin. Huh, so you worthless piece of trash didn't die after all. Raditz did not take the bait. A year ago, hearing Nappa say that might have stung. Now, he just found it annoying. Nappa strode forward a few steps, his gaze landing on Goku. So this is Kakarot. Vegeta also looked at Goku. His eyes lingered on Goku for a moment, then a sneer crossed his face. As expected, he has the stupid look of an earthling. Goku scratched his head. So you're Vegeta. Watch your tone, Kakarot. Vegeta said coldly. You are speaking to the prince of the Saiyans. Goku thought about it seriously. But I don't know any Saiyan prince. Krillin barely stifled a laugh. Raditz's eyelid twitched slightly. Coming from Goku, those words were not a taunt, yet they stung more than one. Vegeta's gaze indeed turned icy. Nappa, however, roared with laughter. Vegeta, this guy really has become an earthling fool. Vegeta ignored Nappa. He shifted his focus back to Raditz. Explain. Just 2 words. That commanding, condescending tone instantly stirred up the memories of the original Raditz within him. The old Raditz would have bowed his head under that stare. He would instinctively feel fear, quickly make excuses, and dread Vegeta's wrath. But now he simply lifted his head and met Vegeta's gaze. Explain what? The smile on Nappa's face froze. Vegeta's eyes suddenly turned frosty. What did you say? Krillin felt a chill run down his spine. Here we go. This guy's at it again. Raditz took a step forward. I said, what do you want me to explain? Why I didn't bring Kakarot back? Or why I didn't die? Or perhaps why Earth hasn't been cleansed the way you expected? Nappa's expression slowly twisted into a snarl. Raditz, you've grown some nerve. But Vegeta did not attack immediately. He stared at Raditz, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. Seems like you've been living it up on Earth this past year. Not bad. Raditz said flatly. At least nobody keeps calling me a waste. Nappa was furious. You're asking for death. He stomped the ground, shattering it, and his massive body shot toward Raditz like a cannonball. He was fast, at least more imposing than the Nappa in Raditz's memory from a year ago. But for the current Raditz, it was no longer beyond his reaction speed. Raditz stood his ground. Nappa threw a punch, the force of it causing the air to explode. Just as the fist was about to land, Raditz raised his hand. Bam! Fist met palm. A shockwave erupted the ground beneath them, instantly cracking. Krillin was forced back half a step, his expression shifting. Goku's eyes lit up. Piccolo crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. The dust settled. Raditz still stood firm. Nappa's fist was blocked with a single hand. Nappa's expression morphed from rage to shock. You? Raditz lifted his eyes, his voice cold. It's been a year, Nappa. Is this still all the strength you've got? The next second, he raised his leg. A knee strike slammed viciously into Nappa's abdomen. Boom. Nappa's eyes bulged, his massive body sent flying backward, crashing through a giant boulder before stopping. The wasteland fell silent instantly. Krillin's eyes went wide. He sent him flying. Goku grinned. Raditz has gotten a lot stronger. Piccolo snorted. At least the training wasn't for nothing. Vegeta's expression finally changed. It wasn't panic. It was surprise. Genuine surprise. Battle power over 9,000. Vegeta's scouter emitted a soft beep. Raditz, you've actually given me a little surprise. Nappa crawled out of the rubble, clutching his stomach, his face a mask of fury, overriding shock. You bastard. Raditz. You dare hit me. Weren't you trying to kill me just now? Raditz flexed his wrist. What, only you get to throw punches? Nappa roared, his aura exploding outward. Vegeta didn't stop him. He just stood there watching coldly. Clearly he too wanted to see just how strong Raditz had become. Nappa charged again. This time he didn't hold back. Punches, knee strikes, elbow blows, energy blasts, all aimed at Raditz's vital points. The wasteland was instantly torn apart, debris flying. Raditz didn't dodge far. He met it heat-in. This past year he hadn't trained in flashy techniques. It was brutal physical conditioning, explosive power under high gravity, and reflexes honed through countless beatings from Piccolo and Goku. Nappa was strong, but his fighting style was too straightforward, too crude. A year ago that raw power would have overwhelmed Raditz. Now he could see it. Bam! Nappa's punch missed and Raditz sidestepped, driving his elbow into Nappa's ribs. Nappa roared and swung his arm down. Raditz used his tail to flip, landing a kick squarely on Nappa's chin. Nappa staggered back. Raditz didn't pursue, just stared at him coldly. You're even slower than I thought. Nappa's forehead veins bulged with rage. Raditz. He raised both hands, energy blasts gathering in his palms. Raditz's eyes narrowed. Not good, he's going to start blasting. Krillin's face turned pale. Nappa wouldn't care if anyone was nearby. Just as Nappa was about to unleash the energy, Goku vanished, reappearing at Nappa's side. Hey big guy, you're not the only one he's fighting. Nappa was startled. Goku punched him square in the face. Bam! Nappa was sent flying again. This time he tumbled over a dozen times across the ground before stopping disheveled. Vegeta's expression turned completely cold. On the scouter, Goku's battle power fluctuated. Over 8,000. Nearly 9,000. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice carried a genuine chill for the first time. Even you've gotten stronger. Goku shook his hand. Everyone worked hard this year. Hard work. Vegeta looked as if he had heard a joke. And a low-class warrior's hard work is worthy of standing before me. Raditz looked at Vegeta and suddenly smiled. Vegeta, do you still think that birth rank determines everything? Vegeta's face instantly darkened. This was his sore spot. The pride of the Saiyan prince would not tolerate a challenge from a low-class warrior. Raditz. Vegeta slowly raised his hand and removed his scouter. It seems Earth has truly taught you to be ignorant of death. He casually crushed the scouter. Crack. The fragments fell through his fingers. A terrifying aura began to emanate from Vegeta. The ground started to tremble. Pebbles began to levitate. Krillin's face went pale. So this is 18,000. Piccolo squinted, his cape whipping wildly in the airwaves. Goku's smile faded. Raditz did not retreat. He stared at Vegeta, his heart pounding faster. Fear. Yes. But more than that, it was a year's worth of pent-up fighting spirit. He had waited too long for this day. Vegeta raised his hand, pointing a finger at Raditz. Let me see what this waste has learned in a year. A blinding beam of energy shot forth instantly. Raditz's pupils contracted. Scatter. Boom. The beam grazed past him, blasting a distant mountain peak into rubble. Amidst the smoke, Vegeta's figure vanished. The next instant he appeared before Raditz. His fist was already crashing toward Raditz's chest. Too fast. Raditz only had time to cross his arms. Bam. He was sent flying backward like a cannonball, slamming viciously into a rock wall. The rock face exploded. Debris tumbled down. Goku's expression shifted. Raditz. Vegeta hovered in midair, coldly gazing down at the dust cloud. Did a battle power of 9,000 make you think you could provoke a prince? From within the smoke, the rubble stirred. Raditz stood up covered in dust, blood trickling from his mouth, his arms numb, his chest feeling as if it had been crushed by a giant hammer. But he was still on his feet. He looked up at Vegeta, a grin spreading across his face. Is that all? Vegeta's eyes turned icy. Raditz wiped the blood from his lips, his voice quiet but clear enough for all to hear. Feels a lot lighter than I imagined. Lighter than I expected. As Raditz uttered these words, the air over the wasteland seemed to freeze for an instant. Krillin's eyelids twitched violently. He desperately wanted to warn Raditz. Brother, blood is still trickling from your lip. You were just punched into a mountain, not the other way around. Yet he dared not speak. For Vegeta's expression had darkened to an unbearable degree. What was the one thing a Saiyan prince could never tolerate? Not a powerful enemy. Not a grueling battle. But rather, a low-class warrior he had never deigned to notice standing before him and speaking in such a tone. Lighter. How dare Raditz claim his fist was light? Vegeta hovered motionless in midair, his gaze growing colder by the second. Raditz, you've become remarkably skilled at seeking death. Raditz emerged from the shattered cliff face, his chest still aching, his arms numb and nearly impossible to lift. That punch, he had barely blocked it. Vegeta's combat power was no empty boast. With a base figure of 18,000 and decades of relentless battlefield experience, he surpassed both Raditz and Kakarot at this very moment. Yet the problem was this: he could not retreat. Even knowing he was outmatched, he could not yield, even an inch, in spirit. Because he understood Vegeta all too well. The more you fear him, the harder he treads upon you. The lower you bow, the more he sees you as nothing but a dog. That was how Raditz had lived before. Now he refused to live that way again. Spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, Raditz lifted his head and locked eyes with Vegeta. So tell me, does it sting having your fist caught by a worthless warrior? Vegeta's gaze turned utterly glacial. The next instant he vanished. Raditz. Kakarot bellowed and lunged forward almost simultaneously. Boom. Vegeta's knee strike was intercepted by Kakarot's clenched fist. Two titanic forces collided midair. Shockwaves detonated outward, hurling shards of stone in every direction. Kakarot's feet carved deep furrows into the earth. His arms trembled faintly, yet he held firm, blocking the blow outright. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Kakarot, you wish to interfere? Kakarot raised his head, his gaze unwavering. You said it yourselves, you intend to destroy Earth. Vegeta sneered. Then I won't let you do as you please. No sooner had the words left Kakarot's lips than Raditz struck from the flank. No warning, only a devastating punch aimed straight at Vegeta's flank. Vegeta twisted aside, then lashed out with a sweeping kick. Raditz crossed his arms to block and staggered half a step backward under the impact. Kakarot seized the opening, closing in and unleashing 3 rapid-fire punches. Vegeta scoffed, his hands blurring into afterimages as he deflected every single strike. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, the 3 warriors became a whirlwind of clashing bodies. Nair detonated with each impact. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground. Krillin stood far away, his eyes straining, unable to follow their movements. Thighs is impossibly fast. Master Roshi's expression hardened. Their battle has long transcended the realm of ordinary martial artists. Piccolo stood on the opposite side, his gaze locked unblinkingly onto Vegeta. He did not rush in, not out of hesitation but calculation. He waited for the right opening. Vegeta was simply too strong. Rushing in recklessly would only disrupt Kakarot's and Raditz's rhythm. Nappa staggered upright from afar, clutching his jaw, his face contorted with furious rage. He'd nearly charged forward, then halted, watching Vegeta besieged between Kakarot and Raditz. It wasn't fear holding him back. It was Vegeta's unmistakable fury. To intervene now risked drawing Vegeta's wrath first, and yet standing idle while 2 low-class warriors ganged up on the prince made his blood boil. Damn it! Nappa ground his teeth. 2 low-class warriors, daring to raise their fists against Vegeta. At the heart of the battlefield, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly stormy. Raditz and Kakarot fought with no refined coordination. Indeed, their teamwork was crude, even disjointed. Yet therein lay the danger: their fighting styles were diametrically opposed. Kakarot moved with fluid grace and razor-sharp instinct, always seizing the narrowest opening at the most perilous moment. Raditz fought with raw, unrelenting ferocity. He cared nothing for elegance or perfect defense. Often he would absorb half a strike, just to land one brutal counter at close range. Ugly, yes, annoying, profoundly. Especially Raditz's tail. Vegeta had never imagined a day when Raditz's tail would become a genuine nuisance. Boom. Vegeta blasted Kakarot aside with a single punch, then spun and drove a crushing kick into Raditz's shoulder. Raditz grunted, his body flung sideways through the air. Yet in that same breath his tail snapped out, coiling tightly around Vegeta's ankle, and yanked him off balance mid-lunge. Kakarot seized the chance, drawing his hands to his waist. Kamehame. Brilliant blue light coalesced instantly. Vegeta's eyes darkened. Such a sluggish technique. You truly believe it can strike me? Energy erupted from his palms, shattering Raditz's grip on his ankle. But just as he prepared to evade, a flash of emerald streaked in from the side. Piccolo. Mekanka Sapo. Golden energy wave slammed forward, sealing off Vegeta's lateral escape route. Vegeta's expression shifted, sharply. Kakarot's voice roared in that very instant. Kamehameha boom. Searing blue beam erupted Hiden. Piccolo's Mekanka Sapo bore down from the flank. Raditz too wrenched himself upright, hands blazing with condensed energy, and hurled a sphere toward Vegeta's back. Three-way assault. For the first time, genuine fury flickered in Vegeta's eyes. You pathetic vermin. He threw his arms wide, terrifying ki erupting from his core. Explosive wave, beyond. A blinding white shockwave detonated outward from Vegeta's center, shattering Kakarot's Kamehameha, tearing Piccolo's Mekanka Sapo apart, and detonating Raditz's energy sphere mid-flight. All three warriors were hurled backward like ragdolls. Krillin was flung head over heels. Only Master Roshi's iron grip on his collar kept him from vanishing into the distance. At the wasteland's heart, a colossal circular crater now gaped before them. Vegeta stood at its bottom, scorched edges fraying his armor, a thin, fresh scratch bleeding faintly along his temple. Merely a scratch. Yet for Vegeta, it was a wound to his pride, unforgivable. He touched his temple, stared at the crimson smear on his fingertip, and his face darkened into pure, chilling menace. Very well. He lifted his head slowly. You have truly enraged me. Raditz rose from the ground, his chest heaving violently. That blast had nearly displaced his internal organs. Kakarot also stood, wiping blood from his lip, his eyes burning brighter than ever. Piccolo's cape hung torn at one edge, his expression was grim, but he did not retreat. Vegeta's aura surged higher, ground trembling more fiercely beneath their feet. Distant cliffs, fractured stone, cascading downward. Krillin paled. He isn't even serious yet. Raditz clenched his jaw. The most dangerous thing about Vegeta isn't his power. Kakarot turned to him. Raditz kept his gaze fixed on Vegeta. It's what happens when his pride is wounded. He discards all restraint. True enough, Vegeta slowly raised his hand palm facing the sky. Terrifying energy began to condense. Raditz's face went stark white. Scatter. He's aiming to obliterate Earth. Kakarot's expression twisted in alarm. Piccolo jerked his head upward, eyes locking onto Vegeta. Vegeta watched them all with a cold, mocking smile. Since you're so determined to protect this planet, I'll see exactly what you possess to shield it. The energy sphere swelled rapidly in his palm, blinding radiant like a miniature sun. Gallic gun. Raditz's pupils contracted sharply. This was madness, far faster than he'd anticipated. They weren't yet cornered, and yet Vegeta was already threatening Earth with a planetary-scale attack. Kakarot immediately assumed the Kamehameha stance. Piccolo began gathering energy. But Raditz knew it wasn't enough. If Vegeta truly unleashed that Gallic gun upon Earth, even their combined effort would push them to absolute breaking point. Nappa remained nearby. If they committed everything to blocking the blast, Nappa would seize the chance to strike from behind. Nappa had to be neutralized first. Raditz whirled, locking eyes with Krillin. Krillin flinched under that stare. Why are you looking at me? Nappa. Krillin froze. What? Raditz's voice was urgent, clipped. Kakarot and Piccolo, hold Vegeta. I'll pin down Nappa. You, find your opening. Hit him with your strongest technique. Krillin's face drained of color. Me. Hit Nappa. Didn't you train this entire year for speed and explosive power? But that's Nappa. Then you must be faster. Raditz seized Krillin's shoulders, his gaze fierce, unyielding. Listen, Krillin. You cannot defeat Nappa, but that doesn't mean you cannot wound him. Krillin stared stunned. Raditz's continued, voice low and sharp, he's arrogant, slow to react, and he holds Earthlings in utter contempt. You get one chance. Krillin gritted his teeth. He was afraid. Of course he was. Nappa's combat power stood at 4,000. Any casual strike could end him. Yet as he gazed up at Vegeta's gathering annihilation above, at Kakarot and Piccolo bracing themselves to intercept it, he realized with sudden clarity that he had no right to hide. This past year hadn't been training for himself alone. I understand. Krillin drew a deep, steadying breath, and his gaze hardened, resolute. Raditz released him and shot forward toward Nappa. Nappa was roaring with laughter, staring up at Vegeta's energy sphere. Ha! Yes, Vegeta, blow this planet to dust. Raditz materialized before him in a blur. You're laughing too soon. Nappa blinked, then snarled. Raditz, you dare come near me again. Why shouldn't I? Raditz launched a thunderous punch. Nappa roared, and met at Hiden. Boom. They crashed together once more. Meanwhile, high above, the Gallic gun had fully coalesced. Kakarot gathered light in his palms, bellowing with raw power. Kamehameha. Piccolo channeled his entire being into his hands. Mekanka Sapo, brilliant blue beam and a spiraling golden one surged skyward in unison. Vegeta grinned savagely and hurled the Gallic gun downward. Vanish. Three titanic energies collided, Hiden in midair, engulfing the entire wasteland in blinding, all-consuming light. Amidst the searing glare, Krillin fixed his gaze on Nappa's back. Sure enough, Nappa's attention flickered upward, drawn for a fleeting instant by the cataclysm overhead. Now, And Krillin raised both hands, golden energy blades spinning violently at his palms. In this year, he had poured every ounce of his explosive potential into this single technique. Not to win, merely to draw blood. In Destructo Disc, gleaming golden rings sliced through the air, silent lethal, aimed unerringly at Nappa's nape. Nappa sensed it, whirling around with a shout. In Raditz's eyes hardened, he took a crushing blow to the chest, then locked Nappa's arms in an iron grip. Krillin, in the Destructo Disc, shrieked forward. And Nappa's pupils shrank to pinpricks. The golden disc tore through the air with a piercing, ear-splitting shriek, hurtling straight for Nappa's nape. Nappa's pupils contracted sharply. He finally sensed the danger. It wasn't an ordinary energy sphere, not an attack that brute force alone could withstand. This thing was thin, yet terrifyingly sharp. It was like a flying blade, and this blade was already at his back. Bastard. Nappa roared, his muscles bulging as he struggled violently to break free from Raditz's hold. But Raditz had already given his all. Nappa's fist had slammed solidly into his chest moments ago. His ribs felt cracked, and his throat was filled with the taste of blood. Yet he didn't let go. He clung to Nappa's arms with all his might, his tail coiled around Nappa's waist, his entire body like an iron lock pinning Nappa relentlessly in place. Raditz. Nappa bellowed. You traitor. Raditz gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he smiled. Traitor. When did any of you ever treat me as one of your own, eh? Nappa's expression shifted. In the next instant, the Destructo Disc arrived. Shine. Blood sprayed. Nappa forced his head aside at the last moment, dodging the fatal strike to his nape. But his left shoulder couldn't evade. The golden disc sliced diagonally across his shoulder, brutally cutting through his battle armor, tearing flesh, and leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. Arg! Nappa howled in agony. Blood splattered across the wasteland. Krillin stood in the distance, his chest heaving violently, his hands still poised in the stance of releasing the Destructo Disc. He was stunned himself. He hit. He actually hit. He had wounded Nappa. That Saiyan with a power level of 4,000 who had been crushing them like a monster moments ago had his shoulder cut open by this earthling. Krillin's heart pounded wildly. Over the past year, he had been knocked down countless times. Crushed by the gravity chamber, outpaced by Goku, mocked by Raditz, and given cold stares by Piccolo. He knew he couldn't catch up to these monsters. But in this moment, he suddenly understood that not catching up didn't mean he was useless. As long as he seized the opportunity, an earthling could make even a monster bleed. Krillin. Amidst the energy clash in the sky, Goku's eyes lit up instantly. Nice one. Piccolo glanced over and snorted. At least the training wasn't for nothing. Krillin's lips were just about to curl into a smile when Nappa erupted in fury. Earthling. He suddenly burst his aura, forcibly shaking off Raditz. Raditz was sent flying backward, tumbling several times across the ground before stopping. Nappa clutched his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. His face twisted with rage. Not from the pain. At least not just the pain. It was humiliation. He had been wounded by an earthling. Wounded by a bald-headed weakling with a power level far below his own, using a treacherous energy blade. This was even harder to swallow than taking a punch from Raditz. He'll kill you. Nappa roared, charging at Krillin. Krillin's face paled. That last attack had drained a massive amount of his energy, and his legs still felt weak. Seeing Nappa rushing at him like a wild beast, his body instinctively wanted to dodge. But the speed gap was too vast. In an instant, Nappa was right before him. Die. The massive fist came crashing down toward Krillin. Krillin's pupils shrank. Just as the fist was about to land, a green figure cut in from the side. Bang. Piccolo kicked Nappa's flank, forcibly deflecting his punch. The fist wind grazed the top of Krillin's head and smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Krillin broke out in a cold sweat. Piccolo. Piccolo landed before him, saying coldly, "Don't just stand there waiting to die." Krillin gritted his teeth. "I know." Nappa turned his head to look at Piccolo, blood still oozing from his shoulder wound, his face full of brutality. "You low-class scum all deserve to die." Piccolo sneered. "Then come and try." Nappa roared and attacked Piccolo. Krillin forced himself to gather his energy once more. Raditz climbed up from the rubble, his chest burning with pain. He glanced at the blood on Nappa's shoulder, a faint smile curling at his lips. It worked. Nappa was injured. Though it wasn't a fatal wound, the Destructo Disc had broken through his defense. A broken defense leads to rage. Rage leads to poor judgment. A guy like Nappa, once consumed by fury, was no longer a calm warrior, but a savage beast. A beast is strong. But a beast reveals openings. Krillin. Raditz shouted toward the distance. Krillin, who was dodging Nappa's shockwaves, immediately turned his head upon hearing the call. "What? Don't rush the second shot." Raditz yelled as he charged over. "He's on full guard against your Destructo Disc now? Wait for me to create an opening." Krillin paused for a moment, then understood. Nappa was afraid. He was roaring about killing Krillin, but every time Krillin's hands began to gather energy, Nappa's eyes would instinctively flick over. That one strike had truly made Nappa afraid. A Saiyan afraid of being cut open could no longer charge around recklessly like before. "All right," Krillin agreed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, the energy clash in the sky had also reached its limit. Vegeta's Garlic Cannon was pushing Goku and Piccolo back relentlessly. The blue Kamehameha and the spiraling Special Beam Cannon were being forced down, and the ground below was scorched red by the terrifying residual energy. Goku braced his feet firmly against the rock, veins bulging on his arms. "Damn, he's so strong." Piccolo's expression turned grim. Stop blabbering. If we retreat any further, there'll be no ground left. Vegeta hovered in the air, a sinister grin on his face. Low-class warriors are still low-class warriors. Did you really think you could stop me by teaming up? Dream on. He pushed his hands forward again, and the light of the garlic cannon flared up. Goku and Piccolo grunted in unison as the ground beneath their feet shattered inch by inch. Raditz saw this, and his expression darkened. They couldn't stall. Vegeta's power was too immense. Goku and Piccolo couldn't hold out much longer. They had to take down Nappa quickly. Otherwise, once Vegeta freed himself, they would all be crushed. Raditz charged into the battle circle between Nappa and Piccolo. Nappa was being pinned down by Piccolo, and his shoulder wound was affecting his movements, making his reactions noticeably slower. Raditz gave him no chance to adjust, directly engaging in close combat. Bang! Raditz punched Nappa's injured shoulder. Nappa howled in pain and swung an elbow back. Raditz took half the blow, but used his tail to wrap around Nappa's calf. Piccolo seized the opportunity, immediately driving a knee strike into Nappa's abdomen. Nappa's body doubled over for a moment. Krillin's eyes lit up. Opportunity. He raised his hands, and the golden energy blade began to form again. Nappa sensed it instantly. His face changed, and he instinctively stepped back. Raditz's eyes turned cold. Scared now. Nappa was furious with humiliation. Me scared of you? Then why are you backing away? Piccolo added coldly. These words stabbed into Nappa's pride like a knife. Nappa completely lost control. He'll kill you all. He spread his arms wide, his aura surging wildly, preparing for an indiscriminate blast. Raditz's pupils contracted slightly. Fall back. But this time it wasn't Vegeta's explosion wave. It was Nappa's own large-scale energy burst. Boom. The violent energy wave swept in all directions. Raditz and Piccolo were both blasted away. Krillin was also knocked over by the shockwave, and the Destructo disc he had just formed nearly dissipated. Nappa stood at the center, panting heavily, blood dripping steadily from his shoulder. His eyes were completely bloodshot. You think this is enough to beat me? Raditz, you pathetic failure. Do you really think these earthling scum can help you stand up to Vegeta? Raditz rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. At least you're the one bleeding now. Nappa paused, then charged forward in a blind rage. And this time Raditz did not dodge. He charged straight at Nappa. They collided head-on. Nappa's strength still held the advantage. A single punch sent Raditz's chest caving in, pushing him back several meters. But in the moment of being struck, Raditz used his hands to lock onto Nappa's injured arm. Piccolo arrived almost simultaneously. His hand was like a blade, chopping fiercely at Nappa's knee joint. Nappa tried to dodge, but with his arm locked by Raditz, he was a moment too slow. Crack! A dull sound came from the knee. Nappa's body sank. Krillin! Raditz roared. Krillin was already prepared. This time he didn't shout the technique's name, nor did he give Nappa any time to react. The golden Destructo disc flew low along the ground, spinning toward Nappa's other leg. Nappa's face twisted. No, he tried to jump, but his knee was injured by Piccolo, and his arm was locked by Raditz. He couldn't dodge. Shine. Blood sprayed again. The Destructo disc cut across Nappa's calf, failing to sever it completely, but brutally tearing open a large swath of flesh. Nappa screamed in agony, finally losing his balance and falling to one knee. On the wasteland, everyone saw it. Nappa was kneeling. That arrogant Saiyan who constantly called others low class was now kneeling before the Earth's warriors. Raditz panted heavily, looking down at Nappa. Do you see now? This is the Earthling you look down on. Nappa looked up, his face twisted with fury. Raditz, I'm going to kill you. You won't get the chance. Raditz raised his fist, pouring all his power into his arm. Piccolo also began to gather an energy sphere. Krillin raised his hands once more, readying the final blow. But at that moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Enough. Vegeta's voice was as cold as a blade. In the next second, the garlic cannon in the sky suddenly changed direction, no longer clashing with Goku and Piccolo, but forcibly detonated by Vegeta high in the air. Boom! The terrifying explosion sent a white shockwave surging outward. Goku and Piccolo were blasted backward and landed heavily. Vegeta descended slowly from the smoke, his face devoid of any smile. His gaze fell upon the kneeling Nappa. Nappa's face turned pale. Vegeta. Vegeta looked at him, his eyes holding no sympathy, only utter coldness. How unsightly. Nappa trembled all over. Raditz's expression changed instantly. He knew that look too well. It was the same look Vegeta had given him when he lost his combat ability. Raditz stepped forward abruptly. Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand palm, aimed at Nappa. Nappa's pupils contracted sharply. Wait. Vegeta, I can still fight. I just got careless. Vegeta's voice was icy. Saiyans have no use for dead weight. Light gathered in his palm. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged forward. Goku. Stop him. Goku had just landed and hadn't regained his footing, but upon hearing Raditz's voice, his body instinctively shot forward. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. You want to save him? Then die together. The energy sphere erupted. Its target wasn't just Nappa alone. It was Nappa, Raditz, and the charging Goku. The energy sphere in Vegeta's palm erupted with a thunderous explosion. A blinding white light instantly engulfed the wasteland. Nappa's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. He gazed at the energy ball hurtling towards him, his face betraying not anger or defiance for the first time, but pure terror. He understood how ruthless Vegeta was. He also knew that Vegeta would never show mercy to the worthless. But when that murderous intent truly descended upon him, Nappa finally realized that in Vegeta's eyes, he was merely something that could be discarded at any moment. Vegeta! Nappa yelled. Yet Vegeta's gaze remained unfazed, as if discarding a useless stone. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged forward. This scene was all too familiar to him, etched into his memory. In the original Fate, this was how Nappa met his end. After being defeated by Goku, he was eradicated by Vegeta's own hand. Now this scene was repeating itself. Only this time Nappa was not waiting to die after being crippled by Goku, but was sentenced to death after being forced to kneel by their combined efforts. A voice roared within Raditz's heart. He couldn't let him die. Not because Nappa was a good person. Nappa was cruel, rude, and arrogant, killing without a second thought. But he was a Saiyan. A living Saiyan. In this universe, pure-blooded Saiyans were already pitifully few. Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa. Including Broly, who was far away on planet Vegeta, but that was another matter. With each death, there was one less. And if Nappa were to die at Vegeta's hands today, many things could never return to their former state. The Saiyans were still the same predator-prey society where the weak were abandoned upon failure. Raditz did not want to walk that path again. He rushed in front of Nappa, crossing his arms to block the energy sphere. Boom. The terrifying impact slammed into him. Raditz's feet sank into the ground, his chest feeling as though it had been struck directly by a meteor, blood surging up from his throat. But he did not retreat. Almost simultaneously, Goku charged in from the side. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave erupted forcefully, pushing back Vegeta's energy. Piccolo also gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Hell's own grenade. Green and gold energies intertwined, the three forces forcefully holding Vegeta's energy at bay in midair. The air rippled. Layers of the wasteland collapsed. Krillin was blown nearly off his feet, but still gritted his teeth, raising his hands ready to launch another Kamehameha at any moment. Nappa knelt on the ground, staring blankly at Raditz, who stood before him. His face was covered in blood, his shoulders and calves still bleeding, and his knees ached so badly he could hardly stand. But what left him more stunned than these injuries was Raditz's silhouette. Raditz was saving him. The useless one he had mocked for many years, the traitor he had just wanted to kill moments ago, was now standing in front of him, blocking Vegeta's attack. Raditz. Nappa's voice was devoid of anger for the first time. Raditz did not turn around. Shut up. He gritted his teeth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. If you want to live, don't kneel and wait for death like a dog. Nappa trembled all over. Vegeta hovered in midair, his face dark with rage. Raditz. His voice was low like a volcano being suppressed. You dare to block my attack for Nappa. Raditz looked up, his arms still trembling. Not for him. I do it for the Saiyans. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Raditz stared at him fiercely. Vegeta, you constantly speak of being a prince of the Saiyans. Then tell me how many Saiyans are left. Vegeta's expression slightly changed. Raditz's voice was hoarse, yet it drowned out the roar of energy. Planet Vegeta is gone. Your father is dead. Your kin are all dead. There are only a handful of pure-blooded Saiyans left. Nappa is foolish, worthless, and deserves to be beaten. But he is still alive. Killing him will only remove one more Saiyan problem for Frieza. What else can it prove? Vegeta's pupils suddenly constricted. Frieza. That name was like a thorn, piercing deeply into his pride. Nappa was stunned even further. He looked at Raditz, his anger dissipating little by little, leaving only confusion and shock. Frieza. Why was Frieza mentioned? Goku could not comprehend everything being said, but he could detect the fury in Raditz's words. He suddenly pushed harder, the Kamehameha advancing half an inch. Raditz is right. Companions are not to be killed casually. Vegeta sneered. Companions? Useless ones have no right to be my companions. Raditz suddenly laughed, blood spilling from his mouth. And what about you? Vegeta's gaze turned icy. What did you say? Raditz lifted his head, refusing to back down. In Frieza's eyes, what are you? Boom. Vegeta's aura surged violently. His expression changed completely. It was not mere anger. It was fury unleashed after having one's facade torn away. Raditz. Vegeta roared, his palm energy escalating once more. Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo were all forced back simultaneously. Krillin gritted his teeth and rushed forward, hands pushing out a Kamehameha. Damn it, I'm coming too. Together the four powers combined finally pushed Vegeta's energy sphere high into the air. Vegeta's expression darkened. Raditz roared. Push it up. Goku also shouted. Huh. Boom. The energy sphere was pushed skyward by the four of them, exploding into a blinding white light in the sky. A fierce wind swept across the wasteland. The clothes of the others fluttered wildly as debris rained down. Raditz's legs weakened, nearly collapsing. Goku reached out to support him. Can you still hold on? Raditz gasped. Not dead yet. Goku smiled slightly. You say that every time. Because I never die each time. Before they could say much more, Vegeta had already slowly landed. His expression was colder than before. Good. Each of you seems to enjoy rebelling against me. Nappa still knelt on the ground. Vegeta looked at him, his gaze still icy. Nappa, you truly disappoint me. Nappa shuddered. In the past, hearing Vegeta say this would only instinctively invoke fear and shame. But this time he looked at Vegeta, then at Raditz. For some reason, something that had never moved in his heart suddenly cracked open a gap. He had always thought that the strong dominated the weak was only natural. Vegeta was strong, so he obeyed him. He was stronger than Raditz, so he could mock Raditz. They were stronger than Earthlings, so they could treat Earthlings as insects. But just now he was injured by an earthling saved by Raditz and discarded by Vegeta. In that moment, Nappa suddenly discovered how ugly his so-called logic of the strong looked when applied to himself. If defeat meant death, then should he not die now? If the worthless had no value, did that mean he had already lost value in Vegeta's eyes just moments ago? Nappa's fists slowly clenched. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Vegeta? Vegeta looked at him coldly. Do you still have the face to call my name? Nappa lowered his head, his shoulders slightly trembling. Krillin quietly took half a step back. Is he going to explode? Piccolo coldly said, watch. Nappa suddenly looked up. I lost. At this declaration, everyone was momentarily stunned. Nappa, covered in blood, showed for the first time an absence of that crazy arrogance in his eyes. I was hurt by an earthling. Also, I was forced to kneel by Raditz. I really am ashamed. Vegeta's expression remained indifferent. Since you know, then just disappear on your own. Nappa's body trembled. But this time he did not immediately plead for mercy. He looked at Raditz. Why did you save me? Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly replying, don't misunderstand. I don't think you're worth saving. Nappa's eyes twitched. Your words are still so harsh. What I saved was the last spark of the Saiyans. Raditz stared at him. Nappa, you can be foolish, weak, and knocked down. But you cannot just kneel and wait for death because someone calls you worthless. Nappa fell silent. Goku suddenly laughed. Nappa, if you still want to fight, you can do it later. But for now, don't listen to Vegeta and go die. Krillin almost fell over. Goku, your way of encouraging is very strange. Nappa looked at Goku. This Kakarot whom they had always labeled as a worthless low-level warrior. Yet just now he had stood with Raditz, Piccolo, and Krillin to block Vegeta's attack. Nappa suddenly let out a low laugh. A laugh that sounded terrible and awkward. I can't believe I'm being taught how to live by a low-level warrior. Vegeta's patience finally ran out. Enough. He coldly raised his hand. Nappa, since you hesitate even to die, then I will help you. Raditz immediately tensed his body. Goku also took up a stance. But this time Nappa suddenly pushed himself to stand on his injured leg. It was a difficult stance, his knees still trembling, blood pouring from his shoulder. But he stood up. Vegeta, Nappa gasped. I don't want to die. Vegeta's gaze turned cold. Nappa gritted his teeth and continued, I don't want to be like a dog having my life decided by your words. The wasteland fell completely silent. Raditz looked at Nappa, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not expected that this brutish, seemingly brainless guy would actually say such words. But Vegeta's expression turned as dark as possible. Are you also going to betray me? Nappa's lips moved. The past fears still lingered. Vegeta's oppressive presence still loomed. But he glanced at Raditz, then at Krillin and Piccolo. Finally, he grinned, revealing a grotesque smile. I just don't want to be killed by you. This statement was neither beautiful nor passionate. It was even laced with Nappa's characteristic roughness and cowardice. But this sentence was enough, because it represented the first time Nappa did not die according to Vegeta's command. Raditz smiled. All right, from today you owe me your life. Nappa shot him a glare. Who owes you a life? If I hadn't blocked for you just now, you would have turned to ashes. Nappa was momentarily at a loss for words. Krillin quietly asked, does this count as joining us? Piccolo snorted coldly. A guy who drags us down. Nappa instantly glared at Piccolo. Green freak, who are you calling a drag? Piccolo's gaze turned icy. You. Raditz raised his hand to interrupt. If you want to argue, do it later. His gaze returned to Vegeta. The real trouble hasn't been resolved yet. Vegeta stood not far away, watching the scene before him, his face devoid of any expression. Nappa's defection. Raditz's provocation. Kakarot's rebellion. Earthlings injuring Saiyans. All of this was a disgrace in his eyes. A complete and utter disgrace. He slowly lifted his head to look at the sky. Raditz's expression changed drastically. Not good. A cruel smile crept onto Vegeta's lips. Since each of you wishes to rebel against me, then let me show you why the true Saiyan royalty is royalty. In his palm, a white energy sphere rapidly formed. It was not a power-up blast, nor a regular energy ball. Raditz's pupils constricted. Artificial moon. Vegeta suddenly hurled the energy sphere into the sky. The white light sphere ascended, instantly bursting forth with an eerie moonlight. Nappa's face changed drastically. Vegeta, are you crazy? I have a tail too. Vegeta chuckled coldly. Then let that prove your value. The white light spilled over the wasteland. Raditz's tail straightened abruptly. Nappa's body began to tremble violently. Far away in the Capsule Corporation's safe zone, Gohan's tail also erupted. A piercing alarm blared from Bulma's communicator. Raditz, the moonwave readings are off the charts. A white orb ascended into the sky. In that instant, the wasteland was illuminated as if by a second moon. The eerie moonlight cascaded down, cold and piercing, yet carrying an indescribable madness. Raditz's tail snapped taut. A searing heat shot up from the base of his spine into his back, as if something had viciously clamped onto his nerves. His heartbeat began to race. His blood started to boil. The world before him swayed. The distant mountains, the ground beneath his feet, Vegeta standing before him. All seemed to stretch away, then swell up close. He heard his own breathing grow ragged. He also heard something roaring within him. It was not a human voice. It was a beast. It was the beast buried deep in the Saiyan bloodline. Raditz. Goku's voice came from the side. Raditz bit down hard on his tongue. The taste of blood burst in his mouth, barely suppressing the raging impulse that surged into his head. He could not transform. Not now, at least. He had not yet fully mastered the Great Ape. If he lost control here, he might not even target Vegeta. He would likely crush Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, and even the distant city beneath his feet. Nappa's condition was worse. His body had begun to swell, muscles bulging in thick slabs, eyes bloodshot, guttural growls spilling from his throat. Damn it, Vegeta, you bastard. Nappa clawed at his own head, as if trying to force the change down with sheer willpower. But he was never a man of strong resolve. The wound on his shoulder, the injury on his leg, the fury of being abandoned by Vegeta moments ago combined with the lunar wave stimulation. All these emotions ignited like a spark instantly, setting his body ablaze. Crack, crack, crack. Bones snapped loudly. Nappa's body began to stretch upward. Krillin's face went pale. He's changing. Piccolo raised his hand, gathering a sphere of ki, his gaze icy cold. If he loses control, we cripple him first. Nappa jerked his head up. Reason was nearly gone from his eyes. Who dares? Raditz lunged forward and slammed a heavy punch into Nappa's face. Bang! Nappa's head snapped to the side, and his swelling body actually stalled for a moment. Everyone froze. Nappa himself was stunned by the blow. Raditz grabbed the collar of his battle armor, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes also turning red. Nappa, didn't you just say you didn't want to die, eh? Then stay awake. A low growl rumbled from Nappa's throat, and fangs had begun to protrude from his lips. I can't control it. You have to control it even if you can't. Raditz slammed another punch into him. You're a Saiyan, not a beast. Nappa staggered backward from the blow. The transformation on his body continued, but its pace had clearly slowed. Goku looked up at the white orb in the sky and immediately said, "We need to take that thing down first." He pressed his hands together, and blue aura rapidly gathered. Kamehame. Vegeta flickered and appeared directly before Goku. You think he'll let you destroy it? Bang. Vegeta kicked out. Goku blocked hastily, but the force sent him flying back dozens of meters. Vegeta sneered at the group. Realizing it now is far too late. The white moonlight grew stronger. Raditz's breathing grew heavier. His fingers began to thicken, his nails sharpened, and his chest felt as though it were being seared by wildfire. Bulma's voice crackled through the short-range communicator, frantic and almost breaking. Raditz, your vitals are spiking. The lunar wave dampener is too far away to cover the entire wasteland. Raditz gritted his teeth. Backup plan. I'm working on it. The sound of frantic keyboard clacking came from Bulma's end along with Gohan's suppressed sobs. Gohan is starting to react too. Goku, you'd better hurry. Goku's expression shifted. Gohan. Vegeta overheard the commotion from the communicator, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Kakarot's son still has a tail. Raditz's heart sank. Damn it. He heard that. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. So Raditz wasn't lying. That brat's potential is indeed worth a look. Goku's expression turned utterly frigid. Don't you dare touch Gohan. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. Can you stop me? Just as he was about to strike, Piccolo in the distance pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Goku, stop talking and cover me. Raditz immediately understood what Piccolo was about to do. The special beam cannon. Its target was not Vegeta. It was the artificial moon. But Vegeta saw it too. His eyes turned icy, and he shot straight toward Piccolo. Goku and Raditz moved almost simultaneously. Goku met him heated. Raditz, fighting through his own bodily upheaval, lunged at Vegeta from the side. The three collided midair, fists and feet clashing, sending shockwaves ripping through the atmosphere. Vegeta tried to break free and stop Piccolo, but Goku locked onto his arm. Vegeta drove his knee into Goku's stomach. Goku grunted, but didn't let go. Raditz seized the moment and threw a punch at Vegeta's cheek. Vegeta dodged, tilting his head, then smashed his elbow into Raditz's chest. Raditz was sent flying, but his tail whipped out and coiled around Vegeta's ankle. That tail of yours again. Vegeta was enraged. He raised his hand like a blade ready to strike down. Raditz's pupils contracted. He couldn't lose his tail. Not now, at least. Just as Vegeta's hand came down, Krillin's ki blast shot up from below, forcing Vegeta to alter his trajectory. Krillin. Goku called out. Krillin gritted his teeth. Don't think you two are the only ones fighting. I'm here too. Vegeta's gaze was murderously cold. A swarm of annoying insects. Piccolo's energy had been compressed to its limit. His fingers were aimed at the white orb in the sky. Special. Vegeta suddenly erupted with power, shaking off Goku and Raditz, and fired an energy wave at Piccolo. You dare. Raditz's face twisted. Piccolo was at the critical point of charging. There was no time to dodge. Just then Nappa's massive form suddenly charged forward. His body had swollen to nearly 3 meters for pushing through his skin, half his face already taking on an ape-like appearance. Yet he still clung to a sliver of consciousness. He roared and threw himself in front of Piccolo. Boom. Vegeta's energy wave slammed into Nappa's back. Nappa bellowed in agony and crashed to the ground, his back charred black. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Nappa to shield him. Nappa lay prone on the ground, fangs protruding, his voice slurred. Greenskin. Don't you waste this chance. Piccolo's gaze hardened, and in the next instant the charge was complete. Beam cannon. A spiraling beam of light pierced the night sky. Vegeta's expression changed drastically. He spun around to intercept, but Goku and Raditz had already lunged at him again. You're not getting past. Goku growled. Raditz, his eyes bloodshot and tail thrashing wildly, could barely contain his own transformation, yet he still blocked Vegeta's path. The spiraling beam sliced through the air and struck the artificial moon with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The white orb exploded high above. The eerie moonlight vanished instantly. The wasteland fell back into darkness. The savage surge within Raditz receded like a tide, and his legs gave way, nearly dropping him to his knees. Nappa fared worse. His partially swollen body began to shrink back, and he lay on the ground gasping for air, as if he had crawled back from death's door. From Capsule Corporation, Bulma's voice finally came through. Gohan has stabilized. What about you guys? Raditz panted heavily. Not dead. Bulma let out an audible sigh of relief. Can you say anything besides that? Raditz didn't answer. He raised his head to look at Vegeta. Vegeta stood not far away, his expression dark and menacing. The artificial moon was destroyed. Nappa was still alive. And he had even taken a hit for Piccolo. This battle had been slipping from Vegeta's control ever since he landed on Earth. For Vegeta, that was harder to bear than any injury. Nappa. Vegeta's voice was ice cold. Nappa lay on the ground, his body still trembling, but he managed to lift his head with difficulty. What did you just do? Nappa coughed up blood, his voice hoarse. Took a hit. For that Namekian? Nappa fell silent. Piccolo stared coldly at Vegeta. At least he's more of a comrade than you are. The word struck Vegeta like a blade, piercing his ear. Vegeta's gaze turned utterly frigid. Comrade, you low-class fools really love spewing such disgusting words. Goku stepped up beside Raditz, assuming a fighting stance. Vegeta, you've already lost a lot. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. Lost? His aura began to climb once more. Are you misunderstanding something, Kakarot? Destroying the artificial moon and saving Nappa makes you think you can defeat me. Vegeta slowly raised his hand, pointing at the group. I don't need the great ape to slaughter every last one of you. Raditz took a deep breath. His body was at its limit. The effort of forcibly suppressing the great ape transformation had drained him more than taking a direct hit. Goku was also badly injured. Piccolo had just unleashed the special beam cannon, and his energy had noticeably dropped. Krillin was barely standing, shaken by the shockwaves. Nappa's half-transformation had failed, and after taking a blow for Piccolo, he had little combat strength left. Yet Vegeta still stood. That was the pressure of a power level of 18,000. But Raditz did not retreat. Neither did Goku. Piccolo moved to another flank, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Krillin clenched his fists and stepped behind Goku. Nappa, bracing himself against the ground, also staggered to his feet. Raditz glanced at him. Still standing. Nappa grinned, his mouth full of blood. Not dead yet. Raditz smiled. Good enough. Vegeta watched them all rise to their feet again, and the sneer on his face gradually faded. He suddenly found it glaring. Very glaring. A group of low-class warriors he despised. An Earthling, and Namekian, and even Nappa, who had just betrayed him, were standing together to face him. And he, the Prince of Science, was the one left isolated. This feeling enraged Vegeta to the core. Fine. Vegeta slowly spread his hands. Since you all want to die together so badly, I'll grant your wish. A terrifying aura erupted. This time he aimed not at the Earth, nor at creating an artificial moon. His target was everyone. Raditz's expression darkened. Scatter. But Vegeta was faster than his voice. In the next instant, Vegeta vanished from his spot. His fist came crashing down, first toward Nappa. The moment Vegeta vanished, every hair on Nappa's body stood on end. This was no exaggeration. They literally bristled. He had just retreated from the brink of a half-ape transformation, his body still weak. The scorched wound on his back from Vegeta's blast still smoked, his shoulders and calves were soaked in blood. In this state, there was no way he could stop Vegeta. Yet Vegeta's first target was him. The fist rapidly grew larger in his vision. Nappa's pupils contracted. His body instinctively tried to dodge, but his injured legs couldn't keep up. Nappa! Raditz's voice exploded from a distance. In the next instant, Goku charged forward. Bang! Vegeta's fist didn't smash into Nappa's face, it was blocked by Goku's arms. A shockwave erupted. The ground beneath Goku's feet instantly caved in, forcing him half a foot downward. He gritted his teeth, arms trembling, veins bulging on his forehead. Vegeta stared at him, his gaze icy. Kakarot, you're saving him. Goku looked up, his voice strained but firm. Isn't he no longer your enemy? Enemy. Vegeta sneered. You're as foolish as ever. As his words fell, he swung a kick. Goku, unable to fully recover from the force of the previous punch, barely sidestepped, only to be struck on the shoulder by Vegeta's foot, sending him flying. But before Goku could fly 10 meters, Raditz lunged from the side. Vegeta. Raditz threw a punch at the back of Vegeta's neck. Without even turning his head, Vegeta swung his arm back, precisely blocking the punch. Fist met palm with a resounding crack in the air. Raditz felt his entire arm go numb. Vegeta spun, driving a knee viciously into his stomach. Raditz's vision went dark, it felt like a block of iron had been slammed into his gut. He doubled over, nearly spitting blood on the spot. Vegeta reached up, grabbing him by the hair, his eyes cold. Raditz, you disappoint me. Is that so? Raditz's mouth was full of the taste of blood, but he still managed to smile. Then it means I finally did something right. Vegeta's eyes turned frigid. He raised his knee for another strike. A green energy blast hurtled in from the side. Vegeta released him and retreated. Piccolo burst from the dust, grabbed Raditz by the scruff of his neck, and flung him backward. Don't be a hero. You're moving like an old man. Raditz landed hard, coughing up blood. Your mouth isn't any nicer. Piccolo snorted. At least I can still stand. Nappa looked at the people standing in front of him, his expression more complex than ever. Goku saved him. Raditz saved him. Piccolo, because of his earlier block, hadn't immediately treated him as an enemy. These were people he had called lower-class life forms. Krillin had nearly been killed by him. Yet now they stood here blocking Vegeta. And Vegeta, the prince he had always followed, wanted him dead. The feeling was too absurd. So absurd it felt like Nappa's mind had been shattered. Seeing him still stunned, Krillin couldn't help shouting, "Hey, big guy, if you're still alive, stop daydreaming." Nappa snapped back to reality, glaring at Krillin. "I don't need reminders from a bald midget like you. Is my saving you always this thankless?" Krillin fumed, nearly jumping out of his skin. Nappa gritted his teeth and stood upright, wounds still seeping blood. "Leave Vegeta to you. I'm useless now." Saying those words, Nappa himself found it humiliating. He was admitting his own uselessness. But facts were facts. Charging in now would only get him killed by Vegeta's fist. Raditz pushed himself up on his knees, panting heavily. "Knowing you're useless means you've finally grown a brain." Nappa's face darkened. "Raditz, just you wait. When I'm healed, I'll beat you. Let's survive today first." Vegeta watched them talking before him, his expression growing colder by the second. He hated this feeling. Hated it deeply. He was the Saiyan prince. These wretches were supposed to obey his commands, fear his power, kneel at his feet. But now Raditz dared to defy him, Kakarot dared to block him, Nappa dared to disobey him, and even an earthling dared to scheme against him. This loss of control ignited Vegeta's fury completely. Enough. He spoke slowly, his voice low, yet it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. "I've grown tired of this farce." Energy surged wildly from within Vegeta. The ground began to crack. Debris levitated into the air. Krillin's face went pale. Again, Piccolo gritted his teeth. He's going all out. Goku climbed back to his feet from a distance, wiping blood from his mouth, his eyes blazing with an astonishing light. "Raditz, what? Can you still move?" "Obviously. Then let's go together." Raditz looked at Goku. This guy was clearly badly injured, yet he was still smiling. It wasn't joy. It was the smile of someone who was finally truly ignited. Raditz suddenly felt that his year of training wasn't wasted. At least now, he wasn't facing Vegeta alone. All right. The two charged forward almost simultaneously. Vegeta sneered. "Low-class warriors are always low-class warriors. It doesn't matter how many come." He met them heat-in. Three figures collided in the center of the wasteland. This time Vegeta held nothing back. Each of his punches was absurdly fast, each kick as heavy as a meteor striking the earth. Goku and Raditz attacked from left and right, yet they were still pushed back step by step. Goku relied on his agility and combat instincts to constantly seek openings. Raditz used the endurance he had honed over the past year to endure the blows. Piccolo on the periphery continuously used energy blasts to cut off Vegeta's retreat. Unable to find a direct opening, Krillin fixed his gaze on Vegeta's footwork, ready to strike with a Kienzan at any moment. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Vegeta punched Goku away, then spun and kicked Raditz into the ground. Piccolo's energy blast was casually swatted aside as it arrived. Krillin's Kienzan had barely flown halfway when Vegeta cast a cold glance, flicked a finger, and sent an energy blast to knock it off course. The Kienzan grazed a distant mountain peak, cleanly shearing off its top. Krillin's face went pale. "He can even dodge that." Vegeta sneered. "Did you think you could use the same trick on me twice?" The next second he appeared before Krillin. Krillin's pupils shrunk. Too fast. There was no time to react. Vegeta raised his hand. An insect should know its place. Boom. The fist came down. But it was caught. Goku had somehow appeared in front of Krillin, his hands locked onto Vegeta's fist, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. "Krillin is not an insect." Vegeta squinted. "Kakarot, you really do love protecting the weak." Goku gritted his teeth, pushing back against the fist. "He's not weak. He's my friend." A flicker of disgust passed through Vegeta's eyes. "Disgusting." He kicked out, sending Goku flying into the air. Vegeta raised his hand to pursue. Raditz lunged from behind, wrapping his tail around Vegeta's arm, yanking his attack off course. Vegeta snarled, "Your tail is in the way." He reached back to grab Raditz's tail. But Raditz was prepared. He retracted his tail swiftly while throwing a side punch at Vegeta's ribs. Vegeta blocked the punch and drove his knee into Raditz's chest. Raditz spat blood again. But just as he was knocked back, Goku had somersaulted down from midair. His aura suddenly changed. Not that it became much stronger, but it was more focused. Master Roshi watched from afar, his expression shifting. Goku's fists clenched tightly, his breathing growing heavier. Over the past year, he had been learning to compress his power. Not like Raditz, who merely stacked battle power, but to use every ounce of strength where it was needed most. Now, under Vegeta's pressure, that training was finally forced to the surface. Goku let out a low roar. His figure vanished. Just as Vegeta was about to pursue Raditz, his expression changed. Bang! Goku's fist connected with the side of Vegeta's face. It wasn't the heaviest blow, but it was the first time Goku had truly landed a hit on Vegeta's face since the battle began. Vegeta's head was knocked half an inch to the side. The wasteland fell silent again. Krillin's eyes lit up instantly. He hit him. Raditz also looked up. Goku landed on the ground, his arm still trembling. Clearly that last move had put a tremendous strain on him. Vegeta slowly turned his head back. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Blood. The blood of the Saiyan prince. Vegeta raised a hand and touched his lips. He stared at the red on his fingertips, his gaze shifting entirely. "Kakarot, Goku assumed a fighting stance, panting, but he smiled. So you can bleed too. Krillin's heart trembled. Goku, since when did you learn to talk such trash? Vegeta's expression was no longer just ugly, it was ferocious. Good. Very good. First Raditz, then Nappa, and now even you dare to make me bleed. His aura exploded once more. This time, even Raditz sensed something was wrong. Vegeta wasn't just powering up. He was concentrating all his power. Raditz's expression changed. Goku, watch out. Vegeta's body appeared before Goku in an instant. Too fast. Faster than before. Goku only had time to raise his hands. Bang. The fist slammed into his abdomen. Goku's eyes widened. He doubled over from the blow. Vegeta drove his knee into Goku's chin. Goku's body was launched into the air. Vegeta followed, closely clasped his hands together, and smashed them down onto Goku's back. Boom. Goku crashed to the ground like a cannonball. The ground erupted into a massive crater. Goku! Krillin screamed. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged at Vegeta. Piccolo moved at the same time. But Vegeta seemed to have been waiting for them. He fired 2 energy waves with a backhand. Raditz and Piccolo were both blasted away. Vegeta landed at the edge of the crater, looking coldly down at Goku at the bottom. Goku was covered in blood. He struggled to get up, but his arms gave out, and he fell back to one knee. Vegeta raised his foot and pressed it onto Goku's shoulder, forcing him back to the ground. Kakarot. His voice was ice cold. A low-class warrior should know his place. Goku gritted his teeth, pushing against the ground with his hands still trying to stand. Vegeta's eyes turned cold. He pressed down with his foot. Crack. A faint sound of bone. Krillin's eyes reddened. Stop. He was about to rush out, but Master Roshi grabbed him. Don't go. You'll die. Krillin trembled all over. But I can't just watch. Raditz crawled out of the rubble, his vision swimming. He wanted to charge over, but his body was a beat too slow. Vegeta was too strong. They had fought this hard, and still couldn't truly suppress him. Goku was pinned to the ground, panting heavily. Vegeta leaned down, his voice cold. Weren't you going to protect your friends? Now show me your protection. Goku's eyes flickered. The next moment, a childish yet furious cry rang out from the distance. Don't bully my daddy. Everyone turned abruptly. From the direction of the safe zone, a small figure was erupting with astonishing energy. Gohan. Don't bully my dad. The tender voice pierced through the roar of the wasteland like a sharp needle, brutally stabbing into everyone's ears. Wukong was pinned in a deep pit by Vegeta, and his once blurry vision suddenly cleared. Gohan. Raditz's expression changed dramatically. The situation he least wanted to see had arrived. In the distance from the direction of the safe zone, a small figure was stumbling towards him. It was Son Gohan. His clothes were disheveled, his eyes were red, and tear streaks were visible on his face, clearly having run out from Bulma's protective area. Simultaneously, Bulma's voice exploded from the communicator. Raditz. Gohan has broken through the shield. I can't stop him. Raditz gritted his teeth. Gohan. Go back. But Gohan couldn't hear him. Or rather, he heard, but didn't want to stop. All he could see was Wukong being trampled under Vegeta's feet. All he saw was his father covered in blood, unable to even crawl. At that moment, fear, anger, and injustice all exploded. Gohan's tail stood upright, and his aura surged wildly. Krillin stood at a distance, his face pale. What's happening with this energy? Piccolo's expression also changed. He had witnessed Gohan's outbursts before. A year ago, it was this little brat who nearly killed Raditz with Piccolo's special beam cannon. But the Gohan now was even more terrifying. In this year, although Gohan hadn't trained as crazily in the gravity chamber like Raditz, and Wukong, his body had indeed been trained. Moonwave tests, basic physical training, emotional control. These things didn't turn Gohan into a warrior, but they deepened the potential within him. Now it could no longer be suppressed. Vegeta, stepping on Wukong, looked up at the charging Gohan. His scouter had long been crushed. But even without the scouter, he could feel that unusual aura. Tender, chaotic, unstable, yet absurdly strong. Is this Kakarot's son? Vegeta's eyes flickered. Interesting. Wukong struggled to look up. Gohan, don't come over. Upon hearing this, Gohan cried even harder. Dad. His small body suddenly accelerated. The ground exploded beneath his feet. A child of this age should have clumsy movements. But driven by anger, Gohan shot towards Vegeta like an uncontrollable cannonball. Raditz's expression changed. Don't let him hit Hiden. Vegeta sneered, raising his hand to grab Gohan. He acknowledged Gohan's incredible potential. But potential isn't combat experience. This kind of uncoordinated charge had too many flaws in the eyes of a true warrior. Yet in that moment, he reached out. Wukong suddenly grabbed Vegeta's calf. Gohan. Attack. Vegeta's eyes turned cold. Kakarot. The next second, Gohan had already crashed into him. Boom. The small figure slammed hard into Vegeta's chest. For the first time, Vegeta's face changed. It was neither disdain nor anger. It was shock. He was pushed back. This little brat, only a few years old, actually knocked him off Wukong. Vegeta slid back several meters, a crack appearing in his armor. Gohan was also knocked down by the backlash, rolling on the ground, tears streaming. But he immediately got up and cried out to charge again. Gohan, stop. Wukong shouted, struggling to hold on. But Gohan's aura continued to rise. His tail began to thrash violently. Worse still, although the artificial moon had been destroyed, the residual moon waves had not fully dissipated. Gohan's body was being pushed towards the brink of losing control by emotions and his bloodline. Raditz struggled to rush in front of Gohan, pressing down on his shoulder. Calm down. Gohan looked up at him, his eyes already unfocused. I want to save Dad. What you are doing now is not saving him, it's sending yourself to death. Gohan struggled. His strength was absurdly great, nearly causing Raditz's injured arm to fail and holding him down. Raditz cursed inwardly. This little monster. At such a young age he can explode with such intensity. No wonder in the future he could beat Cell to the point of questioning life. Vegeta steadied himself and glanced at the crack in his armor. A smile slowly crept up on his lips. Good. Very good. His gaze towards Gohan was no longer simply murderous intent. Instead it was the excitement of a predator who had found its prey. This little brat is worth much more than you worthless fools. Wukong's expression changed. Vegeta, don't even think about laying a hand on Gohan. Do you think you have the right to command me? Vegeta sneered, and his figure instantly vanished. Raditz's pupils constricted. He pushed Gohan away and raised his arm to block. Bang! Vegeta's fist struck Raditz's arms. Raditz was sent flying, his arms feeling as if they were broken. Vegeta did not pursue him, but directly reached for Gohan. This child, I will take him away. Gohan was frozen in fear by that overwhelming pressure. Just as Vegeta's hand was about to fall, a green figure suddenly blocked in front of Gohan. It was Piccolo. His face was grim, his cloak torn, his aura unstable, yet he still blocked Vegeta. If you want to touch him, you have to go through me first. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Unimikian, do you want to die too? Piccolo sneered. You talk too much. With that he raised his hand and shot a ki blast at Vegeta's face. Vegeta dodged with a tilt of his head, retaliating with a punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo spat out a mouthful of blood, but did not retreat. He clutched Vegeta's arm tightly, growling Krillin. Krillin had already moved. He didn't have the energy for a Kienzan. After the recent consumption, it was difficult for him to gather enough stable energy for a cutting blow. But he still had the Kamehameha. Little Gohan, get down, Krillin shouted, pushing his palms forward. The Kamehameha blasted towards Vegeta from the side. Vegeta snorted coldly, kicking Piccolo away and swatting the Kamehameha aside. But in that instant, Wukong had already climbed out of the pit and rushed towards Vegeta's back. His body was already at its limit. His shoulder injured, his abdomen struck, hard blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. But once Gohan was targeted, Wukong's expression completely changed. It wasn't just pure fighting spirit. It was a father's fury. Vegeta. Wukong threw a punch at Vegeta's back. Vegeta turned and blocked. Wukong did not retreat. Instead, he braced against Vegeta's strength, firmly gripping his arm. Vegeta's eyes turned cold. Are you doing this again? Raditz. Wukong shouted. Raditz had just gotten up from the ground, and hearing the voice, he instinctively rushed forward. The two brothers, one in front and one behind, had for the first time truly locked onto Vegeta like comrades. Vegeta's expression darkened. You're seeking death. His aura exploded as he tried to shake off the two. But this time Piccolo and Krillin charged up too. Nappa gritted his teeth as he watched this scene. He had been heavily injured earlier and was still trembling. But seeing everyone charging at Vegeta while Vegeta's target was Gohan, he suddenly cursed. Damn it. He staggered to his feet. I've really gone crazy today. He charged forward, using his massive body to slam into Vegeta from the side. Vegeta's expression darkened completely. Nappa covered in blood, grinned. Vegeta, I don't even know why. But right now, I don't want you to take this little brat away. The six of them pressed towards Vegeta. Wukong, Raditz, Piccolo, Krillin, Nappa, even the most severely injured Wukong was gritting his teeth and holding on. They weren't Vegeta's opponents. But at this moment, they managed to hold his actions for half a second. Half a second. That was enough. Gohan stood in place, tears still flowing. He saw that everyone was protecting him. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, even Raditz and that big guy who had just been fierce. They were all bleeding, all holding on for him. The uncontrollable aura within Gohan suddenly transformed from fear. It turned into anger. True anger. Don't. Gohan lowered his head, his voice trembling. Don't hurt everyone anymore. The aura erupted violently. The ground began to collapse in circles. Raditz turned sharply, his pupils constricting. Gohan. Gohan's small fist clenched tightly, and he shot out like a white lightning bolt. Vegeta had just shaken off Wukong and the others and hadn't had time to pursue when Gohan was already in front of him. Gohan threw a punch. No technique. No strategy. Just pure and terrifying explosive power. Bang. This punch struck Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's eyes widened instantly. His body bent forward. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, Vegeta flew back, crashing hard into the distant mountain wall. Boom. The mountain collapsed. Rubble rolled down. In the wasteland, everyone was stunned. Krillin's mouth dropped open, his voice changed. Gohan just knocked Vegeta away. Nappa was also dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this little brat? Wukong pushed himself up, his face filled with shock and pride. Gohan. Raditz looked at Gohan's small back, his heart racing. This was Son Gohan, usually timid like an ordinary child. But once emotions erupted, even Vegeta could be taken aback. No wonder Raditz dared not touch him lightly. This kid was far from ordinary. He was a nuclear bomb. But the biggest problem with a nuclear bomb is its instability. After knocking Vegeta away with one punch, Gohan's body swayed and his aura rapidly declined. His gaze regained clarity, then turned pale. Dad. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed. Wukong immediately rushed over to catch him. Gohan. Gohan merely fainted, his breathing relatively steady. Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. But Raditz did not relax. He looked towards the collapsed mountain. There the rubble was shaking. Vegeta couldn't possibly go down so easily. Sure enough. Boom. The rubble was blown away by a terrifying aura. Vegeta slowly walked out from the ruins. His battle armor was completely torn with clear fist marks on his abdomen, blood at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head, making it hard to see his expression. But that aura was more dangerous than before. Everyone fell silent. Wukong handed Gohan over to Krillin and stood up again. Raditz also walked beside him. Piccolo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Nappa struggled to stand upright. Vegeta slowly raised his head. In his eyes there was no longer a trace of disdain. Only rage. Kakarot's son. His voice was hoarse. Raditz, you really didn't deceive me. In the next moment Vegeta suddenly laughed. The low laugh sent chills down everyone's spines. Very good. This little brat, I want to take him away even more. Raditz's eyes darkened. Wukong's aura suddenly erupted. Vegeta raised his hand and a blinding light gathered in his palm. But this time his target was not Wukong. Not Raditz. But Gohan, who was in Krillin's arms. The moment Vegeta raised his hand, Raditz's pupils sharply contracted. The energy glow was not large. It did not even possess the overwhelming presence of his earlier garlic hoe. But Raditz could tell that Vegeta was not trying to intimidate this time. He genuinely intended to beat Gohan into submission and then take him away. Or perhaps even more ruthlessly. If he could not take him, he would destroy him. The pride of the Saiyan prince had been trampled too many times. Raditz had betrayed him. Nappa had defied him. Kakarot had stood in his way. And an earthling brat had punched him into a mountain. Vegeta would not allow this disgrace to continue. And now Vegeta's target was Gohan. Krillin, holding the unconscious Gohan, turned pale. His body began to move. He wanted to dodge. But Vegeta's lock-on was too fast. That killing intent pinned him down like a nail, crushing him until he could barely breathe. Goku's expression shifted instantly. Vegeta. He lunged forward. But his injuries were too severe. After being battered by Vegeta, and then forcing himself to protect Gohan, his speed was now noticeably slower. Piccolo also moved. But he was farther away. Nappa was struggling just to stand. Everyone moved, yet all were a moment too late. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Too slow. Light burst from his palm. Target Gohan held in Krillin's arms. Krillin watched the energy beam hurtling toward him, gritting his teeth until they nearly bled. Cannot evade. Truly cannot evade. Just then a long-haired figure slammed sideways into the beam's path. Boom. The energy beam struck Raditz square in the chest. His body jolted violently, his battle suit shattering as he was pushed backward, sliding over 10 meters. The ground beneath his feet was gouged into 2 deep furrows. Raditz. Goku roared. Bulma's voice on the communicator also exploded. Are you insane? Raditz hung his head low, arms crossed in front of his chest. His skin was charred black. Blood streamed down from his broken armor. If not for the year of relentless training and tensing every muscle beforehand, that attack would have pierced him through. But he had blocked it. He had endured it. The smile vanished from Vegeta's face. Krillin, holding Gohan, stood frozen. He stared at Raditz, who stood before him, his voice trembling. You? What? Raditz slowly raised his head. Blood still hung at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze was chillingly cold. Hold him tight. Krillin was stunned. Raditz did not turn around, his voice low. If Gohan falls, I'll hit you first. Krillin's eyes stung, but he retorted instinctively. Even now you're threatening me. Because you look like you're about to cry. Krillin nearly broke down. Who's crying? Goku rushed to Raditz's side, his eyes filled with urgency and anger. Raditz, your injuries. Shut up. Raditz stared at Vegeta. Watch your son. Goku was taken aback. Raditz's tone was harsh. But Goku could tell it was not disdain. It was entrusting Gohan to him. Vegeta watched Raditz, his gaze darkening. You blocked my attack for that brat. Raditz twitched the corner of his mouth. What? Got a problem. He's Kakarot's son. He's also my nephew. As the words fell, the wind over the wasteland seemed to pause for a moment. Goku froze. Krillin froze. Piccolo also narrowed his eyes slightly. Raditz had never truly acknowledged that relationship before. He called Goku Kakarot and Gohan brat. Cold, awkward, stubborn. But now before Vegeta, he had spoken those 2 words. Nephew. Son Gohan was Son Goku's son. And also Raditz's own blood nephew. Vegeta sneered. Familial affection. You've started learning those disgusting earthling ways. Raditz raised a hand, wiping the blood from his mouth. Don't misunderstand. I haven't suddenly become a good person. I just don't like your face. Vegeta's gaze turned icy. Raditz took a step forward. The charred wound on his chest still smoked. With each step, he left bloody footprints. But his aura was steadily rising. Vegeta, ever since you landed, you've been going on about low-class warriors. Calling me trash, Kakarot, inferior earthlings, insects, Nappa, worthless. But look at the situation now. Raditz pointed at Nappa. Your so-called trash Nappa is still alive. Then he pointed at Krillin. That earthling you looked down on cut Nappa down until he learned what fear was for the first time. Then he pointed at Gohan. That brat you mock punched you into a mountain. Finally, he pointed at himself. And me, Raditz. This low-class warrior you despise the most has blocked your attack. Vegeta's face grew uglier with each word. Every sentence from Raditz was like a slap across his face. Not because Raditz spoke eloquently, but because these things had truly happened. He, Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, had not crushed everything upon arriving on Earth. Instead, he had been continuously stalled, wounded, provoked, and his plans disrupted by those he despised. This was disgrace. An unbearable disgrace. Vegeta laughed in fury. Blocking one attack makes you think you can stand before me. You're wrong. Raditz assumed a fighting stance, his tail swaying slowly behind him. I never thought I could easily beat you. I just think you no longer have the right to decide our fates. As his words fell, he charged forward first. This time it was not Goku leading. It was Raditz. He knew he was badly injured. He knew Vegeta was still stronger. He knew this charge would likely send him flying again. But he had to go, because this was his battle. Since transmigrating into Raditz, he had been evading death, deceiving fate, and borrowing strength from Goku, Bulma, and Piccolo. Yet with Vegeta's arrival, he had finally stood before that old destiny. The prince whose single word once crushed Raditz's spirit. The prince who would have casually killed Nappa and continued trampling the pride of all Saiyans. Now Raditz intended to shatter that very system. Even if he could only create a single crack. Bang! Raditz and Vegeta collided. Fist against fist. Power against power. The next second Raditz was knocked backward. As Vegeta moved to pursue, Goku attacked from the other side. Him joining too. Goku kicked at Vegeta's cheek. Vegeta tilted his head to dodge and countered with a knee strike. Raditz gritted his teeth, blocking the blow with his arms, his body shuddering again. Piccolo was not idle either. From a distance, he continuously fired energy blasts to seal off Vegeta's escape routes. Krillin, after handing Gohan to Master Roshi, rose to his feet again. His energy was running low, but his gaze was steady. Nappa, watching the group charge again, gritted his teeth. This is damn insane. Having said that, he too dragged his injured leg forward and charged. Krillin's eyes widened. Can you still fight? Nappa roared, shut up, little bald one. I'm not dead yet. As he spoke, he threw a punch at Vegeta's side. Vegeta raised a hand to block his gaze. I see. Nappa, you can barely stand, and you dare throw a punch at me. Nappa gritted his teeth. Who told you to try to kill me earlier? For the first time, clear murderous intent flickered on Vegeta's face. Do you really think I won't kill you again? Raditz threw a punch from the side. You'll have to get through me first. Goku followed closely. And me. From four directions, a continuous assault. Vegeta was finally forced back half a step. Just half a step. But it invigorated everyone. Yet in the next instant, Vegeta roared, his aura exploding, blasting everyone away. Raditz crashed to the ground, his chest aching so much he could barely breathe. Goku tumbled several times, forcing himself to brace against the ground. Piccolo shattered a boulder upon impact, his face dark. Nappa fared worse, knocked to his knees. Vegeta stood at the center, his breathing also becoming heavy. He was not without exhaustion. From the start of the battle, he had continuously used powerful techniques, been surrounded, struck by Gohan, and stalled by Raditz and the others. His combat power was immense, but his stamina was not limitless. Raditz saw it. Goku saw it too. Vegeta was still strong, but not unshakable. Raditz pushed himself up from the ground and shouted to Goku, don't give him a breather. Goku nodded and immediately charged. Vegeta's eyes hardened, and he suddenly aimed his hand at Goku. Raditz's heart leaped. Goku, don't take it, Hedon. But it was too late. Vegeta compressed the light in his palm, and an extremely thin beam of energy shot out. Goku dodged half of it, but his shoulder was pierced, leaving a bloody gash. Vegeta followed up, appearing before Goku and throwing a punch at his head. Raditz lunged, using his body to knock Goku aside. Bang! Vegeta's fist connected with the side of Raditz's face. Raditz spun through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Half his face instantly swelled, his ears filled with ringing. But as soon as he landed, he forced himself to rise. Keep going. Goku gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red. All right. The two charged out again. No flashy techniques. No complex tactics. Just dragging it out. Just wearing him down. Trading their bodies for Vegeta's stamina. Raditz knew it was the crudest method, but also the most effective one now. Vegeta was stronger than them, but he was alone. All of them together, taking turns biting, taking turns stalling, taking turns sacrificing their lives. As long as they didn't fall, there was still a chance. The battle raged until the wasteland was completely shattered. Cliffs crumbled. The ground was riddled with deep craters. Vegeta's armor was in tatters and blood constantly seeped from the corner of his mouth. Goku could barely stand. One of Piccolo's arms hung limp, clearly badly injured. Krillin knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Nappa was completely down. Raditz was even more drenched in blood, his chest, shoulders, and face all covered in wounds. Yet he still stood, swaying but standing. Vegeta stared at him, a flicker of incomprehension finally appearing in his eyes. Why, oi? Raditz panted. Why what? You're clearly afraid of death. Vegeta glared at him. You've always been the most afraid of death. Raditz was silent for a moment. Then he laughed. A bloody laugh. Right. I am afraid of death. That's why I know better than anyone that my life cannot be decided by others. Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly. Raditz raised his fist. My life, Nappa's life, Kakarot's life, Gohan's life, Earth's life. None of them are for you to decide with a single word. Goku slowly stood beside him. Well said. Piccolo snorted. Too much nonsense, but that line was passable. Krillin barely raised a hand. I've only got one energy blast left. Hope you can use it. In the distance, Master Roshi watched the scene and sighed softly. What a bunch of reckless fools. Vegeta looked at them. The anger on his face suddenly subsided. That was not a good sign. Raditz's heart sank. Vegeta slowly raised both hands, his aura compressing in an extremely dangerous manner. Not a garlic hoe. Not an ordinary energy sphere. He was going to release all his remaining power at once. Goku's expression changed. What is he planning? Raditz gritted his teeth. The final blow. Vegeta stared coldly at them. Since you all want to decide your own fates so badly, then die together. A blinding light gathered between his hands. Raditz took a deep breath, his feet shattering the ground beneath him. Goku. Yeah. If we can't block this, it's over. Goku smiled, his hands coming together at his waist. Then we'll block it. Raditz also raised his hands, channeling every ounce of power within him to his palms. He still couldn't control Ki with precision, but he would smash his combat power out. Piccolo and Krillin simultaneously gathered their last remaining energy. In the distance, Gohan, who had been unconscious, suddenly twitched a finger. The light between Vegeta's hands grew increasingly blinding. The aura was compressed to its utmost limit like a star on the verge of detonation. The rubble on the wasteland was swept up by the airwaves, only to be ground into dust midair. Raditz stood at the forefront, drenched in blood. His arm trembled. Not from fear. His body was simply reaching its breaking point. Since Vegeta's arrival, he had blocked countless attacks, endured severe injuries, and just moments ago, he had taken an energy blast to save Gohan. A year ago, he would have been long dead. The fact that he could still stand was the result of a year of life-risking training. But standing did not mean he could still win. The power Vegeta had left was still terrifying. So terrifying it inspired despair. Goku stood beside Raditz, hands cupped at his waist, a blue aura gradually coalescing. His breathing was heavy and blood still flowed from the wound on his shoulder, yet his eyes remained startlingly bright. Raditz, what do you call this technique? Raditz was stunned. At a time like this guy had the mind to ask about the technique's name. He glanced down at the chaotic energy gathering in his own palm. Calling it a Ki blast was generous, it was far from standard. He hadn't systematically learned to control Ki, he could only forcibly compress the power within his body. It was crude, violent, like hurling a rock at someone. It has no name. Goku grinned. Then let's shout together. It's more imposing. Raditz was almost amused despite himself. You think shouting louder will make you win? Can't it? Goku asked with genuine sincerity. Raditz was silent for a moment, then a bloody smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then let's try. Piccolo stood slightly behind, one arm hanging limp, the other already raised. He had just consecutively used the special beam cannon and the light grenade, and his Ki was nearly depleted. Yet he still gathered the last dregs of his power in his palm. Krillin's legs were weak, barely able to stand. But he gritted his teeth and raised his hands. Let me be clear, I really only have one shot left. Piccolo snorted. Then don't miss. You're still criticizing me at a time like this. Afraid you'd be nervous. Krillin was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Your way of comforting people sucks. Nappa lay on the ground, gasping for air. His body could no longer move, each wound throbbing with greater pain than the last. Yet watching those few people standing in front, he suddenly clenched his jaw. Raditz. Raditz did not turn around. If you're still alive, shut up. But Nappa did not shut up. He struggled to prop up half his body, his muscles trembling all over, blood still seeping from the gash on his shoulder left by the destructo disc. I still have some strength left. Krillin's eyes widened. You're falling apart. Shut it, Baldy. Nappa panted, raising one hand, a very unstable ball of Ki gathering in his palm. I haven't been killed by Vegeta yet, so I'm not going to lie down and wait to die. Raditz finally turned to look at him. Nappa grinned, an ugly sight. You said it yourself. We can't kneel and wait to die. Raditz stared at him for 2 seconds. Then he nodded. Then don't hold us back. You bastard. Nappa cursed, but the Ki truly began to gather. Vegeta looked at these tottering people before him, a grin set to his face. He should have laughed. These people were already pushed to their limits by him. Raditz was covered in blood. Kakarot could barely stand. Piccolo's Ki was bottomed out. Krillin, an earthling, wasn't even worth cannon fodder, and Nappa was half a cripple. Yet somehow these people still stood before him. Not one knelt. Not one begged for mercy. This sight stirred an extreme irritation within Vegeta. He did not understand. Why wouldn't the weak accept their weakness? Why wouldn't the trash fall down obediently? Why would low-class warriors dare to stand before the prince time and again? Enough. Vegeta's voice turned completely cold. You disgust me. The light between his hands swelled abruptly. Disappear. The terrifying energy transformed into a colossal beam of light crashing down upon them. The sky seemed to tear apart. The wasteland was bathed in a ghastly white. Goku roared. Kamehameha. A blue beam shot upwards. At the same moment, Raditz unleashed all the power in his palm. There was no technique name. Only a low growl. Push it back. A crude white energy column erupted from his hand, flying side by side with Goku's Kamehameha towards Vegeta's attack. Piccolo's light grenade followed closely. Krillin's Ki blast was fired through gritted teeth. Nappa's unstable ball of energy joined in at the last second. 5 streams of power merged in midair, slamming fiercely into Vegeta's finishing blow. Boom. At the moment of impact, the ground directly collapsed. The terrifying shockwave sent even Master Roshi, who was holding the unconscious Gohan, staggering backward. No, that wasn't right. Krillin was already at the front. Now it was Master Roshi holding Gohan. The old man shielded Gohan tightly, his sunglasses blown away. These damn rats. He gritted his teeth, his body forced back by the wind pressure. The energy in the sky was locked in a stalemate. But it was only a brief stalemate. Soon Vegeta's attack began to press down inch by inch. Goku's face flushed red. It's so heavy. Raditz's arms trembled, the ground beneath his feet constantly cracking. No more talking. Hold it. Piccolo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. You too. Use more strength. Krillin's face was purple. I'm already giving it my life. Nappa growled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta, you bastard. Vegeta hovered in the air, hands pressing down, his gaze dark. With just you lot. With this pathetic amount of power, you think you can stop me, eh? The light beam swelled again. Boom. The combined attack was brutally forced down. Raditz's knee buckled, almost giving way. He gritted his teeth, fiercely forcing himself to hold. Can't kneel. If he did, everyone would die. Goku was also pressed down, his feet sinking into the ground, the wound on his shoulder bursting open, blood streaming down his arm. Raditz, can you still hold on? I have to hold on even if I can't. Me too. The two brothers' voices sounded particularly hoarse amidst the roar of energy. Krillin could barely see the light before him anymore. He felt his ki being drained away at an alarming rate. But he dared not stop. If he stopped, Vegeta's attack would crush them. Piccolo's arm began to shake. Nappa's ki was even more unstable, on the verge of cutting out at any moment. The situation was collapsing. They couldn't hold it. Raditz knew this with absolute clarity. At this rate, in at most 10 seconds, they would be completely overwhelmed. Was this really the end? He refused to accept it. From a guaranteed death in 3 hours to a year of arduous training. From surviving the special beam cannon to saving Nappa from Vegeta's hands. He had already changed so much. He refused to die here. He refused to let Vegeta decide his fate by power again. Just then a very soft voice came from behind. Dad. Raditz's pupils contracted slightly. Goku heard it too. Gohan. In Master Rose's arms, the previously unconscious Gohan slowly opened his eyes. He was very weak. His small face was pale, but his eyes slowly reddened. He saw it. Saw his father fighting desperately at the front. Saw Uncle Raditz covered in blood. Saw Piccolo, Krillin, and Nappa all blocking that light that would destroy everything. Also saw Vegeta in the sky like a mountain bearing down on them. Gohan's body began to tremble. Not from fear. From anger. No. Master Rose's expression changed. Gohan calmed down. But Gohan had already broken free from his arms. He stood unsteadily, tears streaming down his face. Don't hurt, everyone. His ki began to rise. Raditz didn't look back, but he already felt that familiar and terrifying fluctuation. Gohan, don't rush in. Gohan didn't answer. He just looked up, staring at the blinding light ahead. His small fists clenched slowly. I don't want to watch everyone get hurt anymore. Boom. A white aura exploded from Gohan's body. The ground instantly cracked. Master Roshi was forced back by the airwave, his eyes filled with shock. This child. Gohan charged forward. His speed was unstable, yet astonishingly fast. Like an out-of-control white meteor, he shot from behind everyone towards the center of the energy collision. Goku's face drastically changed. Gohan, don't come here. Raditz also roared, don't touch that energy. But Gohan did not stop. He rushed behind Raditz, and Goku then thrust his hands forward with all his might. No technique. No name. Only a child's purest anger and desire to protect. A colossal, exaggerated amount of ki erupted from his small body, smashing violently into their combined attack. Boom. The beam that had been pressed down by Vegeta actually halted at that moment. Vegeta's expression shifted. This brat again. Gohan cried out, stop bullying my dad. The next second, their combined attack began to push back. Little by little. From the bottom up, they forced Vegeta's light column back. Goku's eyes lit up. Everyone. Now. Raditz roared. All power. Hold nothing back. Piccolo gritted his teeth, forcing the last wisp of his ki into it. Krillin screamed, wringing himself dry. Nappa also let out a furious roar, desperately blasting out his ki. Gohan's aura burned hotter and hotter, as if pushing everyone's power forward into the clash. Vegeta finally lost his composure. Impossible. He pressed down with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead. How could I be beaten by you lot? He didn't finish. The combined beam completely reversed the pressure. Vegeta's attack was torn apart. A colossal pillar of light woven with blue, white, gold, and green blasted fiercely towards Vegeta in the sky. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. Damn it. Boom. The light column engulfed Vegeta Hedon. A blinding explosion detonated in the sky like a second sun rising. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire wasteland. Raditz and the others were all sent flying backward by the recoil. Gohan was also caught in the blast. Goku, using the last of his strength, rushed over, grabbing his son, and they both crashed heavily to the ground. Raditz smashed into a pile of rubble, feeling as if every bone in his body was broken. He gasped for air, darkness creeping into his vision. Did they win? No. He dared not think that. Vegeta wouldn't die so easily. The smoke and dust slowly cleared. The sky returned to darkness. A figure fell from midair, slamming heavily into the center of the wasteland. Boom. It was Vegeta. His battle armor was almost completely shattered, his body charred black blood at the corners of his mouth, his ki significantly weaker than before. But he was still alive and moving. Vegeta pushed himself off the ground, struggling to rise. His body was trembling. Not from fear. It was trembling from anger pushed to its absolute peak. Kakarot. Raditz. And that brat. He lifted his head, his gaze murderous. Raditz stood up, using the rubble for support, his body swaying, barely able to stay upright. Goku, holding the unconscious Gohan, also slowly raised his head. Piccolo was on one knee, Krillin lay prone in the distance, and Nappa couldn't move at all. Everyone was at their limit. Vegeta was at his limit too. On the wasteland, both sides were gasping for breath. Just then, Bulma's voice came from afar. Not from a communicator. but from a small aircraft wobbling its way across the sky. Bulma stood at the hatch, her face pale, but she shouted through gritted teeth, "Raditz. I brought the gravity capture device. I've brought the gravity capture device." Bulma's voice came from midair. The small aircraft wobbled into the battlefield, smoke trailing from its hull, a testament to its overloaded flight. Raditz looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. Suspended beneath the aircraft was a silver-white disc device surrounded by 4 energy nozzles with a gravity core hastily modified by Capsule Corporation at its center. It wasn't a complete gravity chamber. It looked more like the gravity system had been ripped from a training pod fitted with stabilizing mounts and a remote launch module. Crude. Dangerous. Clearly a rush job. But right now this contraption was their last hope. Vegeta also looked up at the sky. Though he didn't know what it was, Raditz's reaction told him something was wrong. "Bulma," Raditz shouted hoarsely. "Don't get too close." Bulma gripped the edge of the aircraft's hatch, her blue hair whipped by the wind. Her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and replied, "You think I want to be close? This piece of junk can't lock onto the target if it's too far away." Krillin lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head. "Bulma, why are you here? If I hadn't come, you'd all be dead." Bulma cursed as she frantically operated the controls. The aircraft shook violently, and the gravity capture device detached from its underside, crashing onto the wasteland with a heavy thud. The moment the disc hit the ground, its 4 energy supports snapped open, driving deep into the earth. Vegeta's eyes turned cold. A boring little trick. He raised his hand to blast the device. Raditz's face changed. "Stop him." Goku charged forward almost at the same time. His body was at its limit. After Rashi took Gohan from his arms, he swayed unsteadily. But hearing Raditz's voice, he still moved. Bang! Goku used his body to deflect Vegeta's arm. The energy blast grazed the gravity device, blasting a deep crater into the distant ground. Vegeta backhanded Goku across the face. Goku was sent flying, but he forced himself to stabilize in midair. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged in, blocking Vegeta's other side. "Vegeta, haven't you always believed low-class warriors should only kneel?" Vegeta stared at him, murderous intent surging in his eyes. "Raditz, you can barely stand." "So what?" Raditz panted heavily, blood still seeped from the charred wound on his chest, but his voice grew fiercer. "Aren't you the same?" Vegeta's expression darkened. He was right. After Gohan's outburst, and their combined counterattack, though he hadn't fallen, he was badly injured. His energy was still stronger than everyone else's, but it was no longer the overwhelming dominance from the beginning. He could get tired. He could bleed. He could be pushed back. That was what Vegeta could not accept. Bulma's voice came through the communicator. "Raditz, I need 10 seconds to lock on. This thing can only trap him for a short while, and he has to be within the device's radius." "What's the radius?" 30 meters. Raditz glanced at the distance between Vegeta and the device. Too close. And too dangerous. He had to drag Vegeta inside. No trick him in. There was no way to drag him by force. "Goku." Raditz lowered his voice. Goku wiped the blood from his mouth and stood beside him. "I'm here. Can you still run?" "Yes." "Push him toward the device." Goku glanced at the device's position and understood immediately. "Okay." Vegeta watched them coldly. "Are you done conspiring?" "We're done." Raditz grinned. "Get ready to kneel." Vegeta's eyes turned icy. "You're asking for death." He charged at Raditz. His speed was still terrifying. Raditz's eyes narrowed. Instead of meeting him head-on, he stepped half a step to the side. Vegeta's fist grazed past his face. Goku came from behind, kicking at Vegeta's side. Vegeta blocked it with a backhand. Raditz seized the chance to punch Vegeta in the chest. Vegeta sidestepped and drove his knee into Raditz's abdomen. Raditz's vision went dark from the pain, but he didn't retreat. He grabbed Vegeta's knee with both hands while wrapping his tail around the other's calf. "This trick again." Vegeta roared, raising his hand to strike. Goku lunged from the side, locking onto Vegeta's other arm. The 2 low-class Saiyans covered in blood used the most desperate means to restrain the Saiyan prince. Vegeta's energy erupted, trying to shake them off. Raditz roared, "Piccolo." Piccolo had been waiting. He forced his one good arm up, formed an energy sphere, and blasted it into the ground behind Vegeta. Boom. The explosion wasn't to hurt Vegeta. It was to push. The shockwave from behind forced Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku all toward the gravity device. Vegeta's face changed as he finally realized their plan. "You're trying to push me over there." Krillin struggled up from the other side, thrusting out one last Kamehameha. Not yet. The blast hit the ground near Vegeta's feet, forcing him half a step off balance. Nappa, lying on the ground, watched and gritted his teeth, raising one hand. "Vegeta." Vegeta glared at him coldly. Nappa's face was covered in blood, his grin twisted. "This time, he'll give you a push too." He mustered the last of his strength, firing a crude energy sphere. It wasn't strong, but it exploded right in Vegeta's path of retreat. Vegeta's steps were forced to halt, and that halt was enough. He had stepped into the gravity capture device's radius. Bulma's screeching voice rang out. "Lock on successful." The energy supports around the disc lit up simultaneously. Gravity capture initiated. Target range confirmed. Gravity multiplier 10 times. Boom. The invisible gravity field crashed down instantly. Vegeta's body was slammed downward. Raditz and Goku were nearly forced to their knees as well. Bulma's face went pale. "Damn it. You two are in the range too." Raditz gritted his teeth. "Increase it." Bulma's eyes widened. "You'll be crushed too." Increase it. Raditz roared. Goku, gritting his teeth and holding on, actually managed to smile. I can still take it. Vegeta, pinned by 10 times gravity, finally showed a change in expression. It wasn't that he couldn't handle 10 times gravity. Saiyans were born on planet Vegeta with 10 times gravity. It wasn't lethal for him. But the problem was that he was severely injured, his stamina was depleted, and he was completely unprepared. More importantly, this gravity field wasn't a balanced training environment, it was a capture device. It grabbed his muscles, joints, and movements from all directions like countless hands, slowing his speed to a crawl. Bulma gritted her teeth and pressed the controls. 15 times. Boom. Raditz grunted, his knees nearly smashing into the ground. Goku was also bent over. Vegeta's body finally sank noticeably. He looked up at Bulma in midair, murderous intent flaring in his eyes. Earthwoman, how dare you? Bulma's back went cold from his stare, but she didn't let go. What do I have to fear? She shoved the control lever further up. 20 times. Boom. The gravity field surged. The wasteland ground collapsed into a circular crater. Vegeta finally dropped to one knee. Thud. The sound was small, but it struck everyone's hearts like thunder. The Saiyan prince had knelt. Krillin's eyes widened. Piccolo narrowed his gaze. Nappa was dumbfounded. He had never imagined seeing Vegeta forced to one knee. Even if it was just by a device. Even if it was only for a fleeting moment. Vegeta had knelt. Raditz trembled all over, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but he still smiled. Vegeta, how does it feel? Vegeta slowly raised his head. His face was twisted with rage. Raditz. He roared, trying to stand. Under 20 times gravity, he cracked the ground beneath him. This bastard was still trying to get up. Bulma's face changed. The device can't hold out. 20 seconds at most. Enough. Raditz jerked his head up. Goku. Goku understood. He moved with difficulty under 20 times gravity, his hands at his waist. Kamehameha. Raditz also forced the last of his power. He couldn't control Ki finally yet. But finesse wasn't needed now. Just blast all the power out. Piccolo and Krillin raised their hands again. Nappa looked at Vegeta, his mouth twitching, but eventually, he raised his hand. Vegeta, this is payback. 5 energies gathered once more. Vegeta's pupils contracted. He wanted to dodge, but the 20 times gravity field dragged his movements down. Bulma held the control panel, her eyes reddening. Hurry, I can't hold on. Raditz roared. Fire. Goku shouted at the same time. Kamehameha. A blue beam erupted. Raditz's white energy, Piccolo's light grenade, Krillin's energy sphere, and the remnants of Nappa's blast all fired simultaneously. 5 forces struck Vegeta Heaton. Boom. Vegeta's body was engulfed in a terrifying light. At that moment, the gravity capture device completely overloaded. The energy supports around the disc exploded one by one. Bulma's aircraft was violently tossed by the shockwave. Raditz's face changed instantly. Bulma. He tried to rush over, but was swept away by the blast's aftermath. Goku was also knocked back, crashing to the ground. A massive cloud of dust rose from the center of the wasteland. The gravity device shattered into a pile of parts. Everyone was thrown. After a long moment, the wind slowly died down. Raditz crawled out of the rubble. His first instinct wasn't to check on Vegeta, but to look up for the aircraft. It was trailing black smoke, tilting as it fell into the distance. Raditz's pupils contracted. He forced his injured body to charge forward. But before he could take 2 steps, a heavy, ragged breath came from the center of the dust cloud. Everyone froze. The smoke slowly cleared. Vegeta stood there. Or rather, he was on one knee. His armor was nearly shattered, his body charred, blood streaming down his forehead. But he was alive. Still conscious. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with absolute madness. You made me kneel. Raditz's heart sank. The next second, Vegeta's energy erupted again. Not stronger, but more insane. He shot forward, his target not Goku, not Raditz, but Bulma's falling aircraft. The instant Vegeta charged toward the falling aircraft, a deafening buzz erupted in Raditz's mind. At that moment, he didn't even have time to consider how much strength he had left. Nor did he have time to wonder if Vegeta still had a hidden trick up his sleeve. All he saw was the smoke-belching aircraft plummeting crookedly toward the ground. And Bulma was still inside. Vegeta. Raditz roared, the ground beneath his feet exploding instantly. Like a beast compressed to its limit and then released, he lunged forward, dragging his blood-soaked body. Goku's face also turned pale. Bulma. He tried to move, but the moment he exerted force, his knees buckled violently, nearly sending him to the ground. The backlash from that earlier strike and the gravity capture device had pushed everyone to their absolute limits. The fact that Goku could still stand was already extraordinary. Piccolo gritted his teeth and raised his hand, attempting to stop Vegeta with a ki blast. But as soon as a glow flickered in his palm, his body swayed. Krillin was even worse off, struggling just to get up. Nappa lay on the ground, watching helplessly as Vegeta dashed toward the aircraft, a rare look of panic spreading across his face. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? She's just an Earth woman. Vegeta's voice was as cold as ice. It was this Earth woman who made me kneel. He no longer cared about anything else now. Not Kakarot. Not Raditz. Not Nappa's betrayal. Not Gohan's potential. All of that was temporarily suppressed. Only the sound of his knee hitting the ground under the force of gravity echoed in his mind. Thud. That was humiliation. The Prince of the Saiyans forced to one knee by a piece of junk made by an Earth woman. This was even more unbearable than being knocked away by Gohan. So Bulma had to die. Inside the aircraft, Bulma clung desperately to the control stick. Her forehead was cut open, blood streaming down her brow. The dashboard was completely red. The engines were out of control. The altitude was dropping rapidly. She gritted her teeth, trying to pull the aircraft back up, but the control stick was completely unresponsive. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The moment she saw Vegeta charging, her face turned deathly pale. It wasn't the crash. It was Vegeta. That madman was coming for her. But the next second, she saw another figure leaping up from the wasteland. Long hair, flying battlesuit shattered, covered in blood. Raditz. Bulma's heart leaped. Don't come, she shouted instinctively. But Raditz of course wouldn't listen. Vegeta was faster. He had already reached the side of the aircraft, raising his hand palm aimed at the cockpit. Bulma could even see the sneer on his face. Earthwoman, you are clever. But a clever insect is still an insect. A light began to glow. Bulma's pupils contracted. Just as the energy was about to erupt, Raditz slammed into Vegeta from the side with brutal force. Bang! He used his body to knock Vegeta's arm away, and the energy blast grazed the top of the aircraft, streaking into the sky and exploding into a ball of white light in the clouds. The aircraft tumbled from the shockwave. Bulma was thrown against her seat, her vision going dark as she nearly lost consciousness. Vegeta let out a furious roar. Raditz. Raditz didn't answer. He grabbed the aircraft's hull, sinking his fingers into the metal, forcibly pressing the tumbling craft downward. Bulma, can you jump? Dazed and disoriented, Bulma looked up and cursed. Do I look like I can jump? Then hold on to your seat. What are you going to do? Crash land. Raditz gritted his teeth, wrapping his tail around the aircraft's strut, gripping the fuselage with both hands as he forcibly altered its descent trajectory. The aircraft, trailing black smoke, slammed diagonally into the ground. Boom. The fuselage skidded dozens of meters across the wasteland, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, finally stopping only when it crashed into a huge boulder. Bulma was nearly choked by her seatbelt. The cockpit door was violently torn open from the outside. Raditz stood there, his face covered in blood, his breathing heavy. Still alive. Bulma looked up at him, her eyes a little red, but her mouth remained sharp. Can't you say something nice? Raditz reached in and unbuckled her seatbelt. If you can still curse, you're not dead. I really hate you. Bulma cursed, but her body was weak from the impact. As she tried to stand, her legs gave way, and she nearly fell. Raditz reached out and lifted her out. Bulma was stunned. It was the first time she had been this close to a Saiyan. Close enough to hear his heavy heartbeat. Close enough to see the charred wounds on his chest. Close enough to see the bruises and blood streaks on his face from Vegeta's blows. And close enough to feel that his arms holding her were actually trembling. It wasn't fear. He was just too badly injured. But he had still charged in. He had snatched her back from Vegeta's grasp. Bulma's voice softened slightly. Raditz. Raditz looked down at her. Save the touching words for later. Bulma was taken aback. Raditz set her down behind a rock and turned to look at the sky. Now the trouble isn't over. Vegeta hovered in midair, his face dark as a storm cloud. He watched Raditz rescue Bulma, watched that Earth woman still alive, and the fury in his eyes almost became tangible. Raditz, you really have become an Earthling's dog. Raditz looked up at him, his chest heaving violently. The effort of saving Bulma had nearly drained the last of his dwindling strength. His vision was starting to blur, but he still stood in front of Bulma. Dog, he grinned, blood staining his teeth. Weren't you the one kneeling just now? Vegeta's expression twisted instantly. Bulma, sitting behind the rock, almost laughed out loud at that. This guy really knew how to get under someone's skin. Even this badly beaten, he still knew exactly where to strike Vegeta's sorest spot. Vegeta descended from the air. Step by step, he walked toward Raditz. His energy was no longer at its peak, but his killing intent was more terrifying than ever. I will tear you apart. Raditz cracked his neck, every part of his body protesting. But he still raised his fists. Come on. I'm still standing. Vegeta vanished in an instant. Raditz's pupils contracted, and he crossed his arms. Bang. A punch landed. Raditz was sent stumbling backward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Vegeta followed up relentlessly, the second, third, and fourth punches raining down like a storm. Raditz could only block. He no longer had the strength to counterattack. But he didn't fall. With every block, he took a step back. Behind him was Bulma. He couldn't retreat too far. Vegeta noticed this, and his sneer deepened. You want to protect her? With you in this state? A kick sent Raditz doubling over, blood spraying from his mouth. Bulma's face changed. Raditz. Raditz raised a hand, signaling her to stay back. Vegeta grabbed his hair and yanked him upright. You used to be terrified of death. And now you stand in my way for an Earth woman. Raditz's mouth was full of blood, but his eyes burned with an unnerving intensity. I didn't have a choice before. Now I choose who I want. Vegeta's eyes turned icy and his fist slammed into Raditz's face with brutal force. Raditz was sent flying, but before he hit the ground, he hooked a rock with his tail, forcing himself to stop. He staggered back to his feet. Vegeta looked at him, then at Bulma. Suddenly he raised his hand, not to hit Raditz, but aimed at the rock where Bulma was hiding. Raditz's expression changed drastically. Vegeta. An energy blast erupted. Raditz lunged again, but this time he was a fraction of a second too late. The beam grazed his shoulder and slammed into the rock. Just as Bulma was about to be swallowed by the blast, an orange figure shot in from the distance. Kamehameha. Goku's energy wave collided with Vegeta's from the side, forcibly deflecting it. Boom. The energy exploded in the distance. Bulma was knocked down by the shockwave, but was unharmed. Goku landed beside Raditz, panting heavily. Still holding up. Raditz glanced at him. How are you still standing? Goku's smile was strained. I was about to ask you the same thing. They stood shoulder to shoulder. One was drenched in blood, the other covered in wounds. Vegeta watched them, his gaze growing colder. Excellent. Brotherly love. Raditz sneered. Jealous. Vegeta charged in a rage. This time Goku and Raditz met him together. They no longer had their peak speed. Their movements were even a little unsteady, but their coordination was better than before. Goku drew Vegeta's frontal assault. Raditz used his tail and body to restrict Vegeta's movements. Piccolo from a distance gathered his last key blast, and Krillin also gritted his teeth and got up. Nappa watched the battle, breathing heavily, and suddenly laughed. Vegeta, look at you now. With his remaining strength, he raised his hand and fired a key blast at the ground beneath Vegeta's feet. The explosion wasn't strong, but it made Vegeta stumble for a moment. That brief pause was all Goku needed. He drove a punch into Vegeta's chest. Raditz followed up with a brutal headbutt, smashing it into Vegeta's face. Bang! Vegeta staggered backward. He retreated 3 consecutive steps. Those 3 steps brought a moment of absolute silence to the entire wasteland. Raditz gasped for air, his forehead bleeding from the impact. Goku wiped the blood from his mouth. Vegeta steadied himself, his expression beyond anger. It was the madness born from utter humiliation. Enough. His voice was low. Raditz's heart sank. Vegeta looked up, a slow smile spreading across his face. I admit it. You're tougher than I thought. But this is where it ends. He reached for the belt at his waist. Raditz's pupils shrank. Vegeta pulled out a small control device from his belt. It wasn't a scouter. It wasn't a regular communicator. It was the remote recall device for a Saiyan spacecraft. You're trying to run. Goku frowned. Vegeta sneered. Run? Kakarot, you overestimate yourself. He pressed the button. In the distance, one of the 2 spherical wrecked spacecraft glowed red. Raditz's face changed. That was Vegeta's ship. Its backup power was still active. Bulma saw this from behind the rock and immediately understood. Damn it. His ship is initiating a self-destruct propulsion. A chill ran down Raditz's spine. Vegeta's ship wasn't going to fly away. It was going to ram into them. Its target was all of them. Vegeta stared coldly at Raditz. Since you love protecting Earthlings so much, let's see how many you can save. In the distance, the spherical ship suddenly lurched into the air, emitting a piercing roar as it hurtled toward Bulma's location like an out-of-control meteor. Bulma's face turned white. Raditz didn't hesitate for a second. He turned and charged toward Bulma. Goku also dashed out, but they were both too slow. Just as the ship was about to crash down, a young, furious voice rang out from midair. No. Gohan, who had been unconscious moments before, had woken up again. Just as the ship was about to crash down, a young, furious voice rang out from midair. No. Gohan, who had been unconscious moments before, had woken up again. No. A childish voice exploded across the wasteland. In the next instant, every gaze was drawn to that tiny figure. Gohan had awakened. Protected by Master Roshi at a distance, he should not have been able to stand steadily. Yet now his eyes were bloodshot and a white aura erupted from his body with a roar. This was not a stable power. It was the potential brutally forced out of a child under extreme terror and fury. Vegeta's spherical spaceship was hurtling toward Bulma's location, its tail flame blazing. Its speed was immense. Like a rogue meteor out of control, Raditz and Goku were both charging forward. But their injuries were too severe, their speed was insufficient. Bulma sat behind a rock, her face pale. She could even see the red-hot cracks on the spaceship's hull. She tried to stand, but her leg had been injured during the crash landing. The moment she moved, a piercing pain forced her back down. Damn it. Bulma clenched her teeth. She had never hated her inability to fly so much. Vegeta stood in the distance, a cold smirk on his face. Raditz, you wanted to protect her, didn't you? Then try it. Raditz's eyes instantly flooded with blood. He poured almost all his remaining strength into his legs, yet his body felt as if it were filled with lead. Severe wounds, blood loss, consecutive outbursts, forcibly blocking Vegeta. Every single factor was holding him back. Faster. Just a little faster. But it still wasn't enough. The spaceship was already above Bulma's head. At that moment, little Gohan dashed out. He wasn't flying steadily. His posture was so clumsy, it looked like he was being propelled forward by his aura. But his speed was terrifyingly fast. Gohan. Goku's pupils contracted. Raditz's expression also changed drastically. Don't hit it, Hedon. But Gohan could no longer hear him. All he saw was Aunt Bulma about to be crushed by the spaceship. All he saw was Uncle Raditz covered in blood still charging forward. All he saw was his father struggling desperately to save her, but it was already too late. A child's mind held no intricate tactics. There was no calm judgment. He only knew one thing. He couldn't let it crash down. Screaming and crying, Gohan collided with the spaceship. His tiny body compared to the massive spherical vessel was like an insect striking an iron ball. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. Boom. Gohan actually slammed his shoulder into the spaceship's underside. The high-speed descending spherical vessel had its trajectory violently deflected by his impact. The tail flame grazed past Bulma's head and crashed into the distant cliff face with a thunderous roar. Boom. The explosion echoed across the wasteland. Flames engulfed half the mountain. Bulma was thrown over by the shockwave. Raditz finally reached her, pulling her into his embrace, shielding her from the flying debris with his back. Crackle. Bang. Metal shards and rocks pelted his back. Raditz let out a muffled groan, but did not let go. Bulma looked up and saw the blood constantly dripping from his jawline. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. You blocked again. Raditz panted heavily. If you're not dead, don't talk nonsense. You? Bulma's eyes were a bit red, but she still cursed him out. Are really infuriating. Raditz grinned. You've said that many times already. But his gaze wasn't fixed on Bulma. He looked toward the sky. Where was Gohan? Within the explosion's blaze, a small silhouette was falling from the sky. Goku shot forward instantly. Gohan. He caught his son landing while holding him. Gohan had already lost consciousness, his small face pale, with a few scrapes on his body, but his life force remained. Holding him, Goku's hands were trembling. Gohan. Gohan. Raditz emerged from behind the rocks, cradling Bulma. Seeing that Gohan was still alive, his tense heart finally relaxed a fraction. This little monster. He had saved the day again. But this was not a good thing. Gohan had erupted twice in a row. His body simply couldn't withstand it. If this continued, the child would be torn apart by his own potential. Vegeta stared at the destroyed spaceship in the distance, his smile fading bit by bit. His spaceship was gone. Not destroyed by Goku. Not destroyed by Raditz. But deflected by Kakarot's youngest son, directly blasted into scrap metal. What did this mean? Not only had he failed to kill Bulma, but he had also lost his means of immediately leaving Earth. The Saiyan Prince's expression finally sank to an extreme darkness. That brat. Vegeta's voice was terrifyingly low. I will definitely take him. Goku, holding Gohan, jerked his head up. Like hell you will. Vegeta looked at him coldly. Kakarot, you can't even protect yourself, and you want to protect him. Goku handed Gohan to Master Roshi and slowly stood up. His body swayed. Krillin quickly moved forward. Goku, don't push yourself. You've already. Goku didn't turn around. Krillin, take care of Gohan for me. Krillin was stunned. Goku's voice was not loud, but very steady. I can still fight. Raditz set Bulma down in a safe spot and turned back to the battlefield. Bulma grabbed his wrist. You can't fight anymore either. Raditz looked down at her. Bulma gritted her teeth, her eyes full of fury and worry. If you keep fighting, you'll really die. Raditz was silent for half a second. Then he gently pried her hand away. Then don't let me die for nothing. Bulma's face turned pale. But Raditz suddenly smiled. Relax, I'm afraid of death. So it's not that easy for me to die. He finished speaking and turned to walk toward Goku. Bulma watched his retreating back for the first time, unable to curse him, because she knew she couldn't stop him. This man had claimed to be afraid of death from the very beginning. But when the moment of truth came, he was always at the very front. Raditz walked up beside Goku. The two stood shoulder to shoulder facing Vegeta. Piccolo also limped over, supporting his injured body. Krillin handed Gohan to Master Roshi and took his place on the other side. Nappa struggled to his feet, dragging his broken body step by step, moving to stand with the others. Raditz glanced at him. You can still stand. Nappa bared his teeth, blood seeping from the gaps. More steadily than you. Raditz sneered. Still got a sharp tongue. Learned it from you. Krillin couldn't help but say, can you two not argue at a time like this? Piccolo said coldly, arguing means they're not dead. Krillin was speechless. This group of people, not one of them was normal. But for some reason, standing here, he wasn't as scared as before. Vegeta watched them regroup, a flash of brutality in his eyes. Do you really think numbers can win? Raditz panted. And do you really think you're still at your peak? Vegeta's gaze turned instantly icy. Raditz had hit the mark. Vegeta was now severely wounded. The spaceship explosion, the gravity capture, Gohan's outburst, the combined assault. His stamina had been worn down by more than half. If this had been the Vegeta from the beginning, they would have been wiped out long ago. But now Vegeta was also nearing his limit. It was just that his limit was still higher than theirs. Goku looked at Raditz. Still using the same method. No device left. Then we'll do it ourselves. Raditz glanced at him. Goku smiled, looking utterly battered, but his eyes were bright. He's tired too. Raditz understood his meaning. Keep wearing him down. Even if it meant everyone collapsed, they would drag Vegeta down until he couldn't move at all. It was the crudest strategy. It was also the only one they had left. Fine. Raditz raised his fist. Then we bite him to death. Vegeta didn't waste any more words. He charged forward. This time the battle no longer raged with earth-shattering force. Everyone was too badly hurt. Speed slowed, strength weakened, and their techniques were no longer as polished. But this fight was more brutal than before. Goku rushed and was knocked back by Vegeta's punch, and immediately threw himself back in. Raditz used his shoulder to absorb Vegeta's knee strike, then wrapped his arms around Vegeta's waist, creating an opening for Piccolo. Piccolo landed an energy blast on Vegeta's back, but was himself blasted away by Vegeta's counter. Krillin circled to the side, specifically targeting Vegeta's footing and vision. Nappa was using his body purely as a battering ram. He had little combat power left, but his size and strength remained. Each charge forced Vegeta to divert his attention. The more Vegeta fought, the angrier he became. Get lost. He punched Nappa away with one blow. Nappa rolled dozens of meters, smashing into a boulder, and then cursing, actually got up again. I'm not dead yet. Vegeta raised his hand to finish him off. Goku rushed in and grabbed his arm. Your opponent is me. Vegeta spun and kicked Goku in the stomach. Raditz followed up with a heavy punch that landed on the side of Vegeta's face. Vegeta's head snapped to the side, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth again. The murderous intent in his eyes skyrocketed. He drove a fist into Raditz's chest. Raditz was sent flying backward, but before he landed, he hooked the ground with his tail, forcibly halting his momentum. Keep going. He roared. Those two words seemed to squeeze out the last dregs of strength from everyone. Vegeta was held back. Held back by a group of people he despised in the most disgraceful way possible. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The wasteland was pounded into rubble. On the remote monitoring screen of Capsule Corporation, everyone's battle power readings were dropping. Bulma stared at the screen, her fingers turning white. At this rate, they'll all die. Master Roshi, holding Gohan, said in a deep voice, they know. Bulma bit her lip. Then why keep fighting? Master Roshi looked toward the battlefield. Because if they don't, they'll die faster. At the center of the battlefield, Vegeta finally erupted again. Boom. The air blast exploded outward. Goku, Raditz, Piccolo, Krillin, and Nappa were all blasted away. Vegeta stood at the epicenter gasping for air, his battle armor reduced to mere fragments. His body was trembling. His aura had dropped drastically, but he was still standing. It's over. He raised his hand, light gathering in his palm. His target was Goku. Raditz struggled to get up, but couldn't manage it. Goku was also on one knee, his body swaying. Vegeta sneered. Kakarot, I'll start with you. The light exploded. In that instant, a figure charged in from the side. It wasn't Raditz. It wasn't Piccolo. It was Nappa. Vegeta. Nappa slammed his broken body into Vegeta. Vegeta hadn't expected him to still be able to move. The attack was deflected, and the energy beam grazed past Goku, blasting into the ground far away. Vegeta was furious. Nappa. He drove his fist into Nappa's chest. Nappa coughed up blood as he flew backward. But before he was sent flying, he actually grabbed Vegeta's arm and yanked him hard in his direction. Raditz. Raditz's eyes instantly lit up. An opening. He didn't know where he found the last ounce of strength, but he shot forward. Goku moved almost simultaneously. The two brothers, one on the left and one on the right, struck Vegeta at the same time. Vegeta tried to break free from Nappa, but was a fraction too slow. Bam! Raditz's fist connected with Vegeta's left cheek. Bam! Goku's fist slammed into Vegeta's stomach. Vegeta's body shuddered. Raditz roared. Piccolo. Piccolo had already gathered his final energy blast. Light grenade. Krillin also raised his hand. Kamehameha. Two beams of energy followed right after, striking Vegeta square in the chest. Boom. Vegeta was finally blasted away, crashing heavily into a deep crater in the distance. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky. Everyone collapsed to the ground simultaneously. No one spoke. No one cheered. Because they had no strength left. Raditz lay on the ground, digging his fingers into the dirt, desperately lifting his head to look at the smoke. He needed to know. Had Vegeta fallen? Within the smoke, there was no movement for a long time. Krillin asked, his voice almost tearful. Did we win? No one dared to answer. A few seconds later, a piece of rubble shifted. Raditz's heart sank heavily. Vegeta's hand emerged from the pile of debris. From the pile of rubble, a hand slowly emerged. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in Krillin was instantly crushed back to the ground. No way. His voice trembled. He can still get up. No one answered. On the wasteland, only the sound of wind blowing over the rubble remained. Everyone had reached their limit. Wukong knelt partially on the ground, his chest heaving violently. Even lifting his hand had become difficult. Raditz lay nearby, his fingers digging into the dirt, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Piccolo leaned against the broken rock wall, half of his body numb. Krillin could hardly stand at all. Nappa lay on the ground, gasping for air, each breath feeling like a knife cutting into his chest. But Vegeta still crawled out from the rubble. He looked utterly disheveled. His battle suit was completely torn, half of his face covered in blood, his chest marked by the punches from Wukong and Raditz, and blackened scars from Piccolo and Krillin's energy blasts. Yet he still stood. He swayed as he stood. Vegeta raised his head, the killing intent in his eyes had become somewhat chaotic. Kakarot, Raditz, Nappa. He recited their names one by one, his voice hoarse as if it had been scraped from his throat. You guys. You actually forced me to this point. Raditz gritted his teeth, attempting to stand. But the moment he moved, a tearing pain shot through his chest. He nearly fell again. Vegeta saw this and smiled. Even with a face full of blood, that smile still carried the arrogance of a prince. Can't stand up anymore. Weren't you just talking big? Aren't you supposed to decide your own fate? He walked step by step towards Raditz. With each step, his body swayed. But he could still walk. Krillin's face turned pale. Damn. We really have no strength left. Wukong propped himself up on the ground, his teeth chattering. I can still. Before he could finish, his body swayed, nearly collapsing again. Vegeta sneered. What else can you do? Kakarot admitted. No matter how much lower-class warriors struggle, they will ultimately die at the hands of a prince. Raditz lifted his head, his gaze chillingly fierce. You talk too much. Vegeta's expression darkened. He raised his hand, gathering a ball of extremely unstable energy in his palm. The light was not very bright, but for those already lying on the ground, it was deadly enough. Then let's start with you. Vegeta aimed at Raditz. Wukong's expression changed. Raditz. But just then, a distant yet robust voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. Raditz's heart stirred. That voice was Mr. Yajirobe. A plump figure peeked out cautiously from behind a large rock. He carried a sword, his face drenched in cold sweat, wearing an expression of, why did I come to this hellish place? However, in his hand, he clutched a small bag. The senza beans. Raditz's eyes brightened instantly. He nearly forgot. Or rather, he didn't forget the senza beans, but during this battle, he simply had no chance to escape and retrieve them. Originally, they had planned a logistic strategy. The Senzu beans were kept by Master Roshi and Mr. Yajirobe as a last resort to be used only when they were truly on the brink of death. But the battle had progressed too quickly with Vegeta, overwhelming everyone to the point they could hardly breathe. Only now had Mr. Yajirobe finally reached the edge of the battlefield. Krillin also saw him, his eyes widening. Senzu beans. Vegeta didn't understand the term, but he saw everyone's reaction. His expression immediately darkened. What is that? No one answered him. Mr. Yajirobe flinched under Vegeta's glare, nearly retreating back behind the rock. Don't look at me. I'm just delivering something. Raditz shouted hoarsely, throw it over. Mr. Yajirobe gritted his teeth, pulled out a few Senzu beans from the bag, and hurled them this way. Catched. A few green Senzu beans arced through the air. Vegeta's expression turned cold. Though he didn't know what they were, he would never let the enemies get what they wanted. He raised his hand, shooting an energy blast into the air. Not on my watch. Wukong suddenly looked up. Krillin. Krillin reacted almost instinctively. Although he had very little strength left, he gritted his teeth and shot a small energy blast toward Vegeta's energy blast. Boom. The two energy blasts exploded in midair. The Senzu beans were blown apart, scattering in different directions. Raditz's eyes tightened, and he whipped his tail out, wrapping around one Senzu bean. Wukong also reached out to grab one. Piccolo barely caught another. Krillin was hit on the forehead by a Senzu bean, wincing in pain. Ow. The next second, he quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Raditz didn't hesitate, biting down on the Senzu bean. The crisp texture exploded in his mouth. Then an indescribable vitality surged from his abdomen throughout his body. The excruciating pain in his chest rapidly healed. His numb arms regained strength. Torn muscles, gaping wounds, and nearly exhausted stamina were forcibly pulled back to their peak in just a few breaths. No, not just back to peak condition. Raditz suddenly stood up. He felt it. The Saiyan body, after recovering from the brink of death, had become even stronger. It was not an illusion. Just moments ago, he had indeed been pushed to his limit by Vegeta, nearly rolling on the edge of death. After the Senzu bean pulled him back, that fighting instinct hidden deep within his cells was completely ignited. His left eye had no scouter, but he could feel his power increasing. Wukong also consumed a Senzu bean. In the next moment, he stood up, suddenly his injuries visibly healing at a rapid pace. He was momentarily stunned, then clenched his fist. So powerful. Piccolo also recovered, a hint of surprise on his face. These beans are truly outrageous. Krillin jumped up from the ground, his face full of excitement. We came back to life. We really came back to life. Nappa lay far away watching this scene, his eyes nearly popping out. What are those things? Mr. Yajirobe still clutched the bag, stammering, there aren't many left. Save some for yourselves. Raditz suddenly turned his head. Give one to Nappa. Nappa was taken aback. For me, eh? Vegeta's eyes instantly turned cold. No way. He was about to make a move when Wukong had already stepped in front of him. Your opponent is me. Vegeta looked at Wukong, who had fully recovered, and for the first time his expression truly changed. You guys have recovered. Raditz moved his shoulders, the joints cracking. Noticed it. Krillin seized the chance to rush over, taking a Senzu bean from Mr. Yajirobe's hands and tossing it to Nappa. Catch, big guy. Nappa instinctively caught it, looking at the bean in his hand with disbelief. You really giving this to me? Krillin snapped, of course. Eat it. Or do you want to wait for Vegeta to kill you? Nappa glanced at Vegeta, then at Raditz. Finally, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the Senzu bean. The next second, all his wounds rapidly healed, the feeling of rupture disappeared, and his stamina surged back. Nappa stood up directly from the ground, his face filled with shock. This Earth has such things. Raditz looked at him. Stop talking nonsense, can you still fight? Nappa grinned. Now, I can knock you down. Then let's start by knocking Vegeta down. Nappa's smile froze, then he looked at Vegeta. Vegeta stood in place, his face dark as if water could drip from it. He had just been so close to winning. Just a little more. This group of guys was on the brink of collapse, just a few more hits, and he could completely end this humiliating battle. But now, they had recovered. Raditz had recovered. Kakarot had recovered. Piccolo and Krillin had also recovered. Even that fool Nappa had been brought back by them. And he, Vegeta, had no Senzu beans. His injuries still remained. His stamina was still declining. The advantage was slipping from his grasp. This feeling nearly drove Vegeta insane. You guys. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with unprecedented rage. How dare you use such a lowly tactic? Raditz nearly laughed out loud. Lowly? You didn't feel noble when you crashed your spaceship into Bulma just now. Right, and the Senzu beans are ours. Krillin couldn't help but say, can we not use medicine during a fight? Piccolo snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense, he is weaker now than before. Nappa moved his shoulders, a fierce expression reappearing on his face. But this time that ferocity was not directed at the Earthlings, but at Vegeta. Vegeta, Nappa's voice was low. I still remember that hit earlier. Vegeta looked at Nappa, his eyes icy. Are you going to attack me too? Nappa paused for a moment, then grinned. Haven't you already treated me like trash? Then it's not wrong for me to hit you, right? Raditz looked at Nappa, a smile spreading across his face. This guy finally got the hint. Though it was very rough. But it was enough. Wukong assumed a stance. Let's finish this in one go this time. Raditz nodded. Don't give him another chance. Vegeta sneered. Do you really think that just because you have recovered you can win against me, eh? It's not just thinking. Raditz stepped forward. It's time to end this. In the next moment, Wukong dashed out first. His speed was faster than before he ate the senzu bean. Vegeta raised his hand to block, but was knocked back half a step. His expression changed. Kakarot, your power. Wukong was also somewhat surprised. After the recovery from the senzu bean, he seemed to be stronger than before. The life and death battle had pushed out a bit more of his potential. Raditz followed closely, throwing a punch at Vegeta's side. Vegeta turned to block, but Raditz's fist was heavier than before. Bang! Vegeta was knocked sideways. Nappa charged from the other side, roaring as he brought his fists down. Vegeta tried to dodge, but Piccolo's energy blast had already sealed off his escape. Krillin also raised his hand, condensing another energy slash. Vegeta's pupils contracted. He had seen the danger of this move before. He had to split his attention. In that instant, Wukong and Raditz simultaneously appeared in front of him. The two brothers threw punches from left and right. Bang! Bang! Vegeta was struck by both punches, flying backward. Nappa chased after him, bringing his fists down with a roar. This is for you. Boom! Vegeta was smashed into the ground. The wasteland erupted into a massive pit once more. Raditz did not stop. Wukong did not stop. Piccolo, Krillin, and Nappa all followed. No respite. No chance for a comeback. No opportunity for Vegeta to set up any more traps. Just as Vegeta sprang up from the pit, Wukong's fist was already upon him. He blocked Wukong, but was kicked in the side by Raditz. He tried to counterattack Raditz, but Nappa's heavy punch came crashing down again. Piccolo's energy blast constantly sealed off his movements like nails. Krillin's energy slash hovered persistently, forcing him not to dare take it lightly. For the first time, Vegeta was unable to counterattack smoothly. He roared, furious, attempting to shake everyone off with his power. But this time, everyone was back in form. And he was not. Boom. Raditz charged through the energy wave, wrapping his tail around Vegeta's arm. Wukong landed a punch on Vegeta's chin. Nappa grabbed Vegeta from behind, roaring as he slammed him down to the ground. Piccolo gathered energy with both hands. Demonic flash. Krillin also unleashed an energy wave. The two energies struck Vegeta heat. After the explosion, Vegeta staggered out from the smoke, barely able to stand. His face was bloodied, yet his eyes still held defiance. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Raditz approached him. Prince. He raised his fist. From now on, no one buys into your nonsense. Vegeta charged at him in a rage, but his movements had already slowed. Raditz sidestepped, delivering a punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Wukong followed up with an uppercut. Nappa added a heavy hit from the side. Vegeta was struck into the air. Piccolo raised his hand, sending an energy blast to send him crashing to the ground. Boom. This time, after Vegeta smashed down, he did not get up again for a long time. On the wasteland, the dust slowly cleared. Vegeta lay in the center of the deep pit, his chest barely rising and falling, his gaze fixed on the sky. He was still alive, but he could no longer move. Krillin cautiously looked for a long time. This time, did we really win? No one answered immediately. Raditz walked step by step to the edge of the pit, looking at Vegeta inside. Vegeta looked back at him. Even though he had lost, his eyes were still filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Raditz. His voice was hoarse. Do you dare to kill me? Raditz looked down at him, silent for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. Kill you. Too easy for you. Vegeta's pupils shrank. Raditz turned to look at Wukong. Kakarot. Wukong walked over. What is it? Raditz looked at Vegeta in the pit. Bind him up. From today on, the Prince of the Saiyans must also undergo reformation on Earth. Vegeta was bound. The proud Saiyan prince who moments ago had threatened to annihilate Earth, and everyone on it, now lay in a deep crater, his body scorched black, his battle armor shattered, barely able to lift a hand. Krillin stood at the edge of the pit, staring for a long time, still unable to believe it. Did we really win? He asked again, unable to help himself. No one laughed at him, because at that moment, everyone felt the same way. It had been too hard. So hard that they had nearly died several times over. From Vegeta's arrival to Nappa's defection, then the artificial moon, the gravity capture, Gohan's outburst, the spaceship crash, and the senzu bean rescue. Every step was like dancing on a razor's edge. One wrong move and Earth would have been lost today. Goku sat on the ground, panting heavily. Even after eating a senzu bean, the subsequent siege had nearly drained him dry again. I guess we won, he said, then looked at Vegeta in the crater. His gaze held no contempt, but was instead serious. This guy is really strong. Krillin's eye twitched. Goku, could you not say that about an enemy in such an admiring tone? Goku scratched his head. But he really is strong. Piccolo snorted. Strong or not, he's lying on the ground now. Nappa stood to the side. His shoulder wound had healed from the senzu bean, but his expression was still complicated. He stared at Vegeta in the pit, remaining silent for a long time. This scene was a huge shock to him. Vegeta had lost. The prince who in his eyes never failed, only commanded, and always decided who lived or died, had actually been defeated. And not by some powerful being from another universe. He was taken down by Raditz, Kakarot, Piccolo, Krillin, and that little brat, all working together. Nappa suddenly felt that this world had become unfamiliar. Raditz jumped into the pit and walked over to Vegeta. Vegeta's gaze was icy, even though his body couldn't move, his mouth refused to yield. Raditz, you'd better kill me now. Raditz looked down at him. You sure like making decisions for me. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Do you think he'll thank you for keeping me alive? Do I need your thanks? Raditz let out a laugh. Vegeta, do you still not understand the situation? He crouched down, reached out, and patted Vegeta's shattered armor. The gesture was incredibly insulting. Vegeta's eyes instantly promised murder. How dare you touch me? You're tied up. Why are you still putting on airs as a prince? Raditz stood up and looked at Goku. Goku, bring him up. Goku blinked. Are you sure we don't kill him? Not for now. That's fine. Goku walked down and reached out to help Vegeta. Vegeta roared, don't touch me, Kakarot. Goku paused. Can you walk on your own? Vegeta's face stiffened. Goku looked at him sincerely. You can't move right now, can you? Vegeta nearly choked on his own blood in anger. Raditz added from the side, don't ask him. Right now the only thing hard about him is his mouth. Krillin let out a snort of laughter, but quickly covered his mouth. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of Piccolo's mouth. Nappa grinned openly. Vegeta, even you have your day. Vegeta's gaze snapped towards him. Nappa. The smile on Nappa's face froze. Even though Vegeta was lying in the pit, he still tensed up instinctively. But quickly Nappa gritted his teeth and stared back defiantly. What are you looking at? I don't take orders from you anymore. Saying that out loud seemed to lift a weight off Nappa's own shoulders. Raditz glanced at him. Not bad. You're finally using your head. Nappa growled, don't act like you're my teacher. I saved your life twice. Nappa, shut up. Krillin muttered, he does owe you 2 lives now. Nappa turned to glare at him. Shut up, Baldy. You're still calling me Baldy. Krillin nearly jumped up in anger. I was the one who gave you the senzu bean. Nappa was silent for a moment. Well, thanks. Krillin was stunned. Huh. Nappa turned his face away and said gruffly, I said thanks. If you didn't hear it, forget it. Krillin looked at him and suddenly smiled. I heard you, big guy. Nappa frowned. Don't call me big guy. You call me Baldy. That's different. How is it different? Just as it looked like they would start arguing again, Bulma's voice came from not far away. Can you guys argue after we get back? Everyone turned. Bulma limped over covered in dust with a temporary bandage on her forehead. Her expression was terrible. Raditz frowned and immediately walked over. Why did you come out? Bulma glared at him. What, I'm not allowed to see the place where I almost got killed? Your leg is injured. Your whole body is injured. Who are you to talk? Raditz was at a loss for words. Bulma walked up to him, looked up, her eyes holding back fire. Who told you to rush over like that earlier? Raditz was silent for a second. Vegeta was going to kill you. I know. Bulma's voice dropped. So I'm asking, who told you to risk your life like that? Raditz looked at her. He was about to say, because you're useful. Because you can build a gravity chamber. Because you're the most important technician on Earth. But the words got stuck in his throat. Bulma wasn't stupid. That kind of lie might fool others, but not her. Finally Raditz just said, I don't like it when people touch what's mine. Bulma was taken aback. Krillin's eyes went wide. Goku scratched his head, seemingly not catching what was wrong. Master Roshi, however, pushed his sunglasses up and chuckled. Bulma's face slowly turned a little red, but she quickly forced it back to a stern expression. Who's yours? Raditz looked away. Now is not the time to talk about this. Bulma squinted. You're changing the subject. Krillin whispered from the side, he did say it though. Raditz gave him a cold look. Want to go back to the gravity room for extra training? Krillin immediately stepped back. I didn't hear anything. Bulma watched Raditz being so stubborn and let out a soft hum. She didn't press further, but the look in her eyes was distinctly different from before. Goku dragged Vegeta out of the crater. Vegeta was bound with special alloy chains, his hands and feet secured. His expression was as dark as it could get. You think this piece of junk can hold me? Bulma glanced at him. Don't worry, I added a gravity lock just for you. If you try to break free, the chains will automatically release high-voltage electricity and localized gravity suppression. Vegeta sneered. Earthwoman, you think this toy can stop the Saiyan Prince? Bulma walked up to him. She wasn't as tall as Vegeta and didn't have any fighting power, but she didn't back down an inch. It was my toy that brought you to your knees just now. The air went silent instantly. Vegeta's face visibly darkened. The corner of Raditz's mouth curled up. Nappa lowered his head and coughed, trying hard to suppress a laugh. Krillin turned around, his shoulders shaking. Goku said sincerely, Bulma is amazing. Vegeta's anger nearly exploded again. But he really couldn't move now. After saying her piece, Bulma turned to Raditz. What are we going to do with him? Everyone looked at Raditz. This question couldn't be avoided. Vegeta's bloodlust was too strong, his combat power too high. Letting him go was definitely not safe. But kill him? Goku probably wouldn't be willing. Nappa's emotions were complicated. Raditz didn't want to kill Vegeta so quickly either. Not out of softness, but because Vegeta was still useful. Very useful. Raditz walked over to Vegeta. Vegeta looked up at him, his voice icy. What exactly are you trying to do? Raditz didn't answer immediately. He looked at Nappa. You come here too. Nappa was startled. Me? Yes. Frowning, Nappa approached. Raditz looked at the 2 Saiyans before him. One a prince who had once stood above all. The other a brute who had only ever followed the prince in slaughter. Adding Goku and himself, Earth now held 4 pure-blooded Saiyans. This was the biggest variable of all. If he could weave the fates of these few people onto a single path, then they would have a real foundation for resistance in the future Frieza saga. Raditz spoke in a low voice. There's something I wasn't planning to say so soon. Vegeta's expression shifted. Nappa frowned too. Goku walked over. What is it? Raditz looked at Vegeta and said word by word, Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteor. Vegeta's face changed instantly. Nappa was also stunned. What did you say? Raditz continued, and the Saiyans didn't die from some natural disaster. Our people were wiped out by someone. Vegeta's gaze turned completely cold. Raditz, do you know what you're saying? Of course I do. Raditz stared at him. The one who destroyed planet Vegeta is Frieza. Boom. The words landed like a thunderclap. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. Nappa froze solid on the spot. Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, and Bulma all fell silent. Frieza. They had heard the name before, but only at this moment did they truly understand the weight behind that name. The annihilation of the entire Saiyan race. Vegeta stared hard at Raditz. Say that again. Raditz didn't back down. Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. He was afraid of the legend of the Super Saiyan, afraid that the Saiyans would slip out of his control in the future. So he personally destroyed our planet. Your father, King Vegeta. Nappa's people. Our people. They all died by his hand. Nappa's breathing grew ragged. Impossible. His voice was low. Lord Frieza said it was a meteor. You believe whatever he says. Raditz sneered. Nappa, do you really think planet Vegeta could be destroyed by an ordinary meteor? Nappa was speechless. Vegeta's expression was terrifying. He had suspected it himself. He just didn't dare to think about it too deeply, because the answer was too heavy and too humiliating. If Raditz was telling the truth, then what had he been doing all these years? Conquering planets for the one who wiped out his race. Working for Frieza. Surviving under the monster who destroyed his own kind. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, the chains groaning. Bulma immediately looked warily at the controller. But Raditz didn't stop him. He knew Vegeta needed this anger. He needed this fire to burn a crack in that shell of princely arrogance. Vegeta's voice was hoarse. Evidence. Raditz looked at him. I don't have any right now. Vegeta's gaze instantly turned cold. Are you playing me? But I know where to find it. Raditz cut him off. Vegeta stared at him intently. Raditz looked up at the sky. Namek. Goku was startled. Namek. Piccolo's expression also changed. Raditz said slowly, there are Dragon Balls, they're stronger than Earth's. And there might be more cosmic intelligence that we need to know. Bulma frowned slightly. She had finally heard the word Raditz had been avoiding. Dragon Balls. Raditz turned to the others. Vegeta lost. Nappa stays. But this isn't over. Frieza will eventually take notice of Earth. Instead of waiting for him to come, it's better for us to go to Namek first. Vegeta lifted his head, a mix of rage and suspicion burning in his eyes. If you're lying to me, I will kill you. Raditz smiled. Then you'd better stay alive first. Just then a fragment of Bulma's scout receiver let out a soft beep. On the screen, a long-interrupted army code began to flicker again. Bulma's face changed drastically. Raditz. Frieza Forces archiving program has been restored. Frieza's army's filing program has been restored. As Bulma uttered these words, the atmosphere, which had just relaxed after Vegeta's defeat, was instantly clinched by an invisible hand. The smile on Krillin's face froze. No way. Again. Now whenever he heard words like program, file, or signal, his scalp crawled. Over the past year, these alien devices had caused them nothing but misery. Transmission records from the spaceship. Exposure from scouters. Automatic notifications from mission record capsules. Hidden ships syncing with the lunar phase. Now, just when they had finally beaten Vegeta and Nappa into submission, Frieza's army was rising from the dead again. This thing was even more persistent than King Piccolo. Raditz's face darkened instantly. Show me. Bulma handed over the scouter fragment. On the screen, the army's identification code, which should have been long burned out, flickered back to life. It wasn't a complete transmission, but it was attempting to reassemble the data. Bulma gritted her teeth and said, it must have been the energy blast from the fight that stimulated a backup storage area in the fragment. There's still a piece of unsanitized archive cache inside. Can you cut it off? I can, but it'll take time. Bulma's voice was rapid. The problem is it's already started searching for any usable transmission source nearby. Your ship wreckage, Vegeta's ship wreckage, scouter fragments. Any alien equipment it can commandeer. Raditz's eyes turned cold. So as long as there's one usable Saiyan part left, it might be able to send out an anomaly report. Pretty much. Bulma's face was grim too. Even if it doesn't send a complete set of coordinates, once Frieza's army catches wind of anomalous Saiyan activity near Earth, they'll come investigating sooner or later. Krillin felt his legs go weak again. We just beat Vegeta, and now Frieza's coming. Can't we catch a break? Vegeta, bound by gravity restraints, had been silent with a cold face. When he heard about Frieza's army restoring the archive, his expression shifted. It was subtle, but Raditz could see it. It was a barely suppressed dread. There was even a deeply hidden trace of fear. Vegeta might not fear death, but the name Frieza for him now was still a mountain crushing his very bones. Nappa's reaction was even more direct. His face turned pale and his body, just recovered from eating a senzu bean, tensed up instinctively. If Frieza's army finds out about this place. He didn't finish, because everyone knew what came next. Goku frowned and asked, is Frieza really that strong? This time Raditz didn't answer immediately, but Vegeta spoke coldly. Strong. His voice was a bit hoarse. Kakarot, you have no idea what you're asking. Goku looked at him. Vegeta lifted his head, his eyes filled with humiliation and hatred. Even if all of us combined forces would be nothing but insects before Frieza. Krillin's face went white. Hey, coming from you, that's really terrifying. Nappa muttered, Vegeta isn't exaggerating. In the makeshift battlefield center that looked like a lab, everyone fell silent. Raditz spoke slowly, Frieza's first form has a battle power of 530,000. Krillin's expression went blank. F530,000. He looked at the still-bound Vegeta in the distance. Vegeta's 18,000 beat us to a pulp. Oh, what kind of monster is 530,000? A monster. Raditz answered simply. A true monster. Goku's expression grew serious too. He was no stranger to powerful enemies. But the number 530,000 was beyond his current imagination. Even more terrifying was that Raditz had said it was the first form. Goku understood what that implied. Piccolo's face darkened. So we absolutely cannot let that signal get out. Right. Bulma was already walking toward her spare equipment case. I can handle it, but it's not safe here. There are too many alien wrecks on the battlefield. I need to gather all the Saiyan equipment and dismantle them one by one. Raditz immediately looked at Nappa. What about your scouter? Nappa was taken aback. It was smashed during the fight. Where are the fragments? How should I know? I was almost killed by Vegeta just now, who had time to care about that. Raditz's face darkened. Find them. Nappa frowned immediately. Are you ordering me? Raditz gave him a cold stare. Do you want Frieza's army to find Earth through your scouter fragments? Nappa shut his mouth. He turned and started rummaging through the rubble. Krillin whispered. The big guy actually listened. Piccolo snorted. He's just afraid of Frieza. Raditz didn't deny it. Being afraid was fine, as long as he could work now. Bulma immediately directed the robots to clear the battlefield. Subsequent transport ships from Capsule Corporation arrived, boxing up the wreckage of Vegeta's ship, Nappa's ship, and the remaining modules of Raditz's ship. Vegeta was escorted to the side under gravity restraints. He watched his ship's wreckage being dragged away by Earth robots, his face grim. Earth woman, you'd better know what you're doing. Bulma didn't even turn her head. Of course I do. She directed a robotic arm to remove the ship's core, her tone flat. I'm dismantling a pile of alien junk that nearly got us all killed. A vein bulged on Vegeta's temple. If he could move, he would have made this woman shut up. Raditz stood nearby, feeling an unexpected surge of satisfaction. Bulma telling off Vegeta was more satisfying than doing it himself. Goku walked over to Raditz. Were you serious about going to Namek? Of course. Raditz looked at the sky. Earth is no longer safe. It's only a matter of time before Frieza's army systems are restored. Vegeta and Nappa have been out of contact for so long, it will eventually raise suspicion. Krillin asked, but why do we have to go to Namek? Can't we just stay on Earth and train? Because we need stronger Dragon Balls. Raditz glanced at Piccolo. Piccolo's expression soured. He of course knew what Raditz meant. Namek was connected to him and Kami. Raditz continued, the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant greater wishes and provide more universal intelligence. We need to know Frieza's current location, the truth behind planet Vegeta's destruction, and even prepare a contingency for Earth. Bulma paused her work. You mean go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls while evading Frieza's army's pursuit? Not evading. Raditz's voice deepened. It's getting there before Frieza does. Vegeta sneered. Raditz, do you even know what you're saying? Raditz looked at him. Vegeta's gaze was still proud, but tinged with more gloom. If Namek really has Dragon Balls, Frieza will go there once he finds out. You want to compete with Frieza for the Dragon Balls? Did I break your brain? Raditz laughed. Don't you want to know the truth about planet Vegeta? Vegeta's face instantly turned cold. Raditz took a step forward. You can keep pretending you know nothing. Keep playing the Saiyan Prince. Keep hiding in Frieza's shadow. As long as no one shoves the truth in your face, you can still pretend you weren't working for your enemy. Vegeta's restraints creaked. He stared at Raditz, his eyes murderous, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Shut up. Raditz didn't shut up. What? Afraid to hear it. I said shut up. Vegeta roared, his body straining violently. The gravity restraints activated, instantly pressing down with high voltage current and localized gravity. Bang. Vegeta was forced back to the ground with a grunt. Bulma held the controller, saying coldly, move again and it'll increase the gravity to 30 times. Vegeta looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Bulma stared right back. Staring at me, want help? The button is in my hand now. Krillin couldn't help but whisper, Bulma is getting scarier and scarier. Goku nodded. Yes, she's always been formidable. Vegeta's face was even uglier than when he had been defeated. Nappa walked back, carrying a pile of scouter fragments. Seeing Vegeta pinned down by Bulma, his expression was complicated. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to laugh. Now he still didn't dare to laugh too obviously, but the corners of his mouth were really hard to suppress. Vegeta looked at him coldly. What are you laughing at? Nappa immediately straightened his face. Nothing. Raditz took the fragments and tossed them to Bulma. Dismantle them all. Bulma nodded. Give me a day. A day, eh? Krillin was shocked. That fast? Bulma looked at him. You think it's slow? Do it yourself. No, please continue. Raditz said, also prepare a spaceship. Bulma's hand paused. A ship to Namek. Yes. You know the coordinates. Raditz looked at Piccolo. Piccolo frowned. Don't look at me. I don't know. Raditz knew Piccolo didn't know now. But Kami might know something, at least enough to provide clues through the Namekian lineage. Go see Kami. Piccolo's face grew even more sour. That old man again. Goku asked, does Kami know about Namek? He might. Raditz said. Even if he doesn't, we can find clues from your ship's wreckage and the Lookout's archives. Bulma nodded. With a general star sector, I can cross-reference it with Saiyan star charts. The problem is the ship. She looked at Raditz. Your ship is too small, only for one person, and it's already mostly dismantled. Same for Vegeta's and Nappa's ships. To go to Namek, we need to build a new large spaceship. Raditz asked how long. Bulma frowned. Under normal circumstances, a few months. Before Raditz could speak, Bulma added, but if we dismantle the 3 Saiyan ships and integrate the gravity chamber core life support systems and star chart navigation modules, the fastest would be 1 month. Too slow, Raditz said. Bulma glared at him. Do you think building a spaceship is like cooking? 1 month is already the result of working me and my dad to the bone. Dr. Briefs raised his hand with a smile. Actually, we could make it a bit faster if we don't consider comfort. Everyone looked at him. Bulma was taken aback. Daddy. Dr. Briefs pushed up his glasses. I just looked at the Saiyan ship's core. The propulsion efficiency is very high. We don't need to completely rebuild. We can just modify a large capsule corp aviation module into a space-sealed cabin and connect the alien propulsion core. In theory, we could have a test flight in 2 weeks. Krillin's eye twitched. Building a spaceship in 2 weeks. Is your family full of monsters? Bulma didn't argue, because she had already started calculating. If we work day and night, 2 weeks is indeed possible. Raditz nodded. 2 weeks. Bulma looked at him. Do you really think we're machines, eh? Raditz looked at the wound on her forehead, his voice softening slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Bulma was stunned. Krillin was also stunned. Goku's eyes widened. Raditz actually said something like that. Raditz's face darkened. Shut up. Bulma coughed and turned her face away. You're welcome. Her tone was still sharp, but her ears were a bit red. Vegeta watched this scene, his gaze gloomy. You really think I'll go to Namek with you? Raditz looked at him. You have 2 choices. Stay locked up on Earth with gravity restraints, or come with us to Namek and find out the truth about Frieza. Vegeta sneered. Why should I follow your orders? Raditz pointed to the controller in Bulma's hand. Because you're tied up right now. Vegeta's face twitched. This reason was so crude, he couldn't refute it. Nappa muttered beside him, Vegeta, if Frieza really... Shut up. Vegeta cut him off coldly. Nappa opened his mouth, but didn't continue. Yet his expression had changed. Before, Nappa wouldn't have doubted Frieza. Now he was starting to doubt. That was enough. Raditz turned to look at Goku. For these 2 weeks, keep training. Goku nodded. I know. You should also go to the lookout and Master Rashi to properly learn key control. Goku was startled. What about you? I'm going too. Raditz said. I didn't have time before, but now that Vegeta is temporarily dealt with. Before going to Namek, I must learn to sense ki without a scouter. Piccolo snorted. You finally realized you're like a brute wielding a club. Raditz glanced at him. At least this brute didn't fall before you did. Piccolo's eyes turned cold. Krillin quickly interjected. All right, we just fought, don't start again. Bulma had already bent back down to work on the equipment. I don't care who goes to train, just don't wreck my lab. Raditz nodded. He was about to speak when the screen in Bulma's hand suddenly flickered. Her expression changed instantly. Wait. Raditz's heart sank. What now? Bulma quickly magnified the archive program. This time it wasn't a signal recovery. Instead, the cache had decoded a fragment of information that had already been sent out. She looked up, her voice a bit dry. A small piece of data has already leaked. Krillin nearly broke down. How much leaked? Bulma looked at the screen. No Earth coordinates, no Dragon Ball information. Everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief when her next sentence froze them all again. But it contained 2 keywords. Saiyan anomaly. Namek. Saiyan anomaly. Namek. When Bulma uttered these 2 words, the breath of relief that had just been released across the battlefield ruins was abruptly choked back. Krillin's mouth twitched. No way. Another leak. Just hearing words like signal, archive, and program now made his scalp crawl. From Raditz's space pod to the invasion of Vegeta, Nappa, and the Frieza Force, these alien devices were like layers of traps. Dismantle one, and another awaited. Vegeta was pinned down by the gravity restraint, his face dark with fury. Nappa stood to the side, having just recovered from his injuries after consuming a senzu bean. Yet at the mention of the Frieza Force, his shoulders instinctively tensed. Raditz stared at the damaged scout device in Bulma's hands, his voice dropping low. Can you confirm it's been sent? Bulma's fingers flew across the control panel, her brow furrowed. It's not complete intelligence, just a fragment of a corrupted archive. No Earth coordinates, no Dragon Ball information, but it has definitely left Earth's vicinity. Just as Krillin began to relax, Bulma delivered the killing blow. But that doesn't mean we're safe. If the Frieza Force catches the keyword Saiyan anomaly in Namek, they will investigate. Goku frowned. Will Frieza go to Namek? Not necessarily in person, said Raditz. But even if it's just Dodoria Zarbin or the Jinyu Force who gets their first ITLL, be more than Namek can handle. The Jinyu Force. Krillin's face grew even paler. Doesn't sound like good guys. Vegeta let out a cold sneer. They're definitely not. Krillin looked at him. Worse than you. Vegeta's gaze turned icy. Krillin immediately stepped back. All right, forget I asked. Raditz ignored them. He knew clearly that time had been compressed. Originally, they could have dealt with Vegeta and Nappa first, then slowly built a spaceship and formulated a plan to go to Namek. But that was no longer possible. If the Frieza Force grew suspicious, Namek would become a death trap ahead of schedule. They had to move first. They had to reach Namek, find the Dragon Balls, and uncover the truth before Frieza could truly react. Raditz turned to look at Bulma. How long until the spaceship is ready? Bulma looked up at him, almost laughing in exasperation. Do you think I'm Shinran? We just fought a world-shattering battle, and you're asking for a spaceship. How long? Normally months. Raditz's eyes darkened. Too slow. Bulma glared at him. Obviously I know it's too slow, but that's a spaceship, not a capsule motorcycle. Dr. Briefs pushed up his glasses from the side and spoke slowly. If we don't care about comfort and only needed to fly, we could be much faster. Everyone looked at him simultaneously. Bulma was stunned. Daddy. Dr. Briefs pointed at the piles of Saiyan spaceship wreckage nearby. The core components of Raditz's, Vegeta's, and Nappa's pods are still intact. We can piece together the propulsion system, modify the life support system using capsule core large aviation modules, and use the Saiyan star charts for navigation. The gravity chamber can be shrunk into a small training pod. Krillin's eyelids twitched. Doctor, your piece together sounds really dangerous. Dr. Brief smiled amiably. Science is inherently dangerous. Bulma was silent for a few seconds, her mind already calculating all possibilities at lightning speed. If we work day and night 10 days. Raditz immediately said, then 10 days it is. Bulma slammed the control panel onto his chest. You sure decide quickly. Raditz winced from the pain of his wounds, but didn't dodge. He looked at the still drying blood on Bulma's forehead, and his voice was uncharacteristically gentle. I appreciate your hard work. Bulma's prepared tirade got stuck in her throat. She stared at Raditz for 2 seconds, feeling an inexplicable warmth creep up her ears before finally letting out a humph. Good to know, Krillin mumbled under his breath. Well, I'll be damned. Raditz actually spoke like a human. Raditz shot him a cold glare. Want some extra training in the gravity chamber? Krillin immediately looked up at the sky. Nice moon today. Goku earnestly corrected him. It's daytime. Krillin nearly choked. Vegeta watched all this coldly, then suddenly spoke. You really think I'm going to Namek with you? Raditz turned to him. You will. Vegeta sneered. And why is that? Because you want to know if Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. Vegeta's face instantly turned frigid. Raditz continued. You can keep pretending you don't care, or keep up your princely facade. But deep down you know you can't escape this. Vegeta glared at him intensely. The chains emitted a faint clicking sound. Bulma immediately raised her controller. Don't move. The gravity restraint is still connected to my button. A flash of killing intent passed through Vegeta's eyes. Bulma didn't back down. I made you kneel once, I can make you kneel again. Nappa almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Vegeta whipped his head towards him. Nappa immediately composed his face. I wasn't laughing. Your grin's reaching your ears. Krillin pointed out. Nappa glared at him. Shut it, Baldy. No one asked you. You weren't saying that when I gave you that Senza bean. Nappa was momentarily speechless, then grunted gruffly, well, thanks. Krillin was taken aback, then broke into a grin. All right, big guy. Don't call me big guy. Then don't call me Baldy. But you are. Krillin fumed, wanting to jump up. Raditz couldn't be bothered with them, and looked at Goku and Piccolo. We can't take too many people to Namek. Goku nodded. I'm going. Of course you are. Raditz looked at Bulma. You're coming too. Bulma raised an eyebrow. I knew it. We need you for the ship Dragon radar communication and repairs. Sounds fancy, but you're just dragging me into danger. Yes. Raditz answered bluntly. But without you we might not even reach Namek. Bulma looked at him, then finally sighed. Final go. Piccolo spoke coldly. I'm going too. Raditz looked at him. Piccolo's face was grim. Namek has something to do with me. I have the right to know what that place really is. Goku smiled. It's good that Piccolo is coming. He's very strong. Piccolo snorted. You don't need to say that. Raditz didn't object. Piccolo had to go. On Namek, Din Nail, and the Grand Elder were all connected to his line. Moreover, Piccolo was one of the most level-headed fighters on Earth's side right now. As for Vegeta, Raditz looked at him. Vegeta is coming too. Krillin was startled. Bring him. Are you sure? He almost killed us all. Bulma frowned too. I can put the gravity restraint on him, but spaceship space is limited. What if he goes crazy halfway? Raditz said flatly. Then well, throw him into space. Vegeta stared at him coldly. You can try. I certainly will. Raditz walked up to him, looking down at the defeated Saiyan prince. Vegeta, if you want the truth, behave yourself. If you want revenge on Frieza, survive until we reach Namek. Vegeta didn't answer. But he didn't refuse. That was the answer. Nappa immediately asked, what about me? You're staying. Nappa's eyes bulged. Why, oi? Because Earth needs someone to guard it. You want me to babysit Earthlings? Nappa's face darkened. Raditz sneered. You owe me 2 lives, you owe Krillin a Senza bean, and you owe Piccolo for blocking that attack. Now you're being asked to guard a planet, and you're complaining. Nappa opened his mouth, but couldn't find a retort. Krillin nodded from the side. He does owe quite a bit. Nappa glared at him. Shut up. Goku looked at Nappa and smiled. Gohan is staying on Earth too. Please help protect him. Nappa's face twitched. That brat. He needs my protection. Raditz said coldly, he needs training. Piccolo glanced at Raditz. He'll train Gohan for these 10 days. Gohan, who had been hiding behind Goku, paled at these words. Mister, Piccolo will train me. Piccolo said coldly. You have power, but you only cry and burst out. That's not a warrior. That's a liability. Gohan looked down. Goku frowned, about to speak, but Raditz had already said he's right. Gohan looked up at him. Raditz's tone remained harsh. If you don't want to hold your father back in the future, put the energy you use for crying into training. Gohan's eyes were red, but he nodded firmly. He'll work hard. Goku looked at Gohan, then at Piccolo. I'm entrusting Gohan to you. Piccolo turned his head away. Don't make it sound like I wanted this. Raditz made the final call. The ones going to Namek are Raditz, Goku, Piccolo, Bulma, and Vegeta. The ones staying on Earth are Krillin, Master Roshi, Nappa, Gohan with Kami, and Mr. Popo handling the rear. Krillin had wanted to say he would go too, but hearing the word stay made him fall silent. Goku walked over and patted his shoulder. Krillin, I'm counting on you for Earth. Krillin gave a wry smile, saying that just makes me more nervous. Master Roshi also said, staying isn't a bad thing. Earth can't be left unguarded either. Krillin took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Over the next 10 days, Capsule Corporation became a war zone headquarters. Bulma and Dr. Briefs practically lived in the manufacturing workshop. The Saiyan spaceship cores were dismantled, the thrusters, navigation modules, life support systems, and gravity training pods were all crammed into the new vessel. The exterior was crude. The interior was far from comfortable. But it could fly. It could reach Namek. That was enough. Raditz didn't rest. After the battle with Vegeta, he finally realized his biggest problem. He didn't truly know how to use ki. Previously, he relied on battle power numbers and his Saiyan body to brute force his way through. Against Vegeta, he could only manage with teamwork, Senza beans, and gravity devices. But on Namek, against the Frieza force, relying solely on brute strength was suicide. So he began the most basic ki sensing training with Master Roshi, Goku Kami, and Mr. Popo. On the first day, he felt nothing. On the second day, everything was still a chaotic blur. On the third day, Goku stood opposite him and asked, "Can you feel my ki?" Raditz closed his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead. "I can feel it." Goku was delighted. "Really?" Raditz opened his eyes, his expression sour. "It's like a noisy, blinding sun." Goku was stunned. Master Roshi, however, chuckled, saying, "That means you've found the threshold." Mr. Popo stood to the side, his dark face expressionless. "Too impatient, and your ki will be chaotic." Raditz took a deep breath. "I don't have time to slowly calm my heart." Mr. Popo said calmly, "The less time you have, the more you need to be calm." Raditz fell silent. He didn't like hearing that, but he knew it was true. On the other side, Piccolo took Gohan away for training. Gohan came back covered in dust every day. Nappa had been watching and laughing initially, but the next day Piccolo dragged him into the training ground too. "You're coming." Nappa roared, "Why should I listen to you?" Piccolo said coldly, "Because you nearly lost control on the verge of the great ape." Nappa immediately shut up. Krillin watched from the side, thoroughly amused. But his laughter didn't last long before Master Roshi grabbed him for refresher training. No one in the Earth Defense Group got an easy break. Vegeta was locked in a separate training pod with the gravity restraint. Bulma set the permissions herself. "Don't try anything. If you dare smash the hatch, I'll crank it to 50 times gravity." Vegeta sneered. "Earthwoman, you're not bad at making threats." Bulma smiled. "Thanks, Your Highness. The last person I threatened is being pretty well behaved now." Vegeta's face darkened again. On the night of the 10th day, the spaceship was finished. The silver-white hull sat on the Capsule Corp launch pad, the propulsion core glowing with a blue-white light, and the exterior bore clear signs of rushed work. Bulma, with dark circles under her eyes, patted the hatch. "It's ugly, but it can fly." Krillin stared at the ship and muttered, "A spaceship built in 10 days. I'd be scared to ride it." Bulma glared at him. "You're not the one riding it." "Then I'm relieved." "What do you mean by that?" Goku, carrying his bag, was brimming with excitement. "Namek. I really want to see what it's like." Piccolo stood to the side, silently gazing at the night sky. Vegeta, wearing the gravity restraint, was escorted onto the ship, his face a mask of fury. Raditz walked to the hatch and turned back to look at everyone. Gohan stood before Goku, his eyes red. "Dad, Uncle Raditz, you have to come back." Raditz paused slightly upon hearing the word uncle. He still wasn't used to it, but this time he didn't correct him. "Train hard," he said. "We'll check on you when I get back." Gohan nodded vigorously. Nappa crossed his arms and said gruffly, "Don't die out there, Raditz." Raditz looked at him. "Watch over Earth." Nappa grunted. "You think I need you to tell me?" The hatch closed. The spaceship slowly lifted off. Earth grew smaller and smaller in the porthole. Bulma sat in the pilot's seat and took a deep breath. Target Namek. Raditz stood at the porthole, watching the blue planet shrink. The Earth arc was over, but he felt no relief, because he knew the true cosmic nightmare was only just beginning. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the cosmos, aboard a Frieza Force warship, Dodoria, holding a fragment of intelligence, frowned as he walked into the throne room. "Lord Frieza, we intercepted an interesting archive." On the throne, Frieza gently swirled his glass, a hint of a purple-lipped smile playing on his face. "Oh." Dodoria bowed his head. "The keywords are Saiyan anomaly and Namek. Deep within the cosmos, the main vessel of Frieza's army. In the vast throne room, the lights were cold, and the metallic floor was polished to a mirror-like sheen. Frieza sat upon his floating throne, a wine glass in hand, his tail gently resting against the seat's edge, exuding an aura of elegance and peril. Dodoria stood below, head bowed, presenting a fragment of intelligence with both hands. "Lord Frieza, we've just intercepted a piece of archived data from the core." Frieza swirled the liquid in his glass, a careless smile playing on his lips. "Oh, do tell." Dodoria grinned. "The content is incomplete. Only 2 keywords are clear: Saiyan anomaly and Namek." The wine glass paused slightly. The smile on Frieza's face did not fade, yet the temperature in the hall seemed to drop a few degrees in that instant. "A Saiyan anomaly." His voice remained gentle. "Such a nostalgic term." Dodoria murmured. "The archived signal was very short. The source had been tampered with, and the coordinates were incomplete. Technical officers speculate this intelligence might be related to Vegeta's squad." "Vegeta?" Frieza let out a soft laugh. "That proud little monkey has been suspiciously quiet lately." Zarbin, standing nearby, bowed slightly. "Lord Frieza, shall we contact Vegeta immediately?" Frieza did not answer right away. He set down his glass, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. "Namek." He murmured the name, a glint of interest in his eyes. "If I recall, the race on that planet is linked to a certain special ability." Dodoria was taken aback. Special ability. Frieza's smile deepened. There are always strange rumors in the universe. Orbs that grant wishes. Immortality. Resurrection of the dead. Zarbin's pupils contracted slightly. Dodoria also reacted instantly, a greedy glint appearing on his fierce face. Lord Frieza, you mean? Frieza raised his hand in a leisurely manner. Give the order. Divert the fleet to Namek. Also contact Vegeta. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up. I want to know what that little monkey has been up to behind my back. At the same time, inside a spaceship far from Earth, Bulma sat before the pilot's seat, her hands swiftly operating the control panel. The ship had just broken through Earth's atmosphere and entered stable flight. Blue-white propulsive light ejected from the stern, tracing a slender trajectory through the dark cosmos. The ship's exterior appeared unrefined, even somewhat crude. Its shell was the main hull of a capsule corp spacecraft, but the propulsion core came from a Saiyan pod. Inside it was crammed with a compressed gravity chamber life support system, Dragon radar medical bay, and a signal jammer Bulma had hastily modified. It didn't look like a normal ship. It was more like a makeshift escape vehicle cobbled together by geniuses and madmen. After checking the route, Bulma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Flight is stable. Ugly, but it hasn't fallen apart. Goku stood by the porthole, his face filled with excitement as he gazed at the starry sky. Amazing. So this is what Earth looks like from space. Piccolo stood in the corner with his arms crossed, his expression cold. Don't act like you've never seen anything before. Goku turned back with a smile. Well, I really haven't seen much. Piccolo snorted and fell silent. Raditz stood on the other side, but his gaze was not on the stars. He was watching Vegeta. Vegeta sat in a spot against the wall, his wrists and ankles bound with specially made gravity cuffs from Bulma, his expression as dark as if he were ready to kill. Even though he was already on the ship, he showed no sign of being a cooperative teammate. Bulma turned from the pilot's seat. Vegeta, let me remind you once more. I built this ship. I control the gravity cuffs. If you try anything funny on board, it'll throw you into the gravity chamber and crank it up to 50 times. Vegeta's gaze was icy. Earthwoman, you'd better not get too cocky. Bulma lifted her chin. So what if I am? A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead. Goku scratched his head and quietly asked Raditz, does Vegeta really hate Bulma? Raditz looked at Vegeta's livid face and said calmly, it's not hate. It's that he can't beat the button in her hand. Goku had a sudden realization. I see. Vegeta suddenly glared at the two. You two low-class warriors, shut up. Raditz walked over to him, looking down. Prince fighting is prohibited on this ship. Vegeta sneered. Scared? Raditz also smiled. I'm afraid you'll get electrocuted and look too pathetic. Bulma cooperatively waved the controller. Vegeta's face turned even darker. Piccolo said coldly from the side, had enough arguing. If so, let's talk business. Raditz dropped his smile. The oddly light atmosphere in the ship quickly sank. Namek was no vacation spot. They weren't going on an adventure. They were racing against Frieza's army for their lives. Bulma projected a star chart onto the main screen. A simulation of a green planet appeared before them. Based on ancient information from Kami and the Saiyan star charts, I've roughly locked in Namek's coordinates. She pointed at the route. At maximum speed, it will take about 26 days. Goku was taken aback. That long? That's already fast. Bulma retorted. This is interstellar travel, not a trip from West City to Kame House. Raditz frowned. 26 days. It wasn't a short time. If Frieza's army had already picked up the fragmented signal, they might not be any slower. Especially since Frieza's main ship was very fast. If the enemy arrived first, Namek would be in danger. Vegeta sneered. What, afraid Frieza will beat you to it? Raditz looked at him. Aren't you? Vegeta's face turned cold. Why should I be afraid? Raditz didn't mock him, but said calmly, because you know once he goes to Namek he won't just be investigating intelligence. Hell kill. Hell steal the Dragon Balls. Hell turn that planet into a second planet, Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly. Piccolo's expression also darkened. Namek was foreign to him, yet not entirely. It was the origin of his body and soul. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but upon hearing second planet Vegeta, an uncontrollable discomfort stirred within him. Goku clenched his fists. Then we need to get stronger faster. Bulma looked at him. There's a compressed gravity chamber on board, but I'm telling you now it's small and the equipment isn't fully stable. No messing around. Raditz and Goku both looked toward the gravity chamber. Bulma's face darkened. Especially you two. Goku gave a dry laugh. They'll be careful. Raditz said nothing. Bulma stared at him. And you? Raditz averted his gaze. They'll try. Bulma immediately raised the controller. I don't accept try. Raditz was silent for a second. They'll stick to the plan. Only then did Bulma lower the controller. Vegeta watched this scene, an expression of disbelief on his face. Raditz, you really are like a dog tamed by an Earthwoman now. Before Raditz could speak, Bulma laughed first. You're wearing a dog leash yourself? Who are you to talk? The ship went silent instantly. Goku blinked. Piccolo's mouth seemed to twitch. Raditz lowered his head and coughed. Vegeta's face was beyond dark. His wrist cuffs clanked loudly. Bulma's finger rested on the button. Wanna try? Vegeta stared at her intensely, but in the end he didn't move. Raditz looked on with satisfaction. Bulma was the only one on the ship who could effortlessly suppress Vegeta's sharp tongue. That day the ship's training officially began. Goku was the first into the gravity chamber. Bulma set it to 20 times. Goku flexed his wrists, grinning happily. Feels good. Bulma warned, this is a ship, not an Earth gravity room. Don't break it. Okay. Goku agreed quickly. 3 minutes later, a loud bang came from inside the chamber. A vein bulged on Bulma's forehead. Son Goku. Goku's voice came from inside. Sorry. I couldn't hold back just now. Piccolo snorted. Idiot. Raditz, however, didn't enter the gravity chamber immediately. He sat cross-legged in a corner of the training area, eyes closed, trying to sense the ki of the others on the ship. Goku's ki was the most obvious, like a bright and noisy flame. Piccolo's ki was cold and sharp, like a blade hidden in the shadows. Bulma's ki was very weak, yet very stable, like a small lamp. Vegeta's ki was extremely volatile, suppressed by the gravity cuffs, but like a fierce beast caged. Raditz opened his eyes, sweating on his forehead. He still wasn't used to it. Sensing strength without a scouter, without looking at numbers, felt like learning to walk all over again. Vegeta noticed his actions and sneered. Learning ki sensing now. Raditz looked at him. What your highness wants to teach me? Vegeta's face was full of disdain. A Saiyan fights with power, not those earthling tricks. Raditz said flatly. Yet you ended up lying in a crater after we ganged up on you. Vegeta's gaze turned icy. That's because you used Senzu beans and that despicable device. Bulma raised her hand from the pilot's seat. Thanks for the compliment. Vegeta nearly lost his composure again. Piccolo suddenly spoke. Ki is not a trick. Vegeta looked at him. Piccolo said coldly. If you learn to hide your ki, Frieza's army scouts might not find you immediately. Vegeta fell silent. That statement was more effective than any taunt because it involved Frieza. Raditz noticed Vegeta's reaction, a thought striking him. Vegeta was stubborn, but not stupid. As long as he realized this could be used against Frieza, he would learn eventually. Sure enough, after a moment, Vegeta said coldly, "I'll master your low-level tricks at a glance." Raditz nodded. Then watch. Vegeta frowned. What do you mean? Raditz closed his eyes, trying again to suppress his own ki. He did it crudely. His ki fluctuated wildly like a leaking boiler. Goku just came out of the gravity chamber and saw this, saying with a smile, Raditz, that's not right. You need to relax your body first. Shut up. Raditz's expression was sour. Goku said seriously, no really. Like this. As he spoke, his own ki rapidly diminished. If not for seeing him standing there with his own eyes, Raditz would have found it hard to detect Goku through ki alone. Vegeta's expression changed instantly. It wasn't shock that Goku knew this technique, but shock that this skill could completely render battle power scouting useless. Frieza's army relied on scouter. If they could all hide their ki, they would gain a huge advantage on Namek. Vegeta's face darkened as he sat up straight. Kakarot, do it again. Goku was taken aback. You want to learn, eh? Vegeta said coldly. I'm just studying the enemy's low-level methods. Raditz chuckled. Your highness sure has a hard mouth when learning. Vegeta glared at him. Bulma placed her hand on the controller. Vegeta held back again. On the second day of the voyage, everyone was forced to learn ki concealment. Goku taught. Piccolo supplemented. Bulma recorded data. Raditz learned awkwardly. Vegeta learned even more awkwardly. Not because he couldn't grasp it, but because he complained the whole time, saying it was useless while his body diligently practiced. Bulma watched from the side, shaking her head. Vegeta, you're really like those people who say they don't want to eat, then lick the plate clean. Vegeta's face was icy. Earth woman, say that again. Your ki is leaking again. Vegeta immediately shut up. Raditz nearly burst out laughing. Just as the atmosphere on the ship was settling into a training rhythm on the other side, Frieza's main ship had already begun to change course. Notorious stood in the command room, shouting loudly, full speed. Lord Frieza wants to reach Namek as soon as possible. Zarbon looked at the star chart, frowning slightly. That intelligence is incomplete, but if Namek really has something that can grant wishes, Vegeta will likely go there too. Notorious sneered. Vegeta, if that monkey dares to betray Lord Frieza, I'll crush his skull with my own hands. Zarbon said flatly, you'd better not underestimate him. Dodoria was dismissive. What's Vegeta? Let alone Raditz and Nappa, those trash. In the throne room, Frieza listened lightly to his subordinates' reports, a smile always on his lips. A Saiyan anomaly. He murmured softly. If it's that boy Vegeta, it wouldn't be surprising. But I'm more curious about what the anomaly actually is. He raised a finger, gently tapping the location of Namek on the star chart. I hope this planet doesn't disappoint me. On the 5th day of the voyage, Raditz could finally barely suppress his ki. It was unstable, but much better than the first day. Goku smiled. Not bad, Raditz. Raditz wiped the sweat from his forehead. Less talk, more practice. Vegeta sat on the other side, saying coldly, crude. Raditz looked at him. And you're stable. Vegeta said nothing because he wasn't stable either. Piccolo sneered from the side. Two Saiyans, both with harder mouths than anything else. Bulma looked at the data and suddenly frowned. Wait. Everyone looked at her at once. Raditz's heart sank. Another signal. Bulma opened the star chart, her expression gradually turning grave. It's not a signal. It's the trajectory of another ship. Vegeta immediately stood up. Frieza. Bulma zoomed in on the trajectory, her voice dropping. Can't be certain, but its direction is the same as ours. Its target is also Namek. The target is also Namek. The moment Bulma uttered these words, the training atmosphere that had just heated up inside the spaceship instantly chilled. Goku stood at the entrance of the gravity chamber, his hair still damp with sweat. After hearing this, his first reaction was not fear, but to walk before the main screen. Is it Frieza? Bulma did not answer immediately. She enlarged the trajectory and pulled up the propulsion waveform she had just intercepted. Her expression grew increasingly grim. I can't be 100% sure, but this speed is too extreme. An ordinary ship could never achieve it. Vegeta, who had been sitting against the wall, darkened his gaze upon hearing this. It's the Frieza force. Raditz looked at him. Are you sure? Vegeta sneered. I've seen that propulsion frequency too many times. He stared at the dot of light on the screen, his voice dropping low. Frieza's flagship is faster than this cobbled-together wreck. Bulma immediately turned around displeased. Who are you calling a wreck? Vegeta glanced at her. I'm stating facts. Bulma let out a cold laugh, placing her fingers on the controls. Then let me state a fact too. You're still wearing my gravity restraints. Vegeta's face darkened. Raditz cut them off directly. Now is not the time for arguing. He looked at the screen. The direction of that trajectory almost perfectly overlapped with theirs. This signaled the worst-case scenario. The Frieza force had truly set its sights on Namek, and they were arriving faster than anticipated. Goku frowned. Can we accelerate? Bulma's fingers flew across the console. No. This is already the safe speed limit. If we go faster, the propulsion core might overheat. Do you want to blow up into cosmic fireworks mid-flight? Goku thought for a moment. Then forget it. Piccolo crossed his arms, staring coldly at the star chart. If they get there first, many Namekians will die. The words were spoken calmly, but Raditz could tell Piccolo's tone had shifted. It wasn't an overflow of sympathy. It was a concern he hadn't even acknowledged himself. Namek was more than just a target planet for Piccolo. It was his roots. Raditz said in a low voice, we can't let Frieza search for the Dragon Balls in peace. Bulma turned around. What are you planning now? To interfere. Interfere with what? The Frieza force is looking for Saiyan anomalies. So let's give them something even more anomalous. Bulma paused, then caught on. You want to fake a signal? Raditz nodded. Not forge the Namek coordinates, but release a residual Saiyan signal in another area to make them split their forces. Vegeta sneered. Frieza won't be that stupid. Of course he won't, Raditz said, looking at him. But Dodoria will. Vegeta fell silent for a moment. He couldn't refute that. Dodoria, that kind of scum, had decent battle power, but his brains were certainly lacking. Bulma started pulling up data. If it's just making a decoy signal, I can do it. But I need the Saiyan communication codes. Raditz looked at Vegeta. Vegeta said coldly, why are you looking at me? Give us the codes. And why should I? Raditz walked up to him, his voice very low. Because if Frieza reaches Namek first, the truth you want to know might be destroyed by his own hands. Vegeta's gaze turned icy. Raditz continued, you can keep up your Prince act, or you can hand over the codes and seize a bit of initiative. The spaceship was silent for a few seconds. Vegeta finally gave a cold snort and recited a string of Saiyan military identification codes. Bulma immediately recorded them. Would have been better if you cooperated earlier. Vegeta ignored her. His expression was now very grim. Not because of Bulma, but because of Frieza. The mere mention of that name made even the Saiyan prince unable to maintain true calm. Half an hour later, a fabricated signal was sent out. The signal was very short. Its gist was residual traces of a Saiyan battle source, unknown coordinates deviating from the Namek course. Bulma hadn't made it too precise. Too precise would have seemed like a trap. She deliberately made the signal incomplete, fragmented, and noisy, like the dying transmission from a damaged spaceship. After the transmission was complete, everyone stared at the screen. Goku asked, will they be fooled? Raditz shook his head. I don't know. Goku was taken aback. You don't know either? I'm not Frieza. Raditz stared at the distant trajectory on the screen. We buy as much time as we can. The spaceship continued forward. Training didn't stop either, but everyone was more anxious. Goku entered the gravity chamber again and directly turned up the multiplier. Seeing the value, Bulma nearly smashed the console. Son Goku, didn't I just say the ship could explode? Goku laughed from inside. They'll go easy. What's your standard for going easy? Not blasting the hatch off. Raditz didn't enter the gravity chamber. He sat cross-legged in the training area, continuing to practice sensing energy. He could now feel the ki of Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Bulma. But it was still very rough. Especially when trying to conceal his own ki, it would leak out from time to time. Piccolo stood nearby watching for a while, then said coldly, you're too impatient. Raditz kept his eyes closed. I know. If you know, why are you still rushing? Because there's no time. Piccolo frowned. If you go to Namek like this, the scouters will detect you first. Raditz opened his eyes and let out a breath. Then you teach me. Piccolo was stunned. You want me to teach you? Raditz looked up at him. You're better at it than I am. The words were spoken very bluntly. Piccolo fell silent instead. After a moment, he gave a cold snort. He'll only say this once. Raditz closed his eyes again. Piccolo walked before him, his voice low. Don't try to suppress your ki forcefully. Ki is not an enemy. The more you push it down, the more chaotic it becomes. You have to let it settle, like breathing, letting it return to its place naturally. Raditz did as he was told. It was still chaotic at first, but slowly that rough mass of energy finally quieted down a bit. Not much, but it did drop. Bulma, sitting at the console, saw the value change and couldn't help saying progress. Raditz opened his eyes and looked at Piccolo. Again, the corner of Piccolo's mouth twitched. You're really not polite, are you? Didn't you say you'd only say it once? I take it back. Too late. On the other side, Vegeta watched this scene with a grim face. He hated this feeling. Goku, Raditz, Piccolo were all changing. Even that Earth woman could influence the battle with her technology. Only he, the Saiyan prince who had always relied on his bloodline and power to dominate, now had to admit that these low-class warriors possessed something he did not. Vegeta suddenly stood up. Bulma immediately looked at him. What do you want? Vegeta said coldly, the gravity chamber. Bulma raised an eyebrow. You're training too. I'm just getting back into form. Fine. Bulma operated the console. With the gravity restraints on the max is 20 times gravity. Vegeta's gaze turned icy. Are you insulting me? It's not an insult, it's a safety limit. Bulma gave a smirk. If you dare fire off any energy blast recklessly on the ship, they'll lock you in the bathroom. Vegeta finally lost his temper. Earthwoman. Bulma's finger rested on a button. Vegeta's chest heaved, but in the end he forcibly held back. Raditz found the sight quite pleasing. Vegeta was completely restrained by Bulma. This was more satisfying than having a fight himself. On the 9th day of the voyage, the decoy signal finally received a response. Bulma's alarm went off. They've slowed down. Everyone immediately gathered around the screen. The trajectory representing the Frieza force didn't change its main course, but a smaller trajectory split off heading towards the decoy signal. Goku breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. Raditz stared at the screen. They just split their forces. Vegeta sneered. At most ITLL hold off the grunts. Holding off grunts is still something. Bulma immediately calculated. At our current speed, when we arrive at Namek, their main ship might have already landed or arrive around the same time. So we'll be facing them the moment we land. Goku asked. Pretty much, Bulma said, looking at him. So you'd better not park the ship right in their faces. Raditz nodded. First thing after landing, hide the ship. Piccolo spoke up. Second thing, find the Namekians. Raditz looked at Bulma. Third thing, upgrade the dragon radar. Bulma patted the small box by her hand. Already modifying it. Namekian Dragon Balls are much bigger than Earth's, and the signal might be different. But as long as I can scan for special energy fluctuations, I can pinpoint them. Vegeta said coldly, and after we find the Dragon Balls. Raditz looked at him. Don't rush to wish for immortality. Vegeta's gaze turned frigid. Raditz continued, the way Namekian Dragon Balls are used is different from Earth's. You don't know the Namekian language. Even if you gather all 7, you won't be able to summon the dragon. Vegeta's expression shifted. How do you know? Raditz said flatly, there are many things I know. Piccolo also frowned, looking at Raditz. The Namekian language. Even he wasn't sure about that. Raditz didn't elaborate further. This was his greatest advantage. Knowing the rules. Knowing where the pitfalls were. Knowing what traps Frieza, Vegeta, and the others would fall into. But saying too much now would only invite more suspicion. He only needed them to understand that listening to him meant survival. On the 15th day, the spaceship entered the deceleration phase after a long-distance warp. Namek had already appeared on the edge of the long-range star chart. A green planet, 3 suns, its sky perpetually bathed in a unique light. When Piccolo first saw the simulated image of that planet, he was silent for a long time. Goku glanced at him. Piccolo, are you alright? Piccolo said coldly, what could be wrong with me? Despite his words, his fists were clenched tight. Raditz didn't call him out on it. Anyone would have a reaction seeing their homeland for the first time. Even a stubborn-mouthed guy like Piccolo. Bulma's expression suddenly changed. A new trajectory. On the main screen, another massive spaceship appeared in orbit around Namek. It had already arrived. Earlier than them. Vegeta's voice dropped low. Frieza's flagship. Goku's expression finally turned serious. He's already here. Raditz stared at the colossal ship, his heart sinking. They were still a step too late. But not entirely too late. At least they had also arrived. Namek hadn't completely fallen into Frieza's hands yet. Bulma immediately reduced the spaceship's energy output. He'll land on the far side of the planet to avoid their scans. Raditz nodded. Everyone suppress your ki. Vegeta let out a cold snort, but complied nonetheless. Goku and Piccolo also immediately concealed their energy. The spaceship skimmed along the outer atmosphere of Namek, slipping past the detection range of Frieza's flagship, heading for a remote lake region. Outside the porthole, the green landscape grew closer. Lakes, hills, strange trees, and in the distance the faint outlines of a Namekian village. Piccolo stood at the porthole, his gaze no longer cold. Bulma murmured softly, so this is Namek. The spaceship landed gently. The hatch opened. A wind carrying moisture blew in. Raditz was the first to step off the ship. The moment his foot touched the soil of Namek, he felt no excitement, only tension. Frieza was already here. Dodoria and Zarbon were surely with him. They had to be quick. Just then the dragon radar in Bulma's hand suddenly beeped. On the screen a point of light lit up. It wasn't too far from them. Bulma looked up, found a special energy source. Raditz immediately said, let's move. But the moment he spoke, an explosion rang out from the distant sky. Following that was a strange, ferocious energy. Piccolo's expression shifted. Someone's fighting over there. Vegeta sneered. It's not a fight. He looked towards the direction of the explosion. It's the Frieza force massacring a village. Black smoke rose from behind the hills. Even from a distance, the acrid smell of burning filled the air. The wind on planet Namek was humid, carrying the scent of soil and blood as it swept past. Goku quickened his pace. Raditz reached out and stopped him. Goku turned back, brow furrowed. Still waiting. Hold your energy. Raditz spoke in a low voice, his eyes fixed ahead. They have Scouter. Goku took a breath, suppressing his aura. Piccolo remained silent, walking on the other side with a grim expression. The closer they got to the village, the more clearly he could hear the sounds within. Cries. Roars. The blast of energy bombs destroying houses. The sounds were faint, yet they hammered against his ears. Vegeta followed at the rear, gravity shackles still on his wrists, his face expressionless. But as he gazed at the figures in battle armor in the distance, his eyes turned cold. Frieza's men. Raditz grunted in acknowledgement. They crouched behind a low hill, finally able to see the situation in the village. 2 domed houses had collapsed. Several Namekians lay on the ground, smoke rising from their bodies. In the center of the village, an elderly Namekian held a massive Dragon Ball, standing tall. Behind him hid 2 children. One slightly taller clenched his fists tightly. The other, smaller, was pale with fear, but held back his tears. Dent. Raditz's gaze fell on the young Namekian, his fingers slowly tightening. This child must not die. No matter if they could seize the Dragon Balls this time, Dent could not die. At the village entrance stood a plump pink alien. Dodoria. He held a young Namekian by the scruff like a useless sack. The Namekian was still struggling. Dodoria frowned in annoyance. So noisy. A crack. The struggle ceased. The body was tossed carelessly to the ground. Goku's face darkened instantly. Piccolo's fingers twitched. Raditz didn't look at them, his eyes fixed on the scouter at Dodoria's ear. Still intact. Several of the surrounding grunts also had working scouters. They had to be destroyed before making a move. Dodoria walked up to Elder Muri and patted the Dragon Ball. Old man Lord Frieza has been more than patient. Elder Muri held the Dragon Ball, his voice steady. You can have the Dragon Ball, but don't touch the children. Dodoria laughed, an ugly sight, with his mouth stretched wide. You're bargaining with me. Muri did not back down. You've already killed many. Because you wouldn't listen. Dodoria raised his hand, pointing at the 2 children behind him. Where are the other villages? Tell me, and I'll let them live a little longer. The child beside Dend gritted his teeth and stepped forward. We won't tell you. Elder Muri immediately pulled him back. Cargo, don't speak. Dodoria looked at the child, his smile fading. How annoying. He raised a finger. A light gathered at its tip. Goku tensed to move. Raditz grabbed him. Wait a little longer. Goku's voice turned cold. For what? Raditz didn't answer. The next second, Elder Muri suddenly raised his hand. Several thin beams shot from his fingertips. Crack, 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 crack. The scouters on the grunts in the village exploded simultaneously. Even the one on Dodoria's ear sparked with black smoke, its screen shattered. Dodoria was stunned. Elder Muri set the Dragon Ball down and roared at the children, run. Raditz moved at that moment. He shot across the ground, keeping his speed low without bursting his energy. Goku and Piccolo followed almost instantly. Vegeta was a beat slower, a cold smirk on his lips as he charged forward. The first grunt barely raised his gun before Raditz's knee smashed into his jaw. A brief crack of bone. The man flew back, crashing into a half-collapsed dome house, and fell still. The second grunt turned, but before he could scream, Raditz's tail whipped across his face, shattering his scouter and half his features. Goku reached Dend and Cargo, pulling both children behind him. Don't be afraid. Dend looked up at him, his lips trembling. Whoa, who are you? Goku scratched his cheek. Explaining now would be a bit complicated. Piccolo landed in front of Elder Muri, raising a hand to block an incoming energy blast. The energy exploded in his palm. His expression unchanged, he fired a ki blast in return, sending the grunt, who attacked, flying. Elder Muri stared at Piccolo, his eyes widening in recognition. You? Piccolo frowned. Talk later. Dodoria finally snapped out of his shock. He looked at the fallen soldiers around him, the fat on his face quivering. Who dares to interfere with Lord Frieza's plans? Raditz stomped a grunt into the ground and looked up. Dodoria saw his face, paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Raditz. The laughter was grating. I thought it was someone important. That worthless lackey under Vegeta, what are you doing here? Vegeta stood not far away, his face turning icy cold. Shut up, Dodoria. Dodoria finally noticed Vegeta. His laughter faltered. Vegeta. He looked between Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku, a hint of wariness creeping into his eyes. Lord Frieza has been looking for you, and here you come willingly. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. You can go tell him. Dodoria instinctively reached for the scouter at his ear. His fingers touched the shattered shell. His face twisted with anger. Raditz saw the gesture and felt a slight relief. The scouter was broken. At least for now, he couldn't call for backup. Dodoria turned his glare to Muri, rage surging within him. Old bastard, you did this. Elder Muri said nothing, only shielding the children further behind him. Dodoria sneered and raised his hand. Then I'll send you off first. Goku was about to move, but Piccolo had already charged forward. Boom. Piccolo's fist slammed into Dodoria's wrist, deflecting the energy blast into the empty land beyond the village. Dodoria stumbled, his gaze turning vicious. A Namekian. Piccolo didn't answer, kicking at his face. Dodoria blocked with his arm, cracking the ground beneath him. He was immensely strong. Piccolo was forced back half a step. Raditz flanked him, punching at Dodoria's ribs. Dodoria reacted swiftly, sucking in his gut and swinging a thick arm at Raditz's head. Raditz ducked, wrapping his tail around Dodoria's wrist and yanking hard. Dodoria was pulled off balance. Goku seized the moment, rushing in to punch him square in the chest. Boom. Dodoria skidded backward, crashing through a half-collapsed dome house. Rubble tumbled down, then flinched in fear. But Cargo's eyes widened. So strong. Raditz glanced back at the 2 children. Don't just stand there. Run that way. He pointed toward the direction where Bulma had hidden the spaceship. Goku immediately said, I'll take them. No. Raditz raised a hand to stop him. You stay? Piccolo, take them. Piccolo's face darkened. You're ordering me. You look the most like them. Raditz spoke quickly. They'll follow you. Let's talk. Piccolo's eye twitched. The word stung, but he couldn't argue. Elder Muri also looked at Piccolo. Take the children. Piccolo paused, then grabbed Din and Cargo. Din whispered, are you one of our people too? Piccolo's steps faltered. Shut up. Din fell silent, too scared to speak. Piccolo led the children and Elder Muri toward the lake region. Dodoria crawled out of the rubble, his face turning pitch black at the sight. Who said you could leave? His energy surged and he shot toward Piccolo like a cannonball. Vegeta moved. He intercepted, kicking Dodoria square in the face. Dodoria's head snapped to the side, skidding several meters after landing. Vegeta stood before him, his voice frigid. I didn't say you could chase. Dodoria clutched his face, eyes blazing with fury. Vegeta, do you really dare to betray Lord Frieza? Vegeta's expression shifted. What I do is none of your concern. Dodoria grinned. Zarbin said you've been acting strange. I didn't believe it. Now I see you're up to something. Raditz's mind raced. Zarbin. Frieza's side had already suspected Vegeta. Dodoria continued. You think destroying the scouters changes anything? Lord Frieza is right over there. Once I get back, none of you will escape. Raditz stepped up beside Vegeta. Don't let him return. Vegeta shot him a glance. You think I need telling? Goku joined them. Dodoria looked at the three of them and finally realized the danger. Alone against Vegeta, he might still fight. But with Raditz and this unknown Kakarot, the odds had shifted. He slowly stepped back. What do you want? Raditz didn't answer, he charged. Dodoria turned and fled. His speed was surprising, his bulky body skimming the ground as he shot toward the distant valley. Goku blinked. He ran. Vegeta sneered. Coward. Raditz wasn't smiling. After him. The three pursued immediately. Dodoria glanced back, cursing as he flew. Vegeta? You're insane. Lord Frieza won't forgive you. Vegeta was fastest, murder clear in his eyes. You won't be the one to tell him. Dodoria suddenly spun, hurling a barrage of a dozen energy blasts behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rippled through the valley. Rubble flew everywhere. Goku deflected a few blasts as Raditz burst through the smoke, grabbing Dodoria by the ankle. Dodoria's face twisted in shock. Let go. Raditz gritted his teeth and slammed him downward. Crash. Dodoria smashed into the ground, forming a massive crater. Vegeta landed at the crater's edge, raising a hand toward Dodoria's head. Dodoria, covered in dirt, finally panicked. Wait. Vegeta. I know a secret. Vegeta's hand paused. Raditz also stopped. Dodoria gasped, his eyes darting between Vegeta and Raditz. About planet Vegeta's secret. Vegeta's expression shifted instantly. Goku looked at Raditz. Raditz said nothing. Dodoria thought he had seized his chance and quickly shouted. You always thought planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor, didn't you? It wasn't. It was Lord Frieza. Before he could finish, the distant sky suddenly flashed. A thin, precise beam of energy shot from afar, piercing straight through Dodoria's chest. Dodoria's voice died in his throat. He looked down at the hole in his chest, disbelief flooding his eyes. Vegeta's head snapped up. Raditz also looked toward the source of the beam. Far away. So distant the figure was barely visible. But they all sensed that familiar energy. Zarbin. Dodoria collapsed in the crater, blood bubbling from his mouth, his fingers reaching for something. Raban. His hand fell limp. Silence hung in the valley for 2 seconds. Vegeta's face slowly darkened. Raditz stared at the fading figure in the distance, hearing Vegeta's low, suppressed voice. What he said. Is it true? Is what he said true? Vegeta's voice was low. So low it was nearly drowned out by the wind in the valley. Dodoria lay at the bottom of the crater, the hole in his chest still, smoking, his eyes wide open. Even in death, he couldn't fathom why Zarbin had turned on him first. Raditz watched the distant figure descending slowly and didn't answer immediately. He knew what Vegeta was asking. Planet Vegeta. Meteor. Frieza. These words had festered in Vegeta's heart for years. He wasn't without suspicion, but no one had ever laid the truth bare before him. Dodoria had been just a breath away from finishing. Then Zarbin struck. That act was more damning than any words. Vegeta's face darkened. His fists clenched slowly, knuckles turning white, the gravity shackles on his wrists groaning under the strain. Goku looked at Dodoria, then cast his gaze into the distance. Who is that? Zarbin. Vegeta spat the name through gritted teeth. Frieza's lapdog. Raditz raised a hand. Don't be rash. Vegeta whipped his head toward him. You're telling me not to be rash. If you charge over there now, I'll only deliver you straight to Frieza. Raditz stared into the distance. He killed Dodoria precisely to stop you from hearing the rest. A muscle in Vegeta's face twitched. The words were harsh. Yet he found no retort. In the distance, Zarbin landed on a stone pillar. He still looked immaculately pristine. His long hair draped over his shoulders, the gem earrings at his ears swaying gently, an incongruous sight amidst the freshly ravaged valley. He glanced down at Dodoria in the pit, his expression unchanged. As if looking at an unsightly rock. Dodoria, his tongue is always so loose. Zarbin lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku. Finally, his eyes settled on Vegeta. Vegeta, so you are here. Vegeta stared back coldly. Zarbin, Lord Frieza has been searching for you for a long time. Zarbin's voice was unhurried. You went silent, your ship malfunctioned, your scouter signal cut in and out. Now you're consorting with Raditz and have stolen the Namekian brat. He paused to smile. Explaining this will be quite troublesome, won't it? Vegeta said nothing. He had no desire to explain right now. He wanted to ask. He wanted to pin Zarbin to the ground and force him to spill what Dodoria had left unsaid. But he also knew Zarbin wouldn't talk willingly. Raditz took half a step forward. You're not here for Vegeta. Zarbin looked at him. Raditz. A hint of surprise laced his tone. You're alive. Raditz didn't respond. Zarbin chuckled lightly. I heard you had a little incident on Earth. I thought you were long dead. Sorry to disappoint. Disappointed. Not at all. Zarbin studied Raditz as if appraising something that shouldn't be there. It's just strange. A Saiyan of your caliber surviving Earth and making it to Namek. It's a bit abnormal. Goku frowned. Do all of you talk so annoyingly? Zarbin finally turned his attention to Goku. His gaze lingered for a moment. So you are Kakarot? Goku nodded. I am Son Goku. Zarbin's smile widened. An Earth name? No wonder. Vegeta cut in coldly. Enough chatter. Zarbin's focus returned to him. Vegeta, I suggest you come back with me now. Lord Frieza is in a good mood. If you confess willingly, there might still be some leeway. Vegeta's lips curled. Leeway? Of course. Zarbin's tone was gentle. After all, Lord Frieza went out of his way to spare you back then. Vegeta's expression shifted violently. Raditz's heart sank. Even Zarbin seemed to realize he had said a word too much, the smile on his face fading slightly. Vegeta walked forward step by step. What did you just say? Zarbin didn't answer. I asked you. Vegeta's voice grew hoarse. What do you mean went out of his way to spare me? Zarbin looked at him, a chill creeping into his eyes. Vegeta, you'd best not ask too many questions. Answer me. You are in no position to speak to me in that tone. Vegeta lunged forward. The ground exploded with a deafening roar. He was fast. The gravity shackles on his wrists pulled taut, his body skimming the ground as he closed in on Zarbin. Zarbin was prepared and sidestepped. Vegeta's fist shattered the stone pillar beneath him. Rubble flew. Zarbin retreated into the air, his face finally showing displeasure. It seems you've truly lost your mind. Vegeta pursued, launching a sweeping kick. Zarbin blocked with his arm, his body shuddering from the impact. His brow furrowed. Vegeta had grown stronger. Not just a little. He was different from the Vegeta in Zarbin's memory. Zarbin's eyes hardened as his scouter readings flickered rapidly. Battle power. How is this possible? Raditz saw his scouter was still intact and moved instantly. He shot up from below, aiming not for Zarbin's body, but a punch at the side of his ear. Zarbin reacted, swiftly dodging. But the scouter was struck by Raditz's tail. With a sharp crack, shards flew from Zarbin's ear. Zarbin's face turned icy. Raditz, do you realize what you're doing? Raditz landed, flicking his tail. I do. Goku charged in from the other side. Zarbin immediately retreated. But as he pulled back, Vegeta was already pressing in from behind. The three of them sealed his escape route. Zarbin finally shed his feigned composure. He raised a hand, firing an energy sphere at Goku, while simultaneously unleashing a beam to drive Raditz back. Vegeta weathered the shockwave and closed in on him. Speak. How was planet Vegeta truly destroyed? Zarbin blocked, his fist, irritation flickering across his face for the first time. Haven't you known all along? Vegeta's pupils contracted. Zarbin sneered. A meteor. The entire universe knows. Shut up. Vegeta slammed his fist into Zarbin's shoulder. Zarbin grunted, skidding backward for over a dozen meters. Raditz gave him no respite. He followed up, driving a kick toward Zarbin's side. Zarbin blocked, but was knocked to the ground by a punch from Goku above. Boom. The earth cracked open. Zarbin leaped out of the crater, his clothes dirted, his expression clearly worsened. He glanced down at his attire, his eyes turning frigid. How unsightly. Vegeta laughed coldly. You're worried about that at a time like this. Zarbin looked up at him. Vegeta, you're still the same as ever. Thinking that because you've grown a bit stronger you can defy Lord Frieza. He brushed the dust off his shoulder. Your father was the same way back then. Vegeta froze. Raditz also paused for a moment. Zarbin spoke lightly, as if recounting an old tale. King Vegeta led a band of Saiyans charging into Lord Frieza's fleet. They couldn't even touch a thread of his clothes. Zarbin looked at Vegeta. Care to guess what happened next? Vegeta's breathing grew heavy. Goku started to speak, but Raditz stopped him. Zarbin's mouth was leaking information on its own. Lord Frieza found it quite tedious at the time. Zarbin stated flatly. The Saiyan race. Too noisy, too disobedient. Keeping a few useful ones was enough. Vegeta's eyes reddened. So? His voice was terrifyingly low. The meteor was a lie. Zarbin neither confirmed nor denied it. He merely smiled. You finally started using your head. Vegeta's aura suddenly exploded. The gravity shackles emitted a piercing alarm. Bulma's voice came through the communicator. Vegeta? What's going on over there? The gravity lock readings are going haywire. No one answered her. Vegeta charged at Zarbin. This time he abandoned all defense. Zarbin's face changed color. Vegeta's fist smashed into his face. Zarbin was sent flying sideways, crashing through two rocks before stopping. Frieza. Vegeta's roar echoed through the valley. It wasn't long, nor did it carry any superfluous words. Only that name. Raditz watched Vegeta's back and made no move to stop him. At this moment he couldn't be stopped. Nor should he be. But Raditz knew Zarbin wasn't at his wit's end yet. In the original story this guy still had a transformation. And sure enough, Zarbin rose from the rubble, his elegance gone. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze toward Vegeta, turning frigid. You've made me dirty. Vegeta panted. So what? Zarbin lowered his head, his fingers clasping his wrist guard. I didn't want to use this form. Raditz shouted immediately, watch out, he can transform. Vegeta's eyes flickered. The next second Zarbin's body began to swell. Bones cracked one after another. His once handsome face, contorted skin, tautening teeth, sharpening shoulders, and back bursting through his battle suit. Goku frowned at the sight. That's just hideous. Zarbin looked up, now completely transformed into a different being. Hearing Goku's words, his eyes snapped toward him. Shut up. His speed suddenly surged as he closed in on Goku. Goku raised his arms to block. Bang. Goku was knocked back several meters, carving 2 furrows in the ground. Raditz immediately flanked him. Transformed Zarbin's power had clearly surged. He swung an elbow at Raditz. Raditz dodged by a hair's breadth, but his shoulder was grazed, sending him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Zarbin grabbed him by the hair and slammed him into the ground. Raditz's tail coiled around Zarbin's wrist, forcibly slowing his motion. Vegeta arrived, kicking Zarbin in the side of the face. Zarbin let go and Raditz hit the ground, rolling clear. The 3 of them encircled Zarbin again. Zarbin breathed heavily, his eyes blazing with fury. You low-class Saiyans. Goku earnestly corrected him. I'm an Earthling. Zarbin was stunned. Vegeta's face darkened further. Raditz almost laughed, but held it in. Because the sound of aircraft reached them from afar. More than one. Bulma's voice came through the communicator, hushed. Raditz, we have a problem. Frieza's sending a squad toward the village. Piccolo isn't back yet. Raditz's expression changed. Muri, Dend, and Cargo were all over there. If Frieza's forces found them, there would be serious trouble. Zarbin caught the noise from the communicator, his eyes shifting. He suddenly retreated, firing a blinding signal flare into the sky. Raditz's pupils shrank. Stop him. Goku charged forward, but was a fraction too slow. The flare exploded high in the air. Its color was distinctive, like a distress signal within Frieza's forces. Zarbin landed on a distant rock, his chest heaving, a savage grin on his face. You can't hide anymore. Vegeta's face was ashen. Raditz stared at the fading light in the sky, already hearing the sound of more ships approaching. Zarbin licked the blood from his lips. Vegeta, Lord Frieza will know you are here very soon. When the flare burst in the sky, Sabo's grin never faded. The light was blinding, slow to dissipate. The valley was bathed in a stark white, revealing every detail. The rubble, the corpses, the gaping hole in Doria's chest. Vegeta glanced up. The gravity lock on his wrist was still clanking. He ignored it, his gaze fixed on Sabo. Sabo stood on a rock, his transformed face unrecognizable, a wide grin splitting his features. Vegeta, it's not too late to regret. Vegeta sneered. You talk too much. He stomped the ground and shot forward. Raditz was half a step behind. Not because he couldn't keep up. He heard a distant sound. Aircraft. More than 3 or 4 of them. Frieza force squads were converging on their location. Worse, another squad was heading from the village. Piccolo with Muri, Dend, and Cargo hadn't reached the ship yet. Bulma's voice came through the earpiece, barely a whisper. Raditz, 2 squads. One's heading your way, the other's circling towards me. Stay hidden. I know, but they have Scouter. Raditz looked at Sabo. Sabo was still smiling. This bastard had planned it all along. Stall them, let Frieza's men scour the area. Goku. Goku turned. Raditz pointed at Sabo. Don't let him escape. Goku nodded. Understood. Sabo heard them, his smile faltering slightly. You really think you can keep me here? Vegeta was already upon him. A punch. Sabo raised an arm to block the rock beneath his feet, shattering. Vegeta followed with a second punch, the fist grazing Sabo's face and blasting a crater into the cliff behind him. Sabo countered with a claw aimed at Vegeta's throat. Vegeta dodged by tilting his head, driving his knee into Sabo's abdomen. Sabo took the hit, his body only swaying slightly, a low chuckle rumbling from his throat. You've gotten stronger. He grabbed Vegeta's shoulder. But it's still not enough. Boom. Vegeta was hurled into the ground. Goku descended from above, kicking Sabo's arm. Sabo staggered back 2 steps, his eyes locking onto Goku. You? Goku landed, shaking his leg. You've gotten a lot stronger after transforming. Shut up. Sabo hated being reminded of his appearance. He lunged at Goku. Goku didn't meet the charge, stepping back to lure Sabo deeper into the valley. As Sabo pursued, Raditz burst from the side. He threw a punch at Sabo's waist. Sabo reacted swiftly, dropping his elbow to block. Raditz's fist was stopped, his arm numb from the impact. Sabo turned his grotesque face inches from Raditz. Raditz, you want to end up like Vegeta? Learn from him. Raditz gritted his teeth, straining against Sabo's arm. Stubborn. Sabo was enraged. His other hand shot out to grab Raditz's hair. Raditz had anticipated this. His tail coiled around Sabo's wrist, first using the leverage to flip himself and drive his knee into Sabo's chin. Sabo's head snapped back. Vegeta erupted from the crater, punching him in the chest. Goku followed up with an elbow strike. The 3 blows landed in rapid succession, finally, sending Sabo flying backward, his spine shattering a boulder. Before the dust settled, he burst out from within. He was injured, but not severely. Raditz frowned. Sabo was indeed troublesome in his transformed state. No wonder in the original timeline Vegeta alone had been beaten so badly. But things were different now. There were 3 of them. And there was another problem. Time was running out. The sound of approaching aircraft grew louder. Bulma spoke again. Raditz, Piccolo's back, but he has 2 aircraft on his tail. Raditz looked at the sky. 2 black dots were indeed in pursuit. Piccolo was suppressing his energy, unable to fly too fast, while carrying people, which slowed him down. They couldn't expose Dend and the others. Goku, go help Piccolo. Goku was stunned. What about here? Me and Vegeta have it. Vegeta said coldly, who's with you? Raditz ignored him. Goku, hurry. Goku glanced at Sabo, then at the distant sky, nodded, and shot upward. Sabo immediately moved to give chase. Raditz blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? Sabo's eyes turned vicious. Get out of my way. He threw a punch. Raditz raised his arm to block, skidding backward. Vegeta charged in from the other side, kicking Sabo's knee. Sabo's body buckled. Raditz seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms around Sabo's shoulders and smashing his forehead into Sabo's face. Thud. Both men reeled. Blood ran down Raditz's forehead. Sabo's nose was crooked. He roared, flinging his arms wide, sending Raditz flying. Vegeta closed in immediately. They clashed. Fist met fist, knee met knee, rubble flew as they stomped the ground. Raditz hit the ground, rolled, and got up, wiping the blood from his brow. He didn't rush back in. His eyes scanned Sabo's body. His scouter was gone, but a small communicator was still attached to Sabo's hip. The flare had been launched from that device earlier. If Sabo touched it again, Frieza might be able to lock onto their exact position. Raditz lowered his stance, his energy sinking gradually. He couldn't suppress his energy as cleanly as Goku, but Sabo was locked in a brawl with Vegeta and wouldn't have time to sense him carefully. Raditz circled behind some rubble. His footsteps softened. His breathing slowed. Just as Sabo punched Vegeta back and prepared a follow-up kick, he felt a chill at his side. Raditz darted out from behind him, his fingers reaching for the communicator. Sabo's expression shifted, and he swiped a hand back. Raditz didn't dodge. He let Sabo grab his shoulder, using all his strength to rip the communicator off. Crack. The communicator was crushed in his palm. Sabo's gaze changed instantly. He drove a fist into Raditz's chest. Raditz was sent flying, tumbling across the ground, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. But he managed to smile. No one's coming to help you now. Sabo looked down at the empty spot on his hip, his face darkening with fury. Taking advantage of his distraction, Vegeta kicked him in the face. Sabo spun sideways, crashing into the cliff wall. This time he was slower to get up. Vegeta landed, catching his breath. Were you hiding your energy? Raditz pushed himself up on his knees. You noticed? Vegeta snorted. Your technique is terrible. But it worked. Vegeta didn't argue, because it had worked. Meanwhile, Goku had caught up to Piccolo. Piccolo held Dende and Cargo under one arm, while Elder Mori was under the other, his face pale. Two Frieza Force aircraft were in hot pursuit. One soldier raised his blaster, his scouter blinking red. Found them. The Namekian and the green-skinned one are here. Before he could finish, Goku appeared before him. Sorry, coming through. Before the soldier could react, Goku punched him into the aircraft. The ship spiraled down. The other soldier immediately tried to turn back. Goku raised a hand and fired an energy blast, blowing off the aircraft's tail. He didn't kill them. The ship, trailing smoke, crashed into a lakeside. Piccolo looked at him. Going soft. Goku said he can't chase us anymore. Piccolo frowned, but said nothing. Dende peeked out from under Piccolo's arm, looking at Goku. Thank you. Goku smiled. You're welcome. They landed near the cave where the ship was hidden. Bulma was already waiting at the entrance, ushering them in with a hushed voice. Get inside, don't stand out there. As Elder Mori entered the cave, he looked back towards the valley. That Saiyan and your comrade are still over there. Piccolo said coldly, they're not that easy to kill. Bulma glanced at him. That sounded like comfort, but it didn't feel like it. Piccolo ignored her. He set Dende down and turned to leave. Dende grabbed his pant leg. You're going back. Piccolo looked down at him. Let go. Dende pursed his lips, but released his grip. Be careful. Piccolo paused for a moment. Worry about yourself, he said, and flew off. In the valley, Sabo had been cornered by the lake. He was in a worse state, bearing wounds on his shoulders and face. Vegeta wasn't faring well either. A fresh cut marked his face and his chest heaved heavily. Raditz's shoulder was numb from Sabo's attacks and his chest ached. But Sabo was more anxious. His communicator was gone, his scouter was gone. He had fired the flare, but received no backup. He couldn't afford to stall any longer. If he delayed further, Vegeta and Raditz might actually kill him here. Sabo suddenly raised his hand and fired an energy blast at the lake. Boom. A geyser of water erupted dozens of meters high. The line of sight was instantly obscured. Vegeta snorted, trying to run. He was about to pursue when Raditz grabbed his arm. Vegeta snarled, let go. Don't chase in a straight line. What are you planning now? In the mist, Raditz closed his eyes. Sabo's energy signature was weakening. No, it wasn't weakening, it was being suppressed. The bastard knew how to hide his energy too. But it was crude. There was movement in the water. Raditz's eyes snapped open and he kicked a rock by the lake. The debris flew into the water. A second later, Sabo burst from beneath the surface, heading behind them. He wanted to circle around and find the Frieza force. Raditz was ready. He flipped backward, his tail wrapping around Sabo's neck, using the momentum to cling to him. Sabo roared, reaching back to tear off his tail. But Vegeta was already there. He punched Sabo in the stomach. Sabo coughed up blood. Raditz didn't loosen his grip, he tightened it. Vegeta raised his hand, energy glowing in his palm. Sabo was finally panicking. Wait, Vegeta, I can tell you. Vegeta's hand stopped. Sabo was panting heavily, his ugly face slick with sweat. Planet Vegeta. It wasn't a meteor. Vegeta's eyes became eerily calm. So calm that even Raditz felt something was wrong. Sabo swallowed the blood in his mouth. Lord Frieza destroyed it himself. Because he said. The Saiyans were getting in the way. Vegeta's fingers clenched slowly. The light in his palm began to tremble. Sabo hurriedly continued. You survived because you were on a mission. Lord Frieza thought you were still useful, so he didn't kill you. Vegeta said nothing. Raditz said nothing. The only sound was the lake water cascading back down. Seeing that Vegeta hadn't attacked, a glimmer of hope flashed in Sabo's eyes. Vegeta, come back with me. I can put in a good word for you. Lord Frieza might. Vegeta's energy blast fired directly. Sabo's voice was swallowed by the light. The explosion detonated by the lake. Water surged again. When it settled, Sabo lay on the ground, his transformation slowly receding. He was still breathing. Vegeta walked over and looked down at him. Sabo's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something. Vegeta placed his foot on his chest. Shut up. Crack. Sabo was still. Raditz stood by, not intervening. This time he had no reason to stop him. Vegeta looked up at the sky. Black specks of Frieza Force aircraft were visible in the distance. His face was expressionless. Raditz. You knew all along. Raditz was silent for a moment. Yes. Vegeta slowly turned his head to look at him. The fury from before was gone from his eyes. But what replaced it was heavier. You'd better not lie to me again. Raditz was about to speak when Bulma's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Stop chatting. Something's happening on Frieza's main ship. Raditz's expression changed. What's wrong? Bulma's voice was frantic. The Dragon radar shows Frieza has already collected 5 Dragon Balls. And one more thing. A new Dragon Ball signal is moving fast. Its direction is towards the Grand Elder's location. The moment Bulma finished speaking, only the faint crackle of static remained in the communicator. Water was still cascading down the valley. Zarbin's corpse lay by the lake, his chest caved in, his face restored to its original form, yet devoid of that insufferable smirk. Vegeta stood beside him, his hand still lowered. The last remnants of light slowly faded from his palm. He did not look at Zarbin, nor did he glance at Raditz. He merely stared at the lake's surface as if it could still reflect the words Zarbin had spoken moments ago. Frieza had personally destroyed planet Vegeta. Not a meteor. Not the natural disaster he had heard countless times over the years. Vegeta's knuckles tightened gradually. The gravity shackles on his wrist clinked twice. Raditz glanced at him. Now is not the time to be lost in thought. Vegeta turned his head slowly. His gaze was icy yet turbulent. Raditz did not flinch. Bulma says 1 Dragon Ball is moving toward the Grand Elder's location. Frieza already has 5. If he gets that one, things will become troublesome. A twitch pulled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Are you giving me orders? You can choose not to go. Raditz turned and walked away. After all, it was Frieza who destroyed your home. Vegeta's breath caught for an instant. The next second, he crushed the gravel beneath his foot. Raditz. Raditz halted but did not turn around. Vegeta's voice came from behind, low and restrained. Use that to provoke me again, and he'll kill you first. Raditz hummed in acknowledgement. Let's talk about it after we survive today. The sound of an approaching aircraft grew nearer. Goku had already returned with Piccolo. As Piccolo landed, he first examined Zarbin's corpse, then turned his gaze to Vegeta. Did you get the information? Vegeta remained silent. Goku looked at the group and scratched his cheek. Looks like you did. No one responded. Goku did not press further. Raditz pressed his communicator. Bulma, give me the location. I'm sending it to you now. Bulma's voice was chaotic, as if she were running inside the spaceship. The radar shows that Dragon Ball isn't stationary. It's moving, but not fast. There are also 3 moderately strong energy signatures nearby. Must be Frieza's soldiers. Raditz frowned. 3. Yes, they're heading toward a highland. Din says that direction might be where the Grand Elder lives. Soon Din, a small voice came through the communicator. The Grand Elder is not in good health and cannot be away for long. If they really go there, Sir Nail will definitely stop them. Hearing the name Nail, Piccolo's brow furrowed. Who is Nail? Din paused. He is the strongest warrior by the Grand Elder's side. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. The strongest warrior of the Namekians. He was about to say something harsh, but the words died in his throat. Piccolo had already proven that not all Namekians were pushovers. Besides, there was no time for bravado. Raditz looked at Piccolo. Go fetch Din and Bulma. Don't let them wander off. Piccolo's face darkened. You're sending me back. Din knows the Namekian language. Without him, the Dragon Balls are useless. After saying this, Raditz added, besides, Bulma needs someone to guard her. Piccolo stared at him for 2 seconds. You sure know how to order people around. You can curse me on the way. Piccolo snorted coldly, then turned and flew off. Goku watched his retreating figure and smiled. Piccolo's been talking more lately. Raditz shot him a glance. And you're in the mood to talk about that now? Not really. Goku rolled his shoulders. I just think he cares about Din quite a bit. Vegeta was already losing patience. Are we going or not? We're going. Raditz took off first. The 3 figures suppressed their energy, skimming the lake's surface as they charged toward the distant highland. Frieza's forces' aircraft were right behind them. They did not look back. Engaging with the grunts now would only expose their position more thoroughly. Namek's terrain was peculiar. Lake after lake stretched out, round trees stood by the water's edge, and distant rocks looked as if they had been casually piled up. Raditz flew very low. The wind rushed past his face, carrying moisture. He glanced at Vegeta beside him. Vegeta had not spoken a word. Ever since Zarbin died, his silence had been unnerving. Goku noticed it too and leaned in to ask Vegeta, are you okay? Vegeta's eye twitched. Kakarot, ask another stupid question like that, and he'll knock you down. Goku nodded. So something is wrong. Vegeta nearly turned around to attack. Raditz did not intervene. Goku had a natural talent for getting under people's skin. He didn't even have to try, and Vegeta would be fuming. After flying for a short while, a highland appeared ahead. The radar that Bulma had sent was nearby. It was an isolated stone mountain with a modest house at its peak. The area around the mountain was eerily quiet in a way that felt wrong. Raditz raised his hand. The three of them halted simultaneously behind a large boulder in the distance. Below, 3 small aircraft were parked. 3 of Frieza's soldiers were making their way up the mountain. One of them carried a massive Dragon Ball. It was not the one from Mori's village. It must have been another village's Dragon Ball being sent to the Grand Elder. A young Namekian lay collapsed at the foot of the mountain, wounded, but still alive, his fingers still reaching upward. Goku's expression changed. I'm going to save him. Raditz held him back. Wait and see. Goku frowned. He's dying. I know. Raditz's eyes were fixed on the mountain peak. Someone's coming down. A tall green figure descended from the mountain. Nail. He was more robust than an ordinary Namekian, his face expressionless as he landed before the 3 soldiers. The soldier holding the Dragon Ball was startled and immediately scanned him with his scouter. Battle power, 42,000. The soldier's voice trembled. The other 2 turned pale. Goku was stunned. 42,000. Vegeta squinted. Raditz showed no surprise. Nail was after all the strongest warrior on Namek. That number was already formidable on the current Namek. Nail glanced at the injured Namekian youth at the mountain's base, then at the Dragon Ball in their hands. Put it down. The soldier swallowed hard, his hand trembling. One of them immediately pressed his communicator, requesting backup. A high-power Namekian has been discovered here. Nail moved. He was fast. One punch. The communicator along with the soldier's chest caved in. Another soldier tried to raise his blaster, but Nail had already grabbed his face and slammed him into the ground. The one holding the Dragon Ball turned and ran. Vegeta sneered. Pathetic. He was about to act, but Raditz had already shot forward. The soldier hadn't flown 10 meters before Raditz caught up from behind and struck his neck with a chop. The soldier's eyes rolled back, and he plummeted, Dragon Ball and all. Goku caught the Dragon Ball and casually tossed the soldier aside. Nail looked at them, his gaze turning icy. His eyes swept over Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz. Finally, they stopped on Raditz's tail. Silence. Vegeta landed and said coldly, your eyes work fine. Nail's gaze grew even frostier. Raditz raised his hand. We're not with Frieza. Nail did not relax. You carry the stench of Frieza's army. The remark made Vegeta's expression even darker. Goku, however, was straightforward. We're here to stop Frieza. Nail looked at him. Who are you? Son Goku. A Saiyan. Goku hesitated. Physically, I guess. Nail clearly did not understand. Raditz walked over and pushed the Dragon Ball on the ground toward Nail. Return this to you. We saved Elder Muri and Dend there at our ship now. Nail's expression shifted. Dend is alive. Alive. And Elder Muri. Also alive. Nail was silent for a moment, but his guard remained up. I need to confirm. Raditz nodded. Fine. Piccolo has gone to fetch them. Piccolo. Nail frowned. The name was of course unfamiliar to him. Raditz explained, a Namekian from Earth. Nail's expression finally showed a clear change. Earth. The door to the house at the mountain's peak suddenly opened. A very aged voice drifted down. Nail. Nail immediately turned around. Elder. Raditz looked up. A massive elderly Namekian sat inside the room, his complexion poor, but his eyes sharp and clear. The Grand Elder. Seeing him for the first time, Raditz felt half a breath of relief. At least they had made it in time. The Grand Elder gazed down at the 3 of them, his gaze finally resting on Raditz. Let them come up. Nail frowned. But they carry both killing intent and urgency. The Grand Elder said slowly. But they have not come to destroy this place. Only then did Nail step aside. Vegeta glanced at the Grand Elder and muttered, playing tricks. Raditz looked at him. You better shut up. Vegeta snorted coldly, but did not continue. They ascended the mountain. Goku helped the injured Namekian youth from the foot of the mountain and brought him to Nail. The young Namekian gasped and said with difficulty, they stole the village's Dragon Ball. Nail placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't speak. Inside the mountaintop house, the air was stifling. The Grand Elder sat there, his breathing slow. When he saw Goku, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. When he saw Vegeta, his gaze grew heavier. When he looked at Raditz, he paused the longest. Your heart is in turmoil. Raditz's steps faltered. Vegeta sneered. You can read hearts too. The Grand Elder looked at Vegeta. The sneer on Vegeta's face slowly faded. The Grand Elder said nothing harsh. He merely looked at him. But Vegeta suddenly felt the words he had just heard churning back in his mind. Frieza. Planet Vegeta. His father. Those things that should have long been buried stirred again. The Grand Elder averted his gaze and looked at Raditz. You want the Dragon Balls? Raditz did not deny it. Yes. Why? Frieza is searching for them too. Raditz spoke quickly. He already has 5. If he gathers all 7, he will wish for immortality. The Grand Elder's expression finally changed. Silence fell in the room for a moment. Nail said quietly, Elder. The Grand Elder let out a sigh. I can already feel the life force of many children fading. Goku lowered his head, his fists slowly clenching. Vegeta stood nearby silent. Raditz looked at the Grand Elder. We need Dend to summon the Eternal Dragon. We also need to know the locations of the remaining Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder did not answer immediately. He raised a withered hand and pointed at Goku. You come here. Goku was startled. Me? Come here. Goku glanced at Raditz. Raditz nodded. Goku stepped forward. The Grand Elder placed his hand on Goku's head. Vegeta frowned. What are you doing? Nail shot him a cold look. Be silent. The next moment, Goku's energy suddenly surged. Even he was stunned, looking down at his hands. Huh. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand. Your potential is far greater than what you are currently using. Vegeta's eyes changed instantly. Raditz's breath also caught. Potential unlock. He knew the Grand Elder possessed this ability, but actually witnessing Goku's potential being unlocked felt different. The Grand Elder looked at Raditz. You too. Raditz did not hesitate. He walked over and bowed his head. The aged hand rested on his crown. It was very cold and very heavy. Raditz suddenly felt as if something had been stirred in his mind. It was not pain. It was a mass of deeply buried things being dragged out. The sweat in the gravity chamber, Vegeta's fists, the name of Frieza, and the words about to die he had heard upon waking. The next second the energy within him surged violently. Raditz pressed his hand against the wall, his fingers gouging several marks into the stone. Goku watched him. Raditz caught his breath. I'm fine. But his tail had gone rigid. His power had increased. Not by a little. Vegeta stared intently at him, and Goku his face dark. The Grand Elder looked at Vegeta. You as well. Vegeta stood coldly. I don't need it. Goku was about to speak, but Raditz stopped him with a look. Vegeta would not accept it now. At least not in front of them. The Grand Elder did not insist either. Just then the sound of an aircraft came from outside. Nail immediately turned around. A single aircraft landed at the mountain's base. It was not a grunt squad. It was Frieza's personal hover chair. A white figure sat upon it, tail draped over the armrest, a faint smile on his face. Frieza had arrived. Vegeta's body stiffened. Goku also frowned. Raditz stood at the doorway looking at the small figure at the foot of the mountain, sweat slowly forming in his palms. Frieza looked up at the mountaintop. Vegeta, Raditz, so you really are here. Frieza's voice drifted up from the foot of the mountain. It was not loud, yet no one inside the house moved. Vegeta stood at the doorway, the gravity shackles still clasped around his wrists, his knuckles tightening bit by bit. Goku took half a step forward, only to be halted by Raditz's outstretched arm. Not so fast. Goku gazed down at the white figure below. Is that Frieza? Raditz's voice was low. Don't let his current appearance fool you. He's far stronger than Vegeta. Goku asked no more questions. He simply clenched his fist slowly. Piccolo was not here, Bulma and Din were over by the spaceship. On this mountaintop, only the three of them, and Nail, were capable of fighting. Inside the house, the Grand Elder's breathing grew heavier. Nail stood guard at the entrance, his expression unchanged, yet his body was taut with tension. Frieza's hovering chair came to a gentle halt at the mountain's base. He was in no hurry to ascend. He looked up at the peak and offered a faint smile. Have I arrived at an inconvenient time? The soldiers flanking him dared not speak. One of them clutched a dragon ball, his hands trembling. They had just witnessed Nail effortlessly dispatch the previous squad. Had Frieza not come personally, they would never have dared approach this place again. Frieza's gaze swept across the summit, finally settling on Vegeta. Vegeta, you look quite pathetic. Vegeta's face was cold. You haven't changed much. Is that so? Frieza chuckled. But you have changed a great deal. Going AWOL, killing my men, stealing the Dragon Balls, and running with those Saiyans from Earth. His gaze shifted to Raditz. Raditz, I remember you. The most unremarkable of the elite warriors. Raditz did not respond. His eyes were fixed on Frieza's fingers. As Frieza spoke, his tail rested lightly on the edge of the floating chair, as if unguarded. But Raditz knew that if they made any sudden move, the Namekian on the mountaintop would be the first to die. Cat got your tongue. Frieza's smile faded slightly. Back in the army, you wouldn't even dare lift your head in my presence. Vegeta turned his head to glance at Raditz. Raditz's expression remained unchanged. He was indeed afraid. The memories lingering in his body were also afraid. That kind of fear wasn't something one could simply suppress. It was like needles pricking at his back. Yet he still spoke. Dodoria is dead. Frieza blinked. Oh, Zarbin is dead too. The smile on Frieza's face finally halted for a moment. The soldiers at the foot of the mountain all paled. Vegeta shot a look at Raditz. That was far too direct. Frieza did not erupt in anger. He simply set down his cup slowly and looked up at the summit. Who killed them? Raditz pointed at Vegeta. He did. Vegeta's eyes turned icy. Raditz did not look at him. Dodoria had a loose tongue. Zarbin silenced him for you. After Vegeta learned the truth, he killed Zarbin. Frieza was silent for a few seconds. Then he laughed. This time his laughter was much lower. The truth. Vegeta stared at him intently. Planet Vegeta. Frieza did not answer immediately. He looked at Vegeta's face as if seeing something amusing. Zarbin talked, did he? Vegeta's breath hitched. That sentence was enough. Even more damning than Zarbin's own confession. Goku looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's expression was grim, as if someone had plunged him into freezing water. But Frieza didn't spare him another glance. Hand over the Dragon Balls first. He raised a finger pointing at the summit. And the method to summon the dragon. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. The Dragon Balls will not be given to you. Frieza looked into the house. You are the Grand Elder of this planet. His tone was even polite. I heard the Namekians were peaceful. It seems the rumors aren't entirely true. The Grand Elder remained silent. Nail took a step forward. Leave this place. Frieza looked at Nail as if just noticing him. Are you the strongest Namekian here? Nail did not answer. Frieza raised his hand. The scouter on a nearby soldier immediately beeped. Battle power 42,000. The soldier himself swallowed hard after saying it. Frieza smiled. Not bad. Vegeta let out a cold snort. 42,000 is not bad. Frieza turned his head to look at him. Vegeta, your tone is somewhat nostalgic. Vegeta did not back down. His hands were trembling, not from fear, but from rage. Raditz knew clearly that Vegeta might charge down at any moment. That would be the end. He reached out and placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta whirled on him. Take your hand off. If you go down now, I'll kill the Grand Elder first. Vegeta's jaw was clenched tight. Raditz lowered his voice. If you want revenge, you need to wait until we have the Dragon Balls. Vegeta stared at him for 2 seconds before finally shaking off his hand, though he did not charge down. Frieza watched their little exchange and let out a soft laugh. Fancy that you're actually consulting with each other now. He slowly rose from his hovering chair. His toes touched the ground. The rocks at the mountain's base cracked slightly beneath his weight. I don't like waiting too long. He looked at the Grand Elder. The Dragon Ball's the summoning method, and that child who speaks the Namekian language. Raditz's eyes flickered. Frieza knew about Din. No, perhaps he didn't know about Din specifically, but he had already guessed they needed a Namekian to use the Dragon Balls. If he found Din, things would get troublesome. The Grand Elder said in a low voice. Nail. Nail turned his head. Take them and leave. Nail's expression changed. Elder. Go. The Grand Elder's voice was slow but held no room for negotiation. Din is with them. The Dragon Balls must not fall into Frieza's hands. Nail did not move. He looked down at Frieza. I will stay. The Grand Elder closed his eyes. Nail. I know. Nail's voice was very calm. I will hold him off. Goku frowned. You alone, eh? Nail glanced at him. You take the Elder and go. No, Raditz said immediately. Nail looked at him coldly. Do you have a better plan, eh? Raditz looked at the Grand Elder, then down at the mountain base. Yes, but it was very risky. He walked to the edge of the house and shouted down Frieza. Frieza looked up. What else do you have to say? Raditz picked up the Dragon Ball beside him, deliberately letting a corner of it show. The soldiers below immediately stirred. The Dragon Ball. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly. Raditz, holding the Dragon Ball, took a step back towards the rear of the mountain. Is this what you want? Frieza smiled. Raditz, do you know what usually happens to those who try to threaten me with something like that? I know. Raditz held the Dragon Ball over the cliff behind the mountain. That's why I'm not threatening you. I just want to see if it will crack if it falls from here. Nail's eyes widened. The Grand Elder also opened his eyes to look at him. Vegeta almost laughed out loud. Have you lost your mind? Shut up. Raditz did not turn around. He knew full well the Dragon Ball wouldn't break so easily. But Frieza didn't know that. At least for now he wasn't sure. Frieza's smile finally faded. You want drop it? You can bet on it. Raditz loosened his fingers slightly. The massive Dragon Ball slid half an inch. The soldiers below flinched in fright. Frieza's eyelid twitched imperceptibly. Now was the time. Raditz said in a low voice, Goku, take the Grand Elder and go. Goku reacted instantly, dashing into the house. Nail moved to stop him, but the Grand Elder raised a hand to hold his arm. Let him carry me. Goku hoisted the Grand Elder onto his back with great care. Vegeta grabbed another bag containing a Dragon Ball and said coldly, he'll take this. Raditz shot him a glance. Don't even think about making the wish yourself. Vegeta sneered. You're awfully controlling. Down below, Frieza sensed something was wrong. He raised a finger. A thin beam of energy shot towards them instantly. Raditz hurled the Dragon Ball behind him and rolled to the side. The energy beam grazed his shoulder, punching a small hole in the wall. Blood immediately welled from the wound. Raditz grunted in pain, but didn't dare stop. Nail caught the Dragon Ball, turned, and followed Goku. Frieza's expression turned cold. How unpleasant. He took a step, planting his foot on the cliff face, his speed becoming terrifyingly fast. Raditz's pupils contracted. Go. Vegeta grabbed Raditz by the scruff of his neck and yanked him back. The next instant, Frieza's finger landed exactly where Raditz had been standing. The rock face exploded. Debris scattered everywhere. Vegeta dragged Raditz off the summit. Do you have a death wish? Raditz shook him off. At least he moved. Vegeta was stunned. Below, Frieza had left his floating chair. He was fast, but Goku, carrying the Grand Elder, had already circled behind the mountain while Nail and Vegeta flew off in different directions with the Dragon Balls. Frieza halted on the mountainside, watching several energy signatures scatter in different directions. His expression was no longer so pleasant. Splitting up, Raditz landed on another rock pillar, pressing a hand to his wounded shoulder. He smirked at Frieza. Guess which one has the Dragon Ball? Frieza did not smile. He raised his hand. The soldiers at the base immediately took to the air, splitting into teams to pursue. Just as Raditz was about to move, Frieza's gaze fell upon him. You stay? A chill ran down Raditz's spine. The next second, Frieza was right in front of him. Too fast. Raditz only had time to raise his arms. Boom. He was blasted into a stone pillar, his back numb from the impact, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Frieza looked down at him. You've grown bolder than I remember. Raditz gritted his teeth, his tail whipping towards Frieza's face. Frieza merely tilted his head, caught the tail with his hand. A searing pain exploded through him. Raditz's face went white. The tail is still a weakness. Frieza's tone was light. Saiyans really haven't evolved at all. Just as his fingers tightened, a blue energy blast came from the side. Goku had returned. He was no longer carrying the Grand Elder. It meant the Grand Elder had been taken a safe distance away. Frieza released the tail, raised a hand to block the energy blast, and was pushed back half a step. Just half a step. Goku landed beside Raditz. Can you still move? Raditz panted, his tail still throbbing with pain. Obviously. Frieza looked at Goku. Kakarot. Goku frowned. My name is Son Goku. Frieza smiled. Do all Saiyans enjoy changing their names? In the distance, Vegeta had also turned back. Nail had not returned, meaning he had taken the Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder towards the spaceship. Vegeta landed on the other side, his expression grim. Don't die too quickly, Raditz. Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You too. The three of them stood on the debris-strewn mountainside. Frieza looked at them, finally showing a hint of genuine interest. Vegeta, Raditz, Kakarot. It seems this trip to Namek will be more interesting than I anticipated. Raditz said nothing. He could hear the sounds of the hovercrafts in the distance growing more chaotic. Bulma was relocating. Piccolo should have picked up the others. As long as they managed to get the Dragon Balls and didn't away, stalling here would be worth any cost. But then Frieza suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on another direction. It was the lake district where the spaceship was hidden. Raditz's heart tightened. A slow smile spread across Frieza's face. I see. The Namekian child is over there. The moment Frieza cast his gaze toward the lake region, a chill ran down Raditz's spine. The spaceship was hidden there. Bulma was there. Din was there too. If Frieza went over there, everything, the dragon radar, the spaceship, the Namekian language, would be lost. Raditz pressed the communicator against his ear, his voice lowered to a whisper. Bulma, move out now. Static crackled through the communicator, followed by Bulma's voice. I saw him looking this way. What did you guys do? Don't ask, just go. What about the ship? Forget the ship for now. Easy for you to say. That's our ticket back. Raditz stared at Frieza on the mountainside, his jaw clenched tight. If you stay there won't be anything to go back to. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Bulma stopped arguing. Got it. Frieza's hover chair began to rise slowly. He didn't rush over immediately. It was as if he was waiting for their reaction. That unhurried demeanor was more troubling than a direct attack. Vegeta stood on the other side of Raditz, sweat beading on his forehead. He glared at Frieza, the gravity shackles on his wrists creaking as he tightened his grip. He knows. Goku frowned. Then we stop him. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. Do you have any idea how strong he is? Goku met his gaze. Even if I know he's strong, I still have to stop him. Vegeta opened his mouth to retort, but in the end said nothing. Frieza raised a finger and tapped it lightly in the direction of the lake. What I want is over there. He turned his gaze to Raditz. The child who speaks Namekian, correct? Raditz offered no reply. Frieza smiled. It seems my guess was right. His hover chair glided forward a fraction. Goku immediately stepped in front of him. I can't let you pass. Frieza looked at him as if he were observing some novelty. Kakarot, you really are different from the other Saiyans. Goku assumed a fighting stance. My name is Son Goku. Names are irrelevant. Frieza raised a single finger. You're all the same. A violet light flickered at his fingertip. Raditz's eyelid twitched. Scatter. The energy beam grazed past Goku's shoulder, blasting through the rock wall behind him. Goku twisted aside to dodge, his expression darkening. That beam was too fast. If he had been a fraction slower, it wouldn't have been a graze, his shoulder would have been completely pierced. Vegeta charged in from the side. Frieza. His fist flew toward Frieza's face. Without even rising from his chair, Frieza simply raised a hand to block it. A heavy thud echoed. Vegeta's fist was halted. Frieza's wrist didn't budge an inch. Vegeta's pupils constricted. The next instant, Frieza's tail lashed out, striking Vegeta in the abdomen. Vegeta was sent flying, crashing into the mountain wall. Rubble tumbled down. Goku rushed in to take over, kicking at Frieza's cheek. Frieza finally tilted his head slightly. The kick grazed past his face, hitting nothing but air. As Goku moved to retract his leg, Frieza's hand had already clamped around his ankle. Not bad speed. With a casual flick, he hurled Goku toward the ground. Raditz caught Goku from below his feet, dragging a long furrow across the earth before they finally came to a halt. Goku coughed. This guy. He's really strong. No kidding. Raditz pushed him aside, his eyes never leaving Frieza. A direct fight was impossible. At least not now. They couldn't even gauge the depth of Frieza's first form. They had to stall. Stall until Bulma got dinned away. Bulma's hushed voice came through the communicator. We've left the cave. Piccolo has dinned and Nail has the Elder. I've put the ship into a capsule, but the core is too big. I had to fold it temporarily, but it won't hold for long. Where are you heading? Din says there's another Elder's village to the west. There might be a Dragon Ball there. Raditz's heart stirred. Head that way. What about you guys? Don't worry about us. Raditz. Bulma's voice paused for a moment. Don't die. Raditz's throat tightened. You're so dramatic. The communication cut off. Frieza seemed to have heard something, tilting his head up slightly. You still have communication? Raditz didn't answer. He picked up a piece of rubble from the ground and hurled it at Frieza. Of course it didn't hit. Frieza didn't even bother to dodge. The rubble was shattered by his ki before it reached him. Such petty tricks are meaningless. They have meaning. Raditz raised his hand, pointing in another direction. The Dragon Balls are over there. Vegeta crawled out from the debris, his face grim. What the hell are you talking about? Raditz didn't look at him. Frieza watched him and laughed. Are you trying to deceive me? You can choose not to believe me. Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's not like you're short on time. The amusement faded from Frieza's face. He was indeed not short on time, but he despised others dictating his schedule, especially a Saiyan who in the past wouldn't even dare to breathe heavily in his presence. Raditz. Frieza's hover chair descended slowly. You've become quite rude. Learned it on Earth. Frieza's eyes narrowed. Then I suppose I should thank Earth. The next instant he vanished. Raditz recoiled on pure instinct, but he was still too slow. Frieza appeared before him, his palm pressing against Raditz's chest. There was no force behind it, just a gentle push. Raditz was sent flying backward, his chest feeling as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer. He crashed through 2 stone pillars before finally stopping. Just as Goku charged forward, Frieza lifted his foot and kicked him under the chin. Goku was launched into the air. Vegeta lunged from behind, wrapping his arms around Frieza's tail. Frieza turned his head to look at him. Vegeta, you still prefer attacking from behind. Vegeta gritted his teeth and pulled with all his might. With a flick of his tail, Frieza slammed him into the ground. As Vegeta struggled to rise, Frieza planted his foot on his chest. The ground cratered beneath them. Your father came charging at me just like this back then. Vegeta's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Frieza looked down at him, his voice soft. His expression was almost exactly like yours back then. A low growl tore from Vegeta's throat. Raditz crawled out from the rubble, raised his hand, and fired a ki blast at Frieza's face. Frieza swatted it away with a casual wave. But in that moment, Vegeta rolled out from under his foot. Goku landed, taking his position on the left as Raditz moved to the right. All 3 were wounded. Frieza's clothes weren't even disheveled. Vegeta panted heavily, his eyes fixed on Frieza with murderous intent. You destroyed planet Vegeta. Frieza tilted his head. So you finally know. Vegeta's teeth ground together audibly. Why, oi? There are many reasons. Frieza let out a light laugh. You Saiyans are too noisy, too restless, and far too numerous. He spoke as if it were a trivial matter. As though he were talking about tidying up a room. Besides, that legend about the Super Saiyan was starting to annoy me. Vegeta's face grew even paler. Goku's fists slowly clenched. Raditz remained silent. He just felt a sharp pain in his chest. It wasn't from the blow head taken. It was those words. Planet Vegeta, the Saiyans, his people, his father, the prince, the warriors. In Frieza's mouth, it all meant nothing. Vegeta suddenly charged forward. This time no one stopped him. Not even Raditz. Vegeta's attacks were wild. His fists were fast and heavy, every single blow laced with killing intent. At first, Frieza blocked from his hover chair, but eventually Vegeta's fist shattered the armrest. The chair tilted. Frieza looked down at the cracked armrest. His expression finally turned cold. It seems you truly wish to die. He rose to his feet. This time his feet were planted firmly on the ground. Raditz immediately shouted, Vegeta, fall back. But Vegeta didn't retreat. Frieza appeared before him in a single step, his fist driving into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta doubled over. No sound escaped his lips. Frieza grabbed him by the hair and slammed him into the ground. Boom. The earth cracked open. Goku charged forward, gathering a Kamehameha in his hands. Frieza looked up and flicked his finger. The energy wave was detonated before it could even be fired. Goku was thrown back by the explosion. Raditz seized the chance to dive to Vegeta's side, dragging him out of the crater. Vegeta's mouth was full of blood, but his eyes were still locked on Frieza. Let me go. If you want to die, get in line. Raditz shoved him behind him. Frieza watched Raditz's actions, a faintly amused look on his face. You're saving Vegeta? Raditz didn't answer. He raised his hand, gathering ki in his palm. It was unstable, but it was stronger than before. Goku stood beside him, also assuming a fighting stance. Vegeta pushed himself off the ground and against all odds stood up again. The 3 of them faced Frieza once more. In the distance, Bulma's group was flying low to the ground. Piccolo carried Dend while Nail carried the Elder on his back. Bulma clutched the dragon radar, her eyes glued to the screen. 2 lights were moving on the display. One was ahead of them, but another was suddenly approaching from the right. Bulma's expression changed. Wait. Piccolo turned his head. What's wrong? Bulma held up the radar. One of the Dragon Balls is moving on its own. Dend's face went pale. That's not the direction of our people. Nail glanced at the screen, his voice dropping. Someone is carrying a Dragon Ball heading toward Frieza's main ship. Piccolo frowned. It's not Frieza. Bulma tapped her finger on the radar a few times, her expression darkening by the second. It's moving fast, and it's getting closer to us. While he's not in the main ship. As Raditz blurted out these words, Vegeta's eyelids twitched violently, his instincts locking his gaze onto Frieza in the distance. Frieza stood silently outside a collapsed stone forest. At his feet lay the shattered remains of gravity cores, and on his shoulder clung the glaring dust kicked up by the Dragon Ball's impact. He made no superfluous movements, merely fixing Raditz with his cold, reptile-like eyes devoid of any emotion, looking down from on high. You want to steal my Dragon Balls? Frieza's voice drifted lightly. Raditz clenched his palm, gripping the capsule containing the Dragon Ball tightly. Your hearing's not bad. Vegeta's mouth twitched fiercely, suppressing his anger in a low voice. Why the hell are you provoking him now? Buying time. Raditz remained expressionless. Did you just say that out loud, you idiot? You think he's stupid? Goku scratched his cheek, awkwardly muttering softly. So what do we do now? How do we steal them? Raditz's gaze was fixed on Frieza, and without turning his head, he ordered in a low voice, you go. Goku was taken aback. Me. You're the fastest. I'm going to. Vegeta snorted darkly, ready to move immediately. Raditz shot a glance at the proud prince, his tone mocking. Are you going to steal the Dragon Balls, or to make a wish for immortality first? His intentions exposed. Vegeta's face turned ashen. Shut up. Watching the 3 Saiyans discuss their spoils so openly before him, Frieza suddenly lowered his head and chuckled. Oh ho ho. The laughter was soft, even carrying a hint of his signature elegance, but the low-ranking soldiers of Frieza's force nearby were terrified, stumbling backward several steps in unison. Having served this tyrant for years, they knew too well. The gentler Frieza smiled, the more brutal his killing methods would be. What an amusing struggle. Frieza slowly raised his pale finger pointing at Raditz's palm. In your hand you have 2 now. Then he cast a meaningful glance into the distance. In my main ship, there are 5 more. How do you 3 plan to divide them? Silence reigned all around, no one answered. The smile on Frieza's face gradually faded, his gaze turning cold, even tinged with condescending disgust. I've changed my mind. His slender finger abruptly turned, pointing directly at Bulma in the distance. They'll kill that noisy Earthwoman first. Bulma's face drained of color in an instant, still clutching the broken gravity, core her legs weak as she stumbled backward. In a flash, Piccolo appeared before Bulma, his expression grim. Beside him, Nail tensed, every muscle stepping forward with gritted teeth. Yet Raditz reacted even faster. The moment a dangerous purple glow flickered at Frieza's fingertip, Raditz, without a second thought, grabbed the giant Dragon Ball, still lying on the ground, and hurled it with all his might into a distant lake. With a thunderous crash, the colossal Dragon Ball plunged into the lake, sending a towering wave dozens of meters high into the air. Confronted with this sudden turn, Frieza's eyes inevitably wavered. In that split-second opening, Goku moved. With a resounding boom, Goku's aura exploded outward. He didn't charge at Frieza. Instead, like a phantom following orders, he shot toward the main ship at terrifying speed. Kakarot, you bastard. Vegeta cursed loudly but could only grit his teeth and burst into speed to follow. Frieza watched the 2 streaks of light vanish into the distance, yet strangely made no move to pursue. He fixed his gaze on Raditz like a man staring at the dead. Do you think you'll let them take the Dragon Balls? You will. Raditz panted heavily, his chest heaving violently. The wound on his shoulder, barely clotted, had burst open again from the exertion, blood streaming down without cease. He bared his teeth in a grim, ugly grin. Because right now your top priority is to capture Dend. Hiding behind Bulma, Dend turned pale with fear upon hearing his name. Frieza's gaze followed his to the Namekian child, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Oh ho ho, so it's Dend. He took a graceful step forward. The mere leakage of his aura cracked the ground beneath him into a web of fissures. Namekian brat, come here. Dend trembled uncontrollably, unable to move a step. Seeing this, Bulma, drawing on some unknown courage, yanked Dend behind her and screamed at the Galactic Emperor, in your dreams. You onion-looking freak, don't even think about it. Frieza's gaze turned icy. Earthwoman, you are truly insufferable. With a hum, a death beam materialized at his fingertip without hesitation. The tyrant, having lost all patience, struck to kill. Get out of the way. Raditz roared in his mind. His tail coiled like a venomous snake, flinging the capsule case containing the Dragon Balls far into a patch of grass. Simultaneously using the momentum, he threw himself recklessly toward Bulma and Dend. A terrifying purple beam grazed Raditz's shoulder, the searing heat instantly scorching his armor and skin. The beam pierced through a massive stone pillar dozens of meters behind, triggering a chain collapse of the entire stone formation. Countless boulders rained down. Raditz shielded Bulma and Dend with his own body, using his back to absorb the impact of several 100-pound stones. Crushed beneath him, Bulma struggled to breathe. She looked up and saw Raditz's pale-faced blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, the young lad's eyes reddened, and she shouted frantically, "What's wrong with you? Playing shield again? Do you have a death wish?" Raditz spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing his battered body upright, and growled, "Shut up. Take Dend and go." "What about you?" Bulma's voice cracked with tears. "Ill. Stay and hold him off." Bulma grabbed his armored wrist, refusing to let go. "Are you insane? You can't hold him off. You'll die." Raditz looked down at her, his eyes for once devoid of arrogance and bluster, revealing a hint of helplessness and bitterness. "So, just run faster, damn it." Bulma's fingers tightened, then she bit her lip hard, released him, grabbed Dend, and sprinted toward the rear without looking back. "Piccolo, he's yours." Without needing a call, Piccolo's tall green figure, radiating a violent aura, already stood firmly blocking Frieza's path. On the other side, Nail, carrying the ailing Elder Guru, wore a grim expression with heavy steps. Elder Guru, weak but resolute, whispered from Nail's back, "Nail, don't stop, go quickly." But Elder Guru, Nail's fists clenched tight. "Go. Staying will only waste the Saiyan youth's efforts." Nail ground his teeth, his knuckles white with strain, then stomped his foot and vanished with Elder Guru in a blur, swiftly retreating from the battlefield. Frieza watched the rabble scatter without rushing to pursue. Before him stood Raditz and Piccolo, flanking him on left and right. Both knew the vast chasm in power separating them from the Galactic Emperor made any resistance futile. Yet at this moment, neither of these vastly different characters took a step back. Frieza's gaze swept over Raditz, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Raditz, back in the Force, you weren't the type to lay down your life for others." Raditz wiped the blood from his mouth with a cold smirk. Back then I was your dog. When did I ever get to be the protagonist? Oh, you couldn't even muster the courage to look me in the eye. Yeah, my legs are still shaking right now." Raditz admitted without a shred of shame. Frieza seemed amused, tilting his head. "If you're that scared, why are you still standing here?" Raditz didn't answer. With a thunderous roar, he responded with action. Every ounce of his remaining chi erupted in a desperate burst. His speed peaked, tearing through the air close to the ground, leaving a trail of afterimages as he charged to Frieza's flank and launched a ferocious punch. Frieza didn't even turn his head, casually raising his left hand to catch Raditz's full-force blow with a solid thud. Yet Raditz had no intention of harming him. The moment his fist was caught, Raditz's other hand locked onto Frieza's wrist, and his Saiyan tail coiled like a massive python, binding half of Frieza's body in an unbreakable grip. Piccolo. Now! Raditz roared hysterically. Special beam cannon. Simultaneously, Piccolo thrust both palms forward, unleashing a furious golden energy sphere that slammed into the ground at Frieza's feet with devastating force. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed them both, sending a violent cloud of smoke and energy skyward. Under such power, the ground beneath Frieza finally gave way, though it sank less than half a meter, and he took no real damage. But Raditz didn't care about damage. Bracing against the blast's aftermath, he used his last ounce of strength to scream into the distance, "Bulma, run!" From the rear, hearing that almost broken roar, Bulma forced back her tears, biting her lip as she sprinted with Din in her arms, cursing through her sobs. "Stop yelling. I'm running as fast as I can." Din stumbled along, his face pale. Bulma, slow down a bit, I'm going to fall." "Slow down, and we'll be ashes. Shut up and run." In the smoke, Frieza's patience finally ran out. His thick tail lashed out with a sonic boom, catching Piccolo off guard and sending him flying into a distant stone forest, collapsing it entirely, his fate unknown. Then Frieza struck Raditz in the chest with a backhand. A terrifying force shattered most of Raditz's armor. Raditz flew backward like a cannonball, tumbling across the ground for dozens of meters, carving a trench into the earth. He clutched his caved-in chest, the agony blurring his vision and stealing his breath. Yet Frieza didn't even bother to finish him off. He floated upward, his cold eyes fixed on the main ship in the distance. The energy signatures there were in complete chaos. At that moment, at Frieza's ship landing zone, Goku and Vegeta, one after the other, crashed into the base like terrifying streaks of light. The dozens of elite Frieza Force soldiers stationed outside immediately sensed the anomaly, their scouter detectors shrieking wildly. "Warning! High-energy reaction approaching. Damn, it's the Saiyans. Wait, is that Vegeta? Vegeta has betrayed us." Hearing the grunts call his name, Vegeta's face turned icy cold. Without a word, he landed and delivered a kick, its violent aura blasting the largest ship before him. Hearing the grunts call his name, Vegeta's face turned icy cold. Without a word, he landed and delivered a kick, its violent aura blasting the largest ship before him. The aircraft exploded in midair from the kick, then hurtled with blazing flames straight toward the Dragon Ball storage within the main vessel. Son Goku descended like a phantom from the other side. With flickering movements, two crisp and decisive chops sent the two charging grunts rolling their eyes into unconsciousness. Vegeta turned and saw this, his fury instantly igniting as he roared, "Kakarot, have you lost your mind? You're still holding back at a time like this. Kill them all." Goku frowned slightly, muttering disapprovingly, "They aren't resisting anymore. Knocking them out is enough. There's no need to kill them. Fool. Weak-willed mercy." Vegeta spat harshly, having no time to argue with this muddle-headed idiot. By now they had charged into the chamber housing the Dragon Balls. Gazing upon the colossal, golden glowing wish spheres on the floor, Vegeta lunged forward and seized one. Goku hurried over as well, exerting all his strength to heave one onto his shoulder with grunts of effort, marveling while the Dragon Balls on Namek are ridiculously huge. "Let's talk, grab as many as you can and move it." Vegeta snarled, his face dark as he managed to secure two enormous Dragon Balls with his arms and ki flow. Their movements were already lightning fast. The problem, however, was that these Namekian Dragon Balls were just too damn bulky. 5 giant Dragon Balls lay piled on the floor like 5 massive water vats. Goku, battered and wounded, could barely shoulder 2 at his limit. Vegeta could only cling to 2 as well. At that moment, a single ball remained on the ground abandoned. Vegeta stared at the lone Dragon Ball, a flicker of deep hidden greed and conflict flashing in his eyes. Yet before he could act, Son Goku's razor-sharp gaze locked onto him with unusual seriousness. "Vegeta, you wouldn't be thinking of sneaking this one away too, would you?" His secret exposed on the spot, Vegeta's face darkened to the point of dripping with rage as he bellowed, "What business is it of yours what I intend to do?" Goku's expression was stern as he bluntly countered, "No. Before we came, Raditz specifically told me not to let you get your hands on any extra Dragon Balls, or you'd definitely go behind our backs and make a wish." "Damn you, Raditz." Vegeta trembled with fury, nearly hurling the Dragon Ball in his arms at Goku's guileless face. Just at this critical juncture, a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from deep within the main vessel's corridor. A burly high-ranking officer of the army burst out, drenched in sweat, clutching an emergency communicator and screaming hysterically into it, "Lord Frieza, this is terrible. The Dragon Balls have been taken by the Saiyans." "Shut your mouth." Before the words ended, Vegeta whipped around and fired a violent energy sphere. The scorching beam instantly blasted the communicator in the officer's hand into smithereens. The terrifying explosive shockwave sent the unfortunate high-ranking officer flying backward, slamming him viciously into the wall and knocking him unconscious. Seizing the moment, Goku bent down, using his tail and arms to sweep up the last remaining Dragon Ball and hug it to his chest. "Let's go. We're out of time." But just as they prepared to move, Vegeta's body froze in place. He turned his head, stiffly staring at the distant sky. A terrifying, blood-freezing, destructive aura was hurtling toward them at an unimaginable speed. Frieza had already turned around and was heading straight for them. And this time there was no trace of mockery or amusement in that aura. Only pure unadulterated rage and murderous intent. Damn, we're too late. Beads of cold sweat instantly broke out on Vegeta's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Goku also sensed the overwhelming, suffocating pressure, his expression turning grim. He's so fast. What do we do now? Vegeta stared intensely at the Dragon Balls in his arms, then glanced at the vast, bottomless lake beside the main vessel. In this desperate situation, a wild and rogue grin twisted across the Saiyan Prince's lips. Since we can't take them, then no one gets to have them. Kakarot, throw them. Goku was taken aback. Huh? What? But Vegeta had no intention of waiting for his response. With a violent thrust of his arms, he hurled the 2 giant Dragon Balls with all his might, sending them crashing deep into the lake below. 2 earth-shattering booms erupted. The placid lake's surface instantly exploded as if hit by 2 massive bombs, sending towering waves of turbulent water surging skyward, swallowing the Dragon Balls into the dark, churning depths. Goku finally understood. His eyes lit up, and imitating Vegeta, he laughed and flung the 2 Dragon Balls in his arms toward a different bay in the opposite direction. Go. As for the final ball, Goku leaped into the air and delivered a powerful, keen-fused roundhouse kick to its side. With a whoosh, the last Dragon Ball shot off like a golden beam, rolling into a distant, rugged mountain gully. Vegeta stood on the shore, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, yet a malicious smirk hung on his face. Humph. Isn't he the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe? If he wants to gather the Dragon Balls, let him go fishing and fish them out of the water himself. Goku couldn't help but glance at him and sincerely remarked, Vegeta, I have to say you're really top-notch at pissing people off. Vegeta's face darkened as he snorted arrogantly, shut up. I don't need praise from a low-class warrior. The sky seemed to collapse in that instant. Frieza's figure tore through the void without warning, descending from above with a suffocating, terrifying pressure. Upon landing, he witnessed the last Dragon Ball tumbling into the distant crevice. In that moment, every trace of expression vanished from the Emperor's face. Gone was the trademark hypocritical smile, gone the elegant oh-ho-ho. Only a silence and coldness as deep as Arctic ice remained. Vegeta. Frieza uttered the name slowly, each syllable dripping with bone-chilling dread. Vegeta stood drenched in sweat on the lakeshore, his legs trembling uncontrollably, yet he forced his spine straight and wore a defiant sneer. What's the matter? The great Lord Frieza? You love Dragon Balls so much, don't you? They're all in there. Go find them yourself. Goku silently assumed the turtle school combat stance beside him, whispering a warning. Vegeta, stop talking. He's really serious this time. I know. Shut up. Frieza slowly descended from midair, hovering. He didn't utter a single superfluous word. The next second, he raised his right hand. Goku and Vegeta's muscles instantly tensed, expecting a deadly beam to come hurtling toward them. Instead, the destructive ray from Frieza's fingertip abruptly shot downward toward the vast lake surface. It was a cataclysmic explosion of miraculous proportions. The entire immense lake, with a single casual strike from Frieza, was utterly overturned. The waters for miles around surged skyward in a colossal tsunami, and the lake bed was brutally exposed to the air in an instant. Amid the violent waves and mud, the 2 giant Dragon Balls that had been thrown in were hurled back into the sky by the terrifying shockwave. Without even a blink, Frieza's long tail lashed out like lightning, tracing an afterimage through the air, and with a sharp snap, it coiled precisely around one of them. Don't you dare! HAA! Son Goku roared, his ki exploding outward. In that critical moment, he forced his way into the raging waters, enduring the immense pressure to seize another falling Dragon Ball before it could drop. This one's mine. Vegeta, eyes bloodshot, prepared to charge for the 3rd ball that had been flung out. But before he could get close, the space before him twisted without warning. Frieza's cold, pale form appeared instantly before Vegeta like a teleport. No flashy moves, just a single unadorned punch. Vegeta didn't even see the trajectory of the punch. He was sent flying like a broken bird, slammed into the muddy ruins below by the terrifying force, carving out a massive crater several meters wide. The 3rd Dragon Ball he had tried to reach slipped from his grasp and rolled into a pile of rubble. Goku landed with the ball in his arms, his face turning grim. Vegeta. Frieza held one ball in his hand and had another coiled around his tail. He slowly turned his emotionless, delicate face, his crimson eyes locking onto Son Goku. Put it down. Goku gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his arms, not taking a single step back. Meanwhile, far away in the crumbling stone forest, Raditz finally crawled out from under the boulders, trembling. He heard the earth-shattering explosions from the main vessel's direction and saw the towering, sky-obscuring waves. He knew that Goku and Vegeta must have already engaged Frieza. Gritting his teeth, Raditz raised a trembling hand and pressed the communication switch on his cracked battle scouter. Bulma. Huff. Huff. Can you hear me? Are you and Den safe? After a moment, Bulma's breathless, panicked voice came through. Still alive. We've regrouped with Piccolo and made it to a safe cave. What about the Dragon Ball? I have one, but the energy readings around the lake near the main vessel are a complete mess. The blips on the radar are flashing so fast my eyes are going blind. I can't tell which is which. Bulma's voice was filled with anxiety. Hearing this, Raditz's tense nerves relaxed slightly. As long as Bulma and Den still held one Dragon Ball, Frieza wouldn't be able to gather them all and make a wish anytime soon. Their delaying tactic had worked. However, before Raditz could fully exhale in relief, both Bulma's dragon radar and his scouter emitted an ear-piercing maximum-level alarm without warning. On the other end of the communicator, Bulma's voice shifted, laced with unprecedented terror and trembling were Raditz. Raditz's heart sank, a powerful sense of foreboding washing over him. What is it? What's happening? There are five inconceivably powerful new energy signatures, breaking through the atmosphere at an unbelievable speed and closing in on Namek. Raditz's body froze as if struck by lightning. His fingers stiffened at his ear and his dry throat constricted as he asked, "How many did you say?" 5. Bulma's voice was nearly hopeless. After a pause, she said shakily, "And after they pierced the atmosphere, they didn't slow down at all. Their target is heading straight for Frieza's main vessel base." Raditz mechanically lifted his head to gaze at the green sky of Namek. Sure enough, 5 piercing crimson trails ignited on the horizon, like 5 meteorites tearing through the air with a violent world-rending force, carving 5 savage scars across the green firmament. Inside the main vessel's crater, the severely wounded Vegeta, lying in the mud, struggled to lift his head. When his eyes fell upon those unmistakable 5 streaks of falling light in the sky, all the color drained from the once arrogant Saiyan prince's face, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. How? Of all times. Now. Vegeta's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that came from the depths of his soul. The Ginyu Force. How? Of all times. Now. Vegeta's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that came from the depths of his soul. The Ginyu Force. How? Of all times. Now. Vegeta's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that came from the depths of his soul. The Ginyu Force. How? Of all times. Now. Vegeta's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that came from the depths of his soul. The Ginyu Force. How? Of all times. Now. Vegeta's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that came from the depths of his soul. The Ginyu Force. How? Of all times. Now. Vegeta's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that came from the depths of his soul. The Ginyu Force. How? Of all times. Now. Vegeta's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that came from the depths of his soul. The Ginyu Force. How? Of all times. Now. Vegeta's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that came from the depths of his soul. The Ginyu Force. 5 trails of blood-red flames descended from outer space, crashing down with a resounding boom. The ground outside Frieza's mothership erupted into 5 massive craters, with violent dirt and debris soaring into the sky. Vegeta lay in the mud pit, just managing to prop himself up on one side. Upon seeing the insignia of the 5 spherical flying vessels, his expression shifted to one of extreme displeasure. He had encountered the Ginyu Force before. It was precisely because he had seen them that he understood how troublesome these 5 individuals could be, especially the leader Ginyu. He was a true monster under Frieza's command. Damn it. Vegeta spat out the mud in his mouth and struggled to crawl out of the pit. Goku, still clutching the massive Dragon Ball tightly, turned to the sky and asked with some confusion, "Is that the Ginyu Force you just mentioned?" Vegeta had no mind to answer. He stared intently at the 5 smoke-emitting craters, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Floating in midair, Frieza's cold expression finally softened somewhat, a cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Oh ho ho, just in time. The hatches of the 5 flying vessels opened simultaneously. The first to jump out was a red-skinned, white-haired fellow wearing an extremely frivolous smile, Goldo. Next, a towering, orange-haired giant landed with a thud, arms crossed, his shoulders broader than those of ordinary soldiers, his gaze ferocious. Raikum. Beside him stood a tall, blue-skinned figure, Bata, moving so swiftly that he created several afterimages in the air. Following him, the short, green-skinned Goldo with 4 eyes crawled out from the hatch. He seemed unsteady as he landed, stumbling slightly on the rubble. Finally, a man with purple skin and 2 black horns on his head slowly emerged from the flying vessel. As he merely stood there, the other 4 who had displayed various expressions instinctively stepped aside, their demeanor subdued. The leader of the Ginyu Force, Ginyu. Raditz, watching from a great distance, almost choked on his breath at the sight. His entire body was in agony, the wound on his shoulder bleeding profusely, and the slap he received from Frieza earlier made every breath feel like a knife scraping against his lungs. And just when the Ginyu Force arrived at this critical moment, what a day it was. The 5 individuals descended from the flying vessel, standing in a row. Raditz saw their formation and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Here they came, those things were coming. The next moment, the Ginyu Force indeed began striking ridiculous poses on the spot. Ginyu, Raikou, Bata, Goldo, Ginyu Force. The 5 shouted their names at the top of their lungs while striking extremely bizarre and twisted poses. Frieza slowly sat back on his floating chair, and upon witnessing this scene, his left eyelid twitched involuntarily. However, the remaining soldiers stationed around the mothership looked as if they had seen a savior, nearly bursting into cheers. Goku was utterly stunned, staring blankly and asking, "What are they doing?" Vegeta's face was ashen, his teeth grinding together. "Don't mind their idiotic antics, listen to me, Ron." Goku was momentarily stunned. "Ron?" Vegeta roared in frustration. "Can't you understand human speech? Kakarot, Ron." Meanwhile, Raditz pressed his ear against the communicator, his voice hoarse from weakness and urgency. Bulma. Get Tion out of the cave immediately. Don't fly, run close to the ground. Bulma on the other end of the communicator heard the deafening explosions and urgently asked, what monster is coming now? The Ginyu Force. Bulma paused for half a second before retorting, just hearing that name, it's clear they're not good news. Now's not the time to judge their names, just run. Got it. The communicator crackled with the sound of Bulma pulling Tion to get up. Tion, move faster, don't dawdle. Tion Dandy spoke with a quiver in his voice. I'm Dandy. All right, Dandy, just don't get caught by them. Raditz propped himself up on the rubble, shaking as he stood. Piccolo emerged step by step from the collapsed stone forest, covered in dust, his green skin marred with scratches and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. More people are coming from the mothership? Piccolo asked coldly. Yes, very troublesome ones. Raditz fixed his gaze on the short figure in the distance. More troublesome than Frieza. Frieza is simply too powerful to defeat. Raditz gritted his teeth, but that short green one is disgusting. Piccolo followed Raditz's gaze, landing on Guldo. Is he strong? His combat power is atrociously low. Then why are you staring at him? Raditz didn't answer immediately, as he was all too aware of how annoying Guldo's special ability was. Time stop. Though that ability required holding one's breath to activate, as long as that short one found an opportunity to infiltrate from behind, Bulma, Dandy, or even the Elder could be captured in an instant without them realizing. On the battlefield, such a strange ability was far more insidious than mere combat power. Raditz licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and lowered his voice. When the battle starts, see that short green one. Everyone should focus their fire on him. Absolutely do not let him speak, nor let him hold his breath. It's best to knock him out immediately. Piccolo frowned, shooting him a sideways glance. How do you know all this? I guessed. Raditz had no time to explain the script to him. He shot up from the ground, charging toward the mothership. He absolutely could not let Guldo approach the direction where Bulma and the others were retreating. Outside the mothership, Ginyu had already walked up to the floating chair, kneeling on one knee. Lord Frieza, the Ginyu Force has arrived on orders. Frieza nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. The Dragon Balls have been scattered by these ruffians. Vegeta has completely betrayed the army. Raditz is here too, and there's also a Saiyan named Kakarot. Ginyu slowly raised his head, his piercing gaze locking onto Goku and Vegeta in the distance. Kakarot. Goku, still tightly clutching the Dragon Ball, nodded honestly at Ginyu. I am Son Goku. Ginyu chuckled noncommittally. Oh, it seems your combat power isn't low at all. The combat power detector by his ear was beeping wildly, the values skyrocketing. Although Goku tried his best to suppress his energy, he hadn't managed to fully conceal the energy within him from the earlier struggle to snatch the Dragon Ball from Frieza. When Ginyu saw the final value displayed on the detector, his expression changed noticeably. 15,000. Ginyu gasped. The orange-haired Raikum whistled sharply from the side. Not bad, Captain, you actually have this kind of value. The red-skinned Guldo also sneered. In such a lowly race as the Saiyans, how can such a level of individual even exist? Vegeta's expression grew even darker. Meanwhile, Goku ignored their taunts and silently stepped back, maintaining distance while holding the Dragon Ball. Frieza looked down at Ginyu, issuing commands. First, gather all the scattered Dragon Balls. Also capture that child who can make wishes in the Namekian language alive. Ginyu immediately bowed his head to accept the order. Understood, leave it to us. He suddenly stood up, turning to point. Guldo, you go to the rear to search for that Namekian child's whereabouts. Bata, your speed is the fastest among us. Go retrieve all the scattered Dragon Balls. Raikum, Guldo, you two are responsible for stopping Vegeta and Kakarot. Upon hearing that he was assigned to search behind and could perfectly avoid intense combat up front, Guldo instantly broke into a wide grin. Leave it to me, Captain. However, before Guldo could take a step, a shadow with a piercing sound of air slicing through it charged from the side of the battlefield. Raditz had arrived. Before he had fully landed, several explosive energy blasts he conjured were already hurled towards them. His target was neither Ginyu nor the largest Raikum, but aimed directly at the weakest Guldo. Guldo was startled, screaming, "What is that?" He rolled aside in a panic, and the energy blast exploded violently where he had just stood, the shockwave tearing a hole in his armor. Damn Saiyan. As Guldo bared his teeth and just got back on his feet to curse, Raditz, enveloped in a fierce energy flow, had already teleported in front of him, delivering a powerful kick straight to his face. Guldo's four eyes widened in an instant, instinctively puffing out his cheeks and holding his breath. Buzz. The surrounding space and time seemed to freeze momentarily. Raditz's ferocious kick abruptly halted midair, his entire body maintaining the kicking posture without moving. Guldo, who had just revealed a smug grin, suddenly felt his eyes darting sideways. Boom. A dark green energy blast had slammed in from his blind spot, a shot that Piccolo had thrown as he followed Raditz. The trajectory of the energy blast was exceptionally cunning and obscure. Its landing point was not where Guldo had originally stood, but directly blocked his escape route from Raditz's kick. Guldo's breath-holding time was up. At the moment time resumed flowing, the dark green energy blast struck him squarely in the face. Bang. Guldo let out a piercing scream, his body flying backward, his front teeth shattered by the brutal force. Raditz landed with a thud, his heart racing wildly in his chest. For a moment he could distinctly feel that his body had truly been solidified in midair. That short one's special ability was too bizarre, it absolutely had to be neutralized immediately. Genius' expression shifted slightly. Guldo. Raditz didn't even turn his head, shouting back, "Piccolo, don't stop, keep beating him." Piccolo's tall figure charged forward like a relentless pest. He was usually not talkative, but his attacks were even more vicious than Raditz's. In midair, 2 energy blasts sealed off Guldo's escape routes, and then Piccolo flashed, appearing directly above Guldo, his right foot charged with energy, as he stomped down on Guldo's chest. Guldo, frightened by this brutal assault, rolled frantically on the ground, screaming in despair, "Are you guys crazy? Why is everyone targeting me?" Raditz had already charged back in front of him, pressing his left hand to the ground, while his right fist came crashing down. Guldo's 4 eyes were filled with terror as he opened his mouth, preparing to hold his breath and activate time stop again. Raditz's Saiyan tail, coiling with energy, struck like a whip against Guldo's throat. Ugh! Guldo let out a strange cry, his critical breath completely escaping him, and his face turned an even deeper shade of green. Piccolo swiftly followed up with a heavy punch, striking Guldo deeply into the muddy ground. Boom! The ground cracked open, creating a deep pit, and Guldo's eyes rolled back as he twitched twice, falling completely unconscious. The battlefield outside the mothership fell eerily quiet for a moment. The smug smile that had been on Raikum's face vanished instantly. The red-skinned Guldo also stood frozen in place. The fastest Bata frowned incredulously, saying Guldo was actually killed in an instant. Vegeta, witnessing this scene from the rubble, wore a strange and shocked expression. Though he knew Guldo's time-stop ability was troublesome, he never expected that Raditz, who had once been timid, would show such decisiveness and ruthlessness today, targeting Guldo's weak spot right from the start. "Raditz, how did you know about Guldos?" Raditz, panting heavily, interrupted Vegeta's inquiry brusquely. "Less talking. Hurry and grab the Dragon Balls." Vegeta snorted in displeasure, but surprisingly did not retort Raditz this time. Instead, he turned around, filled with rage, and dashed toward the Dragon Balls that had been blasted away. The direction surged forward. Frieza sat in the floating chair, coldly watching Guldo, who lay unconscious at the bottom of the pit like a dead dog, as the smile on his face faded completely. "Raditz." The Cosmic Emperor slowly spoke, marking the second time today he had directly uttered the name of this low-ranking warrior. But this time his tone was distinctly different, subtly laced with genuine scrutiny. Guldo twisted his neck, producing a crisp cracking sound. "It seems you, this Saiyan, know quite a bit." Raditz offered no reply to Guldo. With a kick, he sent the unconscious Guldo sprawling aside and whispered to Piccolo, "Watch closely, he must not wake up." Piccolo raised his hand and fired an energy blast at Guldo's side, sending countless fragments crashing down, burying half of Guldo's body. Rest assured, he won't die from this injury anytime soon, but he definitely won't wake up either. Enough. Meanwhile, the largest of them, Riku, charged towards Son Goku with a raging force. "Kakarot, is it?" Goku's expression darkened, and he immediately set down the Dragon Ball in his arms, assuming a combat stance with both hands. Riku's massive body, towering like a small mountain, bore down with a piercing whistle, his fist the size of a pot crashing down fiercely. Goku pivoted slightly, narrowly evading the punch, and with the momentum from his sidestep, he retaliated with a powerful punch to Riku's abdomen. Boom! Riku's large body instantly curled up like a shrimp, his eyes bulging and mouth agape. "Ah, so heavy." Goku, noticing his pained expression, paused briefly and scratched his head, asking, "Are you okay?" Riku clutched his belly and staggered back 4 or 5 steps, his face turning extremely grim. He clearly did not expect that the punch from this Saiyan called Kakarot would be that heavy. In the distance, Jesus' expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Riku, be careful. This guy is a bit strange." Bardock's figure vanished in the air in an instant, and the next second he had used his terrifying speed to circle behind Goku, moving so fast it was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Yet Goku seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, even ducking down just before Bardock struck, narrowly avoiding his aerial elbow strike. Immediately after, Goku executed a dazzling tornado kick, his right heel landing heavily on Bardock's cheek. Boom! Bardock spun in the air, landing awkwardly while clutching his face, disbelief written all over his blue visage. "My speed was actually seen through." Goku landed and seriously remarked, "You were indeed quite fast just now." Upon hearing this, Bardock's expression darkened even further. This honest compliment sounded more painful than any deliberate mockery at this moment. At this time, Captain Ginyu finally decided to join the fray. However, he ignored Goku from a distance, striding forward with big steps, his eagle-like eyes fixed intently on Raditz. "You are called Raditz, right?" Raditz turned to look at him. "Yes." "Your combat power seems quite formidable as well," Ginyu remarked, pressing a button on his ear's scouter. At this moment, Raditz's aura was chaotic due to the intense battle and his injuries, the scouter's screen fluctuating wildly between 100,000 and 50,000. Ginyu's brows furrowed tightly. "When did you Saiyan wild monkeys learn to control your battle power?" Raditz adjusted his dislocated shoulder, grimacing in pain, and sneered, "The teacher on Earth taught well, you can't envy that." Ginyu chuckled, though, with an insincere smile. "Interesting. Then let me see just how capable you are." In the next moment, Ginyu's body vanished from the spot. Raditz's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints, instinctively crossing his arms tightly in front of his chest. Boom! Ginyu's heavy fist slammed solidly against his arms. Raditz's feet sank into the hard ground, and he was forced back, carving a trench several meters long before finally stopping. It was too heavy. This guy's strength far surpassed that of the previous Cybermen. Genius attacks were perfectly chained. As the first punch was blocked, the second was already tearing through the air towards him. Piccolo charged in from the side, desperately trying to assist, but Jinyu delivered a swift kick, without looking back, sending him flying. Raditz gritted his teeth fiercely, not retreating, but advancing, instead, his Saiyan tail wrapping around Jinyu's right arm, like a constrictor snake. Jinyu glanced down at the furry tail coiling around his arm. A Saiyan's tail. You really can't learn from your mistakes. He swiftly grabbed hold of the base of Raditz's tail. Raditz's face turned pale in an instant. Yet this time he did not lose his combat power completely and collapsed to the ground as before. During that year on Earth, he had relentlessly trained this deadly weakness in conjunction with the gravity chamber almost to the point of self-abuse. Though the pain was still excruciating, it was no longer life-threatening. Die. Raditz endured the intense pain at the base of his tail and retaliated with a fierce hook to Jinyu's chin. Jinyu tilted his head just enough to evade his eyes, finally showing a glimmer of surprise. You actually trained specifically to strengthen your weakness with the tail, eh? Of course, otherwise would I let you guys keep taking advantage of me, eh? Raditz roared viciously, kicking towards Jinyu's knee. Jinyu had no choice but to release his grip on the tail, stepping back half a pace. Just as Raditz gained a moment of reprieve, a panicked scream from Bulma came through his communicator. Raditz. That blue guy. He's charging towards us. Bardock. Raditz abruptly turned to look. Sure enough, Bardock, who had just been kicked away by Goku, was using his unparalleled speed to bypass the frontal battlefield and was headed straight for the evacuation route, where Bulma and Tian were hiding a streak of blue light. Goku also noticed this scene and was just about to explode with rage to intercept him when from a distance Riku and Jeez moved in unison to block his path. Don't think about leaving here, Saiyan. Vegeta was currently soaring into the sky from the lakeside, tightly clutching another Dragon Ball. He had just retrieved, his expression grim to the extreme. Kakarot. Don't worry about them. Just take the Dragon Balls away. Raditz yelled to the side. Piccolo, go intercept that blue-skinned one. However, just as Piccolo was about to move, Jinyu's towering purple figure had already blocked their way. Jinyu coldly stared at them, his tone menacing. Do you worthless scum think a bit too highly of yourselves? Raditz looked at Jinyu before him, his palms slowly beginning to sweat. Meanwhile, from the radar signal in the distance, Bardock's terrifying energy flow, representing danger, was rapidly approaching Bulma at an unimaginable speed. The communicator could even clearly pick up Bulma's frantic footsteps and Tian's breath, which was quickening to the point of suffocation. Raditz, he's too fast. We can't escape. Raditz's expression darkened completely at this moment. Without any hesitation, he reached into the tactical waist pouch on the side of his armor and pulled out a cold universal capsule. This was a spare supply box Bulma had packed for him before they arrived on Namek. It contained not Dragon Balls, but several temporary high-concentration explosive bombs that Bulma had previously developed. Raditz pressed the capsule button, and in an instant, as the white smoke exploded, he grabbed the explosive bomb inside, and with all his strength hurled it fiercely at Jinyu's face. Jinyu disdainfully raised his hand to swat it away. However, at the moment of contact, the bomb fell silent, followed by an explosion that released a blinding flash of light capable of momentarily blinding anyone. A flash bomb. Child's play. Jinyu shut his eyes against the harsh light. Taking advantage of this momentary distraction, Raditz transformed into a dying streak of light racing at full speed towards Bardock. Just as Jinyu intended to move to pursue, several furious blue energy blasts rained down from the side. Purple-skinned freak, your opponent is me now. Jinyu turned his head to see Vegeta drenched in cold sweat and covered in injuries, yet still smirking as he raised his right hand, the destructive light swirling between his fingers. Jinyu's gaze turned frigid. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, Bardock, with speed unparalleled in the universe, had caught up with the panicking Bulma and Tian in front of a chaotic pile of rocks. Swish! The blue figure fell from the sky like a phantom, firmly blocking their path. Bulma abruptly halted, almost stumbling due to inertia. Her face was pale, and in a panic, she tried to hide her right hand, which held the capsule with the Dragon Balls, behind her. Tian trembled in fear, shrinking tightly behind Bulma. Bardock looked down at the defenseless Earthwoman with a playful smile. If you know what's good for you, hand over what you have in your hands. Though Bulma's lips were white and her legs weak, her temper flared at that moment. Her left hand stealthily reached for a self-defense electric shock button hidden at her waist as she trembled, saying, if you have the ability, come take it yourself. Bardock let out a disdainful snort, just as he prepared to take a step forward to snatch it. A terrifying sound of ripping air suddenly resonated from behind him. Bardock quickly turned around. He saw Raditz covered in blood and with tattered armor charging madly from a distance. At this moment, the two were still quite far apart. Yet the energy ball Raditz had gathered emanating violent energy was not aimed at Bardock, but directly at the ground beneath Bulma and Tian. Bulma followed his line of sight and realized Raditz's intention. Her pretty face instantly drained of color as she screamed, Raditz, you bastard. Are you crazy? Raditz did not offer any explanation. The massive energy ball was unleashed in the next second. It was indeed not aimed at Bardock. It crashed directly at the feet of Bulma and Tian. Boom. The violent explosion instantly tore through the ground, sending an extremely terrifying shockwave that launched the unsuspecting Bulma and Tian into the air, and the two rolled like tumbling gourds along the massive fissure ripped open by the blast, disappearing into a bottomless natural cave. Bardock's grab completely missed. In that moment of distraction, Raditz, fighting desperately, finally arrived. Raditz barreled into Bardock like a ferocious tiger, crashing into his waist with no finesse, the tremendous inertia driving both of them hard into the adjacent stone wall, sending debris flying. Bardock was jolted, blood surging in his veins, and he erupted in anger. Damn Saiyan. You want to die? Raditz, bloodied, gripped Bardock's shoulders as if they were iron clamps, using the last of his strength to shout towards the cave, run. Inside the cave, Bulma was left sore all over after the rough tumble, and the choking dust made her eyes water as she coughed uncontrollably. Struggling to get up, she grabbed hold of Tian, who was also dazed from the fall, and checked her waist to find the capsule containing the Dragon Balls still there. In an instant, the lattice fury boiled over, and she looked up, screaming hysterically outside, Raditz. You bastard who gave birth without an ass. How dare you blow me up too? However, the next second Bulma's voice abruptly caught in her throat, unable to continue. Because the precise Dragon Ball radar she was clutching in her left hand suddenly emitted an extremely glaring and intense golden prompt light, without warning. Beep, 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 beep. On the screen, a large golden light spot that had been ignored due to distance and interference from the rocky ground now clearly appeared less than 10 meters below her feet. Bulma stood frozen in place. She stared blankly down at the fissure created by Raditz's energy blast, which had violently cracked open at the bottom of the cave. Deep within that dark, profound crack in the earth, at this moment, a pure golden divine radiance, unmistakably belonging to the Dragon Balls, began to faintly glow. Deep within that dark, profound crack in the earth, at this moment, a pure golden divine radiance, unmistakably belonging to the Dragon Balls, began to faintly glow. Deep within the cavern, when that resplendent golden light shone through, Bulma froze entirely. She clutched the young Namekian Den tightly with one hand, while the other hand turned the Dragon Ball capsule white from her grip. Her face and body were covered in mud and soot from the explosion, looking utterly disheveled. Beep, beep, beep. The dragon radar in her palm was frantically sounding off. The light dot on the screen had already completely overlapped with her location. Bulma looked down at the cracked ground beneath her feet, swallowed hard, and muttered, "No way." Dend also saw it and whispered, "It seems there really is a Dragon Ball down there." Boom. A dull impact suddenly came from outside. Raditz was kicked into the rock wall by Birder, sending gravel crashing down in a cascade. Bulma. Raditz's hoarse roar echoed inside. "Run. Get far away." Bulma's temper flared instantly. "Run what? You just blasted me right onto the Dragon Ball." The air outside fell dead silent for half a second. Then Birder's sinister voice rang out, "Dragon Ball." Damn it. Bulma's face changed drastically, and she pushed Din back. Dig. Din was stunned. Now. Yes, right now. Bulma dropped to her knees, spread her fingers, and frantically clawed at the cracked rock layers. Her nails ached from the friction, but she couldn't care less. Seeing this, Din quickly crouched down to help. Outside, the mockery on Birder's face vanished instantly. He turned his head, fixed his gaze on the cave, his eyes brimming with greed. "So it's here." He moved his foot about to charge in, but Raditz suddenly lunged out from the rubble, wrapping his arms tightly around Birder's waist. Birder's speed was too fast to stop normally, so the only option was the most primitive method, a desperate grapple. Thud. The two slammed heavily into the ground, rolling dozens of meters away. "Let go." Birder roared in fury, driving his knee viciously into Raditz's stomach. Raditz's vision went dark from the pain, nearly spitting blood, but his arms clamped down like iron pincers, tightening more and more. He grinned through gritted teeth. "What's the rush? You're asking for death." Birder grabbed Raditz by the shoulders, hoisted him up, and slammed him hard into the ground. Boom. Raditz's back shattered the rock, his bones feeling like they were coming apart. Birder raised his boot and aimed it at Raditz's head. At the critical moment, Raditz's Saiyan tail shot out like a venomous snake, tightly coiling around Birder's ankle, and yanked hard. Birder lost his balance and slipped. Whoosh! A green figure burst out from the side without warning. Piccolo had arrived. He landed a heavy kick square on Birder's chest, sending him staggering back several steps. "Get in." Piccolo didn't even look back, his voice cold as ice. Raditz pushed himself up from the ground, wiping blood from his mouth. "You can't hold him off alone." "Then make it quick." Energy spheres faintly gathered between Piccolo's palms, his eyes locked on Birder. Raditz said nothing more and turned to dive into the cave. Outside, Birder's face was so dark it seemed ready to drip. "You worthless scum, all of you love getting in the way, don't you?" Boom. Piccolo raised his hand and fired a violent energy sphere. But Birder's form instantly turned into a blur, dodging it with ease. "Too slow." A frigid voice sounded. The next second, Birder appeared behind Piccolo like a phantom, his elbow wrapped in a furious energy wave crashing down fiercely. Piccolo hastily twisted to block. Thud. The immense force hit him. Piccolo grunted, one knee shattering the ground beneath him. Too fast. Birder's speed forced Piccolo to rely solely on his combat instincts to predict his moves. Inside the cave, Bulma and Dend had already unearthed a small golden curved surface. The Namekian Dragon Ball was enormous and buried deep. Bulma, drenched in sweat, shouted frantically, "Raditz, Get over here and help. Raditz rushed forward, plunging his hands into the rock crevice. Move. Bulma dragged Din scrambling backward. Howa! Raditz's forehead veins bulged, his arm muscles swelling instantly, a beastly roar tearing from his throat. He forcibly ripped the entire massive rock layer away. Crash! Rubble flew everywhere. The huge star-glinting Dragon Ball below was fully exposed. Bulma's eyes lit up. It really is here. Raditz stared at the Dragon Ball, but his expression remained grim. This must be the one Goku had kicked into the ravine earlier. The good news was they'd found it. The bad news. Berto outside had heard it too. Thud. Another dull impact. Piccolo was slammed into the cave entrance, his back crashing against the rock wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Berto leisurely lowered a leg, dusted off his arm, and strode into the cave. Found it. Bulma instinctively hugged the capsule case tighter. Din cowered behind her, trembling. Raditz stepped forward, shielding the Dragon Ball. Berto glanced at the Dragon Ball, then scornfully at Raditz. You're this wounded, what do you have left to stop me? Raditz said nothing. He slowly bent down, hooking his fingers around the edge of the Dragon Ball. Bulma's heart skipped a beat as she instantly grasped his intent. Damn it. You're not going to throw it at him again, are you? Yeah. Can't you think of a more normal plan? No. Berto sneered. Idiot. His body vanished into thin air again. His speed was absurdly fast. Just as Raditz lifted the massive Dragon Ball, Berto's cold face was already right in front of him. One hand was already on the Dragon Ball. Let go, Berto said coldly. But Raditz didn't show despair. Instead, he curled his lips into a vicious grin. Did you forget someone? Berto's pupils suddenly contracted. I'm right here. A voice utterly unexpected rang out from outside the cave entrance. Berto tried to turn around. Boom. A fist wrapped in terrifying force slammed solidly into Berto's cheek. Berto didn't even have time to scream. He flew out of the cave like a broken kite, tumbling wildly across the ground for a dozen rotations before coming to a pathetic stop. Goku landed steadily, shaking his slightly numb wrist, and let out a long breath. Phew, this guy's fast, almost couldn't catch up. Raditz, clutching the huge Dragon Ball, leaned against the rock wall, breathing heavily. What's the situation on your end? Rikum and Jis are being held up by Vegeta. Goku said, scratching his head. But Vegeta seems really furious. Raditz rolled his eyes. When isn't he furious? Goku thought for a moment and agreed. True. Can you stop chatting it? Bulma hurriedly pulled out the capsule device. Get this thing in first. The Dragon Ball was far too big. They worked together to stuff it into the capsule's storage compartment. With a puff, the smoke cleared. Bulma snatched the capsule with lightning speed and tucked it deep into her waist pouch. Okay, I've got to now. Raditz stared at her. Keep it safe, don't let it get taken. Bulma shot him a glare. No kidding, you think I don't know? Outside, Berto scrambled up from the ground, half his face swollen and bruised. He touched his face through gritted teeth, his eyes turning icy cold. Kakarot. Goku walked slowly out of the cave. What? Berto stared at him, teeth grinding audibly. That one just now. Doesn't count. You cheated with a sneak attack. Goku blinked, utterly confused. Huh? Why doesn't it count? Berto was left speechless. Kakarot. What the hell are you dawdling for? Vegeta's furious roar suddenly came from afar. Raditz followed Goku out of the cave and looked up. In the direction of Frieza's main ship, a chaotic brawl was already underway. Vegeta was being tightly locked down by Rikum. That thick-skinned freak, even after taking several heavy punches from Vegeta, was still rubbing his face and laughing wildly. Meanwhile, Jis was weaving through the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy spheres to cut off all of Vegeta's escape routes. As for Captain Ginyu, he stood farther away, arms crossed, in no hurry to join the fight. His gaze swept coldly between Goku and Raditz. Raditz felt a chill run down his spine under that stare. Jinyu's body swap technique was the most lethal wildcard in this battle. Goku's performance was the most outstanding now, and there was no doubt Ginyu had already set his sights on Goku's body. Goku, Raditz called softly. Don't fight that captain in the purple armor alone later. Goku looked at Ginyu in the distance, a bit curious. Why? He has a weird trick. What kind of trick? Don't ask so many questions, just remember what I said. Goku scratched his head helplessly. All right. Berto, seeing these two Saiyans still chatting away as if he didn't exist, exploded with rage. Are you ignoring me? Whoosh. He moved. His speed was indeed so fast that Raditz's naked eye could barely track him. But this time Goku was ready. The moment Berto vanished, Goku moved too. Boom, 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 boom. Two blurry afterimages clashed violently outside the rocky landscape. The dense sounds of fists and feet colliding exploded like firecracker shockwaves, sending countless boulders flying. The longer they fought, the colder Berto's heart grew. The speed he prided himself on, the speed acclaimed across the universe, held no advantage against this Saiyan named Kakarot. Not only could the opponent perfectly match his rhythm, but several times his punches were even half a beat faster. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Berto roared in his mind. Got you. Goku's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. He deftly swept aside Berto's defense with a punch, then drove a violent knee strike deep into Berto's abdomen. Ugh. Berto's body instantly curled up like a shrimp spewing a mouthful of bile. Goku grabbed his shoulder, twisted, dropped his center of gravity, and executed a textbook shoulder throw, slamming him hard into the ground. Rumble. The earth caved into a deep crater. Berto lay still at the bottom, staring blankly at the sky, questioning his existence. My speed. Goku crouched by the crater looking at him with genuine sincerity, but you're really impressive. Your speed is indeed pretty fast. Hearing that, Bertus' eyes rolled back, and he passed out from sheer fury. Raditz watched from behind his mouth, twitching uncontrollably. Sometimes Goku's unwitting sincerity was more devastating than Vegeta's taunts. Bulma poked her head out of the small cave. All done. Raditz exhaled for now. Piccolo walked over, glanced coldly at Bertus foaming at the mouth in the pit. Should we finish him off? Goku frowned. No need, he can't fight anymore. Piccolo said nothing, just bent down and delivered a heavy blow to the back of Bertus' neck, ensuring he stayed unconscious. Raditz turned toward the main ship. Let's go help Vegeta. Goku nodded. All right. As the three prepared to move, Genius' earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from afar. Everyone stop right now. The battlefront instantly split. Rikum and Jis, hearing the command, simultaneously retreated. Vegeta panted heavily, covered in blood, landing on the ground in a sorry state. Jinyu stepped forward with a grim face. He glanced at Guldo, whose fate was unknown, then at Bertus lying like a dead dog in the pit. Two of them. The Jinyu force has lost too. Jis gnashed his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. Captain. Jinyu raised a hand to silence him. His gaze crossed the ruins of the battlefield and finally locked onto Goku. Kakarot, your body is truly excellent. Raditz's heart clenched. Damn it, here it comes. Goku frowned, his face full of disgust. The way you say that sounds really weird. Ha ha ha. You'll understand soon enough. Jinyu laughed eerily. Without warning, he raised his right hand, gathered terrifying force, and punched himself hard in the chest. Gah! The punch was vicious. Jinyu spat out a massive gush of blood. His chest instantly caved in, his body swaying violently. Goku was completely dumbfounded. Why are you hurting yourself? In the distance, Raditz's face turned deathly pale, and he screamed frantically, Goku, dodge. Don't look into his eyes. Jinyu, his mouth full of blood, laughed maniacally. He flung his arms wide and let out a hysterical roar. Change. In an instant, a blinding, blazing light erupted from Jinyu's shattered body, transforming into a streak of radiance wrapped in eerie energy, charging madly toward Goku in the air. Changed. Jinyu's hysterical roar exploded in midair. Blood still dripped from his lips as he wildly spread his arms, and a blinding purple beam shot forth from his chest. Goku stood frozen in place. He had never even heard of such a bizarre technique, let alone seen one. It was no ordinary energy wave, nor did it carry destructive force, but its speed was incredible, homing in directly on his chest. Goku, dodge! Raditz's roar rang out almost simultaneously. Instinct screamed at Goku to sidestep, but he was a fraction too slow. The eerie purple light was already upon him. In that hair's breadth of an instant, a dusty figure shot in from the side, like a meteor tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. It wasn't a rock. It was Raditz. Gritting his teeth, he collided with the purple beam's trajectory, and incredibly, he was clutching a large Namekian frog he had grabbed from somewhere. The frog's eyes bulged from his grip as it let out a miserable croak. Ribbit. Thud. The purple light struck the frog squarely. The next second, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Jinyu's body went rigid. The frog also froze. Goku landed lightly nearby, blinked, and looked utterly bewildered. What kind of move was that? Thump. Raditz crashed heavily to the ground, tumbling several meters away, his shoulders screaming in pain. But he ignored his injuries, his eyes fixed on Jinyu. Jinyu's body remained standing. 2 seconds later, the imposing purple frame suddenly shook violently, its mouth gaping open. Ribbit. The air solidified. Vegeta's tense face went rigid, then his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, his expression turning utterly bizarre. Jis in the air was completely dumbfounded. The energy spheres he had been preparing for a sneak attack dissipated into wisps of smoke in his palms. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. See, Captain. In response, the 2-meter-tall frame opened its mouth again. Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. On the other side of the ground, the frog struck by the purple light twitched in the mud and awkwardly flipped over. Eerily, the frog's eyes now held Jinyu's usual expression of shock, fury, and near madness. It frantically opened its 3-part mouth as if trying to curse at Raditz. Ribbit. Whoosh. Raditz finally let out a long, relieved breath. It worked. He pushed himself up from the ground, blood still trickling from his mouth, but a victorious grin spread across his face. Cough. I barely made it. Goku curiously leaned over to look at the ferocious frog, then turned to stare at Jinyu's body, which was now scratching its head with a foolish look. So, Raditz, he's a frog now. And this body. Goku pointed at the large purple shell. It's got a frog's brain in there now. Goku cupped his chin thoughtfully and proposed seriously, should we catch him too? Take him back to Earth as a pet. Vegeta, unable to contain himself any longer, roared in fury from a distance. Kakarot. What kind of garbage is constantly rattling around in that idiot brain of yours? Goku rubbed the back of his head innocently. I was just asking. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jis finally came to his senses, his face deathly pale, his voice completely changed. He stared at Raditz and shrieked, you bastard. How did you know about the captain's ability? Raditz had no intention of answering his nonsense. His eyes hardened, the ground beneath him shattered, and he launched himself forward. Take him out. Jis was terrified and instinctively raised his arms to block. But a dark green energy sphere had already exploded from his blind spot. It was Piccolo. Boom. The blast threw Jis off balance, sending him reeling. Raditz's heavy fist followed, slamming solidly into Jis's abdomen. Jis's eyes bulged as he doubled over like a shrimp. Naturally, Goku didn't idle. His form flickered like a ghost and reappeared behind Jis in an instant. A clean, swift chop carrying ferocious force struck Jis's nape. Thud. Jis didn't even let out a groan. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Vegeta walked over slowly, arms crossed, looking down at Jis's limp form with undisguised displeasure. "You were too gentle." Goku frowned. "He's already incapacitated. There's no need to finish him off. Incapacitated isn't dead. Only the dead are truly safe." "It's really unnecessary, Vegeta." Vegeta snorted coldly, a dangerous light gathering in his palm again as he raised it to deliver the final blow. Slap. Raditz grabbed Vegeta's wrist firmly. Vegeta's gaze turned icy, his killing intent flaring. "Raditz, you dare stop me? Spare his miserable life for now. Give me a reason." Raditz jerked his chin towards the frantically hopping frog Jinyu on the ground. "Frieza doesn't know the Jinyu force is finished yet. Keeping a half-dead prisoner will prevent him from making accurate judgments for a short while. We need time." Vegeta stared at Raditz for a full 2 seconds before abruptly shaking off his hand. What a hassle. Despite his words, he retracted his energy. On the other side of the battlefield, the once arrogant Rikom could barely stand due to the injuries Goku had inflicted earlier. He looked at the unconscious Goldo, the fallen birder, the knocked-out Jis, and the frog captain. The smile finally vanished from Rikom's face. Hey. What kind of cosmic joke is this? This isn't how the script was supposed to go." Vegeta turned, grinning savagely at him. "You're next." Rikom's face went pale. The next second, Vegeta was upon him with a piercing screech. Rikom threw up his arms to block with all his might. Boom. A dull impact echoed through the rocky field as Rikom was sent staggering back 3 steps by Vegeta's punch. Before he could regain his footing, a gust of wind came from the side. Raditz had circled around and delivered a vicious kick to the back of Rikom's knee. A bone cracked. Rikom's body lurched, and he went down on one knee. Swish. Goku descended from above, hands clasped into a hammer, and slammed down onto Rikom's back with overwhelming force. Boom. Rikom was driven into the ground, creating a massive spiderweb crater. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing violently. But as the Jinyu forces tank, even with such severe injuries, he struggled to push himself up with his hands. Piccolo walked forward, coldly raised his hand, and fired a small, violent energy sphere that exploded right next to Rikom's head. Boom. Fragments of rock instantly buried half of Rikom's face. His legs twitched twice in the mud before his eyes rolled back, and he lay still. Goku looked down and sighed. "Phew, good. He's still alive." Vegeta sneered beside him. "Kakarot, that naive kindness of yours will get you killed one day." Goku rubbed his nose without arguing. "It's not really kindness." Raditz had no time for their banter. He turned and sprinted back to the small cave. Inside, Bulma had just frantically packed the giant Dragon Ball into a capsule. She was covered in dirt, and her usually immaculate hair was a tangled mess. Dend crouched in a corner, his small face still pale, not yet recovered from his terror. Seeing Raditz enter, Bulma's temper flared, and she grabbed a rock from the ground, hurling it at him. "Raditz, you bastard, you fired an energy sphere at the ground right under my feet. Were you trying to blow me up?" Raditz tilted his head, slightly dodging the rock with ease. "It was to save you. Try saving me like that again." Bulma's voice trembled with rage, her knuckles cracking. Still, seeing that she had the energy to curse him out actually put Raditz somewhat at ease. "Got the Dragon Ball. Obviously it's right here." Bulma patted her waist pouch warily, then clutched it tightly, glaring at Raditz like a hawk. "Don't you even think about it." Raditz smirked bitterly. "If I had that kind of energy, I wouldn't have been kicked around by Berta earlier." "If you'd better not." Den spoke up softly, his eyes full of gratitude. "Mr. Raditz, thank you for saving me earlier." Raditz looked at him, his expression calm. "Don't thank me too soon. The matter on Namek is far from over." Bulma's face changed. "Huh? Didn't you guys take care of the Jinyu force? Just these small fry for now." Raditz turned to leave, his voice cold. "The real big shot, Frieza, is still perfectly fine over there." At his words, the cave fell into dead silence. Bulma bit her lip, but didn't argue. She nervously pulled out the dragon radar. On the screen, the golden dots representing the Dragon Balls were scattered chaotically. "We need to collect the rest quickly." Bulma gritted her teeth, her nails digging into the radar's edge. "We absolutely cannot let that monster Frieza get all the Dragon Balls." Raditz nodded in agreement. "So we move now. Find another place." Outside, Goku was squatting on the ground, staring at the sealed container like it was a sideshow. Inside the box, the frog Jinyu's forelegs kicked wildly, its cheeks puffed out, its eyes filled with humiliation and rage. Amused, Goku poked the box with his finger. Smack! The frog inside leaped up and bit viciously at his finger through the transparent cover. "Whoa, this guy's still this fierce, even as a frog." Goku chuckled. Vegeta, who had just walked out, finally lost it. Veins bulging on his forehead, he roared in fury, "Kakarot, can you stop playing with the damn frog on the battlefield? That's our enemy." Goku withdrew his hand, sheepishly pouting. "I was just looking, not playing." Seeing this from behind, Raditz also felt a headache coming on. These Saiyans' thickheadedness could be truly despairing sometimes. Bulma sealed that frog up tight and put it away. Goku was startled. "Huh? Why are we still carrying it? Emergency rations. If it gets the chance, it can switch bodies back using sound or writing." At this, Vegeta's face changed drastically. "What? There's that kind of thing. Raditz ignored him, expertly wrapping the frog tightly in a torn piece of battlesuit fabric, leaving only its dead fish-eat head exposed. The frog Jinyu struggled wildly. Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Let me go. Shut up. Raditz coldly tied the fabric into a tight knot. Bulma had just come out of the cave when she saw the cloth bundle and box Raditz handed her. She was utterly dumbfounded. What? What the hell is this disgusting thing? Jinyu. Huh. Say that again. Who is it? The captain of the Jinyu force, Jinyu. Bulma stared at the frog wrapped up like a mummy, frozen for a full 3 seconds before she couldn't help but curse. Damn. Isn't the information density in this chapter a bit too much? Raditz didn't understand her internet slang and didn't bother to. Is the sealed box safe? Don't let it make any noise or write on the ground. Even as a frog, this guy can cause havoc. Bulma took it instinctively, then held it with 2 fingers as far away from her as possible, a look of disgust on her face. Fine, fine, I really can't deal with you violent maniacs. Suddenly, boom. A earth-shattering explosion erupted from the direction of Frieza's main ship. The terrifying shockwave crossed half the battlefield, sending rubble flying wildly around them. Everyone's face changed simultaneously as they turned their heads. In the distance, the calm lake surface was exploding like a volcanic eruption. A small figure clad in battle armor slowly rose from the center of the lake. It was Frieza. His long tail was tightly coiled around a giant Namekian Dragon Ball. On his cold, noble face, there was no trace of a smile left. It was dark and gloomy, as if it could drip water. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the distance, coldly scanning the fallen Jinyu Force members before finally locking onto Raditz's group. Instantly, an indescribably terrifying pressure descended, crushing down on them, making it almost impossible to breathe. Raditz's muscles tensed instantly. Frieza knew everything that had happened here. Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth, a look of desperate resolve and madness flashing in his eyes. That bastard is coming. Goku slowly straightened up, his playful expression vanishing, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. Picasso stepped forward, his solid frame directly blocking Bulma, and then uttering 2 cold words, fall back. Bulma's hands trembled as she looked at the dragon radar, her face pale. How many Dragon Balls does Frieza have now? She took a deep breath and quickly counted on the screen. Not good. He has at least 2, maybe 1 hidden at the bottom of the lake near his ship. We have 3. Wait, there seems to be 1 alone in a ravine. Raditz's eyes lit up. Which one is closer to us? It's closer to us. Not far ahead. Lead the way now. Raditz shouted decisively. Bulma was stunned. Huh? Now, that monster Frieza is about to attack. That's exactly why we have to go get it. As long as he's missing 1 Dragon Ball, he can't summon Shenron to make his wish. Go get it. Raditz gasped heavily, clutching his aching chest. Bulma gritted her teeth and pointed the radar into the depths of the rocky field. That way. Follow me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any hesitation, they turned into blurs hurtling through the ruins. Strangely enough, Goku was carrying the unconscious Birder and Jeese over his shoulders, 1 on each arm, while Vegeta, with a look of utter disgust, was dragging Rikum by 1 leg, swinging the 2-meter-tall brute across the ground like trash. Bulma's eye twitched as she ran. Seriously? You are bringing these severely injured guys along while fleeing? Raditz said coldly. No questions. There are only bargaining chips against Frieza. Hostages. Vegeta spat. Just a few pieces of trash with a bit of use. Boom. As they burst out of the rocky field, a sharp, icy voice full of supreme authority suddenly exploded in their ears. Raditz, where do you think you're going with my things? The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded as if it were whispered right against their spines. Raditz didn't dare look back. Ignore him. Speed up. They charged into the ravine, and the dot on the radar overlapped instantly. The Dragon Ball, kicked away by Goku earlier, was now firmly lodged in a deep surface crack, half of its brilliant golden light exposed. Bulma was overjoyed. Found it. Over there. Raditz was about to reach for it. Swish. A blinding pink destruction beam descended from the sky, without warning, shooting straight for his head with a terrifying roar. Danger! Goku shouted, shoving Raditz hard. Boom. The beam barely grazed the edge of the Dragon Ball and blasted deep into the ravine. In an instant, the ground shook and half of the entire ravine collapsed in a terrifying explosion. Countless rocks tumbled down. The hard-won Dragon Ball, jolted by the impact, rolled and tumbled frantically along the crack, disappearing into a pitch-black abyss below. Bulma stared at the radar and screamed in despair. Oh no. It fell. Tap. With a soft sound, Frieza's pale figure had already landed lightly on a large rock not far behind them. He coldly scanned the unconscious members of his force on the ground, his gaze finally resting on the strange sealed box in Bulma's hand. Inside the box, the frog Jinyu, wrapped up like a dumpling, was desperately banging its head against the lid through the transparent cover. Frieza's pupils contracted slightly. Even he was momentarily baffled. Jinyu. Captain. From the box came a supremely humiliated and desperate shriek. Ribbit. Lord Frieza, save me. Frieza was silent for a full 2 seconds. Then he slowly turned his head, his cold, emotionless eyes locking onto Raditz. Did you do all this? Raditz clutched his chest, tightly forcing back the blood rising in his throat, and sneered. He brought it on himself. Can't blame anyone else. Frieza's lips finally flattened completely, and a destructive, murderous rage began to churn in his eyes. He slowly raised a slender finger, pointing it at the group. Hand over the Dragon Balls you have, and the Namekian brat. At that moment, deep within the dark crevice below, the fallen Dragon Ball was still falling, hitting the rock walls with dull rhythmic thuds. Thump, thump, thump. Bulma stared at the frantically blinking dragon radar in her hand, her face turning ashen. She tugged at Raditz's sleeve, her voice filled with undisguised terror. Raditz, something's wrong. What is it? The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. This place below seems to be completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. This place below seems to be completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. This place below seems to be completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. This place below seems to be completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. This place below seems to be completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. This place below seems to be completely hollowed out. Thump, thump, thump. A dull rhythmic pounding echoed from deep beneath the earth, the sound gradually fading. Bulma's eyes were fixed on the radar, but the golden dot on the screen was moving at an unnaturally rapid speed. Her face went pale in an instant. No, it didn't fall straight down. Raditz gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet, using the rubble-strewn wall for support. The wound from the earlier blast still throbbed with excruciating pain. He sucked in a sharp breath. What do you mean? There's an underground river down there. Bulma frantically slapped the radar, her voice shrill with panic. The Dragon Ball fell into the water. It's being swept away by the current, moving incredibly fast. Vegeta stared into the pitch-black fissure, his face instantly darkening with fury. Damn it, get down there and fish it out. Goku hurried over to peer into the abyss as well. The depths were shrouded in absolute darkness, and the faint, turbulent roar of rushing water could be heard. He'll go, Goku declared, preparing to leap. Wait, you stay. Raditz grabbed Goku's battle armor. Goku blinked in confusion. Why? In the fastest. Raditz lifted his head, his expression profoundly grave as he looked towards Frieza, who stood not far away. Because he's here. If you leave, who will hold him back? Goku followed his gaze and instantly understood. His face hardened. A dozen meters away, Frieza hovered silently in midair. He still held one finger aloft, but made no immediate move. Instead, his gaze shifted from the fissure to the radar and finally settled on Raditz. Oh, an underground river. Frieza let out a low chuckle tinged with amusement. It seems this planet Namek is rather fond of causing this lord unnecessary trouble. A wave of dangerous pressure washed over them. Bulma stumbled back a step, shielding the young Namekian, Din behind her. Din's face was pale, and he clutched Bulma's clothes, not daring to breathe. Piccolo stepped forward, placing himself in front. His body was covered in wounds, his arms tensed, his gaze locked onto Frieza. Further away, Nail was carrying the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's life force was fading rapidly, but his face showed no panic, only an eerie calm. Suddenly, Frieza moved. He ignored the fissure, and Goku, his eyes fixed directly on Bulma. More precisely, he was staring at the capsule case attached to her belt. If this lord's eyes did not deceive me, that little gadget can make such a large Dragon Ball disappear, can it not? Bulma's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively clutched the pouch at her waist. Raditz's heart sank. Damn it. The very thing he had feared was happening. He had tried everything to keep the capsules hidden, terrified that Frieza would take notice. But with several Dragon Balls vanishing into thin air, it was only a matter of time before Frieza, unless he was blind, would discover the truth. That is Earth technology, is it not? Frieza began to advance, walking slowly through the air. How interesting. It appears this technology is far more useful than I imagined. Ignoring the searing pain in his chest, Raditz stepped in front of Bulma. Frieza, you want it? Frieza looked down at him, a cruel smile curling his lips. In this universe, anything this lord desires eventually finds its way back into my hands. There are no exceptions. Humph. Arrogant words. Vegeta, standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer, his eyes filled with contempt. But he quickly turned his glare on Raditz. Raditz, do you have a death wish? Speaking to Frieza like that. Raditz didn't even turn around, just growled, Vegeta, if you have time for idle chatter, why don't you get your ass down there and retrieve the Dragon Ball? You bastard. You dare give me orders. A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead. Enough talk. If that Dragon Ball gets swept into the planet's core by the underground river, you'll never get your wish for immortality. Do you want to spend eternity groveling at Frieza's feet like a dog? The word struck a raw nerve. Vegeta's face went rigid. The next second, he let out a furious roar, and without a moment's hesitation turned and leaped into the pitch-black fissure. Goku watched dumbfounded. Whoa, he actually went down there. Raditz whirled around, his voice urgent. Kakarot, keep your eyes on Frieza. Don't let him interfere down there. Leave it to me. Goku took a massive step forward, his battle aura exploding outward as he placed himself squarely in Frieza's path. Frieza observed their coordinated efforts, his smirk widening. Ha ha ha. Raditz, by sending Vegeta down there, aren't you worried he'll take the Dragon Ball and run off on his own? He has never been one for loyalty. Raditz gritted his teeth. He won't. On this planet, he can't survive on his own. Just then, Vegeta's enraged roar echoed from the depths of the fissure. Raditz, Stop making promises on my behalf up there. When I get my hands on that Dragon Ball, I'll kill you first. Hearing the curses, the knot of tension in Raditz's chest finally loosened. Still cursing meant he hadn't run far. From deep within the fissure came the violent sounds of rushing water and the crashing of shattered rock. The underground river was incredibly swift. The massive 4-star Dragon Ball was tumbling along with the current, getting stuck, then rolling again. Damn rock. Stop right there. Vegeta roared, crushing the rock wall beside him with a kick. Using the recoil, he shot forward like a missile, his hands clamping onto the edge of the Dragon Ball. Boom. The raging torrent battered his body. Hiya. Hold still. Vegeta dug his legs deep into the riverbed rock, using sheer brute force to wrestle the massive Dragon Ball into his arms. On the surface, Bulma stared at the radar. Seeing the dot finally stop, she screamed with excitement. It stopped. It stopped. Vegeta caught the Dragon Ball. However, Raditz's expression remained tense, because Frieza had heard it too. Oh, caught it, did he? Frieza slowly raised his right hand, a pink energy sphere coalescing at his fingertip. In that case, let him die down there along with that Dragon Ball. The destructive beam was about to fire into the fissure. Like hell you will. Goku bellowed, his body moving like lightning as he slammed a heavy punch into Frieza's wrist. Thud. The impact of their bodies sent Frieza's wrist off course. The destructive beam grazed the edge of the fissure, blasting a massive clean hole straight through a distant mountain. Frieza slowly turned his head, his gaze turning utterly cold. Kakarot, you wretched monkey. You are a real nuisance. Goku frantically shook his numb right hand, grinning through the pain. How that hurts. But I think you've said that before. Have I? Then allow this lord to make the impression even stronger. Frieza's long tail lashed out, without warning, a blur of motion. It was incredibly fast. Goku couldn't dodge, he barely managed to raise his arms to shield his chest. Thud. The force was immense. Goku was sent skidding backward across the ground for dozens of meters. Don't forget about me. Holla. Piccolo seized the opportunity, attacking from Frieza's blind spot. A dark green energy sphere in his palm was hurled directly at Frieza's feet. Without even turning his head, Frieza lightly tapped his toe against the air, floating upwards a few meters. Boom. The sphere exploded harmlessly below, not even touching a single thread of Frieza's clothing. Raditz remained where he was, not charging blindly. His severe injuries meant a direct assault would be suicide. He was waiting for an opportunity to pull Vegeta back up. He reached into his side pouch, pulling out his last microbomb, his eyes locked on Frieza. Frieza tilted his head slightly, a look of disdain on his face. What's this, Raditz? Still clinging to such childish toys? A grim smile spread across Raditz's face. A toy? Why don't you find out for yourself? Take this. Raditz hurled the bomb, but it wasn't aimed at Frieza. It was thrown directly at the already crumbling rock wall on the other side of the fissure. Frieza blinked in surprise. Boom. The explosion sent the fractured cliff face collapsing inwards. Countless massive boulders cascaded down, precisely blocking one of the underground river's outlets. From deep underground, Vegeta's furious roar erupted again. Raditz, are you trying to bury me alive down here? Raditz bellowed back at the top of his lungs. Shut up. If you don't want to die, move to the left. Move. Instinctively, Vegeta shifted several meters to the left. At almost the same instant, the right side of the river was completely sealed by the falling rocks. The immense impact, however, blasted a sloping ramp out of the rock face on the left side. You damned idiot. Vegeta cursed, his feet finding purchase on the ramp. Clutching the 4-star Dragon Ball to his chest, he burst back to the surface. TCH. A truly nauseating swarm of flies. Frieza's patience finally wore thin. His body vanished from its position in the air. No. Raditz's eyelids twitched violently. Frieza's target wasn't Vegeta nor Goku. He appeared directly above Bulma, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Bulma, get down. Without a second thought, Raditz lunged forward, slamming his shoulder into Bulma, and then sending them both flying out of harm's way. Thud. The very instant Bulma was knocked aside, Frieza's right foot came down solidly onto Raditz's chest. Gwa. Raditz screamed in agony, his body hurtling backward, scraping against the edge of the fissure. He coughed up torrents of blood, the world around him beginning to darken. Meanwhile, Bulma tumbled across the ground several times. The capsule case on her belt snapped open with a click, rolling to a stop in the center of the clearing. Frieza landed with a cold sneer. He bent down, reaching a finger towards the case. Don't touch it. That's ours. No one expected it. The young Namekian Din, who had been hiding behind Bulma, suddenly lunged forward. He grabbed the capsule case, hugging it tightly to his chest, shielding it with his small body. Frieza's outstretched hand froze in midair. He slowly looked down at the trembling child. Oh, you are a native of Namek. You can summon the dragon, can't you? Din's body trembled violently, but his large eyes were fixed on Frieza, not uttering a single word. Frieza raised another finger, a red light glowing at the tip, aiming it at Din's forehead. In that case, to prevent you from running off. This lord thinks it would be best to break both your legs first. It would save a lot of trouble. Din. Bulma scrambled to her feet, trying to rush over. Piccolo and Goku, their eyes bloodshot, were also charging at Frieza with desperate speed. But they were too slow. Frieza's attack was far too fast to intercept. In that split second of crisis. Boom. From the fissure in the ground, a massive golden sphere came hurtling out, thrown from the depths with a whistling roar. It was the genuine heavy 4-star Namekian Dragon Ball. Frieza, die. Vegeta, drenched and covered in mud, had just burst from the fissure. The moment he landed, he hurled the massive Dragon Ball directly at the back of Frieza's head. Sensing the danger from behind, Frieza was forced to abandon Den. He sidestepped, his long tail whipping out like a lash. Crack! With a sharp snap, the massive Dragon Ball was sent flying backward by Frieza's tail. In that flash of an instant, Raditz mustered the last shred of his strength. He lunged forward, grabbed Den by the scruff of his neck, and yanked both the boy and the capsule case away from Frieza's feet. Raditz tumbled across the muddy ground a dozen times with Den in his arms. The moment he stopped, he roughly shoved Den into Bulma's arms. Cough. Go. Take him and run. Bulma hugged Den tightly, her eyes instantly reddening as she burst into a tirade. Run, my ass. Look at yourself. Can you even stand up first? Raditz pressed his hands against the ground, the pain in his chest so intense he couldn't even straighten his back. Vegeta landed heavily beside them. The Saiyan prince was in a wretched state, his eyes burning with ferocity. The Dragon Ball. I got it back. Raditz turned his head to look at him. So, down there, did you really not think about taking it and running? A vein throbbed on Vegeta's forehead as he snarled, Raditz, are you asking for death? Want me to kick you back down there right now? Stop fighting. Bulma quickly grabbed the capsule case and retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball. She pulled out the Dragon Radar and counted rapidly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. We've got 4 Dragon Balls now. Goku landed beside them, keeping a wary eye on Frieza. And what about Frieza? Bulma glanced at the edge of the radar screen, her expression grim. He has 3. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. 4 to 3. Good. We have the advantage in numbers. But before his words had even faded, rumble. A deep rumbling roar came from the direction of Frieza's main spaceship. Everyone turned at once. The massive thrusters at the base of Frieza's flagship were glowing with a harsh azure light. Beneath the ship, the remaining soldiers were using hovering pallets to rapidly load the 3 giant Dragon Balls into the open core hatch of the vessel. Frieza hovered in the air, elegantly raising a hand to brush the dirt from his shoulder. His voice carried clearly to everyone's ears. Load the remaining 3 Dragon Balls into the ship's central core chamber. Yes, Lord Frieza. The soldiers below moved with increased urgency. Bulma stared at the radar, her face ashen. Damn it. They're locking the Dragon Balls inside the ship. Piccolo's brow furrowed into a knot. The armor on Frieza's spaceship is incredibly thick. If they manage to take off with the Dragon Balls on board, things will spiral completely out of control. Frieza turned his head again, a cold smirk on his face. Haha, Raditz, you have 4 Dragon Balls, and this lord now has 3. Excellent. This situation is perfectly balanced. Now, it seems this lord no longer needs to waste time scouring the planet for scattered stones. Raditz's hands on his knees tasted nothing but blood in his throat. He stared into the distance. Click. The faint sound of metal sealing echoed across the plain. The heavy lower hatch of Frieza's flagship had closed completely. On the radar, the signals from the 3 Dragon Balls blocked by the ship's dense metal began to grow extremely weak, flickering intermittently. Bulma stared at the screen, her voice trembling with despair. It's over. The signal is fading. Those bastards. They're completely shielding the Dragon Ball's energy signature inside the ship. Bulma stared at the screen, her voice trembling with despair. It's over. The signal is fading. Those bastards. They're completely shielding the Dragon Ball's energy signature inside the ship. The main ship's hatch sealed shut. A dull, heavy click. Bulma's eyes were fixed on the radar, her fingers clenched white-knuckled. 3 dots flickered on the screen, but their signal was intermittent. They're jamming the signal. Bulma looked up at Raditz. There's a special isolation chamber inside the ship. The radar can sense them, but their positions are inaccurate. Raditz wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze locked on the main ship. Frieza stood between them and their goal. He was in no hurry, nor did he retreat. He simply guarded the path they had to take, waiting for them to charge into his trap. Vegeta, covered in mud and grime, hugged his arms, grinding his teeth audibly. 3. He stared at the main ship. Just 3 more left. Goku glanced at Bulma's pouch, then back at the ship. We have 4, right? Bulma quickly hid the pouch behind her. You can ask, but don't look at it so obviously. Vegeta sneered. What, afraid he'll steal them? Bulma shot him a glare. You have a history of it. Vegeta's face darkened instantly. Earth woman, you. Shut up. Raditz cut him off. Vegeta whirled around, his eyes fierce. What did you say? Raditz pointed at Frieza in the distance. You want to yell at her? Survive that guy first. Vegeta's mouth twitched, but he swallowed his words. Frieza watched their internal squabble, a cruel, elegant smile spreading across his face. You lot are quite amusing. He began to move, closing in through the air with deliberate calm. There are 7 Dragon Balls. You have 4, and I, the Great Lord Frieza, have 3. It seems the coming struggle will be much simpler. Goku instantly dropped into a fighting stance. You're trying to take ours, right? Frieza looked at him, his gaze filled with contempt. That question of yours is truly strange. Frieza moved. He was too fast. Goku only saw a flash of white before the tyrant was in his face. He raised his arms, but a fist slammed solidly into his abdomen. Goku doubled over in agony, the ground beneath him cracking from the impact. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged his Saiyan tail, whipping towards Frieza's wrist like lightning. Frieza tilted his head and delivered a brutal kick. Raditz took the blow to his shoulder, sent flying to smash viciously into a distant rock face. Piccolo thrust his hands forward. Light of death. A blinding beam of light erupted. Frieza didn't even dodge. He simply raised a hand and crushed the energy blast in his palm. He flicked his wrist. The devastating beam was hurled into the sky. Piccolo's face went pale. Vegeta attacked from the side, his eyes bloodshot. Frieza. He put all his power into a single punch aimed at Frieza's face. This time Frieza couldn't be bothered to block. The punch connected, but Vegeta's body froze. Frieza's head barely turned, his lip not even broken. Not bad. Frieza slowly turned his head back, looking down at him. Your strength has increased a little. Vegeta's pupils constricted. Frieza's fist slammed into his chest without warning. Vegeta flew back, with a scream tumbling for dozens of meters. Bulma pulled Dend back, her face ashen. There's no way to fight this. Dend was trembling in fear. Nail stood by the Grand Elder in the distance. The Grand Elder's breathing was faint to the point of stopping, but he showed no panic, simply closing his eyes slowly. Nail clenched his teeth. They'll hold him off. Piccolo turned and growled. Going up there now is suicide. Nail looked at him coldly. Do you think anyone sitting here isn't waiting to die, eh? Piccolo's fists were clenched so tight, he couldn't argue. Raditz dragged himself out of the rock while his left shoulder aching so badly, he couldn't lift it. He stared at Bulma's pouch. The 4 Dragon Balls were in there. If Frieza so much as lifted a finger to kill Bulma, or took the capsule, they were finished. They couldn't just wait for death. Bulma. Raditz held his shoulder, his voice hoarse. Can you create interference? Make fake Dragon Ball signals. Bulma was stunned. Now, eh? Yes, now. Give me some damn time. There is no time. Do it now. Bulma was furious, but her hands were already reaching into her bag for tools. You Saiyans think I'm some kind of miracle worker. Can you do it or not? Bulma ripped open the casing of a small radar, gritting her teeth. I can try. How long? 3 minutes. Raditz snapped his head towards Frieza. 3 minutes. Vegeta got up from the ground, his mouth full of blood. Raditz, what scheme are you cooking up now? We're going to blind Frieza. Vegeta glanced at the parts in Bulma's hands, frowning. That Earth woman can fool Frieza. Bulma shot back without looking up. This Earth woman just fished your Dragon Balls out of the sea. Vegeta was left speechless, his face darkening. Goku stood up, clutching his aching stomach, breathing heavily. Raditz, we just need to hold out for 3 minutes, right? Yes. All right. Goku wiped the blood from his mouth and stepped forward again. Frieza eyed him sideways. Oh, you can still stand. Goku grinned. Of course I can. A red light flickered at Frieza's fingertip and a destructive beam shot out. Goku narrowly dodged, charging forward along the ground. This time he didn't try to fight Hiden. He feigned a punch, instantly retreating while unleashing a barrage of ki blasts to obscure Frieza's vision. Vegeta's eyes widened. That bastard Kakarot was using his life to buy time. He gritted his teeth and charged in as well. Don't get in my way. Explosions roared. The two of them, one on each side, fought desperately to pin Frieza down in the air. Raditz moved too. His chest ached, his shoulders spasmed, even his tail was numb. But he knew he couldn't stop. He circled to Frieza's blind spot and kicked viciously at the tyrant's knee. Frieza looked down coldly, his tail whipping out like a steel whip. Raditz had no way to avoid it. He raised his arms to block. The impact was bone-shattering. Raditz used the force of the blow to somersault in the air, landing and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bulma, are you done yet? Bulma was drenched in sweat, her fingers a blur over the device. Stop rushing me. Din crouched beside her, tense. Sister, can I help? Can you use a screwdriver? A little. Then tighten this. Don't screw it the wrong way. Hurry. Din grabbed the small screwdriver tightly. Frieza's peripheral vision caught the commotion near Bulma. His patience finally ran out. In an instant, Frieza vanished, shaking off Goku and Vegeta to lunge straight for Bulma. Not so fast. Piccolo roared, blocking his path. With a single blow, Piccolo was sent flying. Nail set the Grand Elder down and charged with a roar. Frieza didn't even look at him, he simply flicked his tail. Nail crashed heavily into the ground, groaning, completely immobilized. Bulma looked up to see Frieza's pale, terrifying face right in front of her. Din dropped the screwdriver in fright. Are you done? Raditz roared from behind. Bulma used all her strength to slam down the modified central switch. Activate. A low hum filled the air. The radar screen suddenly erupted with a dozen dense golden light points. It wasn't just the radar. The powerful frequency interference instantly crippled all detection equipment inside Frieza's main ship. A piercing alarm blared from the distant vessel. Panic spread among the soldiers inside. Lord Frieza, something's wrong. The Dragon Ball energy readings have spiked. They're everywhere. We can't pinpoint the real ones. Frieza's hand, which had been reaching for Bulma's throat, stopped dead just inches from her face. Bulma was pale, but she stood her ground defiantly, holding up the smoking device. How about that, Lord Frieza? Like Earth's technology. Frieza's expression darkened, his voice devoid of warmth. It seems. I will have to keep you alive. Bulma froze. Raditz's face changed. Damn it, Frieza wasn't going to kill her, he was going to take her alive. This was worse than simple murder. Frieza reached for Bulma's neck. Raditz launched himself from behind, using the last of his strength to wrap his arms around Frieza's arm. Don't touch her. Frieza tilted his head, undisguised disgust in his eyes. Raditz, you wild monkey, you are truly annoying. He twisted his hand and slammed Raditz's head into the mud with brutal force. The ground cracked. Raditz's vision went black and he nearly passed out. Goku and Vegeta returned simultaneously. Frieza kicked Goku away with a heavy blow, then swept his tail to send Vegeta flying back dozens of meters. Seizing the opening, Bulma grabbed Din a hand and fled. The Grand Elder began to cough violently. Din stopped in his tracks. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at the chaotic false signals on the radar, his voice a faint rasp. We can't delay any longer. Nail struggled to his feet, blood seeping from his mouth. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder slowly raised a trembling hand, pointing at Frieza's main ship. Force all 7 Dragon Balls together. Bulma ran shouting in despair. Howie, 3 of them are locked in that spaceship. The Grand Elder fixed his final gaze on Din. You haven't forgotten the summoning words for the eternal dragon Purunga, have you? Din nodded vigorously, tears welling in his eyes. I remember. Grand Elder, I remember them all. Listen, until all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Do not under any circumstances utter a single sound. Din bit his lip hard and nodded frantically. At that critical moment, the central core hatch of the distant main ship suddenly opened again without warning. Several soldiers, terrified by the false signals, panicked and rushed out of the ship, carrying the 3 real massive Namekian Dragon Balls. The sudden equipment alarms had driven them mad. They couldn't tell real from fake, and in their panic they believed keeping the balls inside would cause the ship to explode, so they chose to evacuate them to an open area. Vegeta saw this, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his despairing eyes. A bunch of irredeemable fools. Raditz lifted his head from the mud and saw it too. Bulma's fake signals had terrified Frieza's men. Goku wiped the blood from his face, revealing the Saiyan's signature excited grin. Raditz, this is our chance. Frieza spun around in the air, saw his soldiers' unauthorized actions, and his expression turned ugly. You idiots. Who told you to take the Dragon Balls out? Put them back immediately. But it was too late. Vegeta became a blur of violent motion, the first to charge madly towards the main ship's hatch. Goku followed close behind. Raditz gritted his teeth, scrambling to his feet from the mud, pushing his speed to the absolute limit as he raced forward. Bulma watched the 3 Saiyans disappear into the distance, her heart pounding. Without a second thought, she shoved the capsule case holding the 4 Dragon Balls from her pouch deep into Din's arms. Listen to the Grand Elder. Hold on to it. All 4 Dragon Balls are in here. Din's small hands trembled, nearly dropping it, but he clutched it tightly to his chest. In the distant clearing, the 3 massive Namekian Dragon Balls had been placed on the ground by the panicked soldiers. 7 Dragon Balls. For the first time since this planet had become a hellscape, they were all present on the same battlefield. 3 Dragon Balls were carried out by soldiers from the main ship's cabin. Everyone stared intently. Dandy stood beside her, drenched in sweat, his lips trembling violently, too afraid to make a sound. Frieza looked down at the 3 soldiers with a terrifyingly cold gaze. Who gave you permission to act on your own? The soldier in front buckled at the knees, nearly collapsing, desperately clutching the Dragon Ball. Frieza, the signals from the ship's instruments are all scrambled. Oh, we thought. Frieza elegantly raised a finger. The soldier turned pale. In that half-second of deafening silence, Vegeta moved first. Like a madman, he charged towards the main ship's cabin door without a second thought. Vegeta! Goku shouted, the ground shaking beneath him as he followed suit. Raditz gritted his teeth, forcing his injured body to move, pain surging in his chest. He knew exactly what Vegeta was thinking. The moment he saw the 7 Dragon Balls gathered, all that remained in his mind was the thought of immortality. Bulma, keep an eye on Dandy. Raditz roared, dragging his heavily injured body and shooting out as well. Of course, Frieza would not sit idly by. He left a shadow in the air, instantly intercepting Vegeta's path. Vegeta's pupils constricted, yet he couldn't retract his strike. He threw a fierce punch directly at Frieza. Bang! This punch landed squarely in Frieza's open palm. It was utterly ineffective. At that moment, Vegeta's combat power barely exceeded 100,000, and he was covered in injuries. Faced with Frieza's first form boasting a combat power of 530,000, the opponent's reaction was hardly even a warm-up. Frieza clenched all 5 fingers, tightly gripping Vegeta's fist. Vegeta, you are becoming more and more unruly. Vegeta gritted his teeth fiercely while his other hand frantically gathered energy in a ball. Frieza raised his knee and struck it rapidly into Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! Vegeta's eyes bulged and he bent over in agony, blood spraying from his mouth. Swish! Goku charged in from the side, delivering a heavy punch straight towards Frieza's face. Frieza finally released his grip on Vegeta slightly, tilting his head to easily evade. At this moment, Goku's combat power was 150,000 and his speed was indeed impressive, but in Frieza's eyes, it was still insufficient. Whoosh! Frieza's long tail whipped through the air with a piercing sound. Goku hurriedly raised both arms to block, but the overwhelming force sent him flying sideways, crashing through the massive metal support on the side of the main ship. Raditz seized the opportunity, leaping like a hungry tiger to the side of the 3 Dragon Balls. The 3 soldiers were so frightened, they turned to flee. Raditz kicked one over, then swung his tail to knock out the second. The last one barely opened his mouth to scream when Bulma accurately threw a small explosive capsule from far behind. Bang! The white light exploded and the last soldier collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes. Raditz looked back at Bulma in surprise. Bulma stood far away, her legs trembling, but her voice was strong. What are you looking at? This lady is not just good at typing and fixing machines. Raditz didn't waste words, picking up a huge Dragon Ball from the ground and hurling it towards Dandy. Catch it! Piccolo moved his feet and dashed forward to catch it steadily. The massive weight of the Dragon Ball dragged his feet deep into the muddy ground. Tisk gets really heavy. The Namekian warrior Nail also moved. With a combat power of only 42,000 and still wounded, he was more than capable of handling the Dragon Balls. He dove down to grab the second Dragon Ball, turning to fly back towards Bulma. At this moment, only one Dragon Ball remained on the ground, and it was being fiercely stared at by Vegeta. He awkwardly got up from the ground bloodied, but his gaze was greedily frightening. That one is mine. Raditz felt a chill at that roar. Kakarot, stop him. Leave it to me. Goku shot out from the pile of scrap metal, grabbing Vegeta's waist from behind with all his strength. Vegeta was enraged, ready to explode. Kakarot, what the hell are you doing? Let me go. Goku, with a serious expression, refused to let go. Raditz said, we cannot let you get the Dragon Balls alone. Bastard, I will kill you. The two Saiyans rolled around in the mud, completely entangled. Frieza hovered in midair, looking down at this dramatic scene, his playful expression completely fading, patience entirely exhausted. He slowly raised a finger. Enough, my patience has its limits. Swish. A pink destructive beam shot straight toward the last Dragon Ball. Raditz's face changed drastically. Without even a moment to think, he lunged forward, using his shoulder to forcefully knock the heavy Dragon Ball away. Boom. The destructive beam grazed his back, piercing deeply into the ground. The acrid smell of scorched flesh immediately filled the air. Raditz gritted his teeth, not uttering a sound, tightly clutching the Dragon Ball and rolling desperately towards Bulma. Dandy screamed as he rushed over, using all his strength to push him. Mr. Raditz, don't you dare worry about me. Push the ball. Raditz roared. Dandy trembled in fear, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength. At the same time, Bulma pressed the release button on the universal capsule. The capsule took shape on the ground. The three Dragon Balls rolled into the isolation chamber one after another. Bang! As the smoke cleared, the capsule returned to Bulma's hand. The 7 Dragon Balls were finally all gathered. Vegeta pushed Goku away and clumsily stood up, his eyes fixed greedily on the capsule box in Dandy's arms. Hurry, make a wish. Let me gain eternal life. Dandy was frightened, stepping back repeatedly at Vegeta's fierce expression. Vegeta's face was grim as he stepped forward, reaching out to grab it. Slap. Piccolo's tall green figure blocked the way, obstructing Vegeta's view. Don't touch him. Vegeta was on the verge of a complete breakdown, screaming wildly, get out of the way. Green-skinned bastard. The Dragon Balls are gathered. Bulma shouted angrily from behind. What are you rushing for, you arrogant brat? Do you even speak Namekian? Vegeta's advancing body froze in place. Goku sat on the ground, scratching his head, suddenly realizing. Oh right, to summon the Namekian dragon, it seems we have to use their native language. Vegeta's face turned completely dark. Raditz, leaning on his knee, stood up unsteadily, the burn on his back still sizzling. Dandy, let's begin. Dandy turned to look at the elder. The elder, sitting on Nail's back, blinked weakly, his voice faint. Go ahead, child, summon Purunga. Dandy nodded firmly, tightly holding the capsule box as he walked to the center of the clearing. Bulma quickly released the 4 Dragon Balls she had stored earlier, her fingers flying. The 7 massive golden orbs lined up in the mud, their red stars flashing wildly, emitting dazzling light. From a distance, Frieza witnessed this never-before-seen spectacle, his eyes finally changing completely. The Namekian language. He locked onto the tiny Dandy. So that's how it is. Swish, swish, swish. Goku, Raditz, Piccolo, and Nail simultaneously darted forward, using their bodies to shield Dandy. Vegeta's face alternated between pale and green. Finally, he stomped his foot angrily, reluctantly, standing in the line. But his eyes remained fixed on the Dragon Balls on the ground. Dandy opened his mouth, though his voice trembled violently. His words were crystal clear. Takraputo Purunga Pupilitaparo. Boom. The light of the 7 Dragon Balls erupted, completely transforming into a thick golden beam, soaring into the sky. The once bright sky darkened at a visible speed. Frieza's forward momentum abruptly halted midair. His face, for the first time since arriving on this planet, turned extremely ugly. The ground began to shake violently. Thick black clouds pressed down. A terrifying figure with massive sharp horns slowly emerged from the blinding golden light. Dandy looked up at the unparalleled Shinran Purunga in the sky, took a deep breath, and was about to speak his first wish. Meanwhile, in the distance, Frieza's finger, exuding the aura of death, was firmly aimed at Dandy's head. Frieza's finger aimed unerringly at Dent. The moment the purple light flared, Goku charged forth with savage fury. Dent, get down. Dent's legs gave way in terror as he lunged forward. A destructive beam whizzed past his head, instantly piercing the massive stone pillar behind him. Goku landed clumsily, a bloody gash carved across his arm. Frieza's gaze turned utterly frigid. Kakarot, you really do love getting in the way, don't you? Goku frantically shook his numb right hand. You really love attacking children too. Nearby, Vegeta stared fixedly at Purunga, who loomed against the sky, his eyes bloodshot with desperation. Hurry, make the wish. Bulma yanked Den behind her, cursing in fury. What good is yelling at him? You have to speak Namekian to summon the dragon. Can you? Vegeta's face turned ashen as he roared. Shut your mouth, woman. You shut up. Bulma retorted while frantically stuffing the capsule back into her pouch, leaving only the 7 massive Dragon Balls on the ground. At that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a blinding golden light. Purunga's colossal form coiled in the dark sky, his crimson eyes glaring coldly down at Dent. Dend rose shakily, his lips drained of all color. In the distance, the Grand Elder slumped weakly against Nail's back, his breathing growing slower and slower. Nail's arms trembled violently, not from exhaustion, but because he could clearly sense the Grand Elder's energy plummeting on the verge of vanishing entirely at any moment. Raditz glanced over, his heart clenching. Damn it. If the Grand Elder died now, Porunga would instantly turn to stone and disappear. The original anime had this fatal trap of intellect. There was no time to wait. Dend! Raditz shouted, clutching his aching chest. Dend turned instinctively. Raditz's voice was hoarse and rapid. First wish. Restore the Grand Elder to a state where he can sustain the Dragon Balls. Vegeta nearly exploded with rage. Raditz, have you lost your mind? You want to waste the first precious wish on that dying old man? You know nothing. Raditz shot him a cold glare. You want to wish for immortality. Then pray the dragon doesn't vanish right now. Vegeta's face darkened ominously, yet he couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal. Frieza, hovering in midair, overheard the exchange, and his expression shifted. Oh, so if the Grand Elder dies, these orbs become completely useless. Raditz cursed bitterly in his mind. Damn it, I let it slip. Frieza slowly raised his right hand, his target no longer the small Dend, but the distant ship wreckage, the Grand Elder. In that case, he'll just kill him first. Nail's pupils contracted as he fled backward, carrying the Grand Elder. Frieza moved to pursue. Raditz lunged forward without a moment's hesitation. Goku shot out simultaneously. Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged with them, swallowing his humiliation. With a thunderous roar, the three Saiyans unleashed their full power, striking Frieza from three directions. Bulma clutched a simple power scanner, its numbers flickered wildly, stinging her eyes. Goku around 150000. Raditz severely wounded, at most 1200, even lower in actual output. Vegeta about 8000 to 9000. Piccolo just over 3000. Nail 42000. And their opponent Frieza stood at a full 53000. These cold numbers were devastatingly bleak. With a resounding thud, Frieza knocked Vegeta flying with a single punch. A swift tail strike sent Raditz hurtling backward. Finally, he caught Goku's heavy punch with one hand. You wretched monkeys, do you really think numbers will make a difference? Goku clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, furiously surging his energy. Raditz, enduring the searing pain of fractured bones, rolled across the muddy ground. His Saiyan tail coiled around Frieza's wrist like a viper buying a precious half-second. Dend, now! Do it now! Dend bit his lip hard, his eyes reddening. He spun around, gazed up at the dragon, and shouted a series of arcane Namekian phrases. His voice trembled at first, then grew faster, nearly a scream. Porunga lowered his massive head, his crimson eyes blazing with light. This wish is very simple. It can be granted. A radiant holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping the Grand Elder completely. Nell quickly looked down. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's body trembled slightly, the pallor of death fading from his face as his ragged breathing steadied. He did not grow younger, nor did he gain battle power. But the flame of life, which had been on the verge of extinguishing, was now firmly preserved. Denda's legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed. Vegeta, however, was nearly insane, with fury tearing at his own hair. Damn it. A precious wish wasted. Bulma shot back, without mercy. What are you yelling about? If you could have killed Frieza just now, we wouldn't have needed to waste that wish. Vegeta's face twitched violently, covered in blood, utterly silenced by an Earth woman. Frieza watched the Grand Elder regain his vitality, his elegance vanishing, replaced by a terrifying gloom. I see. So this giant worm really can grant any wish. He turned slowly, his savage eyes locking onto Dend. You Namekian brat. You really are important, aren't you? Dend shuddered in fear, scrambling backward. Piccolo's towering form flashed in front of him. Don't look at him with those disgusting eyes. Dend's eyes welled up. Mr. Piccolo. Piccolo didn't look back, only uttering coldly, continue. Raditz crawled painfully from the rubble, the agony in his shoulder and chest drenching him in cold sweat. Frieza's casual strike had nearly crippled half his body. He stared intently at Dend. Second wish. Have the dragon teleport all the Senzu beans from Earth here. Bulma was stunned. Senzu beans. Goku's eyes lit up. Right, Senzu beans. How could I forget? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Raditz, you actually have such a divine item. I do. Raditz turned aside and spat blood. But I'll tell you straight, there's none for you. Unless you shut up right now. Vegeta trembled with rage, wanting to tear Raditz apart. Dend wasted no time looking up at Porunga and chanting the second incantation. With a thunderous roar, Frieza didn't give them a moment to wait. His body turned into a pale streak of light, lunging straight at Dend. Piccolo gritted his teeth and met the charge heat in. With a dull thud, Frieza threw an utterly ordinary punch. Piccolo crossed his arms to block, but was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through two massive pillars before slamming into the rubble. Nail roared, set the Grand Elder down, and charged forward. Frieza glanced sideways with disdain. A battle power of 4200. Not weak for this planet. With a swift tail strike, Nail was slammed into the mud, kicking up a cloud of dust, unable to rise for a long moment. You're not getting past. Goku appeared like a phantom from a blind spot, locking his arms around Frieza's right thigh. Frieza frowned and drove a brutal elbow into Goku's back. Goku coughed up a torrent of blood, but his legs held like iron clamps. Raditz followed, slamming into Frieza's side with all his might. Vegeta joined the fray, unleashing a flurry of wild strikes. Frieza. The three Saiyans with their raw physical bodies managed to hold the 5-3-0 power monster at bay for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Porunga's voice rumbled down from the sky like thunder. This wish can also be granted. A faint light flickered in the air. A small dusty cloth pouch materialized out of nowhere and landed squarely in Bulma's arms. Bulma fumbled to catch it, tugged open the string, and saw a dozen or so dark green senzu beans lying inside. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. Got them. We actually got them. Vegeta's gaze cut toward her like a blade. Bulma clutched the pouch fiercely to her chest. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear, Raditz? None for you. Vegeta's face turned green. Ahead, Frieza finally shook off his assailants. Goku tumbled dozens of meters drenched in blood. Raditz was blasted into the rubble again, slow to rise. Vegeta knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, his chest heaving. Frieza landed slowly a dozen meters before Dent. His pristine white battle suit was now smudged with dust. His pale face had lost every trace of a smile. The third wish. Frieza's voice was cold, laced with undeniable arrogance. Is for me. Dent's face went white as he stumbled backward. Bulma clutched the senzu bean pouch, shouting at the top of her lungs. Dent, don't listen to him. Frieza slowly raised a finger, a destructive energy compressing at its tip. In that case, you're of no further use. Raditz's pupils shrank. He tried to struggle to his feet, but his legs buckled, nearly sending him to his knees. His injuries were too severe, his body was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Bulma didn't hesitate. She grabbed a senzu bean from the pouch and hurled it with all her strength toward Raditz. Raditz, catch it. The dark green senzu bean arced through the air. Frieza's eyes flickered. He didn't move, but elegantly raised his right hand to intercept the peculiar bean mid-flight. Get away. Goku, who had been lying collapsed, suddenly sprang from the ground, like lightning, slamming his body into Frieza's outstretched hand. The senzu bean landed perfectly in Raditz's dry palm. Without a moment's pause, he tossed it into his mouth and bit down. In the next instant, the overwhelming pain that had flooded his body ebbed away like a receding tide. His nearly depleted energy surged back to full in a flash. His chest cleared, and his trembling shoulders were once again filled with explosive power. Having been dragged back from the brink of death, the Saiyan warrior's cells began to burn and boil. Raditz slowly straightened up, cracking his neck with a series of crisp pops. In the distance, Bulma saw this and felt a great weight lift from her heart. Vegeta, however, glared at Raditz, his eyes burning with jealousy and desperation as he roared at Bulma. Damn woman, give me one too. Bulma crossed her arms, sneering coldly. You want one? Fine. Get on your knees and beg me. Vegeta's face froze solid. Frieza watched silently as Raditz instantly returned to his peak condition, his icy gaze sinking to a new depth. Oh, a bean that heals injuries instantly. Raditz clenched his fists tightly, a fierce aura rippling around his body. He lifted his head, slowly meeting Frieza's gaze with a cold smirk. Tastes pretty good. Frieza, care to try one? Frieza's lip twitched. He slowly aimed a slender finger at the pouch in Bulma's arms. In that case, he'll just destroy those annoying little toys first. A blinding purple light flared up. In that critical moment between life and death, Dend looked up, and with the last of his strength screamed the third wish in Namekian at the colossal dragon Porunga in the sky. In that critical moment between life and death, Dend looked up, and with the last of his strength screamed the third wish in Namekian at the colossal dragon Porunga in the sky. Dend's voice was piercing. As the Namekian language burst from his lips, his entire body trembled. Frieza's destruction beam had fully illuminated. A deep purple point of light locked onto the senzu bean pouch in Bulma's arms. Bulma's face was deathly pale, but her hands clutched the pouch even tighter. Dendi. Raditz had just swallowed a senzu bean, and his injuries were healing at a furious pace. The moment the searing pain subsided, the ground beneath his feet shattered with a bang, and he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Goku moved at the same instant. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, threw all their strength into ramming Frieza's raised arm. Thud! Frieza's wrist was knocked off course. The death beam roared past Bulma's ear, slicing a distant colossal stone pillar cleanly in two. Bulma was sent tumbling by the terrifying shockwave, nearly losing her grip on the senzu pouch. You two idiots. Can't you aim better? Her eyes were red with fright, but her mouth kept railing. Goku stood firmly in front of her, breathing heavily. Sorry, Bulma. Raditz rolled his fully healed shoulder, his gaze icy as he glared at Frieza. No more talk. Keep blocking him. Frieza squinted at the unscathed Raditz. Recovered quite quickly, haven't you? Not bad. If Saiyans eat such strange things, they do become quite troublesome. Frieza's cold gaze fell back on the senzu pouch. That thing cannot be allowed to remain. Vegeta staggered up from the ground, his eyes locked onto the cloth pouch in Bulma's hand. Hey, give one to me. Bulma didn't even glance at him. Not going to beg. Vegeta's face stiffened instantly. Earthwoman, don't you go too far. Then you can keep bleeding. Vegeta ground his teeth audibly. Meanwhile, Dendi had finished uttering the third wish. The great Porunga in the sky slowly lowered its fearsome head, a brilliant light blazing from its crimson eyes. This wish is very simple. It can be granted. A beam of white light crashed down. Everyone was stunned. The battlefield seemed to have undergone no physical change. Vegeta was the first to panic, roaring furiously, Kid. What stupid wish did you make? Dendi recoiled from his ferocious expression. The Elder Grand leaned weakly against Nail's back, speaking in a low voice. He sent all the surviving children and elderly of Namek to a safe planet. Vegeta was practically exploding with rage upon hearing this. You worthless wretches. You wasted the last precious wish. Bulma clutched the Senzu pouch tightly and fired back. You shut up? Are you never going to stop? Without Dendi, you wouldn't even have seen a hair of the eternal dragon. Vegeta's forehead veins bulged with fury, his fists cracking as he clenched them. He'll make you pay for this. Pay for what? Raditz glanced back at him coldly. If you wanted to steal the wish, you should have learned Namiki yourself. If you can't speak it, stay quiet. Vegeta's lips twitched violently, but he couldn't force out a single word. This humiliation was more agonizing than taking 10 punches from Frieza. In the sky, the colossal dragon Purunga began to fade rapidly. The light of the 7 Dragon Balls dimmed completely. One by one, they turned back into ordinary gray stones, thudding heavily into the muddy ground. Frieza stared at the empty sky, his elegant demeanor vanishing, replaced by a chill devoid of warmth. Is it over? His voice was soft, but the remaining soldiers of his army scrambled backward in terror. Frieza slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Dendi. And what about my wish? Dendi stood beside the Elder Grand, pale-faced, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. There is none. Frieza laughed in fury, a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. There is none. He repeated the 2 words. The next second, he vanished into thin air. Goku and Raditz's faces changed drastically as they both roared, Dendi, move. Piccolo, closest to Dendi, didn't hesitate for a moment. The instant Frieza disappeared, he lunged forward to shield him. Swish. Frieza's murderous finger had already stabbed mercilessly toward Dendi. Piccolo shoved Dendi away at the critical moment. Schluck. His shoulder was instantly pierced clean through by Frieza's death beam. Blood sprayed. Piccolo let out a muffled cry of pain, staggering backward several steps. Mr. Piccolo. Dendi fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Frieza didn't even bother to look at Piccolo. He raised his finger, and a second merciless beam locked onto Dendi on the ground. No, you don't. Goku charged forward desperately, throwing all his weight into a punch that deflected Frieza's arm. Frieza's eyes hardened, and he struck back with a palm that landed solidly on Goku's chest. Thud. Goku was sent flying, tumbling several times across the ground. Clutching his chest, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Raditz attacked from behind with savage intensity, aiming a full-force kick at the outside of Frieza's knee. Frieza didn't even dodge. He coldly raised his foot and stomped down hard on Raditz's shin. Crack. Raditz's face went deathly pale. The bone nearly shattered from the stomp. Frieza looked down at him, his eyes brimming with contempt. Even with all your strength restored, you're still nothing but trash before me. Raditz gritted his teeth, his Saiyan tail coiling like a viper around Frieza's ankle. With a fierce twist of his body, he used the leverage to wrench his leg free from under Frieza's foot. He stumbled back a dozen paces, his forehead covered in cold sweat. That stomp had brought him to his senses completely. Even though he had now fully recovered thanks to the Senzu Bean, and his power had skyrocketed due to the Saiyan trait of reviving from near death, brushing against the threshold of just over 200,000. It was still not enough. The Frieza before him had 530,000. This chasm was vast enough to breed despair. In the distance, Goku had also consumed a Senzu Bean, his condition instantly restored to peak, his power surging toward 250,000. But even the two of them together could only barely hold him off. As for Vegeta, he was in the worst state. Without a Senzu Bean, his power was a pitiful 80 to 90,000, and he was still gravely injured. He knew that charging in now would be pure suicide. Vegeta stood still, his wolf-like eyes fixed on the pouch in Bulma's arms. Bulma felt a chill run down her spine under his stare. Don't look at me like that. Vegeta's throat moved with difficulty as he forced out 2 words. Give it. Beg me. Bulma stood her ground. Vegeta's face contorted wildly. Raditz, forced back, saw this and couldn't help but roar, Bulma. Give him one. Bulma was stunned. So was Vegeta. Raditz glared at Frieza in the distance, his voice hoarse. No more arguing. If we don't, he'll die here for sure. Bulma bit her lip hard, grabbed a dark green Senzu Bean from the pouch, and hurled it at Vegeta. Catch it. Don't you dare waste it. Vegeta snatched it out of the air. He stared at the little bean in his hand, his expression dark. This humiliation. I will remember. Bulma rolled her eyes. Just remember, you owe me your life. Vegeta didn't hesitate. He bit the Senzu Bean into pieces and swallowed it. The next second, boom. Countless horrific wounds across his body healed at a visible rate. His once drained energy erupted like a volcano, surging wildly. Revival from near death. The Saiyans' irrational power-boosting trait was on full display. Vegeta's power level crossed its limits, rocketing from 80 or 90,000 straight to an astonishing 180,000. Though still no match for 530,000, it was far stronger than before. Vegeta slowly raised his hands, looking at his own body, now brimming with destructive power, and a cruel grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha. So this is the Saiyan limit. Goku exhaled and looked at him. Feels good, doesn't it, Vegeta? Vegeta shot him a cold glare. Shut up, Kakarot. Frieza watched the 3 Saiyans revive one after another right under his nose, their energy growing stronger. His brow furrowed slightly, annoyance finally creeping in. Instant healing, revival on the spot, and even power enhancement. I have to admit you wild monkeys have an irritating number of tricks. His gaze slowly shifted, landing on the last Namekian sage in the universe, the Elder Grand. Since my wish is completely ruined, you old fossil have no reason to live. You want harm the Elder Grand. Nail flashed forward, blocking the way. Frieza expressionlessly raised his finger. Nail was about to charge recklessly, but the Elder Grand's withered hand gently patted his shoulder. Nail. Nail froze in place. The Elder Grand's voice was frail. Child, staying here you can't help them at all. Not far away, Piccolo, clutching his wounded shoulder, looked up. Nail also turned his head toward Piccolo. The two warriors of the same clan stranded on the battlefield locked eyes. Nail walked step by step toward Piccolo. Piccolo's brow furrowed, his eyes wary. Greenskin bastard, what do you want? Nail stopped before him, his clear gaze fixed on Piccolo, his voice low and intense. Fuse with me. Piccolo's face changed dramatically. What a... The Elder Grand's life is at its end, and I can barely hold on. Nail glanced at the terrifying Frieza, then back at Piccolo. You are also a Namekian warrior. If you choose to fuse with me, your power will achieve an unimaginable leap. Piccolo sneered, his pride unbending. What kind of cosmic joke is that? Who would want to forcibly merge with some random stranger like you? Nail didn't argue or get angry, he simply spoke calmly. Then stay here and watch Dende get crushed under that monster's finger. Piccolo's body stiffened. Dende sat slumped in the cold mud, his large eyes filled with helpless tears as he looked at Piccolo in despair. Mr. Piccolo. In midair, Frieza was growing impatient, wiggling his finger. Are you natives done discussing? Charge. Goku and Raditz roared simultaneously, their bodies transforming into two blinding blurs as they hurtled forward with savage force. Vegeta stomped the ground hard and joined the fray with a blaze of fury. The three elite Saiyan warriors formed a desperate line, locking Frieza in combat. Frieza sent the rampaging Vegeta flying with a punch and kicked Goku back as he charged. Raditz gritted his teeth, his Saiyan tail recklessly coiling around Frieza's thick wrist again, and he screamed back over his shoulder, Piccolo. What the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up. Piccolo stared hard at Nail, then at the retreating Saiyans. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and cursed loudly. Damn it. What a pain. A relieved smile finally appeared on Nail's stern face. Place your hand on mine, Piccolo. Together let us protect this planet. Piccolo gritted his teeth and thrust out his right hand. Slap. Two dark green hands clasped tightly in midair. Boom. A blinding, unparalleled holy light erupted from their palms, instantly engulfing their bodies. Frieza, mid-strike against Raditz, paused slightly. He turned in surprise to look at the overwhelmingly powerful light, his cold brow knitting together. Is that the Namekian special fusion ability? The holy light grew more intense. Thud. Raditz was sent flying again by Frieza's palm, crashing to the ground. But the moment he landed, not even bothering to wipe away the blood, he looked up, his eyes locked on the center of the light. Swish. The light faded. Nail's body had vanished completely. Only Piccolo stood alone in the spot. The bloody hole in his shoulder was still there, but the moment the fusion was complete, the bleeding stopped, and the wound began to heal at a visible rate. What was even more terrifying was the energy radiating from his entire body. It was not 30,000, nor 40,000. That once insignificant power was now skyrocketing, breaking through and exploding in a horrifying manner. The violent pressure of the energy caused the massive boulders in the surrounding rubble field to tremble violently. Piccolo slowly lowered his head, clenching his hands that now held destructive power. Then he raised his head coldly, his murderous demon eyes locking onto Frieza in midair. Frieza, let me be your opponent for the next round. The moment Piccolo raised his head, Raditz clearly sensed the shift in his aura. Nail's power had fully merged with Piccolo, and his entire energy surged dramatically. The scanner in Bulma's hand wildly fluctuated, emitting a piercing alarm. Battle power. Around 1 million. And it's still rising. Vegeta's face darkened instantly at the reading. What kind of cosmic joke is this? Goku squinted, staring at Piccolo in astonishment. Piccolo, now, you really are completely different. Piccolo did not turn around, his knuckles cracking audibly. Annoying. Before the words faded, he vanished from the spot. Frieza's eyes shot open, but he had no time to react. Bang. Piccolo's straight kick slammed viciously into the side of his face. Frieza was sent flying sideways, crashing through a cliff face and skidding dozens of meters across the ground before finally grinding to a halt. Dead silence fell over the scene. Vegeta's eyes were wide. Bulma, clutching the bag of senzu beans, stood with her mouth agape. Dende gazed at Piccolo, his eyes full of admiration. Mr. Piccolo. Piccolo landed. The wound on his shoulder had stopped bleeding, and his cape was gone. He stared coldly at Frieza, who was slowly rising to his feet. Enjoying yourself back there? Frieza raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. His elegance had vanished, replaced by a look of utter seriousness as he fixed his gaze on Piccolo. Quite a change after the fusion, isn't it? Namekians are indeed interesting. Piccolo wasted no words and charged forward again. Fists and feet clashed ferociously, splitting the earth. Piccolo's post-fusion battle power exceeded 1 million, enough to effortlessly overwhelm Frieza's first form at 530,000. Raditz knew they had to finish the fight quickly at all costs, denying Frieza any chance to transform further. He stood at the rear, his chest heaving. His own battle power was now around 200,000. Goku, after his Senzu Bean, was approaching 250,000. Vegeta, recovering from his injuries, was about 180,000. Alone, none of the three could defeat Frieza, but combined with Piccolo's current explosive power, they could certainly hold him at bay. Piccolo punched Frieza away, blasting him deep into a rocky mountain. In the next instant, he was upon him, pinning Frieza's chest and detonating an energy sphere at point-blank range. The blast of fire engulfed both of them. Goku was about to rush in, but Raditz reached out and stopped him. "Don't get too close." Goku frowned. "Why, oi? Don't give him any chance to catch his breath or transform." Raditz hissed. Piccolo emerged from the flames, landing with a frigid gaze. He calmly observed every move Frieza made, no longer wasting a single ounce of energy. But Frieza launched himself from the rubble, kicking Goku away and sweeping his tail to force Vegeta back. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged, wrapping his tail tightly around Frieza's wrist, buying half a second. Vegeta, his face full of defiance, lunged forward as well. Frieza. The three of them managed to physically restrain Frieza for a few seconds. Behind them, Piccolo took a deep breath, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead as the energy of the special beam cannon spun rapidly, its charge completing in an instant. Raditz's pupils contracted, and he roared at Piccolo. "Piccolo, watch your timing. Don't screw this up." Piccolo's mouth twitched slightly. "Relax, I know." Whoosh. A blinding ray pierced the air, aimed straight for Frieza's chest. Struggling under the restraint, Frieza twisted desperately, avoiding a fatal hit, but the beam grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody gash. Piccolo's eyes lit up. He drew blood. Frieza looked down at the blood on his shoulder, and the smile slowly, completely vanished from his face. "You dare wound Lord Frieza?" Piccolo sneered, whining over a scratch. Frieza slowly raised his head, his voice dropping to a bone-chilling low. "Very well." Boom. His energy erupted again, surging wildly. The ground trembled violently, and the entire sky shook. Raditz's expression changed drastically. "No good. He's going to transform again." Piccolo also realized the danger. They couldn't waste any more time. He had to suppress Frieza immediately. But the energy erupting from Frieza's body was too terrifying. Before Piccolo could even reach him, he was violently blasted back by the sheer force of the aura. Frieza's back began to bulge grotesquely, his skull elongated, and his form grew taller and more bizarre. Bulma, clutching Din, backed away, her face pale. "That monster. Can he still transform?" Vegeta lay on the ground, his voice hoarse, his eyes full of terror. "Of course he can. That monster's power hasn't peaked yet." Raditz stared fixedly at the distorting, swelling figure, his fingers trembling slightly, and warned Goku. "He's still holding back. Once he cuts loose, we're in danger." Crack. The sound of shifting bones ceased. Frieza turned around, his cruel eyes locking directly onto Piccolo. The next second, his body vanished. Too fast. Amid a surge of light, Piccolo couldn't even defend himself before a searing pain exploded in his chest. Thwack. Piccolo spat out a mouthful of blood, his massive body flying backward like a broken kite. The air froze solid in that instant. Raditz clenched his fists, his heart pounding. He knew the true nightmare was about to descend. Blood blossoms instantly erupted from Piccolo's chest. Before he could retreat, Frieza had already appeared behind him like a phantom. Frieza's third form was grotesquely bizarre. His skull elongated, back bulged, and limbs stretched thin. He didn't appear as muscular as his second form, but his speed was unbelievably swift. Piccolo was just about to turn around. Bang! A fierce punch slammed into his abdomen, doubling him over in agony as a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. Den's face turned pale with terror. "Mr. Piccolo, don't go." Bulma grabbed him tightly. Den struggled frantically, his eyes burning red with desperation. Frieza looked down at Piccolo from above, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "Weren't you quite the fighter just now?" Piccolo clenched his teeth and suddenly struck at Frieza's face with his palm. Frieza tilted his head, slightly dodging the blow, while casually tapping a finger on Piccolo's shoulder. A bloody hole instantly erupted. Piccolo grunted in pain, his body swaying violently, nearly collapsing to his knees. Raditz watched, his scalp crawling with dread. After fusing with Nail, Piccolo's battle power was definitely between 1 million and 1,200,000. Just moments ago, he could still suppress the first form. But against Frieza's third form, his speed and power were utterly overwhelmed. This wasn't a matter of tactics. It was an absolute chasm in strength. They had completely missed the optimal window to suppress him. Kakarot. Raditz roared, charging forward like a madman. Goku also burst forth with explosive energy, moving like lightning. The two flanked Frieza from left and right. Only Vegeta stood still. His face was drenched in blood, and his battle power of 180,000 restored by Senzu beans trembled. Seeing Frieza in this form, he hesitated. It wasn't unwillingness to move. It was his instincts recoiling in terror. Before Raditz's fist could land, Frieza, without even turning his head, lashed out with his long tail, sending him flying. Goku descended like a mountain, crashing down from above, but Frieza raised his arm and blocked him with effortless ease. The next second, thud. Frieza viciously kicked Goku in the chest. Goku was sent hurtling backward, smashing violently into a pile of rocks by the lake. He couldn't even buy a single second. Frieza grabbed Piccolo by the neck, hoisting him into the air. So this is the extent of Namekian fusion. Piccolo's face was covered in blood, but he still raised his right hand, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead. Special beam. Frieza casually flicked a finger. Piccolo's entire arm was instantly pierced, and the gathered energy dissipated in a flash. Let him go. Dend could no longer hold back, breaking free from Bulma's grip and sprinting forward. Dend. Bulma grabbed at empty air. Before Dend could take 2 steps, a large hand seized him by the collar. Raditz yanked him back. Get back. Dend sobbed. I have to save Mr. Piccolo. Going now is suicide. Raditz shoved him roughly back toward Bulma, his voice low and grim. Stay put and wait for a chance. Dend froze, tears streaming down his face, but he dared not move anymore. Frieza, hovering in midair, noticed the commotion. His cold gaze slowly settled on Dend. Healing abilities. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. Kid, you can heal wounds too, can't you? Dend's face turned ashen. Bulma cursed under her breath, stepping forward to shield Dend. No, you misheard. Frieza stared at Bulma and let out a low chuckle. Your lies are more clumsy than your earth machines. Raditz's heart sank. They were completely exposed. Frieza had now taken note of their medical asset. Thud. Frieza dropped Piccolo to the ground like a dead dog. The ground cratered as Piccolo lay in a pool of blood, his chest and shoulders riddled with holes, his life force flickering faintly. Goku crawled out from the rubble covered in blood. Piccolo. Piccolo lifted his eyelids with difficulty. Stop yelling. I'm not dead yet. Boom. Vegeta finally moved. He gathered energy wildly with both hands, charging at Frieza from the side with reckless abandon. Die, you bastard. A massive energy blast detonated at close range, the towering flames engulfing half of Frieza's body. Vegeta landed clumsily, gasping for breath. Yet before the smoke could clear, a pale hand shot out from the flames like lightning, clamping down on Vegeta's face. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. Vegeta. Frieza's voice was eerily calm. You've become far too noisy lately. Bang. Frieza with a single hand brutally slammed Vegeta's head into the hard ground. The earth caved in on a massive scale. Vegeta didn't even let out a scream, convulsing violently in the crater. Goku tried to rush in to save him, but Frieza sent him flying again with a casual tail swipe. Raditz charged halfway, but Frieza slowly raised his right hand, his fingertip aimed at Bulma and Dend in the distance. Then let's eliminate the troublesome medical nuisance first. Bulma clutched the bag of senzu beans, her legs trembling. Dend hid behind her, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Raditz's pupils shrank. There was no time. The ground beneath him exploded as he pushed his speed to the absolute limit of his body, lunging forward like a madman. Whoosh. Frieza's death beam shot out at the same instant. In the nick of time, Raditz slammed into Bulma, sending her and Dend flying sideways. The beam missed a fatal blow, but mercilessly pierced Raditz's side. Blood sprayed wildly. Raditz crashed heavily into the mud, the searing pain blurring his vision. Bulma rolled several times on the ground. When she scrambled up and saw the horrific hole in Raditz's abdomen, her voice cracked with tears. Raditz. Shut up. Raditz pressed down on the gushing wound, gritting his teeth. The beans. Give me the beans. Bulma fumbled in the bag, grabbed a senzu bean, and tossed it over. But as she raised her hand, Frieza's second death beam tracked toward her. His target wasn't Raditz. It was the bag of senzu beans in Bulma's hand. No, you don't. Goku charged from a blind spot, using his own flesh and blood to take the hit for Bulma. The beam ruthlessly pierced Goku's shoulder. Goku grunted, falling to one knee. Kakarot. Raditz's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. He caught the flying senzu bean, shoved one into Goku's mouth, and bit down hard on another himself. The senzu beans took effect. The wounds healed instantly, and the blood on Goku's shoulder stopped. Just as they struggled to their feet, Frieza strode over, leisurely standing before them. How annoying. His cold gaze swept over the senzu bean bag, Dend, and Bulma. It seems I no longer need to deliberate on who to kill first. A suffocating, murderous aura filled the air. Without hesitation, Goku and Raditz, their bodies barely recovered, stepped forward to shield them once more. Vegeta crawled out of the mud pit, battered and bleeding, his breathing completely erratic. Piccolo could only prop himself up with one arm. Dend cried, wanting to heal Piccolo, but Bulma held him down with trembling hands. Don't go. Wait, you absolutely can't go. Bulma was shaking all over with fear. She was terrified out of her wits, but her reason told her that moving now would be suicide. Frieza leisurely raised his hand, pointing at Dend's forehead. Goku lowered his voice. Raditz, he's going for the kill. I can see that. What do we do? Raditz's throat was thick with the taste of blood. He said nothing. The third form alone had reduced them to this pathetic state. If this monster transformed further, none of them would make it out alive today. But the despair was that they couldn't even suppress this form. Yet Frieza, hovering in midair, suddenly stopped all movement. He looked with amusement at Goku and Raditz standing before him, a chillingly elegant smile creeping back onto his face. You two Saiyans have rather impressive eyes. As his words faded, the suffocating aura around him began to contract violently into his body. Raditz's face changed completely. Something's wrong. Goku frowned. What is it? Vegeta lifted his head, and when he saw the change in Frieza, an endless terror flooded his pupils. Frieza's body began to shrink rapidly. The elongated skull of his third form and the grotesque bulge on his back visibly receded back into his body. His appearance became smooth and small, and the violent horns on his head vanished entirely. Standing there, he no longer seemed as imposing as before. Bulma swallowed dryly, her voice hoarse. He suddenly got smaller. Has he used up his power and weakened? Shut your mouth, you foolish woman. Vegeta slumped on the ground, his voice raspy and weak, his face ashen. Raditz stared intently at the small white figure standing in the center of the clearing, exuding a deathly stillness. His palms were slick with cold sweat. He's not weaker. Kakarot looked closely. That's Frieza's final form. Frieza had shrunk in size. No longer sporting long horns or a bizarre appearance, he stood there with his white body pristine and his tail gently hanging down, appearing even quieter than before. Bulma clutched the bean bag tightly, her voice hoarse. Has he become weaker? Vegeta lay at the edge of the mud pit, his expression extremely grim as he shouted angrily, "Shut up." Bulma was momentarily stunned by the shout. Vegeta struggled to push himself up from the ground, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. That is Frieza's true form. Raditz stared intently at the white figure, a chill running down his back. The final form. Even if the opponent had not unleashed all of his power, the faint aura leaking out felt overwhelmingly despairing. Goku clenched his fists tightly. He had just consumed a senzu bean, fully recovering from his injuries. After several desperate battles, his usual energy had nearly reached the million-level threshold. Raditz followed closely behind. Although Vegeta had become stronger after recovering, he still lagged behind them. Piccolo, after assimilating Nail, was at his strongest, yet he had just been pierced through by Frieza's third form, leaving his energy in disarray. All of them stood together, yet no one dared to make the first move. Frieza slightly lowered his head to look at his hands. In this state, it certainly feels much easier. Goku stepped forward, saying, "I'll go." Raditz grabbed his arm tightly. "Don't go alone to your death." Goku turned back to him, asking, "Can you still fight?" Raditz chuckled coldly, pulling the corner of his mouth. "I can't die just yet." Frieza suddenly raised his gaze. In the next moment, he vanished into thin air. Raditz's pupils constricted as his body instinctively acted faster than his mind, forcefully pushing Goku away. Bang! Frieza's knee slammed into Raditz's abdomen. Raditz doubled over in pain, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Goku retaliated with a powerful punch. Frieza raised his palm, effortlessly catching it. He tightened his fingers, sharply unleashing his strength to throw Goku harshly toward the ground. Boom! Goku crashed heavily into the mud, creating a large crater. Vegeta charged in from the side, his speed several times faster than before. But Frieza didn't even turn his head, swinging his tail backhandedly and striking Vegeta's face with a forceful blow. Bang! Vegeta was sent flying, crashing hard into the remnants of the mothership, denting the heavy metal plates. Bulma's hands trembled violently. This is too outrageous. Piccolo struggled to stand up, the gaping wounds on his shoulders and chest still bleeding profusely. Dondi ran forward in desperation, tears streaming down his face. "Mr. Piccolo, let me heal you. Don't come over." Piccolo gritted his teeth and shouted. Dondi halted in his tracks, his eyes red. Frieza slowly turned his head. "Healing." His gaze instantly locked onto Dondi. Bulma's face turned pale as she pulled Dondi behind her, saying, "No. You heard wrong. He won't." Frieza let out a soft laugh, his tone cruel. "Earth woman, your lies are truly amusing." Raditz got up from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth. Kakarot. Goku also leaped out of the mud pit, shouting, "Yeah." Whoosh. The two charged forward almost simultaneously. Goku faced Frieza head-on while Raditz circled to the side, his Saiyan tail curling like a viper around Frieza's wrist. Frieza raised his left arm to block Goku's heavy punch, and with his right hand, he swiftly grabbed Raditz's tail. The pain was excruciating. An indescribable agony shot through Raditz's bones. His face turned pale, but he did not back down. Instead, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Goku seized this rare opportunity, channeling all his energy into his right hand and struck Frieza's chest with a heavy punch. Bang! Frieza swayed slightly, taking half a step back. Just half a step, but he indeed retreated. In the distance, Vegeta's eyes widened at this scene. That bastard Kakarot. Frieza lowered his head slightly, looking at his chest. There only a trace of insignificant dust remained. Not bad. He slowly raised his head, pointing a finger at Goku. Goku's body flickered wildly, leaving behind countless afterimages. Destructive beams grazed his shoulder and shattered the mountains behind him. Raditz seized the chance to deliver a fierce kick toward Frieza's knee. Frieza's knee didn't budge, but his long tail lashed out like a steel whip, accurately striking Raditz's chest. Bang! Raditz was sent flying, crashing heavily in front of Bulma. Bulma frantically tried to help him up. Raditz abruptly raised his hand, blood filling his mouth as he yelled, "Don't come over." Before he finished speaking, Frieza's cold gaze had already fallen upon Bulma and Dondi. Compared to these wild monkeys, you two seem to be more troublesome. Piccolo struggled to shield Dondi, blood spilling from his mouth. "If you have the guts, come at me." Frieza cast an indifferent glance at him. "You are completely outmatched." Piccolo's eyes hardened. But before he could make a move, Frieza had already appeared before him like a specter. Bang! With a simple punch, Piccolo's body bent down in pain. Bang! A second punch. Piccolo's massive form was sent flying off the ground, crashing down awkwardly at Danda's feet. Dondi could no longer hold back, leaping forward to press his hands firmly against the wound on Piccolo's chest. A The green healing light flashed instantly. The horrific wounds on Piccolo began to visibly shrink. Bulma's expression changed drastically. "Dondi, stop!" But it was too late. Frieza had witnessed this scene. His gaze turned icy in an instant. "So you do possess healing abilities." Danda's hands froze in midair. Piccolo came to his senses and forcefully pushed him away, shouting, "Run! Run!" Frieza slowly raised his right hand. Raditz and Goku charged forward wildly at the same time. Vegeta crawled out from the wreckage of the mothership, gritting his teeth and throwing himself forward recklessly. The three Saiyans exerted all their strength to try to establish a defense, but Frieza showed no intention of entangling with them. He lightly tapped his toes, his body leaping up in an instant, effortlessly soaring over the three's heads and landing steadily in front of Dandi. Dandi looked up at the terrifying monster right in front of him, his small face as pale as a ghost. Bulma screamed as she rushed over, tightly hugging Dandi. "Don't touch him." Frieza coldly raised his finger, red light flickering at the tip. The trouble of dealing with the healer is the one that should be prioritized. The dead silence of purple light instantly illuminated. Raditz came charging from behind, hands outstretched, trying desperately to grab Frieza's shoulders. Frieza retaliated with an elbow strike, landing heavily on Raditz's face. Bang! Raditz's vision went black as he was thrown back awkwardly. Goku, halfway there, was kicked into the air by Frieza. Vegeta's energy blast came screaming in, but Frieza merely tilted his head slightly to avoid it. His finger remained firmly pointed at Dandi. Pooh! A piercing sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The destructive beam mercilessly pierced through Dandi's shoulder and side. The small body trembled violently. In the next moment, Dandi fell limply into Bulma's arms. Bulma felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. She looked down at her blood-soaked hands, her lips paling dramatically. Dandi, wake up." Dandi opened his mouth in pain, but could no longer make a sound. Piccolo, lying far away, felt his pupils constrict in horror as he let out a frantic roar. Dandi. Frieza expressionlessly lowered his finger, turning around to gaze at the remaining people. "So then shall we continue?" Dandi collapsed into Bulma's arms. Blood seeped from the edge of his shoulder, quickly staining Bulma's hands. Bulma lowered her head, completely frozen in shock. "Dandi." Dandi's eyelids fluttered, his lips struggled to move, and his voice was faint. "I am fine." "Is this what you call fine?" Bulma's voice suddenly went hoarse, her hands frantically pressed down on his wound. Piccolo lay nearby, his fingers deeply dug into the ground. "Frieza?" He tried to stand up, but the gaping wound in his chest made his body lurch, and he fell heavily to his knees again. Frieza stood still, his fingers not yet fully lowered. In his final form, he appeared diminutive and made no exaggerated movements, yet the eerie silence weighed heavily, making it harder to breathe. Goku slowly straightened his body, the usual smile completely absent from his face. "Why are you attacking a child?" Frieza looked at him coldly. "Because he can heal." Goku's fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Raditz stepped forward, firmly holding Goku's shoulder. "Don't rush and calm down." Goku did not turn back. "I know." Despite saying this, the energy around Goku began to wildly surge. The debris on the ground began to tremble slightly. Vegeta crawled up from beside the wreckage of the main ship, his eyes fixed on Goku's back, his expression extremely grim. "Kakarot." Frieza noticed this change as well. He glanced at Goku, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. "Oh, are you angry?" Goku remained silent, pushing off the ground with his foot. Boom. The ground cracked as he shot forward. His speed was incredibly fast, faster than before. Frieza raised his arm. Bang. The two fists collided and the cracks in the earth spread wildly. Goku's second punch followed closely, but Frieza dodged by tilting his head, simultaneously delivering a knee strike hard into Goku's abdomen. Raditz charged in from the side, putting all his strength into a fierce kick towards Frieza's knee. Frieza's movement suddenly faltered. Goku seized this rare opportunity, delivering a heavy punch right onto Frieza's shoulder. Bang! Frieza slipped, slightly retreating another step. In the distance, Vegeta's pupils constricted. Another step back. But this time the smile was gone from Frieza's pale face. "You two damn Saiyans are starting to become a bit troublesome." Raditz gasped heavily, his Saiyan tail straightened with tension. "Goku, don't engage him in an unknown fight." Goku responded, but in an instant he charged forward again. This time Frieza chose not to stand his ground. Whoosh! He completely vanished. The next second Goku was sent crashing into the ground with a powerful punch. Raditz had just turned to defend himself. Bang! A heavy kick hit his back, sending him crashing like a kite with a broken string towards Bulma. Bulma hugged Dandi and rolled away, her face pale. Raditz rolled in the mud several times, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to get up. "Senzu beans. Quickly get the senzu beans." Bulma suddenly realized, hurriedly reaching into her pocket. However, Frieza's cold gaze shifted over in an instant. Raditz felt a chill in his heart. "Don't take them out. It's dangerous." Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as Bulma's fingers brushed the bags opening, Frieza's death beam arrived. Goku erupted from the pit, charging forward with his body. Bang! The beam was deflected slightly, but still accurately struck the senzu bean bag in Bulma's hands. Boom! The small bag exploded on the spot. Dark green beans flew everywhere in the shockwave. Some were burned to ash by the intense heat of the beam, some fell into the dark cracks in the ground, while others were completely lost among the rubble. Bulma went frantic, throwing herself onto the ground, her hands frantically digging through the mud and debris. "Don't explode. Leave me a couple." She managed to grab one bean and painfully dug out another, even ignoring the blood flowing from her torn fingernail. Dandi wanted to struggle to help her pick them up, but as soon as he moved, the pain from his shoulder wound turned his face pale. Piccolo gritted his teeth desperately, trying to crawl over to protect them. Frieza merely coldly raised a foot. Bang! Piccolo was violently kicked away along with the ground beneath him. Mr. Piccolo! Danda's voice shattered in desperation. Raditz burst forward with energy blocking in front of Piccolo. Bang! Frieza's palm firmly struck Raditz's chest. Raditz tasted blood in his throat, but did not take a step back, fiercely grasping Frieza's arm with both hands. Kakarot! Goku charged in from behind like a bolt of lightning, his fist gathering terrifying energy, smashing into Frieza's back. Frieza sidestepped in an extremely strange manner, avoiding the heavy punch, while his long tail swept violently, sending both Raditz and Goku flying. Boom! At that moment, Vegeta finally charged in as well. He made no unnecessary noise, directly engaging in close combat, furiously striking at Frieza's face. Frieza raised his left hand, effortlessly catching Vegeta's fist, his eyes indifferent, without a hint of emotion. Are you eager to die too, Vegeta? Vegeta clenched his jaw until blood seeped out the veins on his forehead, bulging. Stop looking at me with that condescending gaze. He quickly raised his other hand, firing an energy blast that exploded right beside Frieza's face. Boom! Thick smoke instantly engulfed Frieza's upper body. Just as Vegeta prepared to retreat. Whoosh! Frieza's pale hand shot out from the thick smoke, gripping Vegeta's neck tightly. Such insignificant tricks are of no use to this king. Bang! Vegeta was slammed into the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Raditz scrambled to his feet, his eyes scanning desperately for Bulma. Bulma, how many are left? Bulma knelt in the mud, her hands and face covered in dirt. She slowly laid out the senzu bean she had managed to collect in her palm, her face pale with fear. 3 beans. Only a solitary 3. Next to her palm lay a half bean already scorched by the intense heat, completely unusable. Goku stared at the last 3 senzu beans, falling into a deathly silence. Raditz spat out blood, turning sharply to look at Frieza. Frieza had also set down the barely conscious Vegeta, his gaze leisurely shifting over. Oh, only 3 left. Bulma instinctively tightened her fist, her knuckles turning white. Frieza slowly raised that slender, deadly finger again, his tone as calm, as if announcing a death sentence. In that case, please. Leave not a single one behind. Fuli Sas finger glowed. The target was not a person but the last lifeline in Bu Erma's palm. Bu Erma's face went pale, the knuckles of her fingers turned blue. Get away. Latizi lunged like a rabid dog, slamming Bu Erma's side. A streak of purple light grazed the back of her hand as gravel spray erupted. 3 senzu beans were snatched up by the shockwave. Bu Erma fell scrambling and clawing forward. Don't fly away. Wukong stepped forward, scooped midair with both hands, and seized one. Latizi rolled in the mud. With a lightning curl of his Saiyan tail, he secured the second. The last bean tumbled and came to rest at Vegeta's feet. Vegeta bent his head, staring at the dark green bean, as his expression shifted completely. Bu Erma collapsed to the ground, hands smeared with blood and dust, and screamed hoarsely, Eat. Eat them all now. Stop dawdling. Vegeta stiffly looked up at Bu Erma. Weren't you the one just now begging me? Bu Erma's eyes rimmed with red as she cursed, There's no time. If you want to die, then don't eat. Vegeta's face hardened. Despite himself, he picked up the senzu bean and bit it down viciously. Wukong swallowed his bean at the same moment. Latizi crushed his bean and swallowed. In an instant, the agonizing pressure that had strangled his chest evaporated. Bones knit anew. Burns ceased smoldering. Even breath smoothed. The Scion's bodies flared, feverish again. The sensation of near-death cells wringing out a fresh surge of strength from the marrow. Boom! Vegeta's ki detonated first. He had been beaten nearly into pulp moments before. With the bean, his grievous wounds sealed, and his aura rocketed upward with ferocity. The battered scanner beside Bu Erma screamed. The digits on its screen leapt until her eyes blurred. Vegeta, 1 million, around 1.1 million. Vegeta's mouth curved slowly. I see. Wukong's change was even more extreme. He stood as layer upon layer of aura surged up, stones at his feet blown aside. Bu Erma stared at the scanner, her voice strangled. Wukong, around 3 million. The smile on Vegeta's face froze. He glared at Wukong and ground his teeth. Kakaluote. Latizi's power had risen as well. Not as wildly as Wukong's, but the senzu bean and their desperate struggle had pushed him higher. About 2.5 million. When they first arrived on Namek, such numbers would have let them walk through anything. But now Fu Lisa stood before them. His final form. Even without showing his full strength, the chill pressing the air warned against premature joy. Fu Lisa looked at the 3 suddenly recovered fighters. Without surprise, his tone remained flat. The Saiyan body is truly infuriating. Enough talk. Die, Fu Lisa. Vegeta rocketed up and charged with reckless fury. This time his speed far exceeded before. A heavy fist crashed into Fu Lisa's face with a tearing shriek. Fu Lisa raised a hand, and with a crisp clap caught it. The ground beneath him ruptured. Vegeta's eyes flashed. He had been held. Even if only for a moment, he had taken Fu Lisa's blow hidden. Swish! Wukong struck from the other side, a crushing punch aimed at Fu Lisa's ribs. Latizi skimmed the ground, his tail coiling like a viper to seize Fu Lisa's ankle. The 3 Scions fought with everything. For the first time since the battle began, they forced Fu Lisa to move his feet. Fu Lisa slipped back a step. Seeing the effect, Vegeta snarled, See that? Fu Lisa? Latizi roared from below, Quit the nonsense. Keep hitting. Wukong lunged with a brutal knee. Fu Lisa turned his head aside, and his long tail lashed like a gale toward Wukong's neck. Latizi flew forward and crossed his arms to take the blow. Bam! The arms went numb from the strike, but Wukong seized the opening and landed an immensely heavy solid punch square on Fu Li's chest. Fu Li's body lurched violently. Vegeta instantly brought his hands together. The aura blast from his palms detonated at close range against Fu Li's face. Thunder! A towering fireball in an instant engulfed Fu Lisa. Buerma clutching the gravely wounded Dan D stumbled backward, eyes fixed on the billowing black smoke. Did we hit him? Baika lay amid the rubble, bloodied and weak. It's not that simple. The smoke began to clear. Fu Lisa still stood calmly in the center of the clearing. Only a speck of dust clung to his chest. Yet Vegeta's close-range aura had carved a fine red line at the corner of his mouth. Fu Lisa slowly raised a hand and wiped his mouth with the back of his finger. Seeing the crimson on his fingertip, the last warmth in his eyes vanished utterly. Vegeta breathed raggedly and released a low manic laugh. Ha ha! You monster! You do bleed after all. Fu Lisa lifted his eyes and fixed him with a stare. You seem pleased. The frenzied grin on Vegeta's face froze instantly. In a blink, Fu Lisa had appeared before him. Too fast, many times faster than before. Vegeta had no time to react and only raised his arms instinctively. Boom! He was smashed deep into the ground. Wukong rushed to save him, but Fu Lisa elegantly twisted in midair and drove a thunderous kick into Wukong's shoulder. Thud! Wukong was sent flying, smashing through an entire stone wall. Latizi tried to sneak an attack from behind, but Fu Lisa already ghosted to his side. Your strength has indeed grown. Thud! An unbearably heavy blow. Latizi's abdomen was struck and he folded like a shrimp, darkness pressing his vision. Fu Lisa leaned close to his ear, his voice carried no weight. A pity, but still not enough. Latizi's temple veins bulged. He gritted his teeth and, drawing his last strength, his Saiyan tail wrapped viciously around Fu Li's neck. Kakarot. Strike. Boom. Wukong erupted from the rubble, pouring every ounce of ki into a single furious punch. Vegeta, wedged in mud, hauled himself up covered in blood and humiliation and hurled himself forward again. The three Saiyans threw their lives into a simultaneous assault. For the first time, Fu Li's refined brows twitched. He clenched his arms, and a ring of terrible white force detonated outward. Pua! Latizi took the brunt and was flung away by the brutal wind. Wukong skidded across the mud for dozens of meters, his feet gouging deep furrows. Vegeta collapsed to his knees again, digging his hands into the earth and coughing blood. Dan D struggled to crawl forward to help. Buerma, tears streaming, pressed both hands on him. Don't move. If you stir the wound, the bleeding will never stop. Dan D sobbed, but everyone is going to die. I know. Buerma's small body shook violently as her voice broke into a full sob. Baiko propped himself up with one hand and staggered to his feet, planting himself stubbornly between Dan D and Buerma. Fu Lisa cast a sidelong glance and asked coldly, do you still want to die for them? Baiko spat blood and replied with ferocity, spare the speeches. Fu Lisa raised a hand. A deathly beam of light sliced without hesitation and mercilessly pierced Baiko's other shoulder. Baiko let out a muffled cry and could not hold on. He sank to a heavy knee. Mr. Baiko! Dan D screamed. Wukong knelt, knuckles cracking as he clenched them until his nails dug into flesh. Latizi lifted his head slowly, hysteria beginning to swell in his eyes. Fu Lisa watched the three struggling, dying apes before him with cold indifference. His gaze then returned to Dan D, cradled in Buerma's arms. The one in charge of healing is not entirely dead yet. He raised that lethal finger and purple light coiled at its tip. Very well, I shall send you on your way. Boom. Wukong, who had been looking down, suddenly felt his ki tremble uncontrollably. The rubble underfoot began to vibrate faintly. Even the panting Vegeta noticed the strange fluctuation, his face drained into pure terror. Kakarot. You. Far above, Fu Li's deathly finger had locked onto the center of Dan D's brow.